Liu Jianming, starting from a low mule at the bottom, stirred up the Hong Kong film market. Strategically fighting against Chen Wanxian, cleverly taking over the territory of Tun Mun, and forcefully dealing with various gang leaders. More overseas expansion, intercepting Hu Guanshai and dominating islands, and profiting 2 billion yuan from Chernobyl. Watch him maneuver between the black and white lanes. Step by step, build your own empire of money and write your own legendary tale. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Royal Senior Sister, Wu Luoqian. Liu Jianming sat on the floor, covering his forehead and staring at the body leaning against the door. He couldn't remember anything that had happened just now. Because Liu Jianming clearly remembered that he had just encountered a crazy dog wave on the ship and arrived at this place in the next second. Touch, touch, touch. Open the door. CID investigation. Duh. Liu Jianming murmured, CD? Serious crime unit. Duh. Just when Liu Jianming hadn't figured it out, he heard a bump sound. The heavy door was kicked open, and Liu Jianming was shocked and immediately stood up from the ground. The only sentence in my mind is, are you CID or FBI? Are you so reckless? Duh. After Liu Jianming was shocked, his gaze swept outside the door. It was discovered that the person who kicked open the door was actually a slender woman. Women have dark skin, symmetrical body lines, and are neither stunning nor ugly in appearance. Of course, it would be even better if we didn't point the .38 at Liu Jianming's head. The woman's voice was sharp and unquestionable. Don't move. Raise your hands. Please cooperate with our work. Liu Jianming wanted to refuse to cooperate, but he was pointed at by a dark gun and dared not. Pretty girl, don't point a gun at me. With the power of your kick that knocked over the door, do you think I have the strength to resist with my small body? The woman didn't answer Liu Jianming's words and snorted coldly. To deal with someone like you, you have to point the gun at them. Although that was the case, the woman still put away the gun in her hand, pulled out the handcuffs, and clicked to handcuff Liu Jianming. At the moment when Liu Jianming was handcuffed, several mechanical sounds echoed in his ears and holographic projections appeared in front of him. Ding. The host has arrived at the designated area of Hong Kong Film World. Ding. The system has been activated and the check-in for Wu Luoqian has been successful. Get skill, top tier in mixed martial arts. Obtain follower cards, 1 purple follower card and 3 white follower cards. Note, the specific effects of mixed martial arts are based on the specific physical fitness to exert specific power. Ding. The reputation system has been activated. Title of fame, stranger, first time meeting. Get reputation reward, a plain and unremarkable thermos. A series of system prompts left Liu Jianming in a brief shock, and he didn't even hear Wu Luoqian's inquiry. Hey, what's your name? What's your name? Never mind, I'll find it myself. Wu Luoqian flipped through Liu Jianming's jacket and quickly pulled out a series of things from inside. Student ID card, keychain, butterfly knife, lighter, pager. Wu Luoqian opened her student ID and said, Southeast Middle School, Class 5, Grade 6, Liu Jian. Wu Luoqian was about to continue studying, but she found that Liu Jianming's eyes were fixed on her. Wu Luoqian is a CID or an elite trained at Scotland Yard, and she understood the general meaning in Liu Jianming's eyes. That gaze was not filled with hatred or greed, but with a sudden realization of disbelief, as if recognizing who Wu Luoqian was. Liu Jianming's surprise at this moment was undisguised. When Liu Jianming first saw Wu Luoqian, he felt like he had seen her somewhere before. But after being prompted by the system, this is Hong Kong integrated world, and the person in front of me is called Wu Luoqian. Liu Jianming immediately recognized the first-generation protagonist in Royal Sister, Wu Luoqian from CD. Wu Luoqian closed Liu Jianming's student ID and said, Why are you looking at me like this? Liu Jianming cleared his throat and said, Senior Sister. No, madam, I can argue. No, can I explain why I'm here? Wu Luoqian held Liu Jianming's ID and asked, What do you want to say? Liu Jianming had already learned the truth of this case from his observation just now. Liu Jianming pointed to the door behind him with his mouth and said, Madam, the body you're looking for is right behind the door, leaning against it, and I'm the scapegoat for this murder case. The skinny guy behind Wu Luoqian heard Liu Jianming say, Every prisoner is like this. Liu Jianming took a step forward and shouted angrily, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, Shut up. Listen to me. Liu Jianming's low growl erupted in an instant, scaring the thin and small guy. Wu Luoqian glanced at Liu Jianming, and a subtle line appeared in her mind. Wu Luoqian ordered the group of constables behind her. Please protect the scene first. We might as well listen to what he has to say. The group of constables quickly responded, Yes, Senior Sister. Liu Jianming looked around and said, Madam, please take a look at the injuries on this corpse and the dented baseball bat in his hand. You will know that this room is not the first crime scene. Upon hearing Liu Jianming's words, Wu Luoqian glanced at the bloody corpse and the baseball bat that was already pockmarked on the surface, then looked at the neatly arranged room. Wu Luoqian looked at Liu Jianming and couldn't help but scrutinize him again. Your observation is very sharp, and your psychological quality is also very strong. If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't know what to say unless you confess. Wu Luoqian changed her tone and said, but this doesn't prove that you're not the murderer. Liu Jianming squinted his eyes and said, Madam, please take a closer look. This body is leaning against the door, and the only place with bloodstains is by the door. There is no exit here except for that door. Liu Jianming said loudly, that means this is a secret room. Wu Luoqian's pupils trembled, and she finally understood the key to the problem. This is a secret room. In that case, Wu Luoqian stepped forward to untie Liu Jianming's handcuffs and pointed to the assistant beside him, saying, you go over there and sign a letter, leave your phone number. If we have any questions in the future, we will need to contact you. Then you can leave, but you cannot leave Xianjiang. The servant beside him heard Wu Luoqian's words and looked confused. What's going on? Did Wu Luoqian release the young man as soon as he stopped talking? Is this still the usual rigid senior sister? The servant quickly spoke up to stop him. Senior sister, we can't do it. He's in the same room with the body. He's not the murderer. Who is the murderer? Wu Luoqian shook her short hair and said, catching short mules is OJI's job. What does it have to do with our CID? I want to arrest someone and ask them to find someone themselves. Initially, they detained our CID case for over a year and forgot about burning all the case files. Transfer this case to Aji and let them handle it. We can finish work now. There are already family differences between Aji and CID, and there are many conflicts. Regarding Aji's matter, why should CID help you? If you want to arrest someone, you can find them yourself. I don't know who it is, I haven't seen it before. This kind of prejudice is not only in Xianjiang, but also in Gizi. Not long ago, the police asked the traffic police for a video recording, and the traffic police directly replied, we deleted it. How do you like it? The servant was confused and said, no. Senior sister, could you explain to some extent what happened? Chapter 2 Encounter with Liang Kun. As Wu Luoxia surveyed the pleading gazes of the officers around her, she found it increasingly unbearable and let out a long sigh. Initially, I had intended to return and compose a report directly, but given your urgency, I shall divulge the details to you now. The crux of this case lies within the 4 words, locked room murder. Crouching beside the corpse, Wu Luoxia remarked, you have all witnessed the horrific state of the body, as well as the damage to the weapon held by the deceased. This indicates that the victim endured a fiercely brutal struggle before his demise. Judging by the weapon in the victim's grasp, he managed to strike the assailant more than once, and there were multiple attackers involved. If the youth we just encountered was indeed the culprit, or one of them, he must bear some wounds. Yet, during my search, I found no signs of injury on him whatsoever. This suggests that the case is unrelated to that young man. Moreover, the room exhibits no signs of chaos, which contradicts the notion of a violent confrontation. Wu Luoxia then rose and walked toward the door, which opened to a steel corridor thick with dust. Furthermore, this is a locked room. If that young man were truly the assailant, what reason would he have to return? Additionally, feel the body, it still retains warmth, indicating that death occurred no more than half an hour ago. The officers suddenly appeared enlightened. Wu Luoxia gazed back into the room. In other words, someone must have first incapacitated the young man and bound him within this chamber, subsequently exiting to murder the victim, attempting to frame the young man for the crime. However, there was a slight oversight in the plan. The assailant failed to kill the victim as intended, allowing the victim to escape back into the room and lock the door. Fearing that the young man might awaken prematurely and alert the authorities before the deed was done, the assailant was forced to abandon the act. This inadvertently granted the young man a glimmer of hope. Wu Luoxia chuckled at this point. However, this also speaks to the young man's maturity. He was astute enough to discern the plot in a short span of time. All right, let us hand this case over to Officer Huang from the O Department. We are done here. Meanwhile, Liu Jianming left his name, phone number, and address with the officers before departing. Fortunately, this information was readily available on his student ID. Liu Jianming's hasty exit was motivated not only by a desire to distance himself from the crime scene, but also to ascertain his current circumstances. He quickly contacted the system. System, what is my situation right now? Am I transmigrated? What about my memories? You can't leave me in the dark like this. Host, I can describe your current situation in terms you can comprehend, the system responded. Due to the accidental death of Liu Jianming in this world, a procedural bug occurred, leading to the obliteration of his existence by the will of the universe. You, on the other hand, have traversed through time and space, resulting in a reversal of your physical age, effectively filling the void left by Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming understood. It was a classic soft sci-fi scenario. Due to the temporal displacement, he had regressed in age, while the Liu Jianming of this world had perished in an accident. Thus, the Liu Jianming from Earth had taken the place of the Liu Jianming in the Hong Kong film universe. Nevertheless, was it not a rather cruel fate? As Liu Jianming continued to curse the system for leaving him memoryless during this transmigration, two individuals across the football field spotted him. Shanji pointed at the pensive Liu Jianming. Nangu, look, it's Jianming. Chen Haonan responded. Indeed, what is that kid up to? He looks as if he has been struck. A mischievous grin spread across Shanji's face. Come, let's see what happens if I give him a ball. With that, he launched the football into the air with a powerful kick. However, Shanji's aim was utterly lacking, and the ball sailed harmlessly over Liu Jianming's head. Liu Jianming was blissfully unaware, failing to register any instinctual warning signals. The football soared past him, continuing its trajectory toward the field's edge, only to veer toward a man clad in a dark blue shirt. With a resounding thud, the ball collided with the man's fist, rebounding back toward its origin. The nearly struck man gestured to Chen Haonan and Shanji. You two, come here. He then pointed at Liu Jianming. And you, don't think I'm unaware that you're with them. This incident was indeed an unforeseen calamity for Liu Jianming, who remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Lost in thought, he dismissed the man's words as mere background noise. The man, his voice gravelly, pointed at Shanji. Do you realize that your kick just hit me? Shanji, displaying a cocky demeanor, showed no intention of apologizing. Sorry, but I didn't injure you. The man furrowed his brow. Where are you from? Shanji pointed toward the tall buildings behind the football field. I live there. Then there's no big brother around, the man declared, indicating himself. I'm Liang Kun, and I have authority over this place. From now on, each of you must pay me a red envelope every day. Remember, you must pay whenever you come here. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Noticing that Liu Jianming remained with his head down, seemingly disregarding him, Liang Kun shouted angrily. You there, come over. Liang Kun's underlings, seeing their boss's irritation, charged toward Liu Jianming, hurling insults. You little punk, can't you hear Kungo calling you? Why are you pretending to be deaf? As one of them reached for Liu Jianming's collar, Liu Jianming, though deep in thought, was equipped with the skills of mixed martial arts, which not only endowed him with combat techniques, but also heightened his awareness of hostility. As Liang Kun's thug attempted to assault him, Liu Jianming's body reacted instinctively. He swiftly seized the thug's wrist. The sudden counterattack left the thug momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that this young man dared to resist. However, Liu Jianming did not afford him the luxury of time to recover. He stepped forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at the thug's groin. Ding! Successfully signed in with nameless thug. Reward obtained, 1 white follower card. Chapter 3 Twin Flower Red Sticks. Is that all? The thug, struck in a critical area, let out a wail and curled up on the ground like a shrimp, writhing in agony. The previously raucous sounds around Liu Jianming suddenly surged into his consciousness. He furrowed his brow. Liang Kun? Hongxing, Liang Kun. First, he had encountered Wu Luoxia from Royal Sister. And now it was Liang Kun from Young and Dangerous? Truly, this was a world of Hong Kong cinema, where one could encounter all sorts of characters. A playground? Liang Kun? Fighting? Was this the opening scene of Youth in Combat? From a distance, Boss B, seated on the stone steps, had intended to intervene and leave a favorable impression on Chen Haonan. He had been observing Chen Haonan for quite some time, believing him to be a promising prospect. However, before Boss B could make a move, Liu Jianming's actions interrupted his thoughts. Boss B narrowed his eyes. This young man possesses a remarkably fierce offensive style. Beside him, the burly man nodded in agreement with Boss B's words. Indeed, that kick was aimed at severing the lineage, showing no restraint whatsoever. Having trained in martial arts for many years, the burly man possessed a keen eye. This lad has impeccable techniques, wrist locks and leg strikes, all executed with remarkable precision. Such skill is rarely achieved without over a decade of dedicated practice. I must admit, this young man possesses something extraordinary. Liang Kun's view was obstructed by his underling, preventing him from witnessing Liu Jianming's strike. All he knew was that his henchman had been struck down. When one's own subordinate is attacked right before one's eyes and yet remains silent, it signifies the end of their reign as a leader. In a gravelly voice, Liang Kun growled, Jin Shi, eliminate him. His command was authoritative, directly instructing Jin Shi to dispatch Liu Jianming. However, Jin Shi paid no heed to Liang Kun. He was a killer of the Hongxing faction, not merely a pawn of Liang Kun. Their gathering was merely a pretext for Liang Kun to entice them out for a meal under the guise of business discussions. Nonetheless, Jin Shi's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, fixated on Liu Jianming, akin to a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. As he licked his lips and observed every move Liu Jianming made, Boss B wore an enigmatic smile as he turned to the burly man, asking, What do you think? Who will prevail, Jin Shi or that young fellow? The burly man was momentarily taken aback by the question. Who could possibly win? Without a second thought, he replied, Boss. It's obvious. Jin Shi is among the top 3 killers nurtured by our Hongxing. He continued, his nickname, Jin Shi, stems from his expertise in concealed weapons and stealthy strikes. With his signature move, Jin Shi Chu Dong, if caught off guard. Even the dual flower red sticks of the other factions would likely suffer severe injuries. How could that young lad possibly contend against the ruthless Jin Shi? I foresee him either dead or gravely wounded. Boss B shook his head with a smile. I beg to differ. This young man possesses an unusual quality. I believe Jin Shi is in for a significant setback. The burly man was astonished by Boss B's perspective, his surprise evident. Without arguing, Boss B proposed a wager. Shall we place a bet on today's lunch? The burly man nodded in agreement. Sure. I bet this kid won't withstand 3 moves from Jin Shi before being seriously injured. Boss B smirked. In that case, I wager that Jin Shi won't survive 3 moves against this young man. Liu Jianming's gaze remained locked on Jin Shi, recognizing the latter's extraordinary prowess. The abilities bestowed upon him by mixed martial arts made him acutely aware of the danger Jin Shi posed. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that Jin Shi was a master of the red stick level, a professional killer trained by Hongxing. Liu Jianming's understanding of the world was still tethered to reality. In truth, within the entirety of Xinjiang, there was only one genuine dual flower red stick. However, in the realm of Hong Kong cinema, they were as plentiful as the stars. Characters like Brother Lai from Gunfight, Wu Ye from Young and Dangerous, Di Lu from Infernal Affairs, Qiu Ge from New Family Law, Tony from Line of Fire, Wei Jixiang from Dragon in the River, Wu Ge from Harmony is Precious, Fei Ji from Dragon City Years, Yao Wen from Jiaji, and Ku Lu from Hongxing 13 Sisters were all masters of the red stick level. It is often said that among the 4 major factions, 3 are of top-tier red stick caliber. This phenomenon was not just confined to films. Historically, during the peak of gang activity in the late Qing and early Republic eras, there were numerous red sticks. In fact, within the Hongmen faction, even in the branch office in Honolulu, several renowned dual flower red sticks could be named. The rarity of dual flower red sticks in contemporary Xinjiang is closely linked to the decline of the gangs themselves. Liu Jianming's comprehension of the world lay suspended between reality and the cinematic realm. In his mind, he implored the system. System brother, lend me a hand. If you don't assist me, I might perish upon arrival in this world. The system's response was succinct. Sign in. Just 2 words illuminated Liu Jianming's thoughts. Indeed. Sign in. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he fixed his gaze intently on Jin Shi, poised for action. Jin Shi, feeling the tension, touched the dagger concealed within his sleeve and approached Liu Jianming. As he drew nearer, his pace quickened from a walk to a sprint, culminating in a ferocious dash. Suddenly, Jin Shi lunged forward like a striking viper, swift as lightning. As he closed the distance, he whipped out the dagger from his sleeve. Executing a wrist grip slash aimed directly at Liu Jianming's chest, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Die? The dagger was short, measuring barely 20 centimeters including the hilt. Yet such a length could easily penetrate the ribs and pierce the lungs, inflicting severe injury. Due to the speed of his attack, onlookers barely discerned what Jin Shi had produced, merely catching a glint in the sunlight before it vanished. Although Jin Shi accelerated towards Liu Jianming, the latter, having heightened his focus and sharpened his dynamic vision, perceived Jin Shi's movements as though they were in slow motion. Liu Jianming stood steadfast, keenly attuned to Jin Shi's every action. There's some skill, but not much. As the dagger descended toward him, Liu Jianming's right hand struck out, targeting Jin Shi's wrist. You're too slow. The moment his palm made contact with Jin Shi's wrist, the system chimed in. Ding. Successfully signed in with dual flower red stick Jin Shi. Non-plot driven character, one-time sign-in character. Reward. Agility increased to the peak of human capacity. Reward. 1 green follower card. 4 white follower cards. Although Liu Jianming lacked brute strength, his precise strike landed squarely on Jin Shi's joint, interrupting the latter's assault. Jin Shi's previously avaricious gaze morphed into one of shock as he incredulously stared at Liu Jianming. How is this possible? I missed. Jin Shi appeared unable to fathom that Liu Jianming could foresee his attack and thwart him. At that moment, a cruel smile crept across Liu Jianming's lips. You've had your turn, now it's my move. Seizing the momentum from Jin Shi's forward thrust, Liu Jianming stepped forward, executing a maneuver to grasp Jin Shi's shoulder firmly. In a surprising twist, Liu Jianming suddenly found himself holding a thermos, which gleamed in the sunlight. With a swift motion, Liu Jianming raised the thermos. Charming lady, he shouted as he brought it crashing down upon Jin Shi's head. The resounding duong echoed loudly, unmistakably signaling a formidable impact. Jin Shi, struck, left a trace of blood upon his forehead, his head drooping as he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. The football field fell into a stunned silence. This astonishing beginning contrasted sharply with such an absurd conclusion. Before anyone could react, Jin Shi lay sprawled on the ground. What kind of miraculous artifact did that young man wield to incapacitate a gang killer in one fell swoop? Chapter 4. Single-handedly battling 4 red sticks. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on Liu Jianming. In the region of Xiun Mountain, where battles occurred over 50 times a year, the intricacies of right and wrong were too complex to narrate. However, every major faction was acutely aware that it was precisely on this chaotic battlefield that the fates of countless fresh talents and reserve recruits were determined. The age-old adage about the emergence of gifted individuals still holds true. In this day and age, a mere youth armed with a thermos cup managed to incapacitate a gang assassin with a single blow, underscoring the tumultuous nature of TSZ Wanshan. Upon witnessing Jin Shi being knocked out so effortlessly, Liang Kun furrowed his brow in concern. He rubbed the ring on his finger, acknowledging, "It seems I may have underestimated this young lad." Liang Kun's gaze was fixed intently on Liu Jianming as he raised his hand and exhaled the last puff of smoke from his nearly finished cigarette. Pointing at Liu Jianming with his cigarette-clenching fingers, he remarked, "Encountering such an exceptional newcomer brings me joy, but your injury to Jin Shi does not please me." The remaining few individuals beside Liang Kun, upon witnessing Jin Shi's swift downfall, exchanged glances imbued with a glint of coldness. Liang Kun turned to the others and said, "What are you lot staring at? Before I became the hall master, I was a mere grass shoe. You all are the esteemed red sticks of the gang." The relationship between Bo Hao and Liang Kun could hardly be described as amicable. It was only when Liang Kun mentioned business and extended an invitation that he brought along this double-flower red stick from Hongxing for a meal. Bo Hao's voice was low and gravelly. "I know, you needn't remind me. And Jian, Shirke, let us take him down together." Liu Jianming's ability to dispatch Jin Shi with a single strike was already a testament to his formidable skills in the realm of martial arts. Why bother with duels when one could engage in a group assault? And Jian and Shirke readily concurred, swiftly drawing daggers from their sleeves and charging toward Liu Jianming. Boss B, observing the unfolding situation, narrowed his eyes. The circumstances had far exceeded his expectations. What was Liang Kun planning? Was he truly going to commit murder on his turf? Boss B tilted his head and quietly inquired, "Two. How many rounds do you think this kid can last against Bo Hao and his 4 companions?" Such a question was a test or assessment for Two. Two opened his mouth in disbelief, glancing at Boss B. "Last a few rounds? Brother, I doubt he can even last one." Among Liang Kun's entourage of 8, aside from the cunning Liang Kun and his newly acquired lady companion, there were 4 red sticks from Hongxing, 2 of whom were double-flower red sticks under Mr. Jiang's command, with the remaining 2 being from the Sijio faction. Though Jin Shi had been knocked unconscious, there still remained a double-flower red stick, 2 red sticks, and 1 from Sijio. The other double-flower red stick was the brawny Bo Hao. It was said that during a business trip to Southeast Asia, their boss attempted a double-cross, unleashing a tiger upon Bo Hao's group, but Bo Hao single-handedly killed the tiger. Thus, he earned the moniker of Bo Hao. Merely defeating Bo Hao posed a challenge an order of magnitude greater than taking down Jin Shi. Jin Shi relied solely on speed. The young lad was lean and quick, which was to be expected. However, Bo Hao was a powerhouse. One punch from him would be devastating. Bo Hao could afford countless mistakes, but the young lad could not afford even one. The 2 casually pointed at the other 2 red sticks, saying, "These 2 are known as Shirke and Jian. They are also renowned red sticks. Shirke once withstood over 30 blows from steel bars during a conflict with Dongxing and remained standing, earning the title of Shir Quebec. And Jian excels in stealthy tactics, always finding his opponent's weakness for a decisive strike, hence the name Jian." Boss B wholeheartedly agreed with the 2's assessment. "I share your sentiments. Let us lend this young man a hand." The 2 discerned Boss B's intention to recruit Liu Jianming. Rising, Boss B strode toward Liang Kun. Before he even arrived, his voice resonated. "Liang Kun, are you causing a ruckus on my turf without showing me any respect?" Liang Kun turned to find it was Boss B. A frown creased his brow as he understood Boss B's purpose for coming. With a provocatively defiant expression, Liang Kun replied, "Not at all. The kids are just playing. This is a public square. Is it not permissible to have a bit of fun? If Brother B insists that they cannot play here, I shall immediately call for them to cease and move elsewhere." While Boss B conversed with Liang Kun, Bo Hao had already charged headlong at Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming, taken aback by the approaching Bo Hao, was momentarily stunned. Bo Hao towered at least 2 meters tall, his physique immensely robust, with arms thicker than Liu Jianming's legs. As he sprinted, the ground trembled beneath him, instilling a formidable sense of pressure. As Bo Hao closed in, he nearly overshadowed Liu Jianming entirely. Liu Jianming thought to himself, this fellow could likely hold his own against James. Summoning all his strength, Liu Jianming yanked at his shoulder, swiftly shedding his white shirt and hurling it at Bo Hao. Bo Hao, seeing the shirt flying toward him, caught it and tossed it aside. The shirt vanished from view, and in that instant, Bao Hu realized that Liu Jianming had also disappeared from his sight. In the split second that he threw the shirt, Liu Jianming, leveraging his agility, had dashed to Bao Hu's side. He extended his fist, delivering a swift back fist strike to Bao Hu's temple. Bao Hu's peripheral vision caught only a fleeting shadow. There was no time to evade, let alone react. The distance was too short and the speed too swift. The faster the speed, the greater the momentum. Liu Jianming, relying on his rapid movement and striking power, delivered a blow with tremendous force, striking Bao Hu's temple with pinpoint accuracy, causing even the beastly Bao Hu to see stars. Ding. Successfully signed in with Bao Hu. Non-plot character, one-time sign-in character. Gained. Strength elevated to the pinnacle of human physical capability. Gained. 1 green follower card, for white follower cards. This was precisely what Liu Jianming had desired. He had no intention of merely using the back fist to repel Bao Hu. Ideally, he would land a critical hit. If that proved unfeasible, he would rely on the abilities gained from signing in. Once the sign-in was successful, the rewards obtained would level his strength with Bao Hu's. In fact, Liu Jianming's strength might even surpass Bao Hu's, elevating him to the limits of human physical capability. In that fleeting moment, Liu Jianming felt the transformation within his body. A surge of power flowed from his core, invigorating every limb and sinew. Beyond the augmentation of strength, his control over that strength became increasingly precise. It was as if he could both move mountains and embroider on the finest fabric. In practical terms, this meant mastering the fine-tuned control of each ounce of his strength, allowing for the true concentration of his entire power into a singular point. Chapter 5. Defeating the 4 red sticks. Seizing the opportunity while Bao Hu was dazed, Liu Jianming executed a side kick aimed at Bao Hu's knee joint. Bao Hu instinctively lurched forward in pain. That kick nearly fractured the knee of the formidable Bao Hu, capable of slaying tigers. Bao Hu let out a pained cry, inwardly lamenting. This fellow possesses tremendous strength. Fighting him feels as though I am unable to wield my own power. Liu Jianming seized the moment, stepping onto Bao Hu's knee and leaping upward, delivering a high kick that struck Bao Hu's chin and sent him flying. As his body soared through the air, he tucked his legs into a bow stance, and the instant his forefoot touched the ground, he propelled himself like a cannonball toward the disoriented Bao Hu. With a forward thrust of his torso, he unleashed a powerful elbow strike. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of an explosive detonation within a confined space. The surrounding individuals were taken aback. With a swift elbow strike, Bao Hu crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen as if he had been pierced by a shotgun blast rather than merely struck. Liu Jianming, who had felled Bao Hu, did not pause for a moment. At that instant, Sijio, positioned behind Bao Hu, charged forward wielding a machete. Liu Jianming lunged forward, powerfully stepping onto Bao Hu's back, propelling himself into the air. Though Bao Hu was kneeling on the ground, Liu Jianming's immense strength forced him down. Liu Jianming then soared towards Sijio with a knee strike. Sijio's reflexes and experience paled in comparison to those of the 2 red poles. At this moment, Liu Jianming's power and speed were so overwhelming that even the 2 red poles were caught off guard, let alone Sijio. Sijio barely registered the shadow flashing before him before Liu Jianming's knee crashed into his face with a resounding thud. The impact shattered Sijio's cheek and crushed his nasal bone. Not even a scream escaped his lips as he was sent sprawling backward like a rag doll. Upon landing, Liu Jianming found himself confronted by Shi Ke and the machete of Jian, which had already descended toward him. With deft precision, Liu Jianming seized Shi Ke's wrist, advancing a step to apply a reverse joint lock. A notification chimed. Sign-in successful for Jian, one-time character. Reward, 1 white follower card. Sign-in successful for Shi Ke, one-time character. Reward, 1 green follower card, for white follower cards. With a sweeping low kick, he swiftly knocked Jian off balance. Maintaining his grip on Shi Ke, he twisted his arm behind his back. Releasing the other hand from Jian's grasp, he pressed down on Shi Ke's shoulder, forcefully bending the elbow to dislocate it. The audible crack resonated as Shi Ke's shoulder lost all sensation. Liu Jianming then leaned forward, locking his elbow around Shi Ke's neck, using the momentum to hurl the unconscious Shi Ke away. Just as Liu Jianming tossed Shi Ke, Jian, previously felled by Liu Jianming's strike, began to rise from the ground, brandishing his blade once more. Liu Jianming layered his hands to seize Jian's wrist, adopting a classic unarmed stance against a weapon-wielding opponent. He then stepped forward, positioning himself beside Jian, twisting his arm to force it behind his back. Utilizing his strength, he slammed Jian onto the ground. Liu Jianming did not relinquish his hold on Jian's weapon-bearing hand. Instead, he knelt down, transforming his palm into a striking fist, delivering a blow to Jian's carotid artery, rendering him unconscious. Observing Jian's vacant gaze, Liu Jianming dusted off his hands, stood up, and brushed aside the hair clinging to his forehead. Breathing slightly heavier, he felt only a minor exertion, although the narrative stretched on. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The two red poles, along with the two CGO, lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. The words that were about to escape de Laobi's lips were abruptly silenced, initially intending to mediate and leave a favorable impression on Liu Jianming. De Laobi was taken aback by Liu Jianming's formidable prowess, which left him no room for intervention. The two stared in disbelief at the 6 individuals sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed such a formidable fighter existed. Pointing at the fallen figures, his voice trembled with incredulity. For red poles, 2 CGO, just like that? The two weighed the disparity between himself and Liu Jianming. It seemed the fight had concluded the moment Liu Jianming's back fist connected with his temple. Having observed Liu Jianming's earlier strike, the two realized that even someone with Bo Hao's stature had been rendered dazed. Had he been in Bo Hao's place, Liu Jianming's punch could have easily fractured his skull. At that moment, the entire square fell into an eerie silence, with even the leaves refraining from rustling. All eyes were fixed upon Liu Jianming, standing resolutely in the center. In that instant, the gaze of the onlookers toward Liu Jianming transformed. His eyes flickered with a dark intensity, showing no intention of sparing Liang Kun. Liu Jianming stood firm, gesturing towards the individuals on the ground, then beckoning Liang Kun with a finger, indicating that they were no match for him and that he should come forth personally. Liang Kun, amused by Liu Jianming's gesture, discarded his cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing it with his shoe. With hands on his hips, he chuckled. How amusing, lad. Do you think I am inferior to them? After finishing his statement, Liang Kun narrowed his eyes, his gaze radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Although he was a mere street thug, underestimating Liang Kun's fighting ability would be a grave mistake. He had risen through the ranks by wielding a blade. Liang Kun curled his lips into a sinister smile, his expression darkening. Just yesterday, I eliminated one of the 5 tigers of Jiandong, Qinshi. Do you know who Qinshi is? Liu Jianming lazily shook his head. Not familiar. Liang Kun nearly choked on his frustration at Liu Jianming's nonchalant response. De Laobi, unable to hold back any longer, interjected. Liang Kun, have you lost your mind? This kid is still so young. He isn't part of the scene. Doesn't he even know who you are? How can you expect him to know who Qinshi is? Chapter 6. Overcoming Liang Kun. Liang Kun's threats fell on deaf ears, his attempts at intimidation proving futile against Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming genuinely had no knowledge of the 5 tigers of Jiandong, though he had heard of the 5 tigers of Jiangdong. Liang Kun drew a deep breath. All right, remember this. I am Hongxing's Liang Kun. I intend to show you the strength of a Hongxing leader. With that, Liang Kun lunged at Liu Jianming. Unlike the others, Liang Kun's punches were ferocious and devoid of reason. A surprise attack? Liu Jianming narrowed his eyes when assessing that he was outmatched in strength. Utilizing a preemptive assault to gain the upper hand is a commendable offensive strategy. In the Way of the Dragon, during the confrontation between Hua Tingyan and Chun Zhen, Chun Zhen defeated Hua Tingyan as if he were a child. However, Hua Tingyan initially managed to suppress Chun Zhen with aggressive tactics. Liang Kun opted for a series of heavy punches and a relentless forward assault, aiming to overwhelm Liu Jianming's strength and speed. Yet, this pressure only proved effective for a brief moment. The instant Liu Jianming steadied himself, he chose to meet force with force. He raised his arm to block Liang Kun's incoming heavy punch. With a resounding impact, Liang Kun felt as if he had struck a thick steel plate rather than a human body. The pain made him grimace. Liu Jianming, uninterested in observing Liang Kun's reaction, seized the opportunity after blocking Liang Kun's attack to push his arm outward. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he targeted Liang Kun's solar plexus, launching a powerful strike. As he executed the punch, Liu Jianming's fist connected with Liang Kun's solar plexus, struck at the center of his chest. Liang Kun staggered back 8 steps, his breath in disarray, as the murderous intent in his gaze dissipated in an instant. For a fleeting moment, he felt dizzy, his limbs heavy, his breathing labored, and his body weakened. After retreating a few steps, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, resembling a heap of discarded flesh. The woman accompanying Liang Kun, witnessing this scene, rushed over in a flurry of anxiety, eager to lift him up. However, her strength proved insufficient. Liang Kun, rendered unconscious, felt as heavy as lead. She struggled to pull him, nearly tearing his clothing in the process, yet he remained sprawled heavily on the ground. In desperation, she called out, "Brother Kun, are you all right? Brother Kun." Minutes later, as his dizziness began to subside, Liang Kun managed to roll over and, with great difficulty, rise to his feet. Supporting himself on his hands and knees, he began to retch. Ugh, ugh, ugh. It felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, violently churned about before being unceremoniously expelled. The world spun around him, a buzzing filled his ears, and his limbs felt utterly powerless. Liu Jianming approached him step by deliberate step, extending his left hand, his index finger pointing menacingly at the ground. From this moment forth, this territory belongs to me. What I, Liu Jianming, say stands. Neither God nor man can take it away. If you disagree, feel free to send more to challenge me. Liu Jianming's words were devoid of reason. Ding. Liang Kun has successfully signed in. Certain main characters, sign-in limit, 100 times. Skill acquired, Great Fury, top tier. Follower cards obtained, 1 purple follower card, 3 white follower cards. Great Fury, do you really need me to explain? Liang Kun, after a moment of retching on the ground, finally steadied himself with the support of the woman beside him. Leaning against her, he lifted his head, gazing up at Liu Jianming, and thought to himself, such a person must be courted, otherwise, others will undoubtedly seek to align against him. Especially that big boss B who is watching closely. Liang Kun was acutely aware of the shifting tides, and with Big Boss B observing nearby. Offending Liu Jianming would only serve to provide Big Boss B with a formidable enforcer. The earlier overture from Big Boss B had implied an intention to court Liu Jianming. However, due to Liu Jianming's exceptional skills, the opportunity had simply not arisen. After weighing Liu Jianming's formidable combat prowess in his mind, Liang Kun concluded that as long as firearms were not involved, pushing Liu Jianming towards Big Boss B could very well lead to Liu Jianming single-handedly dismantling a territory. In a scenario where firearms were in play, given the speed Liu Jianming had just demonstrated, could he outrun a bullet or even the reaction time of his subpar underlings? Taking all factors into consideration, Liang Kun resolved to court Liu Jianming first. Even if he failed to win Liu Jianming over, he could not afford to hand him over to Big Boss B. At that moment, Big Boss B's gaze shifted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as he too conceived a brilliant method to win Liu Jianming over. Leaning against the woman he had brought, Liang Kun gasped for breath. Hey, handsome. Wait, just a moment. Let us call this a draw, shall we? We can't fight if we want to get to know each other. With a sudden motion, he pushed the woman towards Liu Jianming, exclaiming, what does it matter to me? Go tend to this gentleman's anger. If he can't cool off, I'll take you out myself. Do you hear me? The woman, propelled by Liang Kun's forceful shove, stumbled towards Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming's expression remained stern, devoid of any inclination for tenderness. Such women, who frequented bars, were either drugged or solicited. What good could come of that? With a look of disdain, he thought, how truly filthy. He reached out, seizing the woman's collar as she flew towards him, and with a flick of his wrist, tossed her aside onto the ground. A draw means no fight. You lot have all been taken down by me. Do you have anything to say? Liang Kun was momentarily bewildered by Liu Jianming's inquiry. What should I say? Liu Jianming extended his hand towards Liang Kun, his expression darkening. Produce the red envelope. Remember, from now on, whenever you come here, you must pay, regardless of the circumstances. Liang Kun was taken aback by Liu Jianming's overt display of dominance. Yet he quickly recalled the threats he had just made to Shanji and burst into laughter. Huh, you hold a grudge, don't you? Casually, he tossed a neatly bundled stack of cash, approximately several $100,000, towards Liu Jianming. Brother, consider this my treat for tea. This territory is yours now. In the future, whenever my brothers come here to conduct business, they'll pay you. Only then did Liang Kun remember that this was Big Boss B's territory. He had just engaged in a brawl that might have compromised Big Boss B's domain. What trouble had he invited upon himself? The thought only fueled his amusement further, and he retrieved a business card from his pocket, extending it to Liu Jianming. Kid, you're quite the talent. I, Liang Kun, value talent above all. If anyone gives you trouble, have them contact me at this number. You, my brother, are recognized by me. Wherever you go, you can claim to be my brother, and I'll see who dares to touch you. Chapter 7. Big Boss B's Subtle Machinations. At this moment, Liang Kun scrutinized Liu Jianming closely. Realizing that this young man was exceptionally handsome, an idea suddenly struck him. With looks like yours, how about joining my film company? You could star as the lead, and I guarantee to make you famous, offering you double the pay. Plus, you can enjoy all the company you desire in the theater. What do you say? Liu Jianming, rather than rejecting Liang Kun's proposition, considered that he would need to leverage the white follower card from Liang Kun in the future. After glancing at the business card offered, he tucked it away. If the opportunity arises, I'll consider it. The notion of double pay or fame held little significance for him. It appeared Liang Kun's film company primarily focused on action movies. Given the current timeline, it seemed that in 10 years, Liang Kun would still be dragging the stuttering boy to shoot action films. The monetary aspect was trivial. What mattered was forging connections. After Liang Kun departed, Big Boss B approached Liu Jianming, tossing him 2 sets of keys. Liu Jianming instinctively caught them. What does this mean? Big Boss B raised an eyebrow. Just now, Liang Kun lost to you. These are the spoils of his defeat. From now on, this venue and its surroundings belong to you. 1 key is for a vehicle, and the other is for the boxing gym. He patted Liu Jianming on the shoulder, gesturing towards a low building in the distance. That's the boxing gym over there, and the van parked out front is yours as well. The account books and last month's protection fee are in the gym's drawer. You can check them when you settle in. With that, Big Boss B gave Liu Jianming's shoulder a reassuring pat and departed without saying more. Ding. Successfully signed in with Big Boss B. Certain main characters. Sign-in limit, 100 times. Skill acquired, Death Soldier, Intermediate, enhancing one loyal character from 80 to a permanent 100. Follower cards obtained, 2 blue follower cards, 2 white follower cards. Liu Jianming looked at the keys in his hand, and then at Big Boss B's retreating figure, realization dawning upon him. Holy cow. I've been played by Big Boss B. This is the classic case of an innocent man being punished for possessing something precious. After Liu Jianming finished speaking, he disdainfully glanced at the keys in his hand. This big shot B has invested heavily to recruit me into his ranks. Or perhaps he has always perceived me merely as a brute. In an instant, Liu Jianming comprehended the cunning scheme of Big Shot B. To put it simply, Big Shot B outwardly claimed that he had lost the Xianshan arena to Liu Jianming due to the brawl between Liang Kun and Liu Jianming. In the Underworld, everyone had to praise Big Shot B for his magnanimity. For the sake of the gang's reputation, he was willing to suffer losses to help Liang Kun settle his gambling debts. However, privately, once Big Shot B departed from the Xianshan arena, it would transform into a virgin territory, attracting countless sharks to tear it apart. By the time Liu Jianming became overwhelmed by the harassment of those scattered ruffians, Big Shot B would step in to assist. Not only could he reclaim his territory, but he could also secure Liu Jianming's loyalty. Liu Jianming twitched the corner of his mouth. Big Shot B has mastered the art of killing 3 birds with 1 stone, but does he truly underestimate me? Does he think I cannot even defend the Xianshan arena? I am a man with a system. Wait, let me first see how to utilize this system. Liu Jianming accessed the skill bestowed upon him by Big Shot B. Death Warrior Intermediate increases the loyalty of a character from 80 to a permanent 100. However, how am I to ascertain who possesses an 80 loyalty towards me and who does not? Liu Jianming scrutinized the explanation in the skill bar. The system elucidated. The Death Warrior skill is accompanied by a loyalty detection system. Once the consciousness triggers the Death Warrior skill, you can observe others' loyalty towards you. With a mere thought, Liu Jianming activated the Death Warrior skill. In an instant, he could see numbers hovering above the heads of those within his line of sight. Most of the numbers hovered around the 20s, indicating a mere acquaintance with his name, yet an unfamiliarity with him. A few numbers stood out. Big Shot B had a number in the 30s. Shen Haonan, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai also had numbers in the 30s. Only Shan Ji was unique, with a number of 46 above his head. After briefly surveying the scene, Liu Jianming deactivated the Death Warrior skill. He once again focused on the line in the skill's explanation regarding permanent 100 loyalty. Liu Jianming scratched his head in confusion. System? Why is there also a permanent 100 loyalty? Humans are fickle, hence loyalty can fluctuate. A permanent loyalty of 100 signifies that an ideological imprint has been stamped upon them. They must be loyal to you. Upon hearing this, Liu Jianming experienced an epiphany. This skill is incredibly powerful. Although loyalty must reach 80 for a forced enhancement, that is already sufficient, considering it is an intermediate skill. Liu Jianming recalled that the skill he obtained from Wu Luoxi was of the highest tier. This implies that the Death Warrior skill can be upgraded. Presumably, the method for upgrading can only be acquired through sign-ins. Big Shot B walked past Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming noticed that a large-headed individual followed behind Big Shot B. Seemingly another minor character from Youth Battle. Liu Jianming amicably shook hands with the large-headed individual. They exchanged nods, but did not speak. Ding. Successfully signed in with the large head. Part of the series and narrative progression, sign-in limit, 10 times. Gained ability, physical attributes enhanced to double the peak of human capability. Gained follower cards, 1 blue follower card, 2 white follower cards. After Big Shot B departed, Shan Ji was the first to rush to Liu Jianming's side. Leaping into a bear hug, a Ming, or should I say Minga now? When did you become so impressive? I only just realized that those 4 individuals were actually from Hongxing. You directly dealt with 4 red sticks. Hey, do you now possess the strength to establish your own territory? Count me in as the first. Chapter 8, Follower Cards. Ding. Successfully signed in with Zhao Shanha. Series minor character. Gained reward skill. Horse moving advanced. Gained reward cards. 1 purple follower card. 1 blue follower card. 4 white follower cards. Horse moving. Can summon temporary white followers, limit of 100 individuals, duration of 1 hour. Upon seeing this skill, Liu Jianming could only think one thing, alas. I lack education, yet I can still conquer the world. With the horse-moving skill, it is as if Liu Jianming carries 100 lackeys wherever he goes. If he finds himself outmatched, he can immediately utilize shadow clones, turning a one-on-one into a brawl in an instant. That said, Liu Jianming did not respond to Shan Ji's words. He had no interest in recruiting a bunch of useless individuals. After all, didn't Chen Haonan and his crew always rely on sheer luck to win? Chen Haonan pulled Shan Ji down. Shan Ji, stop messing around. This arena now belongs to a Ming, and for him, it is merely a hot potato. As Chen Haonan spoke, he cast a deep glance at Liu Jianming. Suddenly feeling that Liu Jianming appeared significantly more handsome today than usual. Liu Jianming also gazed at Chen Haonan, his tone cold. Your observation is quite astute. However, I will handle this matter. With that, Liu Jianming patted Chen Haonan's shoulder and signed in. Ding. Successfully signed in with Chen Haonan. Series main character. Gained reward skill. United we stand top tier. Gained follower card rewards. 1 gold follower card. 1 purple follower card. For white follower cards. United we stand. As the number of team members increases, the success rate of tasks will proportionately improve. The description of the skill was rather vague. Yet Liu Jianming understood the essence. The more people, the greater the strength. Liu Jianming's primary concern was still the solitary gold follower card and the usage of follower cards. At that moment, he was unsure where he should reside, so he decided to return to the boxing gym with the keys in hand, settle down there, and figure out the rest gradually. Chen Haonan, Shan Ji, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai watched Liu Jianming's retreating figure. Bao Pai raised his middle finger at Liu Jianming's back. What are you acting cool for? When others speak to you, you always love to ignore them. Do you really think you are the leader of the gang? Chen Haonan interrupted Bao Pai. Hey, Bao Pai, Ming has always had that personality. Shan Ji nodded in agreement. We have been desk mates since middle school. It's been 2 years, and I've barely exchanged 100 words with this guy. It's astonishing that someone can have a conversation with me that amounts to less than 100 words. Liu Jianming paid no heed to the discussions behind him as he entered the boxing gym, casually closing the door and locking it. He meticulously surveyed the interior of the gym. The boxing gym covered a substantial area, approximately 1,000 square feet, with many columns standing as supports between the floor and ceiling. The ground was made of concrete, and the columns were also bare concrete. Numerous sandbags hung from the ceiling, all bearing scars that indicated years of wear and tear. In the center of the gym stood a boxing ring, illuminated by bright lights. In one corner of the gym, there was a 14-inch television. The television had been left on by Big Shot B and the large-headed individual, broadcasting news reports. A typhoon was set to make landfall in the southeastern coastal area 3 days from now at dawn. I implore Professor Gua to meticulously analyze the magnitude of this typhoon and the specific perils it may bring forth. Liu Jianming. After cautiously exploring the boxing gym and confirming that no one was present, nor any form of surveillance or eavesdropping, finally settled in a secluded corner. He retrieved the purple follower card, obtained from Wu Luoxia. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, detective, purple. Description, the follower card can summon a follower who is 100% loyal. Requirement, to satisfy the basic needs of the follower, including food, clothing, housing, and other essentials. Note, upon death, the card freezes and requires 10 kilograms of gold to reactivate the follower card. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Liu Jianming. Perhaps due to his profession, he stood at a modest height of around 170 centimeters. Neither particularly tall nor short by global standards, he appeared rather unremarkable from a distance. His features were quite ordinary. However, due to his detective profession, his physique was notably graceful. Possessing the build of an athlete, he had broad shoulders and a robust frame. His demeanor exuded professionalism, characterized by calmness and dignified poise. His brown eyes radiated sincerity, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an intense brightness within them, as if they were a multitude of flying swords poised to pierce the heavens. The detective, upon noticing Liu Jianming, respectfully greeted him with, "Boss." Boss. It struck Liu Jianming as peculiar for a detective to refer to him as boss. Nevertheless, he began to comprehend that the follower card essentially functioned as a subordinate card. Astonishment filled Liu Jianming's eyes. Even more astonishing was the realization that this was not an ordinary subordinate card, but one imbued with skills. Remarkable. The system was indeed powerful. Liu Jianming reviewed the system's inventory. 1 gold follower card, 3 purple follower cards, 4 blue follower cards, 4 green follower cards, 36 white follower cards. Liu Jianming calculated. Including the detective, the total amounted to 49 individuals, and with himself, it reached 50. 50 individuals seemed excessive for a mere sports arena. Perhaps they could engage in other enterprises. Liu Jianming's gaze fell once more upon the detective, purple follower card, which had yet to dissipate, regardless of his chosen path. He understood that in the future, having a faction would necessitate the support of subordinates. Throughout human history, how many heroes have been able to summon absolute loyalty at will? Very few. Liu Jianming did not consider himself among such fortunate individuals. While recruiting subordinates might inevitably lead to betrayal, The loyalty checking feature of the system was undoubtedly more comfortable than the uncertainty of acquiring subordinates through other means. Observing the adjacent world of deductive reasoning, purportedly a dark organization. It was, in reality, a gathering of operatives from various nations. This underscores the significance of system-provided subordinates. The other explanations were rather succinct, yet this ability, purple? What level does purple represent? Liu Jianming inquired. System, how are these cards classified, and how formidable is the purple ability? Follower cards are categorized into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and colorful. White represents regional level. Green signifies national level. Blue denotes continental level. Purple indicates world level. Gold corresponds to planetary level. Red signifies stellar level. Colorful represents galactic level. Liu Jianming was taken aback. Purple is indeed world level? Upon further reflection, it made sense. Wu Luoxia's combat skills were undoubtedly world-class, and thus, the card she provided was also of world caliber. However, he pondered, in a world reminiscent of Hong Kong cinema, what use would an interstellar-level card serve? Young man, our aspirations lie in the stars and the sea. We are not here to play cat and mouse in Hong Kong. A glimmer of determination shone in Liu Jianming's eyes. Indeed, Hong Kong is too small to accommodate the future growth he envisioned. Nonetheless, possessing only 5 follower cards felt somewhat inadequate. If he had 10,000 follower cards, he could unify all of Hong Kong. Liu Jianming rubbed his hands together, inquiring, System, is there a fixed method to acquire follower cards? Perhaps through system tasks or point exchanges. Follower cards can be obtained through character sign-ins. Chapter 9, Sister Mary. Sign-ins. Liu Jianming added, I am aware of that. I'm curious if there are other methods to acquire follower cards. Sign-ins are categorized into continuous sign-ins, multiple sign-ins, and one-time sign-ins. Continuous sign-ins yield character-level cards only on the first attempt. Subsequent sign-ins will only yield white follower cards. Liu Jianming mused, white follower cards? Yet, they still represent regional-level strength, and acquiring one daily through sign-in is splendid. With a regional powerhouse each day, Liu Jianming believed he could assemble a formidable team in no time. Recall how during World War II, a certain dictator caused tremors across the globe with merely 100,000 platoon leaders. Beep, beep. This time, it was not the system's notification, but rather the beeper at Liu Jianming's waist that chimed. Is someone trying to reach me? Liu Jianming retrieved the beeper from his pocket. Previously, he had only seen such devices in films. This was his first time using one in reality. He noticed a message flashing on the beeper. Where are you? Call back quickly. Mary, followed by a string of phone numbers. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow. This Mary seems to be an acquaintance, which complicates matters. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Liu Jianming's mind, accompanied by an unsettling sensation rising within him. Mary? The one calling me is Mary? What was my name again? No way. This cannot be a coincidence. Trembling, Liu Jianming fished out his student ID from his pocket and glanced at it. Southeast Secondary School. Hong Kong Education Department. Flipping to the first page, he saw a passport-sized photo. Liu Jianming examined the image. The young man appeared rather handsome, possessing 7/10 of his youthful charm. Below the photo were his details. Name, Liu Jianming. Grade, Form 5. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in Liu Jianming's mind. Oh no, trouble is brewing. He glanced again at the message on the beeper, realizing that this was a call he could not afford to ignore. Mary is quite a formidable individual. Taking a deep breath, Liu Jianming recalled his demeanor in front of Mary, rubbed his face with his hands, adopted a cold expression, and allowed a peculiar smile to creep across his lips. Liu Jianming scrutinized the phone number displayed on the beeper, seeking out a telephone within the boxing gym. Beside the telephone rested 2 calendars. One was nearly untouched, the date frozen on the 26th. Another unopened book bore the inscription, welcoming the year 1986. Liu Jianming picked up the receiver of the rotary phone, pondering its usage. Emulating scenes from films, he began to fumble with the telephone, and after several minutes, he successfully connected the call. As the line connected, a frantic female voice emerged from the other end. Xiaoming, are you all right? Liu Jianming cleared his throat, adopting the stoic demeanor he associated with himself, revealing only a semblance of a congenial smile when responding to Mary's inquiries. He replied into the microphone, Sister Mary, I am fine. Upon hearing this, Mary exhaled with relief. That's good. Xiaoming, where are you? I'll come to get you. Liu Jianming instinctively recoiled at the thought of meeting Mary. No need. Sister Mary, I'll head home by myself shortly. Mary's tone brooked no argument. Absolutely not. Tell me where you are, and I will come to fetch you. Reluctantly, Liu Jianming acquiesced, by the boxing gym next to the Xianshan Stadium. After a moment of contemplation, Mary murmured, the boxing gym at Xianshan Stadium? Isn't that under the domain of Boss B? What are you doing there? Liu Jianming chuckled softly, it's mine now. Mary faltered, seemingly brimming with questions, yet unsure of where to begin. Never mind, Xiaoming. I'll come find you now, and we can discuss it in person. Listening to the beeping on the other end, Liu Jianming finally sighed. Phew, I've managed to dodge that bullet. However, it seemed he had only partially succeeded. As Mary would be arriving soon, he pressed his forehead in distress. Beside him, the detective, holding the student ID Liu Jianming had carelessly discarded, spoke up. Boss, I think it won't matter if Mary shows up. Liu Jianming inquired. What do you mean? The detective flashed a mysterious smile. Firstly, you bear a striking resemblance to the original. Secondly, your demeanor aligns perfectly with his character. And lastly, I'm here. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow, suddenly enlightened. You mean I should maintain my aloof silence, letting you handle the conversation? As a stranger, you would naturally draw Mary's attention, thus diminishing my presence. The detective snapped his fingers. Exactly. Liu Jianming grinned. All right, let us proceed with that. Beep. The sound of a car horn echoed at the entrance of the boxing gym. Moments later, there came a series of knocks at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoming, open the door. I know you're inside. Open up. Liu Jianming's previously stoic expression crumbled at the realization of how Mary knocked. Was that a lesson from Aunt Xue? He coughed twice to maintain his indifferent facade, needing to conjure some sorrowful thoughts to stave off laughter. As he opened the roll-up door, one hand in his pocket and the other steadying the frame. The moment he laid eyes on Mary, his body involuntarily jolted. A tumult of emotions surged within him. What? Is this Mary? Was she the striking in her youth? There had been a time when Liu Jianming found it difficult to comprehend why the original character had feelings for an older woman. Yet at that moment, his mindset underwent a rapid transformation through 3 stages: disdain for Liu Jianming, understanding of him, and ultimately, becoming Liu Jianming. In that instant, Liu Jianming internally cried out, Prime Minister, I have attained enlightenment. He restrained his emotions and urged his companion to remain calm, wearing a smile. Sister Mary. Upon seeing Liu Jianming unscathed, Mary felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seeing you safe reassures me. However, her expression quickly hardened. That scoundrel Gao Hui is truly despicable for kidnapping my people. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow. Gao Hui? Who is this Gao Hui? Why has he made me a scapegoat? Judging by Mary's expression, the matter was indeed grave. Liu Jianming extended his arm, raising the roll-up doors slightly higher. Sister Mary, please come in and discuss this further. Mary nodded. All right, let us talk inside. As Mary stepped into the room, she spotted the detective, who greeted her with an affable demeanor, extending his hand. Sister Mary, hello. I'm Dick, a friend of Amin. Mary glanced at the warmly welcoming detective and accepted his gesture. Hello. The detective adopted a righteous stance. Sister Mary, I just heard you say that Gao Hui kidnapped my brother. Who is this Gao Hui, daring enough to kidnap my brother? I'll deal with him. Chapter 10. The Conspiracy of Gao Hui. The detective's display of indignation was so pronounced that one might think Liu Jianming himself had been abducted. Liu Jianming signaled to the detective with his eyes. You're overstepping. The detective then projected text onto Liu Jianming's retina via a holographic display. Just right. Perhaps it was indeed as the detective had said. Mary remained oblivious to the fact that the detective was fishing for information. As she walked further into the gym, she elaborated. Gao Hui is a rival of Brother Chun in Tunman. He is also Han Chun, my husband, and Xiaoming's brother-in-law. In the Triad, Tunman has always been controlled by Boss Quan. Later, Brother Chun and I gradually built our power in Tunman, prompting Boss Quan to instigate a covert rivalry between Gao Hui and Brother Chun to curb his rapid ascent. However, Brother Chun often remarked that in the world of gangs, everyone is like family, which inevitably leads to him being at a disadvantage. Recently, for reasons unknown, Boss Quan announced his intention to emigrate and sought a successor. Everyone knows that the only candidates for the leader of Tunman are Gao Hui and Brother Chun. Although Gao Hui enjoys Boss Quan's full support, without tangible benefits, his strength pales in comparison to Brother Chen's. Thus, Gao Hui devised a scheme to frame Xiaoming. The detective's eyes widened in disbelief. Framing? Why would he want to frame Amin? Throughout the exchange, Liu Jianming maintained a wooden demeanor, almost as if he were invisible. Nonetheless, he observed that the detective was quite adept, as he displayed varying expressions in response to each of Mary's words to elicit her emotions. Akin to a masterful performer on stage, Mary turned to the silent Liu Jianming and asked, Are you aware of the urban redevelopment plan? The detective nodded. I've heard of it. They say a considerable number of housing estates are set to be demolished, with Kowloon and Suinwan undergoing massive construction of high-rise public housing. The high-rise buildings inhabited by the Fong family and the small Jews in the Great Era were constructed during this period. Mary continued. The current Tunman is rife with chaos, as everyone vies to secure a piece of land for development. Consequently, Tunman has become particularly tumultuous, with our people, members of Hung Hing, Dongxing, Lianxing, and numerous other gangs, over 60 in total, jostling for dominance. while the overall agreement has been reached. Persistent minor frictions continue to arise. Any spark could ignite a conflagration. The detective suddenly comprehended. I see now, Sister Mary, Ming is in your employ. If Ming were to eliminate key figures from several major gangs, in order to quell this fury, Brother Chun would be cast as a scapegoat. Thus, Brother Chun would be compelled to leave Tunman, losing any opportunity to compete with Gao Hui. Moreover, due to vested interests, everyone would seek to carve out a piece of the pie in Tunman, leaving no one willing to assist Brother Chun in exonerating himself. Am I correct? Mary nodded slightly. Indeed, that is the case. She regarded the seemingly indifferent yet unharmed Liu Jianming and remarked, however, it appears that Gao Hui's calculations have gone awry. In Tunman, at the Hehuan bar, a loud crash echoed as a bottle shattered against a head. Gao Hui discarded the broken bottle, his eyes bulging with rage, veins protruding, his face a ghastly shade of blue. Incompetence. You sent so many of you to eliminate one man, and yet you failed. Do you have any idea the trouble this will cause me? As he spoke, Gao Hui lunged forward, delivering a couple of kicks to the fallen dog. While kicking, he bellowed, Huh? Do you understand? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused me? Silly Biao handed a solid iron rod to Gao Hui, saying, Brother Hui, please calm down. Gao Hui took the rod, his expression laced with confusion. What is this for? Silly Biao, with a respectful smile, replied, To use for striking, it will be quick. The fallen dog, clutching his abdomen with one hand, widened his eyes, and with great difficulty raised his left hand to point at Silly Biao. At that moment, the dog on the ground was too pained to utter a word. Otherwise, he would have shown Silly Biao the meaning of a lifetime of learning. Ring ring. The phone in the room began to ring. Gao Hui shot a fierce glare at the fallen dog, picked up the phone, and shouted angrily, Hello. On the other end, the voice of Boss Quan emerged, calm yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Ah Hui, it seems your situation has stirred quite a ruckus. You must understand. Gue Mian is a key asset for the dinosaur. If you so quietly eliminate Gue Mian, it is likely to provoke the dinosaur's wrath. We cannot confront Dongxing while also facing Hongxing in Tunman. You best provide Brother Kun with an explanation above, and a reason for the brothers below. Otherwise, if you unexpectedly kill Gue Mian and leave the brothers to face sudden retaliation from Hongxing, they will not comprehend your actions. Gao Hui seethed. I understand, Boss Quan. I will provide everyone with an explanation. After saying this, Gao Hui slammed the receiver down onto the table. The sound of the impact was followed by a crash as he smashed the phone to pieces with the iron rod. With a fierce glare, he looked at the fallen dog. Han Shun, you have been fortunate this time. Just wait until next time. You might evade the initial blow. But can you escape the 15th? For the O Department, which frequently handles gang affairs, determining who killed Gue Mian was not easy. But identifying the gang responsible was not particularly difficult. Within 2 hours, the O Department had already confirmed that it was the Triad who was responsible, and it could be established that Gao Hui was behind it. In Hongxing, the dinosaur raged. Those Triad scoundrels, without a word, have eliminated Gue Mian. Do they seek to engage in full-scale war with me? Fatty Lai, ever eager to stir the pot, chimed in. The Triad has broken the rules of the Underworld. We must go to war with them. Liang Kun interjected. A full-scale war? That would only allow Dongxing and He Lian Sheng to take advantage. The dinosaur retorted angrily. So Gue Mian's death would be in vain? Jiang Tianxing's voice, devoid of discernible emotion yet imbued with authority, stated, Gue Mian will not have died in vain. If the Triad does not provide an explanation, we will not let this matter rest. However, a full-scale war is not an option. We must confine the conflict to the Tunman district. Does anyone object? Does anyone have any objections? Jiang Tianxing asked twice. Yet no one voiced dissent. The dinosaur stood up, seething with fury. Very well. I will personally avenge Gue Mian. Chapter 11, The Revenge Plan. Liu Jianming gleaned additional insights from Mary S. words. He glanced at the detective and, in a cool tone, remarked, Is that all? I believe there must be more to it. The detective offered a gentle smile. Indeed, it seems that what lies beneath the surface is the real catch. Mary was left bewildered by the exchange between Liu Jianming and the detective. Huh, have you discovered anything else? The kettle whistled, signaling boiling water. Liu Jianming rose. I will pour some water. He moved aside, igniting the kettle and retrieving several freshly washed cups before returning to the table. Liu Jianming first poured a cup for each of the three. Then, placing a hand on Mary's shoulder, he stated, Sister Mary, I wish to eliminate Gao Hui. Ding. Successfully signed in with Sister Mary. Certain series characters, sign in limit 100 times. Acquired skill, by any means necessary, top tier. Acquired card, 1 purple follower card. 4 white follower cards. By any means necessary, top tier. When employing unconventional methods to resolve issues, auxiliary effects will manifest. Mary was momentarily taken aback by Liu Jianming's declaration. Given Liu Jianming's vendetta-driven nature, it was entirely normal for him to seek revenge against someone who wished to harm him. Mary furrowed her brow, coldly rejecting. Xiaoming, you are still young. This is not something you can handle. Liu Jianming did not explain his capability, but instead added another layer of persuasion. Sister Mary, what if I said I could not only eliminate Gao Hui, but also have Boss Quan step aside for Brother Chen? Mary stared blankly at Liu Jianming. Yet beneath his impassive facade lay a profound confidence. What do you intend to do? Liu Jianming replied, his tone calm, yet chilling. Blow Gao Hui to bits. Mary frowned. Blow up? The regulations on explosives in Hong Kong are exceedingly strict. You cannot possibly acquire any. Your plan will not succeed. Liu Jianming leaned back in his chair. Sister Mary, why would one need explosives to kill someone? Mary looked at Liu Jianming, who wore a relaxed expression. What do you mean? The detective interjected. In 1941, at a certain station in Canada, a tin can contain 1,000 cubic meters of ice. However, due to an unusually rapid temperature rise that year, and with no one clearing the ice, a violent explosion occurred, sending massive ice blocks flying dozens of meters away, resulting in 39 fatalities and 176 injuries, with direct losses amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. The detective gently blew on his cup. What if we were to replace the ice with dry ice? The detective's words clearly caught Mary off guard. The notion that dry ice could explode in a sealed environment was common knowledge, yet the idea of creating a bomb with dry ice? How could that even be executed? This was evidently challenging Mary's knowledge boundaries. Liu Jianming calmly continued. Dry ice is not a legally restricted item, nor is there a limit on the quantity one can purchase. Mary instinctively nodded in agreement. Detective continued. According to the definition in physics textbooks, an explosion refers to the physical or chemical transformation of a substance. During this transformation, there is a rapid conversion of energy, where internal energy is transformed into mechanical compression energy. The phenomenon of an explosion typically encompasses two stages. First, this or that form of internal energy converts into intense material compression energy. Second, the release of this compressed energy expands, transforming the potential compression energy into mechanical work. The swift emergence of high pressure is the fundamental characteristic of an explosion. When water in a boiler is heated, it generates steam, causing the pressure within the boiler to exceed its rated capacity. Once the pressure surpasses the structural limits of the boiler walls, it shatters. After the boiler ruptures, the overheated steam expands rapidly, resulting in an explosion. Dry ice can also produce such effects. Liu Jianming interjected. So, Sister Mary, we could engineer an incident involving improperly stored dry ice, leading to an explosion. No one would suspect our involvement, not even the police, who would treat it as a mere accident. Mary widened her eyes, exclaiming at such lawless audacity. Furthermore, it seemed as though these two had conspired before her arrival. Mary began to ponder the feasibility of Liu Jianming's plan, and after a moment's hesitation, she wavered. What assistance do you require? Just then, the phone rang. Liu Jianming rose and moved towards the phone, answering it. As he picked it up, a hoarse voice, belonging to someone around 25, came through. Is this Xiaoming? Liu Jianming calmly replied. I am Liu Jianming. Upon hearing Liu Jianming's voice, the caller on the other end became immediately animated. Xiaoming, I'm so relieved you're okay. That bastard Gao Hui 1T escaped my wrath. It seemed the caller intended to say more, but Liu Jianming's cold tone interrupted. Who are you? The person on the other end appeared momentarily stunned, as if their incantation had been disrupted. After a 2-second silence, the voice returned, laced with amused ire. Xiaoming, you scoundrel. It's Zheng Bao. Don't tell me you can't even recognize my voice. Liu Jianming frowned slightly, recalling that Zheng Bao, originally named Bao, was the younger brother of Han Shun and one of the 6 brothers who perished in the infamous shootout at the Palace Hotel in Tunman. Liu Jianming's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. Brother Bao, I apologize. The receiver's audio is somewhat distorted, making it difficult to discern the voice on the other end. It's all static and electronic noise. I'll take it to the repair shop soon. Zheng Bao seemed unfazed by this matter, continuing with fervor. That bastard Gao Hui actually dared to kidnap you. P.S. asking for trouble. The day after tomorrow. When Gao Hui conducts his deal at Tunman Pier, I'll take my men and take him out. Chapter 12. The Complex World of Hong Kong Films. The day after tomorrow? Liu Jianming murmured, mentally reviewing his plans. The timing was adequate. He coldly interrupted Zheng Bao. Brother Bao, I will handle my matters myself. Without any assistance. Zheng Bao was evidently taken aback by Liu Jianming's menacing tone. After a brief moment, a smile returned to Zheng Bao's face. My sister-in-law says you are a sharp blade in her hands, and it seems she speaks the truth. Since you are so resolute, I will leave the vengeance against Gao Hui entirely in your hands. I want to see just how sharp your blade truly is. Liu Jianming discerned a different implication in Zheng Bao's words, piecing together the narrative from his memory. He unraveled a relatively clear line through the complex web of relationships. Liu Jianming was Mary's man, arguably her only trusted subordinate. Whether it was the assassination of the Triad leader in Liang Kun or the killing of an Yongxiao, Liu Jianming was the one who executed these tasks. This not only indicated Liu Jianming's formidable skills, but also his strong resolve. It likewise signified that Liu Jianming had been groomed as a killer by Mary since childhood. A 20-year-old who could calmly depart after an assassination displayed physical and psychological attributes that soared above the ordinary. This also foreshadowed that Liu Jianming had never been loyal to the Triad or to Han Shen. Liu Jianming's loyalty belonged solely to one person, Mary. Liu Jianming seemingly disregarded Zheng Bao's praise, maintaining his usual tone, time, location, and number of people involved. Zheng Bao, feeling Liu Jianming's composure and decisiveness, took a sharp breath. No wonder my sister-in-law always praises Xiaoming. To be preparing for murder with such calmness, without any hesitation, and directly inquiring about key details. Zheng Bao cleared his throat. 2 nights from now, at 9:30, at Warehouse 14 on Tunmun Pier. Gao Hui will likely bring 7 or 8 men. There will be 4 on the periphery monitoring the situation, and only 4 or 5, including Gao Hui, will be involved in the negotiation. As for the South American dealers, they won't bring too many people, likely numbering slightly fewer than Gao Hui's crew. Upon hearing this detailed information, Liu Jianming frowned. Brother Bao, how do you know all this? Do you have a mole within Gao Hui's ranks? A mole implies an undercover agent. Liu Jianming would not believe that Zheng Bao could obtain such intricate information unless he had someone embedded within Gao Hui's operations. Otherwise, such detailed intelligence would be suspect. Zheng Bao scoffed dismissively. There's no need for a mole. Everyone knows where Gao Hui conducts his business. The only one unclear about my sister-in-law's smuggling routes is her. Otherwise, just ask anyone in the underworld who is unaware of where Gao Hui operates. Liu Jianming stroked his chin, reflecting on Zheng Bao's words and recalling what he knew. In the narrative, after Liu Jianming killed an Liang Kun, he arrived at a warehouse filled with stacked televisions lining the corridor, where Mary was busy counting inventory in her office. Suddenly, it dawned on Liu Jianming. So that's why Han Shen, the one in charge of the territory, could claim to be among the 5 tigers of the Ni family alongside Gandhi, Guohua, Black Ghost, and Wenzhong. The key point lay here. Liu Jianming began to further establish the timeline, seeking to deepen his understanding of this Hong Kong film world. In the original narrative, Ni Yongxiao controlled the largest source of heroin, namely the Siam trade routes, with the Ni family being the most significant drug lords in the entire Hong Kong. Gandhi, Guohua, Black Ghost, and Wenzhong were responsible for transporting small packets of heroin from South America. The Ni family turned a blind eye to this, as they were profiting handsomely. It would be excessive to deny their brothers a taste of the profits. However, from Huang Zhiqing and Han Shen's dialogue, it was revealed that Han Shen had previously refrained from engaging in the heroin trade. If Han Shen did not partake in the heroin business and needed to generate income, then only smuggling and gambling remained viable options. Gambling was out of the question, as neither Han Shen nor Mary had ever demonstrated any gambling prowess. Thus, smuggling was the only avenue left. This implies that Han Shen's association with Gandhi, Black Ghost, Guohua, and Wenzhong as the 5 tigers of the Ni family stemmed from the smuggling route supported by Mary. Liu Jianming, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Brother Bao, does everyone you mentioned truly know what this implies? Is it possible that Gao Hui has been brazenly conducting transactions at Warehouse 14 on Tunmun Pier all along? Zheng Bao smirked disdainfully. Indeed, it has been several years. After all, Tunmun Pier is the stronghold of our Triad. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Liu Jianming was even more perplexed by the audacity of a mere lackey speaking with such confidence. Gao Hui has been conducting transactions here. Does he not fear being apprehended by the police? Liu Jianming recalled how Sha Chong had been chased into the sea like a rabbit by the officers during a deal. Zheng Bao scoffed. Apprehended? Oh, right. There was a period a few years ago when they cracked down, but lately, the police have resumed collecting protection money from the gangs and working for them. Liu Jianming thought this contradicted his memories. What about the Independent Commission Against Corruption? Did they not take down Lei Luo? Liu Jianming refrained from mentioning the names of the 4 chief inspectors and instead pondered the figure of Lei Luo, believing he belonged to this cinematic world. Upon hearing Liu Jianming inquire about the Independent Commission Against Corruption, Zheng Bao's tone grew even more dismissive. Xiaoming, you are still too naive. The Icac's pursuit of Lei Luo's ilk is akin to the Qianlong Emperor targeting Hushan. It was merely a reaction to the oil crisis in the 1970s, which left the foreigners in dire straits, breaking a piggy bank to regain some funds. Do you really think they were acting in the public interest? Ultimately, the most corrupt and the most colluding with gangs are still those foreigners. Did you expect the ICAC to arrest the governor? Count how many foreigners were implicated during that grand crackdown. Weren't they just the small fry without backing in the British Parliament? The foreigners wouldn't even grant you the courtesy of a round of drinks. Do you still expect them to restore a clear and just environment for you? Wake up. This is a colony. The foreigners came to colonize for profit, not to engage in charity. The ICAC's officials are more familiar with the foreigners than their own fathers. Do you think they would dare to investigate them? The ICAC was established, but the governor remains the same, and the foreigners are still the same. Lei Luo may be gone, but the foreigners continue their revelry. The only difference is that the individuals collecting money for these foreigners have changed. The current situation is that the foreigners can no longer cultivate a second Lei Luo, who can straddle both the criminal and legitimate worlds. If another such figure were to emerge, the foreigners would undoubtedly support a second Lei Luo to aid them in collecting funds. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow, murmuring, "A second Lei Luo?" Chapter 13, Relocation Fee. Liu Jianming ended the call with Zheng Bao, realizing that this cinematic world was far more intricate than he had imagined. The forces on the surface were embroiled in various gang conflicts, while beneath the surface, the foreigners were subtly manipulating events. Mary, seeing Liu Jianming hang up, inquired, "Xiaoming, who was on the line?" Liu Jianming replied, "Brother Bao." Mary nodded, seemingly to herself, "Ah Bao, I had him call to confirm." As she spoke, Mary pulled out a stack of money from her handbag. All of it was neatly rolled, with each roll containing 10,000, totaling around 100,000. Mary slapped the money onto Liu Jianming's desk, saying, "Xiaoming, take this as your relocation fee. Once you deal with Gao Hui, I will provide you with further compensation." Liu Jianming glanced over the money on the desk, quickly gauging his standing under Mary's influence. A relocation fee of over 100,000? Chun Haonan had only received around 70 or 80,000 before heading to Macau to sleep with the second wife. Even without a job, Chun Haonan was a core figure under Boss B. To think that his relocation fee exceeded that of Chun Haonan's mission by double. Liu Jianming showed no signs of politeness. His tone cold, "Sister Mary, rest assured." Mary shifted the conversation. "By the way, Xiaoming, I have another question. Shouldn't this boxing gym belong to Boss B? Why are you here now?" Liu Jianming explained nonchalantly, as if recounting someone else's story. "I thrashed Liang Kun along with Bao Hu, Jin Shi, and Jian, and Shi Ke. And Liang Kun lost this gym to me. It was merely Boss B's wager. Such matters are difficult to conceal in the underworld." And Liu Jianming chose to disclose the information to Mary. Halfway through, Mary's mouth hung open in disbelief, as if something had lodged in her throat. Setting aside in Jian and Shi Ke, who were merely junior members, Bao Hu and Jin Shi were renowned as double flower red sticks. These individuals were notorious among the various gangs. The number of red sticks from other gangs who fell to Bao Hu and Jin Shi could not be counted on both hands and feet. To think they were defeated by Liu Jianming. Moreover, judging by the disdainful tone of Liu Jianming, it seemed he had single-handedly beaten them. Mary stared wide-eyed at Liu Jianming, pondering, what kind of monstrous talent have I nurtured? Mary had always aimed to guide Liu Jianming toward a career as an assassin, knowing he was exceptionally gifted. Yet, to the extent of being able to take on Liang Kun along with 2 double flower red sticks and 2 junior members, was that not a bit far-fetched? After all, even with Han Chen's backing, if Liu Jianming lacked solid strength, he wouldn't have risen to the rank of probationary inspector in just 2 years. The Hong Kong police system is divided into 3 tiers. 1. Constable level, regular officers, senior officers, sergeants, and station sergeants. 2. Inspector level, probationary inspectors, inspectors, senior inspectors, and chief inspectors. 3. Commissioned officers, senior police personnel, police superintendents, senior superintendents, chief superintendents, assistant directors of the police department, senior processing officers, deputy directors, and directors of the police department. There are tens of thousands of constables in Hong Kong, with only a handful being promoted to probationary inspectors each year. Although Liu Jianming graduated from the police academy with significant advantages, it was no easier than navigating a narrow bridge with 1,000 troops. Mary's foresight had anticipated Liu Jianming's excellence. However, to what extent Liu Jianming excelled was something Mary had no reference for until now. Liu Jianming had always been a sharp blade hidden within her sheath. She never expected that his first swing would shock the entire underworld. Mary opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but words failed her. She realized that after Boss B had entrusted this arena to Liu Jianming, he might face considerable dangers. With this thought, Mary expressed her concern. "Xiaoming, Boss B handing this place to you is a form of retribution. Once the Hung Hing's influence dissipates, the local snakes and small gangs will pounce on you like crocodiles, ready to tear you apart. It is too perilous here. Why not just return to Tun Mun?" Liu Jianming firmly rejected. "Sister Mary, I have already discerned Boss B's intentions. If I could handle Liang Kun, do you think those local snakes would be my match?" Liu Jianming's tone was imbued with not only coldness, but also a hint of dominance and confidence. Mary noticed a distinct change in Liu Jianming today, though she couldn't quite pinpoint it. The only difference she observed was that Liu Jianming appeared even more handsome than before, radiating an almost dazzling charm. Mary attributed this transformation to Liu Jianming's newfound confidence after defeating Liang Kun and the two double flower red sticks along with two junior members. A person's aura can indeed alter the impressions held by others. Even identical twins exhibit subtle differences in temperament, allowing for immediate distinction. Mary discerned that while Liu Jianming's appearance and cool demeanor remained unchanged, today he radiated an extraordinary aura, imbued with a newfound dominance. Pondering, Mary mused, could this transformation be a result of maturation? Indeed, today's experiences were rather overwhelming for Liu Jianming. It is often said that a youth matures overnight after encountering significant events, much like Chen Gu did in the past. Glancing at the clock mounted on the wall, which indicated 8 o'clock, she gently patted Liu Jianming's shoulder, saying, Xiao Ming, if you find it difficult to make your way in Tsing Yi, return to Tunman. I will look after you. No one would dare to bully you. Liu Jianming nodded in acknowledgement, replying, thank you, Mary Jia. As Mary departed from the gymnasium, seated in her car, she began to reflect on what was amiss with Liu Jianming today. There was a lack of youthful naivety, replaced by a newfound maturity. His gaze had grown more resolute, and he appeared even more handsome, likely a result of his physical development, as mature men exude greater charm. Suddenly, it struck her. When this young man looked at her, he no longer exhibited the previous shyness or evasiveness, and his smile was devoid of bashfulness. Chapter 14, The Godfather and Prohibition. Through the second-floor window of the gymnasium, Mary was seen driving away. Liu Jianming exchanged high-fives with the detective in celebration. At this moment, Liu Jianming gained a deeper understanding of the power of the follower. These followers were not mere mindless lackeys. They were sentient individuals capable of independent action and could even assist Liu Jianming with strategies. Although Liu Jianming was unaware of the identity of the man named Gao Hui, he felt that since this individual dared to conspire against him, he could not let this grievance go unavenged. Inquiring of the detective, he asked, Detective, since you are a detective, can you investigate more detailed information about Gao Hui? The detective, with a playful confidence, replied, Boss, no problem. Tomorrow morning, I will even find out how many times Gao Hui wet the bed as a child. Liu Jianming patted the detective's shoulder, saying, I leave the investigation of Gao Hui to you. However, we will need additional hands for making dry ice bombs. The detective bid farewell. Boss, you continue your work. I will first pay a visit to Gao Hui's home and return tomorrow morning. Liu Jianming nodded in agreement. With the detective's departure, Liu Jianming found himself holding a gleaming golden card, the Golden Follower card. Upon activating the card's consciousness, a robust man in his 30s appeared. He had chiseled features, a determined gaze, short and stiff hair, and a full beard, his mouth occupied by a cigar. He bore a striking resemblance to a successful business tycoon, dressed in a black wool coat over a finely striped black suit, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, Godfather, golden. Description, the follower card can recruit a 100 loyal follower. Requirement, address the basic needs of the follower, such as food, clothing, and shelter. Unique special skill, Prohibition time. Skill explanation, the rise of the mafia coincided with the Prohibition era, thriving in the production and smuggling of illicit alcohol. For every profit acquired through the Godfather's forgery and smuggling, tenfold rewards can be obtained from the system after settlement. Note, upon death, the card freezes and requires 100 kilograms of gold to reactivate the follower card. Liu Jianming held his breath in astonishment. This skill seemed somewhat overpowered. Smuggling, euphemistically referred to as trading, is one of the most lucrative industries in the world. It involves no production but merely transportation. Beyond smuggling, forgery also promises tenfold returns. Liu Jianming contemplated. If he were to resell the counterfeit goods he created, could he potentially achieve 20-fold profits? A smile began to curve at the corners of his mouth. It was worth a try. Initially, he had considered what reward to request from Mary after avenging Gao Hui. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. He could directly involve Mary in the smuggling business. The Godfather addressed Liu Jianming with a grave tone. Boss. Liu Jianming nodded. Follow me. He walked to the only table in the gym that had drawers, aside from the coffee table and dining table. The drawer was unlocked. Liu Jianming opened it to find a stack of notebooks and a thick bundle of cash neatly organized. Upon inspecting the notebooks, he realized they were the records the notorious boss B had mentioned. The ledgers meticulously documented the daily income from every bar, shopping mall, and restaurant within the Tsing Yi gym's vicinity, including valet services and protection fees. In addition to these, there were entries detailing the transactions of the unruly street thugs operating near the gym, who dealt in illicit drugs and prostitution, all of which had to yield 60 to 80% of their profits to Boss B. Liu Jianming was taken aback as he reached the end of the ledger. The monthly income approached 300,000. This seemingly unremarkable Boss B was, in fact, A hidden magnate. Liu Jianming combined the several hundred thousand Mary had provided him as settlement funds with the gym's income, designating them as operational expenses for the Tsing-E gym. He flipped to the unrecorded pages of the notebook, preparing to devise a plan involving dry ice bombs to eliminate Gao Hui. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding. System prompt. Assassination is classified as an unconventional problem-solving method. Skill any means necessary activated. Ding. The specific plan has been drafted. Please review it. A detailed plan materialized before Liu Jianming. It included the types of containers needed, convenient modification methods, the most affordable rental companies, the evaporation efficiency of dry ice, optimal storage methods, and the maximum pressure tolerance of the modified containers. It also accounted for air temperature and humidity variations, the best transportation times and routes, and the precise arrival time at Toon Docks Warehouse 14. The best placement location and contingency measures in the event of failure were also included. The data was thoroughly detailed. Liu Jianming felt a surge of excitement. This feature was incredibly powerful. What would have required extensive calculations was now complete, thanks to the system's assistance. After meticulously reviewing the plan and confirming that all aspects were sound, he entered the series of numbers into the Godfather card. I entrust the specific mission of avenging Gao Hui to you. Speak up if you require anything. The Godfather responded. Yes, boss, I cannot complete this task alone within 2 days. Just modifying the container requires 30 white followers working together. Regarding finances, renting the warehouse, containers, transport trucks, dock parking spaces, and covering the living expenses of 30 individuals for the upcoming days will require approximately 10,000. Liu Jianming glanced at the white follower card in his possession, totaling 40 cards. Liu Jianming, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to the request of the Godfather, retrieving 30 white follower cards from the system space and activating them immediately. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, operator, white. Description, the follower card can recruit a follower who is 100% loyal. Requirements, fulfillment of the follower's basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter. Note, upon death, the card freezes and requires 10 grams of gold to reactivate the follower card. Chapter 15, Boss Quan and Gao Hui. The white followers differ significantly from the Godfather and the detective. All the white follower cards denote the occupation as operator. Liu Jianming, perplexed, inquired of the system, what does the term operator signify? Operator, the most fundamental member. White followers represent the lowest tier of followers, lacking specific attributes and innate skills. However, white followers possess considerable potential for growth, rapidly developing a profession within a short span. Liu Jianming stroked his chin, pondering the concept of nurturing followers. His gaze swept over the 30 white followers. They varied in height, physique, and age, though most were between their 20s and 30s. Upon their summoning, the white followers chorused in unison, Boss. Liu Jianming cleared his throat. From today onward, you shall follow the Godfather. He will assign tasks to you, understood? The 30 white followers responded in a harmonious chorus, yes, boss. Liu Jianming turned to the Godfather. Please issue your commands. If you wish to act tonight, proceed immediately. If you prefer to take action tomorrow morning, then do so. I shall retreat to the second floor to rest. The Godfather replied, understood, boss. Liu Jianming then activated 2 blue follower cards, 2 green followers, and 10 white follower cards. They were all successfully signed from Chun Haonan and Shanji, naturally linked to the gang. Liu Jianming tasked them with informing all establishments within the ballpark street that the leadership has changed from tomorrow onward. Liu Jianming would oversee the territory, while also recruiting a few ordinary foot soldiers. These individuals were more than adequate for the task at hand. As for the purple follower cards, equipped with specialized skills, Liu Jianming decided they should refrain from engaging in gang conflicts and instead explore other profitable ventures. Regarding what businesses to pursue, Liu Jianming believed it prudent to observe this world further before taking action. In the latter part of 1985, as long as one seizes opportunities, the chances of achieving great success in Hong Kong are substantial. Liu Jianming ascended the stairs to the second floor, needing to acclimate and organize his current identity. He sat beside a wooden bed adorned only with a mat and a few books, retrieving the items from his pockets for inspection. First was his student ID. The characters student ID were written in traditional Chinese. At the bottom of the cover, a line read, Hong Kong Education Bureau. Flipping to the first page revealed Liu Jianming's photograph, name, date of birth, class, family phone number, home address, and guardian. The reason Liu Jianming hesitated to return home was due to the fear of encountering his parents. After all, he was not the real Liu Jianming. While others might not recognize him, his parents undoubtedly would. Thus, he was reluctant to return. However, Liu Jianming noticed that the guardian section was blank. He recalled a scene from the film where Mary asked about Liu Jianming's parents. Liu Jianming responded that they had emigrated. As for why Liu Jianming had not emigrated, he merely smiled. Had Liu Jianming's parents emigrated so early? He decided to test it, picking up the phone beside him and dialing the number listed on the student ID. Beep, beep, beep. Initially, the call went unanswered, but after a lengthy period of busy signal, indicating no one was available to answer, Liu Jianming hung up. It seems no one is there, but I will wait half an hour before trying again. Setting the phone down, he examined the remaining items in his possession. A set of keys, including those for the security door, the inner room, and a bicycle. A butterfly knife, which was unsharpened and ineffective even for slicing ham. A standard steel lighter, devoid of any design, with half its fuel consumed, suggesting the previous owner was a smoker. Lastly, a pager, also known as a BB machine. Liu Jianming recalled the time displayed beside the phone. It was the end of 1985, and the new year was approaching. Had pagers already existed? Liu Jianming was uncertain. However, he quickly remembered that Police Story 1 also took place in 1985, where Chun Jiajue carried a pager. Half an hour later, Liu Jianming again dialed home, but still no answer. After some contemplation, he resolved to wait for the detective to return, instructing him to thoroughly verify the address on the student ID and conduct a more detailed investigation into Liu Jianming's background, past, experiences, and relationships, enabling him to better understand the Liu Jianming of this world. With these thoughts, Liu Jianming lay down, resting his head on a few thick books, and drifted into slumber. Perhaps due to the fatigue induced by time travel, Liu Jianming intended only to take a brief nap, but when he opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky, nearing noon. The bright light strained his eyes. He rubbed them and rubbed his face, feeling vigor coursing through his limbs as if a river flowing freely, gradually filling him with energy. Liu Jianming stretched his body, joints cracking, and exhaled deeply, his gaze becoming sharp and alert. Descending from the second floor, he found the first floor hall deserted, save for the detective, who was lounging on the sofa watching television. Liu Jianming inquired, "Detective, when did you return?" The detective glanced up at Liu Jianming descending the stairs. "I returned last night at 11. Liu Jianming asked, "Have you clarified the matter regarding Gao Hui?" The detective produced a roll of film from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table. "The situation has been largely clarified. Last year, Boss Quan engaged in several black-on-black dealings, seizing goods from Liang Kun, filling his own coffers. However, Gao Hui secretly became aware of this. Originally, Gao Hui had been brought up by Boss Quan to counterbalance Han Chen. Once Gao Hui acquired incriminating evidence against Boss Quan, the power dynamic shifted, forcing Boss Quan into a defensive position. Gao Hui compelled Boss Quan to abdicate, positioning himself as the new boss of Tunman. Liu Jianming stroked his chin, as expected. Boss Quan's attempt at balance backfired. He then inquired, "By the way, who was the person killed yesterday afternoon?" The detective retrieved a tape recorder. This contains the recording of last night's meeting of the Tunman Triad, as well as the private conversation between Boss Quan and Gao Hui. The individual murdered yesterday afternoon was a subordinate of the Hunghing gang known as Ghostface. Later yesterday, Officer Wang from the Tunman Police Station's Organized Crime Unit approached Ko-Fai, demanding that he surrender the murderer, otherwise, he could sacrifice one of his subordinates to take the fall. A little later, Dinosaur, accompanied by his henchmen, swept through all of Ko-Fai's establishments with a relentless determination to settle the score. Ko-Fai sought assistance from the other minor leaders within the organization, but none paid him any heed. They stipulated that Ko-Fai must relinquish his share of the development land in Tunman for redistribution among them. After the meeting concluded, Ko-Fai privately confronted the Tsuan leader, attempting to intimidate him with compromising information. However, the Tsuan leader retorted that if he were to be eliminated by an icon, Ko-Fai would lose his support in Tunman and would inevitably be betrayed by the other local leaders to Dinosaur. Chapter 16. The great utility of the follower cards. Upon hearing Detective S words, Liu Jianming fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he shifted the topic. "By the way, did you sleep last night?" Detective nodded. "I woke up at 8 a.m. Liu Jianming handed over his student ID and keychain to Detective. "Go to the address on these and see if it's my home and whether I live alone. Also, investigate my affairs as thoroughly as possible." Detective pocketed them. "Boss, if you had contacted me last night before you returned, I could have completed the investigation by now." Liu Jianming shrugged. "I forgot to mention, you had already left by then." Detective immediately sought clarification. "Boss, do you still have the follower card?" Liu Jianming produced Detective's card. "Yes, why?" Detective pointed to the card in Liu Jianming's hand. "Boss, this card allows you to check the status of your followers, locate them, communicate with them, and if you actively use it, temporarily harness their abilities." Liu Jianming retrieved the Godfather's card from the system space. Moments later, the figure of the Godfather materialized upon the card. He appeared to be inside a warehouse, busily modifying a shipping container with various tools. Boss, you called for me? The godfather inquired. Where are you? Liu Jianming asked. Near the dry ice yard, in a warehouse we rented for 2 days. We're working hard on transforming the container. Anything you need, boss? Nothing for now. Keep going, Liu Jianming replied. The godfather's image then vanished from the card. Liu Jianming clicked his tongue in admiration. This is truly convenient. No need to call around the world to contact my men. He opened a drawer, tossed a roll of cash to Detective, and pocketed another roll himself. Detective, you take action. I'll be out for a while. Meet here tonight. Yes, boss. Detective accepted the money and left promptly. At 6 in the evening, Detective returned to the boxing gym, where Liu Jianming was already waiting. Detective noticed Liu Jianming sitting on the sofa watching TV, sipping a soda through a straw. Boss, you're back early. Liu Jianming held a booklet. I went to the library and bought a detailed travel map and terrain map of Hong Kong. He pointed to several books on the table. Also, the monthly bound volumes of this year's newspapers, plus this week's editions. I got a general understanding of this world. How's your side? Detective produced a dossier containing texts and photos. Boss, here's your personal profile. Currently, you're a student in class 5 to 3 at Southeast Secondary School. Your parents immigrated abroad, but tragically died in a car accident last month. You now live alone in public housing. Your neighbors have known you for over 3 years. Also, because you didn't attend school today, the teacher called your home. I answered and said you are ill and need a 3-day leave. Liu Jianming flipped through the photos and documents. Detective had also photographed the interior of his residence. Clearly a young man's simple abode, devoid of any superfluous decorations. He placed the photos and files on the table alongside the maps and newspapers. Welcome to a new life. Chapter 17. The explosion at Tuen Mun Pier the following day. At 8 in the evening, most dispatchers had already clocked out, and few would choose to enter the warehouse at this hour. The guard at the warehouse gate glanced briefly at the attachment of the agreement in the white follower's hand, and then allowed the vehicle to enter. Under the direction of the warehouse dispatcher, 2 containers of dry ice were placed on a pre-designated vacant lot. After placement, 2 trucks slowly departed from Tuen Mun Pier. Such transport operations were conducted thousands of times daily at the warehouse, so no one paid attention to the loading and unloading of 2 containers. Everything seemed as usual. Beneath a sparse starry sky and the rolling waves, Tuen Mun Pier remained serenely quiet. Ko-Fai had been having a tough few days. He inhaled a drag of his cigarette, then spat on the ground with disgust. His face contorted with a beastly scowl. Damn that Suan leader vampire. Not only does he watch Dinosaur beat me without backing me up, he even demands a share of my street's profits before agreeing to mediate. And those barking dogs, Roar and the others, all eyeing my goods and routes, forcing me to reveal the South American supply lines before they help. Damn it. That scoundrel Han Shun is now shamelessly targeting me both openly and covertly, wanting my turf. Once I get through this, I'll be the first to kill that bastard Han Shun. Then I'll take out that traitor, Suan leader. Ko-Fai angrily flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and turned to his henchman. By the way, have the South Americans arrived? A man in a black suit quickly replied. They got here at 9:15, been waiting for us for 10 minutes already. No rush. Ko-Fai lit another cigarette, inhaling the smoke slowly. This cigarette seemed to burn unusually long. When it reached the filter, he forcefully flicked it away, exhaled a long plume of white smoke, rubbed his cheek, and his face softened into a smile. Let us go. Time to meet those Americans. Led by his henchmen, Ko-Fai arrived at Warehouse 14, where he saw 2 or 3 South Americans playing cards at a low table. Ko-Fai greeted them warmly in somewhat halting Spanish. Leo, long time no see. Why did you come personally to Hong Kong? I thought this time you'd send your subordinates. Leo put down his cards and joked. Ko, you finally showed up. If you hadn't, with my luck, I'd have lost the money for my return ticket. Ko-Fai forced a smile. Leo's words about losing money were actually a tease about Ko's tardiness. Ko-Fai understood perfectly. Damn gringo, if I weren't desperate for your goods, I'd kill you nearby on the sea. A small boat secretly observed everything unfolding. Liu Jianming, through the perspective provided by the follower card, was able to discern the unfolding events with remarkable clarity, akin to a video call. The godfather fixated his gaze upon the direction of warehouse number 14. Boss, Gao Hui has arrived. Their position fortuitously lay within the overlapping range of 2 containers, ensuring maximum damage. Liu Jianming murmured softly, when the opportunity arises, eliminate them. The godfather produced a remote control from his pocket. Affirmative. Meanwhile, Gao Hui and the South American associates, engrossed in lively conversation, remained oblivious to the fact that they were seated beside 2 colossal bombs. They continued their banter, exchanging compliments. Suddenly, a cacophony of falling foam boxes erupted, revealing crates of dry ice to the air, which swiftly began to vaporize. The keen-eared South American associates immediately sensed something amiss. What is that sound? In stark contrast, Gao Hui exhibited no caution. After all, this was his territory. No rival gang could infiltrate, and the police, alerted by their extensive network of informants, would not dare encroach upon their domain at night. Nonchalantly, Gao Hui extracted a cigarette from his waist. No need to worry, this is Hong Kong. The night belongs to our gang. The police wouldn't dare trouble us after dark. It's probably just the sound of the waves. The South American associates, however, wore serious expressions as they turned to gaze at the sea, which was tumultuously churning, possibly due to an approaching typhoon, with the waves growing increasingly ferocious. One of the South Americans muttered in confusion, "Is it really the waves?" Just as Gao Hui lit his cigarette, a series of sharp, metallic sounds echoed, click, 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 instilling a sense of unease in him. The sound was too eerie. "Leopard, go investigate the situation." A subordinate beside Gao Hui promptly responded, "Yes." Gao Hui had underestimated the rapid evaporation of the dry ice. No sooner had his tall, slender lackey uttered his affirmation than a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. With a cataclysmic roar, the two containers filled with dry ice were effortlessly torn apart as if they were mere paper. A tremendous force of pressure was instantaneously released from within the containers, creating a violent shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. The reinforced concrete roof of warehouse No. 14 was blown away, and the surrounding walls were ripped apart by the sheer force, resembling tattered cloth. Columns were toppled with brute strength, and white smoke surged into the night sky under the moonlight. Most containers inside warehouse number 14 were also shredded, while those outside were either hurled into the air, toppled over, or rolled a few times before coming to a stop. As for Gao Hui and the South American associates at the epicenter of the explosion, they left no trace of their existence in this world. Even if the police arrived, they could only classify them as missing persons. Chapter 18, The Aftermath of the Explosion. In the darkness, the Godfather sent a message to Liu Jianming. "Target has vanished. Please confirm." Liu Jianming then placed the follower card into the system storage and picked up a nearby phone, dialing a number. On the other end, a cool female voice answered. "Hello?" Liu Jianming spoke with a calm demeanor, as if reminiscing. "Sister Mary, is it a convenient time to talk?" Upon recognizing Liu Jianming's voice, Mary relaxed her tone. "Xiaoming, is there something you need?" Liu Jianming replied. "Sister Mary, the mission has been accomplished." After saying this, he hung up the phone. Mary furrowed her brow, her heart racing as she glanced at the time. 9:40 p.m. 9:30 p.m., the time of Gao Hui's transaction. Could it be that Xiaoming truly eliminated Gao Hui? Mary sought to confirm. "Xiaoming, you, beep, beep, beep." The busy signal indicated that Liu Jianming had already hung up. Mary took a deep breath. If Gao Hui was indeed dead, it would significantly impact her next plan. She picked up the phone and dialed another number. "Abeo, come to my place." "All right. I'll await your arrival." The system's calculations were exceedingly precise. Warehouse number 14 was utterly unrecognizable post-explosion. Outside the warehouse, only minor damage had occurred. Nonetheless, this explosion represented the largest incident at Tuen Mun Wharf in nearly a decade, marking a significant upheaval for Hong Kong. Although gangs were rampant in Hong Kong, most were armed with machetes or batons, with handguns being the upper limit of their arsenal. The use of AK-47s was typically reserved for the more formidable players. Now, an explosion of such magnitude had occurred, creating quite a stir. Following the detonation, warehouse security personnel immediately chose to alert the authorities. Upon hearing the words "wharf explosion," the operator promptly transferred the call to the Major Crimes Unit. At that moment, even the most diligent officer, Chan Kakwang, was preparing to head home. Just as he was about to leave, the operator entered the Major Crimes Unit's large office. "Sir, we just received a report of an explosion at Tuen Mun Wharf." Chan Kakwang sprang from his chair. "What? An explosion at the wharf? Immediately call all officers who have already gone home and have them return. Also, contact Uncle Piu and the commissioner to report." If this were merely a turf war between gangs, Chan Kakwang would not have been so anxious. Gang conflicts typically adhered to an unspoken agreement to use cold weapons under the police's watchful eye. However, the port and wharf were different. Due to smuggling and trafficking activities, handguns and submachine guns were commonplace. Many times, shootouts involved military-grade weapons such as machine guns, grenades, and even rocket launchers. Therefore, should an explosion occur in such areas, the response might not be the police, but rather the elite tactical unit. The operator promptly acknowledged, "Yes." Upon arriving at the crime scene, Chan Kakwang and his team found themselves somewhat bewildered by the aftermath of the explosion. Warehouse number 14, the site of the explosion, was not ablaze as one would typically expect, nor was it filled with the sounds of crackling flames. Instead, it was eerily quiet, even cold. "Achoo!" One of Chan Kakwang's team members sneezed. "Kakwang, don't you think this place feels a bit cold?" Chan Kakwang involuntarily shivered. Indeed, it feels rather peculiar. Shouldn't the site of an explosion be ablaze? As the major crimes unit personnel advanced towards the explosion site, they distinctly sensed the temperature dropping, with a thin layer of frost already forming on the ground. Being by the sea, the air was highly humid, resulting in frost on the ground. The walls were even coated in shards of ice, which were now beginning to melt. This indicated that, for a period of time prior, the temperature here had dipped below freezing. Creak, creak. As the major crimes unit personnel stepped over the icy surface, the ice cracked beneath their feet. One officer remarked, "This is eerie, exceedingly eerie. The ground at Hong Kong's wharf is actually frozen." Chun Jiejun pointed at the battered containers devastated by the shockwave. "It's not just the ground. The containers are affected as well." De Kuo-jin followed Chun Jiejun's gaze and noticed that a thick layer of ice had formed atop the containers, which was slowly melting away. The sound of water dripping to the ground echoed around them. De Kuo-jin unconsciously swallowed hard and, with a quivering voice, remarked, "Jiejun, do you think we might be facing something like aliens or sea monsters? Or perhaps there are zombies lurking inside those containers. I've heard that wherever zombies roam, a chilling wind follows. Should we perhaps summon a Taoist priest?" Chun Jiejun shot a fierce glance at De Kuo-jin and retorted, "Can you just shut up? What kind of cop are you, being so cowardly? Aliens, sea monsters, zombies, if any of those existed, we wouldn't even be needed." Despite his words, the surreal situation left Chun Jiejun feeling perplexed. Explosions were not new to him. As part of the major crimes unit, he had encountered his fair share. However, the current scene was strikingly different. Warehouse number 14 had been utterly obliterated, now encased in a thick layer of frost that made it resemble a frozen tomb. Suspending time itself. Even Chun Jiejun had never witnessed such a phenomenon. As time passed, the frost began to melt, leaving everything damp. With the approaching typhoon, the waves in the nearby sea grew increasingly tumultuous, their crashing against the shore becoming more pronounced. The detectives of the major crimes unit gazed out at the endless darkness of the sea, sensing that some nameless sea creature had emerged and smashed Warehouse No. 14 to pieces, leaving behind a sodden scene in its wake. Chapter 19. The Unveiled Truth. Beep. A Bao arrived at Mary's warehouse. Noticing a look of panic on a Bao's face, Mary casually tossed him a tissue. "What's wrong, a Bao? You are drenched in sweat. Hurry up and wipe it off." A Bao pulled out the tissue and dabbed his forehead. "Sister-in-law, you might not have heard, but there was an explosion at Tuen Mun Pier Warehouse number 14. The cops are already on the scene. Moreover, Gao Hui's underlings have confirmed that he was at warehouse number 14 tonight to collect goods. Now we can't reach him, and there's a suspicion that something has happened to him." Mary's pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated Liu Jianming's decisiveness. Just days ago, they had discussed eliminating Gao Hui, and now, merely 3 days later, action had been taken. This meant that Liu Jianming's call earlier was indeed genuine. A wave of alarm surged through Mary. This was clearly not a solo endeavor by Liu Jianming. An organization must be backing him. Yet, she had been entirely oblivious to this development. Had Liu Jianming not opted to eliminate Gao Hui, she would have remained unaware of his burgeoning power. Mary had always prided herself on understanding Liu Jianming thoroughly, but the reality was that she knew nothing. She felt a mix of pride in his growth and disappointment in losing control over him. The major crimes unit had proceeded to the explosion site, while the O-Record team sought out the Dragon faction of Hung Hing. Following the slaying of the Ghost Face, the Dragon faction had been targeting Gao Hui. Inspector Huang led a charge into a venue overseen by the Dragon, brandishing his firearm and shouting, "Stop! Everyone halt!" After a few commanding shouts, the music in the establishment ceased in perfect synchrony. The Dragon, flanked by 2 women, pushed through the crowd, appearing quite inebriated. "Inspector Huang, what's with all the commotion today?" Huang holstered his gun. "Just now, Gao Hui was killed in an explosion at Tuen Mun Pier, and we suspect you are involved. Come with us for questioning." The Dragon, visibly displeased, brushed off the women beside him. "Inspector Huang, Gao Hui's death has nothing to do with me. I've been here all night with these ladies." Huang showed no inclination to entertain the Dragon's explanations. "You think I don't know about your vendetta against Gao Hui? His death is either your doing or your subordinates." The Dragon laughed audaciously. "Inspector Huang, Gao Hui is a Triad boss. The list of those wanting him dead stretches from Tuen Mun to Saikang. We may have our conflicts, but ask around. Who in the underworld doesn't have grievances with Gao Hui?" Huang countered. "If that's your reasoning for evading arrest, you'll never catch a criminal." Taking a step closer, Huang's tone hardened. "Dragon, I'm formally inviting you to the station for questioning. If you refuse, I won't hesitate to use force." The Dragon, sensing Huang's resolve, adopted a mockingly defiant tone. "All right, Inspector Huang, since you've put it that way, how could I refuse?" However, his eyes turned menacing as he jabbed a finger into Huang's chest. "But let us make one thing clear, Inspector. If you don't uncover anything, don't blame me for filing a complaint against you." Huang scoffed. "Take him away." The other detectives joined in, pushing the surrounding henchmen aside. Take him away. Take him away. As the leader was led away, the henchman exhibited a show of defiance, but ultimately could do nothing but watch as the dragon was taken by the O-Record team. This was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Even if the explosion at Toon Mun Pier was indeed orchestrated by the dragon, hiring a lawyer to extricate him and finding a scapegoat was always an option. The following morning, within the police station, Raymond, Bo Hao and Xu, and Chun Jiejun were in the office. Raymond furrowed his brow. What? You found nothing? What does that mean? Did the crime scene yield no evidence? No gasoline, explosives, detonators, or any incendiary materials. Chun Jiejun, looking dejected, replied, Chief, not only were there no explosives or igniting materials, but the explosion site didn't even produce a flash of light. Moreover, the ground is completely frozen. Even the surrounding containers are encased in ice. Bo Hao and Xu interjected angrily before Raymond could respond. Jiejun, are you spouting nonsense? The site of an explosion is covered in ice? This is Hong Kong. Not only is it impossible for the explosion site to freeze, but it wouldn't even be possible for the port to freeze under normal circumstances. Feeling wronged, Chun Jiejun placed a stack of photographs on Raymond's desk. Bo Hao and Xu, see for yourself. These are photos from the explosion site. Warehouse number 14 has been entirely flattened. And beneath the rubble, everything is frozen together in ice. We discovered some remnants of organic tissue, but they are too fragmented to determine their identity. We can't even ascertain if they are human or animal remains. The ice hasn't fully melted yet, making it impossible to conduct a thorough examination. And with the typhoon approaching, we don't have much time left to investigate the scene. Once the typhoon passes, all evidence will be swept away. Before Chun Jiejun could offer further explanation, he was interrupted by Raymond. Wait, Jiejun, you said the ground is covered in ice? Chun Jiejun nodded. Yes, the ground is entirely frozen. Raymond did not immediately refute Chun Jiejun's words. Instead, he picked up a document at hand and began to peruse it. This document contained a comprehensive inventory of all the items stored in warehouse number 14. Among the items listed, the final entry boldly proclaimed the words dry ice. The presence of dry ice at the docks was hardly extraordinary. In an era when cold chain logistics were underdeveloped, blocks of ice, dry ice, and liquid nitrogen were the optimal means for preserving deep-sea seafood. To this day, one can still observe deep-sea fish displayed atop ice blocks in some markets, or subjected to blasts of liquid nitrogen. Raymond furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Could this explosion have been caused by improper storage of dry ice? Chapter 20. A storm is approaching. The explosion of dry ice is not a rare occurrence. It is a common substance that can become exceedingly hazardous when mishandled. Observing Raymond lost in contemplation, Uncle Piao cautiously inquired, Director, have you come to a realization? Raymond circled the dry ice entry with a pen resting beside him, his fingers ceaselessly twirling the pen. I now suspect that this incident was an accidental explosion due to the improper storage of dry ice, rather than a deliberate attack. He solidified his conclusion. The Toon Mun dock explosion case would be handed over to the Public Safety Department, instructing them to investigate the matter concerning the accidental explosion caused by improper dry ice storage. Several hours later, according to the latest findings from the police investigation, the dock explosion was deemed an accident. The container was found to contain a significant amount of dry ice, which, due to improper storage, resulted in excessive pressure leading to the explosion. Fortunately, the incident occurred at night when no workers were present at the dock. Following a thorough investigation by the police and the Dock Workers Association, it has been confirmed that no dock workers suffered fatal injuries or were harmed as a result. We must remind our viewers that dry ice is not an entirely safe substance. Please exercise caution and ensure proper storage to prevent any unforeseen accidents that could endanger lives and property. Tap, 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 whoosh, whoosh. The sound of high heels striking the ground intertwined with the heavy breathing of a woman. As the sounds from the television grew nearer, the woman's breaths became increasingly labored. With a rustle, Mary pulled open the roll-up door of the boxing gym. Xiaoming. At that moment, Mary spotted Liu Jianming standing by the window, gazing up at the thick rain clouds above. The dense cloud cover in the sky swirled like a colossal dragon. The rumbling thunder sounded like the final roar of a beast breaking free from its cocoon. The sound of the door being pushed open startled Liu Jianming. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw Mary, drenched from the rain, kneeling at the entrance, staring vacantly at him. Crack! A lightning bolt, as if capable of splitting the heavens, illuminated the sky. Liu Jianming, caught in the light's arc, appeared brilliantly illuminated on one side, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow, resembling an endless abyss. His eyes, one bright and one dark, swept over Mary, who seemed somewhat startled, and he remarked flatly, Sister Mary, a storm is coming. Chirp, chirp. Birds perched on branches chirped incessantly as they feasted on raindrops clinging to the leaves after the downpour. As the rain subsided, The sky transformed into a mirror reflecting human forms, smooth and glistening. Raindrops continued to drip from the branches as the sound of a shower echoed from the bathroom. Liu Jianming picked up a cigarette from the table only to set it down again. I just remembered, I can't smoke at all. Leaning back against the sofa, he stretched leisurely, feeling a sudden surge of vitality. There's a saying that goes, immature women can only leave you flustered, while mature women can refresh your spirit. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Liu Jianming like a wraith. It was the detective. Liu Jianming gestured for the detective to take a seat. Did you bring the items? After sitting down, the detective handed Liu Jianming a folder. Everything is here. The sounds from the bathroom ceased. Moments later, Mary emerged from the bathroom, clad in a white bathrobe, towel drying her damp hair. Is Xiaoming here? Upon entering the living room, Mary noticed two individuals seated on the sofa, one being Liu Jianming and the other a young man equally handsome. Liu Jianming pointed to the detective and said, Sister Mary, this is my brother Dick, whom you know. Liu Jianming casually placed the folder on the table. Sister Mary, Dick has brought some items that you might need. Mary's eyes brightened. Understanding that what Liu Jianming referred to as her needed items were indeed evidence that could threaten Boss Quan. Without hesitation, Mary, still in her bathrobe, sat down beside Liu Jianming and began to examine the folder. Inside were documents, photographs, recordings, and negatives. It clearly detailed how Boss Quan had illicitly taken Nakuan's goods arriving from Siam on multiple occasions. This evidence was sufficient to bury Boss Quan and his entire family alive. Mary's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are these real? Liu Jianming replied calmly. Yes, Sister Mary. These were all found at Gao Hui's residence. I believe Boss Quan's unwavering support for Gao Hui stems from these items. Liu Jianming then turned to the detective. Dick, you may step out for now. I have something to discuss with Sister Mary. The detective, dropping the pretense, responded. Understood, boss. Mary watched as the detective turned and disappeared into the entrance before shifting her gaze back to Liu Jianming. Xiaoming, how long have you been keeping this from me? I didn't even realize last time I came that Dick is not your brother, but your subordinate. Mary had long suspected that Liu Jianming possessed his own power. Now, she recognized that this power was remarkably sophisticated, resembling that of a professional operative rather than a mere gang organization. The ability to acquire documents used to extort Boss Quan immediately after Gao Hui's demise indicated not only that Liu Jianming had premeditated the act, but also that he was well-versed in the dealings between Gao Hui and Boss Quan. It also underscored the formidable capabilities of Liu Jianming's faction, which was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Liu Jianming did not directly respond to Mary's inquiry. With his hands resting on his knees, he reassured her. Sister Mary, rest assured, regardless of the power I possess, I will always stand by your side. You may take these documents, but I hope your smuggling route will remain permanently accessible to me. Chapter 21. The Provocation of the Youngster. The detective returned to the boxing gym after watching Mary drive off, whistling. As he walked in, he remarked, Boss, what's wrong? What happened to your face? Liu Jianming covered the imprint on his face and replied, Mary hit me. The detective, perplexed, asked, why? Liu Jianming, looking dejected, lamented, Mary misunderstood the smuggling route. Liu Jianming rubbed his face and remarked, however, Mary still agreed. Tomorrow, I will take a few brothers to deal with the goods, every time we handle the goods. She takes 90% while I take 10. If we have goods in the future and follow Mary's route, the labor she provides will be divided 70-30 in my favor. But if we solely follow her route, it will be 90-10. The detective pondered for a moment and said, Boss, Mary is truly good to you. Curiously, he inquired, Boss, are you really going to follow Mary's private route? Just as Liu Jianming was about to respond, two white followers rushed in. Boss, boss. Liu Jianming turned to the white followers. What urgent matter brings you here? The white follower quickly spoke. Boss, someone is dealing drugs on our turf. Liu Jianming furrowed his brows. What? Which faction dares to stake a claim on my territory on just the third day? The white follower replied. They are just some small-time dealers, selling only a few grams at a time. The detective interjected. This is B's cunning scheme. Now that B has left, we have no real power, and the small-time dealers who once dared not provoke the Hongxing gang are now all emerging. If we do not deal with them swiftly, they will surely become a nuisance. Liu Jianming's expression darkened. Strike a decisive blow to prevent 100 retaliations, if we don't make an example of a few tonight. It seems we cannot move forward. I will go take a look myself. The detective suggested. Boss, should we not let the godfather handle this? Liu Jianming declined. No. How can I not take action when someone dares to stake a claim on my territory? Besides, I have the skill move horse. Have the godfather gather his men and report to Mary. His skills are suited for smuggling. The matters on the court are mine to handle. Liu Jianming's solo venture also carried the symbolism of making an example. He was reluctant to go himself, but the logic in the world of Hong Kong films was self-contained. Those who could establish authority were of two types, the the red sticks and the red sticks disguised as white paper fans. For instance, figures like Wang Bao, Lian Haolong, Chen Haonan, Crow, Lei Yaoyong, and Chen Hua. When establishing authority, one must carve it out with one's own hands. Only then will others fear you. When ruling, one can strategize from the sidelines, but not when conquering. This has been the case since ancient times. Xiang Yu at the Battle of the Water's Edge, Lu Xiu at the foot of Kunyang City, Cao Cao at the Battle of Wuchao, the king of Qin outside Xuanwu Gate, Zhu Yuanzhang by Poyang Lake. Just like the narration in the Jianghu is in crisis, sometimes the elder brother must step out to make a show of strength, with the aim of demonstrating to his younger brothers that he is indeed formidable. At such a moment, if one does not establish authority personally and sends subordinates instead, how can one maintain their stature, and how can others fear you? Liu Jianming instructed the two white followers. One of you go inform the brothers from other venues to refrain from causing trouble, and the other take me to the bar where the small-time dealers dare to deal drugs. The two white followers replied in unison, yes. Liu Jianming turned to the detective and said, you stay here. The detective nodded, no problem. The jurisdiction of the Xianshan court extends beyond the court itself to the surrounding bars, disco clubs, billiard halls, and street stalls. How does B make money? Aside from the usual protection fees, there are also the small-time dealers' drug dealings, horse racing, and gambling that require payment. The alcohol and tobacco in bars, disco clubs, billiard halls, and street stalls must be purchased from B. The white follower led Liu Jianming to the entrance of a bar. From a distance, Liu Jianming spotted a man wearing a denim vest, selling what appeared to be gum-sized packages to passers-by. Liu Jianming's expression darkened, and he approached, grabbing the man's pocket. Ding. Successfully signed in with Scarface. Important plot character, one-time sign-in. Acquired skill reward, 1 angry beauty. Acquired card reward, 1 purple follower card, 10 white follower cards. 1 angry beauty. Each time you have a beauty, reputation value doubles. Current number of beauties, 0. Liu Jianming paid no heed to the system's voice and delivered a swift backfist to the still-dazed Scarface. Liu Jianming's punch was powerful and quick, knocking Scarface unconscious. Who are you to dare steal our drugs? Just as Liu Jianming knocked Scarface out, a voice suddenly rang out. Liu Jianming turned to see 4 individuals. He pointed at the guy with a broken nose whom he had just struck and asked, are you with him? The underling, brimming with arrogance, replied, yes. Let me tell you, we are quite the stylish ones. You dare to steal our goods. You're finished. Liu Jianming's expression remained impassive. You have no idea who I am. Yet you dare deal drugs here. Has no one informed you that this place prohibits drug dealing, pimping, and gambling? Liu Jianming's command was simply about establishing authority. In old government dramas, there is often a scene where a new official takes office and completely reverses the previous atmosphere. In Xianshan, the prohibition of drugs, gambling, and vice does not merely refer to the literal meaning. The underling scoffed. Oh, you're the one watching over this place since Brother B left. Hurry up and get lost. And let me tell you, not only will this place be ours, but the 2 neighboring shops will be ours as well. Under the moonlight, Liu Jianming's gaze sharpened. You think you can snatch food from my mouth with your pathetic crew? Absurd. With that, Liu Jianming swiftly advanced, his figure darting like a flash of lightning. Before the underling could react, Liu Jianming's fist struck his abdomen. The underling cried out in pain, nearly collapsing to the ground. Liu Jianming seized the opportunity to stuff the bag into the underling's mouth. Scream. I dare you to scream. The underling, with his mouth stuffed, writhed in agony on the ground, unable to make a sound. Liu Jianming's lightning-fast moves left the 2 surrounding underlings astonished, instinctively taking a step back. Liu Jianming turned to the right underling, swiftly executing a backfist that knocked him out. Looking at the 3 underlings sprawled on the ground, Liu Jianming scoffed. You truly can't take a hit, and yet you dare to deal drugs? Liu Jianming then looked up at the last underling, who trembled and said, please, don't hit me. Liu Jianming kicked the underling in the rear. Go, call all your people out, and tell them the rules of the Jianghu. If they want to stake a claim, they must fight for it. Otherwise, get lost and stop wasting my time. The underling, trembling in fear, dashed into the bar, terrified that if he ran too slowly, Liu Jianming would catch up and give him another kick. Yes. Liu Jianming observed the system's notification sound, noting that the previous 3 underlings had just gifted him 3 additional white follower cards. The underling stumbled into the bar, calling out to the man on the sofa embracing a woman, Big brother, it's bad. The watchman knocked out our goods and Scarface's crew, demanding we get lost. Chapter 22. Teaching a lesson to the small-time dealers. Xianshan Court is a fine place, as it is frequented by many young people and has a high volume of drug dealings. Therefore, Shoppy had long set his sights on this location. But due to it being a stronghold of Hung Hing, he dared not act recklessly. He could only conduct a small amount of business under the watchful eye of Hung Hing, and even that required him to pay a tribute. However, with Boss B and his entourage departing from the Xianshan Stadium, and without anyone monitoring the area, The bar there had managed to produce more goods in the last 2 days than they had in the entire previous week across all their venues. Despite the warnings from the white followers against trafficking drugs, pimping, and gambling at Seongshan Stadium, Shopee disregarded these admonitions entirely, leaning back on the sofa. Dribbling a ball with one hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he scoffed. Warn us? A deadbeat dares to issue warnings to us. He commanded all his brothers to grab their weapons and kill him right there on the street, eager to see who would dare oppose him. Shopee. At his command, the once crowded bar hall suddenly became quite empty. Boss, that's him. He asked the one who took down our brothers, shouted a lackey, pointing at Liu Jianming. Shopee fixed his gaze on Liu Jianming, noticing his youthful appearance, and snorted. A kid who hasn't even grown hair yet dares to play bouncer? You're just asking for death. Grabbing a machete from one of his underlings, Shopee swung it at Liu Jianming. The underlings followed suit closely behind. Liu Jianming glanced at Shopee's grip on the knife and remarked, "Is that how you hold a knife? Even Liu Huaqiang's technique is steadier than yours." Just as Liu Jianming finished speaking, Shopee had already lunged forward, aiming a downward slash at Liu Jianming's face. Liu Jianming casually sidestepped, evading the blow, leaving Shopee bewildered as to why he had miscalculated. Liu Jianming tilted his head and said, "I told you, your grip is all wrong. And yet you still think you can attack." While Liu Jianming spoke, his hands were not idle. He seized Shopee's wrist, stepped forward, and with his right arm maneuvered under Shopee's arm, choking him around the neck, then forcefully pushed him from behind. With a crack, Shopee's cervical vertebrae were snapped by Liu Jianming's action. Liu Jianming swept low with his foot, knocking Shopee to the ground. In quick succession, Liu Jianming heard 2 system notifications. Ding. Successfully signed in Shopee. Received 5 white follower cards. The lackeys behind him had not even witnessed Liu Jianming's movements and were oblivious to Shopee's condition as they charged forward. Whoosh. In a flash, Liu Jianming seized one of the lackey's arms, pulling him forward, bending the elbow with a sharp crack, rendering the lackey's right hand useless. Liu Jianming then delivered a kick to the groin, crippling his opponent. Simultaneously, using the lackey's body as a shield, he blocked a baton strike coming from the right. Thud. The baton struck the lackey's forehead with a heavy blow, causing him to bleed profusely and lose consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Jianming retaliated with a back fist to the lackey's jaw, knocking him out cold. Liu Jianming's peripheral vision scanned for any further attackers. He pivoted, stepping back to close the distance with another lackey, and as the lackey raised his machete, Liu Jianming kicked him, sending him flying. He then advanced in a lunge, seizing the lackey's wrist and twisting it, breaking the arm with a deft maneuver. Tossing the lackey aside like a bowling ball, he sent him crashing into a group of others. At this moment, the lackey's expressions shifted to one of terror. One after another, they ceased their advance and began to retreat in fear. Someone shouted, "We're done for. How is this guy so fierce?" These scattered lackeys were not even worth comparing to the likes of the elite, having fallen to the level of mere street thugs. Compared to Liu Jianming, they were like a teddy bear facing Tyson. Liu Jianming's eyes sparkled with determination, filled with the spirit of battle. It was unclear who first dropped their weapon and shouted, "Run!" The others followed suit, discarding their arms and fleeing. Liu Jianming charged after the frightened lackeys, delivering a blow to each one. Whether it struck their cheeks or their chests, not a single lackey who received a punch from Liu Jianming was able to rise again. Even those who wished to escape could not outrun Liu Jianming. Seeing the scattering of the lackeys, Liu Jianming activated the skill summon followers. In an instant, dozens of black-clad follower phantoms materialized in the night sky, pinning down the fleeing thugs with unyielding force. "Help! I was wrong. Please let us go." Such cries echoed through the night. Liu Jianming caught up to those pinned to the ground by the followers, delivering a punch to each. The lackeys, watching Liu Jianming grow increasingly exhilarated, felt an unsettling thrill at his apparent sadism. Little did they know that in Liu Jianming's mind, the system notifications were incessantly chiming. Ding. Signed in an unnamed lackey, one-time character, received a white follower card as a reward. Liu Jianming was not reveling in violence, but rather in the rewards he was accumulating. It dawned on him that defeating these lackeys could yield rewards. After incapacitating all the lackeys, he made a slicing motion across his throat to the followers and waved his hand. "Leave one alive to hand over to the godfather. Find out who their boss is. I'll take down their lair tomorrow." Since defeating this gang of lackeys granted rewards, Liu Jianming resolved to eradicate evil and uphold justice, ensuring the safety of the community. In less than a minute, the temporary followers had cleared the bar's entrance, making it seem as though nothing had transpired. As the bar owner secretly followed the lackeys to observe the situation, he witnessed Liu Jianming single-handedly take down a dozen men without sustaining a scratch. Approaching the entrance of the bar, the owner prepared to flee, but Liu Jianming seized the collar of his shirt and pulled him back. The bar owner flailed his arms, exclaiming, "Boss, this has nothing to do with me. Liu Jianming inquired. Do you know where those people came from? The bar owner nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. Liu Jianming coldly demanded. Tell me where their leader is. The bar owner nodded eagerly. All right. I'll write it down for you. Chapter 23. The Claw Machine. The bar owner dared not offend Liu Jianming. However, while writing down the address, he nervously added, Boss, if we ban the drugs, no one will come here anymore, and the customer flow will diminish significantly. I really can't gather the protection fee each month. It's just too much. Liu Jianming did not respond to the bar owner's concerns and left the bar clutching the cards. He contemplated this dilemma. While bars and nightclubs could be profitable, their earnings were limited. Few would travel great distances just for a bar or nightclub. Thud. As Liu Jianming pondered, he accidentally kicked a plush toy lying by the roadside. Such plush toys were quite common around the stadium, as the majority within the arena comprised youths. It was evident that the abandoned doll had been carelessly discarded by boys and girls alike. Liu Jianming crouched down to examine the toy he had just kicked away, noticing that it had been thrown away due to a seam coming undone on its back. Casually, he placed the doll on a nearby bench, stroking his chin in contemplation. What about claw machines? Are they feasible? The claw machine was invented as early as the early 20th century, and the commercial model we recognize today was conceptualized by Neon in 1984, gradually evolving through numerous enhancements into the familiar contraption we see now. In Hong Kong, these claw machines are also referred to as doll machines. Liu Jianming, being a man of action, found a telephone booth, inserted a few coins, and dialed Mary. Mary's voice sounded somewhat lethargic, as if awakened by Liu Jianming's call. Hello? Liu Jianming quickly responded, Sister Mary, it's me. Mary, suddenly more alert, replied, Xiaoming? Why are you calling? Liu Jianming hastily inquired, Sister Mary, do you have any contacts in electronics, plastics, or plush toy factories? Mary pondered for a moment before answering. I still have some connections in electronics, but the plastics and plush toy factories have all moved north. Xiaoming. Let me put it this way. Over 80% of the small and medium-sized factories in Hong Kong are relocating north. The land prices in Hong Kong are exorbitant compared to those in the north, not to mention the labor costs. Operating a factory locally incurs costs that exceed selling prices. Nowadays, even factories in Hong Kong primarily engage in transshipment trade, branding, and selling goods from the north. Looking northward, Liu Jianming expressed his gratitude to Mary before hanging up. He retrieved the follower card from his sleeve system and immediately contacted the detective. Detective, among the information you've gathered in recent days, do you have anything related to Hong Kong's industry? The detective promptly replied yes. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow. Please summarize the key points. After organizing his thoughts, the detective elaborated. Hong Kong once boasted 4 pillar industries: garment manufacturing, electronics, watchmaking, and toys. Currently, over 90% of garment production processes are completed in the north, with Hong Kong responsible only for the final stitching and packaging. The electronics sector, particularly microprogrammed semiconductor components, is relatively advanced, encompassing electronic watches, clocks, game consoles, and electronic toys. However, most large factories in the electronics industry are foreign-owned, with only a few small to medium enterprises being locally owned. The watch industry in Hong Kong is quite prominent, trailing only behind Switzerland and Neon. The toy industry is predominantly composed of plastic toys, followed by video game consoles and electric toys. The future focus for Hong Kong's development will be on international transportation, information, finance, trade, real estate, and tourism. Liu Jianming now possessed a detailed plan for both the present and the future. Upon returning to the boxing gym, he closed the roller shutter. The detective observed Liu Jianming and remarked, Boss, you seem to have a new idea brewing. Liu Jianming, puzzled, asked, How did you know? The detective smiled slightly. Boss, whenever you seem hurried, it signifies you've had a revelation. Liu Jianming contemplated, Not necessarily. The detective inquired curiously, What else could it be? Liu Jianming shrugged. Perhaps I just couldn't find a restroom. Liu Jianming then reviewed his follower card reserves, opting to activate 4 purple follower cards, 2 blue follower cards, and 2 green follower cards. Ding. Purple follower cards activated. The newly summoned followers, public relations specialist, dreamweaver, forger, and manager, greeted Liu Jianming in unison. Boss. Liu Jianming nodded. Let me outline my plan first, and then I will assign tasks. We will proceed along 2 routes. The first route consists of public relations specialist, dreamweaver, and artist, along with 10 white followers, forming a comic team. The second route will be led by detective, manager, and lawyer, who will form a negotiation team. Due to the significant losses faced by America from the oil crisis, they have been aggressively extracting resources from South America over the past few years, causing immense hardship in that region. Consequently, many factories in South America have gone bankrupt. Although these factories have failed, they were once prosperous, meaning their machinery is relatively new and less worn, just what we need. I need you to devise a toy brand name that sounds distinctly Chinese, and then create all associated branding materials, including the logo, advertisements, and flyers. Subsequently, find a mechanical engineering, plastic processing, or plush toy factory on the brink of bankruptcy in South America. Inform them that we are a major brand from Hong Kong seeking to expand our production capacity through outsourcing. You may embellish the brand's stature as much as necessary. After all, Americans won't conduct thorough background checks. Then, convey that to become our subcontractor, they must relocate their factory north. However, ensure that the subcontractor has previously worked for established brands and possesses the necessary authorization. Once the South American subcontractor is secured, approach the north and express your willingness to invest, requesting land for a factory. Finally, armed with the company's documents, the subcontractor's papers, and the northern land agreements, seek a loan from any bank. I have already inquired, and over 80% of Hong Kong's manufacturing has shifted north in the past 5 years. Establishing a factory in the north should enable you to secure a loan of several million without issue. The specific amount will depend on your execution. Chapter 24, The Sophisticated Guy. I'm still Black Big Hands. The detective, manager, and lawyer have departed for South America, likely not returning for another 2 weeks. Liu Jianming's focus has now entirely shifted to the comic industry. He gathered public relations specialist, dreamweaver, artist, and the 10 white followers together. Liu Jianming articulated, "As you all know, Hong Kong is set to transition into a financial city, with tourism being a crucial industry. We cannot rely solely on a few bars and nightclubs for profit. No one will travel to Sainshan Stadium for such attractions. Therefore, I envision transforming this place into a cultural pilgrimage site. Given Hong Kong's stature, we can aspire to influence at least the national level, attracting more visitors and generating revenue. Our objective is to delve into the realm of the second dimension, comics and games. Centered around Sainshan Stadium, we aim to establish a hub for second-dimensional culture. Thus, as the first step, I resolved to become a literary plunderer." The Dreamweaver inquired, "Boss, what shall we copy?" Liu Jianming pondered for a moment, glancing at the manga he had perused and the court outside. "Let us begin with Slam Dunk. It will also help us attract some business for our court." The Dreamweaver expressed confusion. "Boss, will we alter the story's background?" Liu Jianming nodded affirmatively. "What truly matters is the essence of the story. The setting is inconsequential. Even a fantastical world will suffice. You 13, work overtime tonight to create a poster and several captivating illustrations. Tomorrow morning, I shall approach Mary to assist me in finding a magazine to place an advertisement." The Dreamweaver furrowed his brow. "Are we not going to advertise in a manga magazine?" Liu Jianming shook his head. Who would notice an advertisement in a manga magazine, with so many titles out there? The Dreamweaver's eyelids fluttered, sensing that Liu Jianming had conceived another extraordinary idea. "Boss, where do you intend to place the advertisement?" Liu Jianming recalled a legendary maneuver from history in Banana Magazine. The group of followers widened their eyes in disbelief. Advertising in Banana Magazine. What an absurd notion. Surely, they would be ridiculed for it. Early the next morning, Liu Jianming approached Mary with his materials. When he knocked on her door, Mary was still clad in her pajamas. "Good morning, Mary." Mary nodded. "Indeed, it is rather early. By the way, about that factory matter you mentioned last night." Liu Jianming quickly interjected, "Someone has already taken care of it. I now hope you can assist me with another task." Liu Jianming handed Mary the folder. "I wish to place an advertisement in Banana Magazine." Mary's expression turned bewildered. It was the first time she had heard of anyone advertising in Banana Magazine. She regarded Liu Jianming with an odd look. "Xiaoming, are you trying to sell those kinds of toys?" Liu Jianming's lips twitched with barely restrained amusement. "Mary, this is an advertisement for a manga." Upon hearing this, Mary's eyes widened even further. Liu Jianming decided against further explanation, realizing that additional clarification would only complicate matters. He simply advised, "Mary, please deliver this document to Banana Magazine and arrange for the advertisement. I'll reimburse you for the costs." Mary chuckled softly. "I doubt even the editor of Banana Magazine knows how much their advertising fees are. They have never engaged in such endeavors." With the task of advertising in Banana Magazine entrusted to Mary, Liu Jianming proceeded to the advertising agency, where he printed banners showcasing the manga's most thrilling scenes to hang at the court. The public relations specialist efficiently secured the cultural company's license, the book distribution permit, and the printing factory responsible for production within a single day. They even transformed a nearby pavilion into a newsstand for selling manga and cold beverages. On the first day of the newsstand's opening, business thrived, not due to the manga, but because it was a convenient place to purchase refreshments. Naturally, there were inquiries regarding the manga, but the white follower, overseeing the stand, could only shake his head in response. The public relations specialist and the Dreamweaver observed the burly, white follower and exchanged glances. The public relations specialist remarked, "I believe something is lacking." The Dreamweaver nodded in agreement. I feel the same. The public relations specialist concurred. We should find a girl. The Dreamweaver added. We need a gentle-natured girl with shoulder-length hair to dress as Haruko Akagi and buy juice at the newsstand. The public relations specialist affirmed. You are correct. Liu Jianming, standing behind the public relations specialist and the Dreamweaver, interjected. Stop dreaming. Where would I find a gentle, shoulder-length-haired girl? Should I open a maid cafe instead? The only women I know in this world are Wu Luoxi and Mary. Would you like to choose one? The Dreamweaver and the public relations specialist immediately declined, stating that if it were either of those two, it would surely result in catastrophe. Liu Jianming hoisted a steel pipe. Very well. I shall now go and break the legs of those fanatics. The manga project is in your hands. I hope we can release the first volume as scheduled next week. The Dreamweaver inquired. Boss, I believe being a literary plunderer holds no future. Liu Jianming did not turn back. I am aware it lacks prospects. Becoming a literary plunderer is merely a means to accumulate primitive wealth. Once we have money, we can become ruthless machines of surplus value extraction. After all, there are plenty of gifted individuals in this world. We shall exploit them. Upholding a philosophy of eradicating evil, Liu Jianming located the hideout of the leader behind Shopee. His bravery in seeking the leader stemmed not only from his own fighting prowess, but also from his skill, Shadow Clone. Following the address, he arrived at the dilapidated district, where the paint on the walls had mostly faded. Countless television antennas towered between the buildings, protruding like grotesque tentacles. The eaves of the balconies were adorned with corrugated steel, seemingly both to shield from rain and provide shade from the sun. Ascending the stairs as per the address, Liu Jianming muttered, "This appears to be an illegal rooftop structure. Doesn't anyone enforce regulations?" Halt! Just as Liu Jianming was climbing floor by floor with the steel pipe, a sudden shout interrupted his ascent. Liu Jianming looked up to see a henchman blocking his path. Is a guy named Xiaosao up there? The henchman inquired. What do you want with Brother Xiaosao? Liu Jianming found the name peculiar. Brother Xiaosao? I might as well be looking for the black big shot. Liu Jianming pressed on. Is Xiaosao dealing in powder? The henchman scrutinized Liu Jianming, who did not appear to be a cop. If you want to buy, come at night. We're not selling now. In the next moment, the henchman felt a flash before his eyes as a steel pipe loomed above his forehead. Chapter 25. Confrontation on Xiaosao's rooftop. Bang! A crisp sound resonated, confirming it was a solid strike. Ding! You have signed in a nameless henchman, one-time character, or you will receive a white follower card. As the steel pipe descended, a line of blood trickled down the henchman's head. His body slumped backward, unconscious. Liu Jianming calmly observed the fallen henchman. I was merely concerned about arriving at the wrong place. Needed to verify. Inside the wooden house, Xiaosao gripped Zhu Wanfang's face. His gaze sharp and his tone fierce. You're the one who caused me and my brothers to clash. You're the reason my brothers turned against me. You're the one who pointed fingers at the police. After delivering the last sentence, Xiaosao slapped Zhu Wanfang. Don't think that just because you're dressed like this you're some pillar of society. Without it, you're no different from the whores in the brothel. As he spoke, Xiaosao forcefully yanked at Zhu Wanfang's clothing, tearing it away, leaving her in only a tank top and shorts. Zhu Wanfang gasped in fear. Bang! The door burst open suddenly, and a henchman rushed in, his face filled with terror. Brother. Someone has barged in outside and has already injured over a dozen of our brothers. Xiaosao's expression darkened. Who is it? The henchman shook his head. I don't recognize him. I don't know which gang he belongs to. Everyone in the room turned to look out the window. They saw Liu Jianming, steel pipe in hand, with a henchman leading the way ahead of him. The manner in which the underling bowed and scraped resembled that of a guide leading the way. Standing beside him, Zhou George spoke up. Brother, I recognize that person. It's Liu Jianming from our class. The previously nonchalant expression of Xiaosao transformed into one of icy severity. Damn it, a one-on-one meeting. Xiaosao turned to glance at Zhu Wanfang, who appeared as startled as a quail. Your knight has arrived. Truly a touching tale of heroism. But I wonder if he will maintain such courage upon seeing me. Zhu Wanfang's mind was in disarray. Indeed, Liu Jianming was her classmate. Yet he belonged to the type that would slump into his chair and fall asleep, leaving as soon as class ended. Were it not for his ability to respond effortlessly to the teacher-esque questions, one might suspect him to be mute. Despite being classmates for years, Zhu Wanfang and Liu Jianming were hardly familiar with each other. Xiaosao grasped Zhu Wanfang's shoulder and began to pull her out. Upon seeing the door open, Liu Jianming halted in his tracks. However, he found Xiaosao's appearance somewhat peculiar. Dragging along a girl clad only in a tank top and shorts. What was the meaning of this? Xiaosao, noticing Liu Jianming, was the first to speak. You are Liu Jianming. I wish to speak with you. In contrast, Liu Jianming thought differently. So it is him, since he knows me. He is clearly marking his territory on my turf. How dare he think I am easy to bully? Today, I shall make an example of him. Liu Jianming thrust his steel pipe forward, striking the back of the guide's head with a resounding thud. Thanks, brother, but you can take a break. There's nothing more for you to do here. Liu Jianming then cast a sharp glance at Xiao Sa. Since you know who I am and why I'm here, there's nothing left to discuss. With that, Liu Jianming moved with the agility of a leopard, lunging at Xiao Sa with such swiftness that he appeared only as a blur. Xiao Sa, taken aback by Liu Jianming's fierce momentum, hesitated, taking a step back. You lot. Go. Quickly block him. Several obedient lackeys rushed toward Liu Jianming. Without mercy, Liu Jianming wielded his steel pipe like a sword, sweeping it horizontally and knocking 2 lackeys to the ground. He then swiftly reversed his grip, striking down another lackey behind them. Raising his weapon once more, he aimed at a 4th lackey, delivering a powerful blow. The impact produced a deafening sound as his skull caved in. In the blink of an eye, the first 4 lackeys lay unconscious on the ground, while the 5th stood frozen, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Taking a step forward, Liu Jianming assumed a stance and thrust the steel pipe with immense force, sending the 5th lackey flying. In mere moments, the 5 lackeys blocking Xiao Sa lay sprawled on the ground, causing the remaining lackeys to scatter like birds startled from their perch. Xiao Sa, aware that he could not match Liu Jianming's strength, turned and fled. Liu Jianming, however, did not relent and pursued him. From her position, Zhu Wanfang called out softly, Ming, don't chase him. Beside her, Guo Xiaojin quickly grasped Zhu Wanfang's arm. Forget about Liu Jianming. With his skills, Xiao Sa will only end up being beaten. We are the ones in danger here. Let us leave. Afterward, you can express your gratitude however you wish. You could even bind yourself as a gift and throw yourself on the bed, but this is not the time for such discussions. Guo Xiaojin dragged Zhu Wanfang away. Meanwhile, Liu Jianming and Xiao Sa began their chase across the rooftops, in a race between Xiao Sa and Liu Jianming. It was akin to pitting a wheelchair against an F1 Ferrari. Liu Jianming caught up with Xiao Sa in just a few strides. Xiao Sa, bewildered by Liu Jianming's relentless pursuit, thought, I've let him go, why is he still chasing me? Liu Jianming approached and struck Xiao Sa with the steel pipe. Bang. Ding. Successfully signed in Xiao Sa. 1-time sign in character. Reward. Physical attributes enhanced to 3 times human peak. Strength increased to twice human peak. Reward. 1 purple follower card, 5 white follower cards. The blow landed on Xiao Sa's shoulder, the sound of impact intertwining with the crack of bones. In an instant, Xiao Sa's arm lost all sensation, and the overwhelming force sent him tumbling to the ground. Lying there, clutching his arm, he looked up in terror at Liu Jianming, whose face remained impassive despite having just dispatched so many. He appeared not as a man, but a demon. Xiao Sa, writhing in pain, pleaded, I just let Zhu Wanfang go. Could you spare my life? Let us pretend we never met. Liu Jianming, gripping the steel pipe, retorted, what are you saying? I came to find you. Yesterday, your man Shoppy planted his flag in my bar. He is dead now, and I'm here to send you to him for a chat. Realization dawned on Xiao Sa as he observed the approaching weapon. This calamity was not summoned by him, but rather by the deceased Shoppy. Chapter 26. The Death of Xiao Sa. As Liu Jianming's pipe swung toward him, Xiao Sa rolled to evade. However, he found himself cornered at the edge of the rooftop, and in his attempt to roll away, he fell from the building. The space between the floors was littered with sharp antennas that pierced like fish bones. As Xiao Sa fell, the metal rods impaled him. Bang. Ultimately, Xiao Sa lay on the ground, his body riddled with steel needles, resembling a straw figure returned from borrowing arrows for Zhuge Liang, as he breathed his last. Ding. The villain is dead. The plot has changed. Reward, 1 purple card. Liu Jianming glanced at Xiao Sa's corpse below, then at the system rewards. System. This reward is rather meager. Killing a villain only nets me a single purple card. I might as well have gone for a sign-in. Rewards are distributed based on the strength of the villain. The weaker the villain, the lesser the reward. Just after Xiao Sa plummeted, several lackeys arrived on the scene. Confronting Liu Jianming, you're done for. You've killed our boss. Liu Jianming swung the steel pipe down with tremendous force, striking the forehead of the speaking lackey and creating a deep indentation. Ding. Signed an unnamed lackey, 1-time sign in character. Reward, 1 white follower card. Liu Jianming looked at the fallen body. Fool, murder in Xiangjiang is not a crime. With that, he struck each of the surrounding thugs with his pipe. Ding. Signed an unnamed lackey, 1-time sign in character. Reward, 1 white follower card. Ding. Signed an unnamed lackey, 1-time sign in character. Reward, 1 white follower card. Having filled his rewards, Liu Jianming departed contentedly. Half an hour later, 2 police cars arrived at the scene of the incident. A man in a blue shirt emerged from one of the vehicles, his identification badge reading Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing gazed at the figure that had been transformed into a porcupine, then shifted his attention to the television antenna that had been shattered from the rooftop to the ground. Turning to his companion, Brother Hai, he remarked. It appears to be a case of a high-altitude fall. We should call the mortuary to come collect the body. Brother Hai cast a glance at the porcupine-like figure and then nodded at Huang Zhiqing, understood. At that moment, several henchmen, bloodied and battered from Liu Jianming's assault, rushed over, exclaiming, "Sir, our boss was pushed off the rooftop. You can't just ignore this." Just as Huang Zhiqing was about to get into his vehicle and leave, he heard the complaints of the henchmen behind him. He halted and queried, "How many assailants were there?" The henchman perked up, declaring, "Just one." Huang Zhiqing waved dismissively, "Disband." The henchman, seeing that Huang Zhiqing was unwilling to intervene, grabbed his arm, pleading, "Sir, if you don't take action, I will file a complaint against you." Huang Zhiqing turned to the henchman, pointing at his chest with a firm tone. "The porcupine is a gang leader, whereas I am an officer of the law. Now that the porcupine is dead, I intend to pop some champagne to celebrate. Do you understand? If you wish to file a complaint, go to the Police Civilian Relations Department. I welcome your grievances, understood? You fools, when you were challenging the police while seizing the witness, did you not consider the consequences? A life has been lost. You should be burning more joss paper instead." With that, Huang Zhiqing climbed into the passenger seat and gestured for the driver to depart. The henchman watched in bewilderment as the police vehicle drove away. Liu Jianming's act of killing the porcupine, while seemingly disregarded by the authorities, had left a profound impact on the henchman's psyche, especially since Liu Jianming's audacious assault on the rooftop was vividly recounted among their ranks. For the time being, all henchmen were reticent about entering the Xianshan Stadium, which fell into a brief silence. Daitu conveyed the external rumors to Boss B, Brother B. "It seems your plan isn't effective." Boss B remained unfazed, a smile gracing his face. "Daitu, if Liu Jianming were to be easily dealt with by these henchmen, I would lose respect for him. This is merely the conclusion of the beginning for Liu Jianming. Xianshan, Kowloon City, and Wanshai are filled with complexities and rivalries. If this lad truly wishes to establish himself, he is merely at the threshold of his trials." Daitu expressed concern, "But Brother B, if this lad manages to endure and truly rises to prominence in the underworld?" Boss B, still smiling, replied, "Then we will have gained an ally. This territory of Xianshan Stadium was a gift from me to him, and Liu Jianming should feel some gratitude for that. In the future, we can sit down and discuss collaboration. Having an ally poses no issue." Daitu considered this and realized the depth of Boss B's strategy, which cleverly hedged both sides. Should Liu Jianming fail to maintain control over Xianshan Stadium, the outcome would be a concession to Boss B's domain. Conversely, should he succeed, Boss B would gain a formidable ally. Meanwhile, Shiqiang relayed the news to Liang Kun, "Brother Kun, Liu Jianming seems to be on the rise. He could potentially become a dominant force in Xianshan. He appears far more formidable than the other riffraff." Liang Kun rasped, "A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. That domain primarily falls under Boss B's jurisdiction. How can he allow others to rest easy at his side? I shall seize the opportunity to offer my pedestrian street to Liu Jianming, and then Boss B will have plenty to contend with. I foresee him ultimately stumbling over his own machinations." Shiqiang affirmed, "Understood. Brother Kun." At the West Kowloon Police Station, in the Organized Crime Office, Huang Zhiqing, though not directly involved in the porcupine's demise, felt a gnawing concern over the incident. A lone individual had infiltrated the porcupine stronghold, injuring hundreds and killing dozens before departing without a trace. A 10-step kill, leaving no trace behind. The incident concluded, the perpetrator vanishing into obscurity. Huang Zhiqing pondered as he sifted through the intelligence gathered on Liu Jianming over the past few days. Upon seeing a photograph, his heart skipped a beat. He recognized Liu Jianming. Huang Zhiqing, Han Shun, and Mary had grown up together. Liu Jianming had been by Mary's side since the age of 3. Huang Zhiqing furrowed his brow. "It seems I should invite Mary to discuss matters at a hotel tonight. What does Liu Jianming intend to achieve by plunging a dagger into Xianshan?" However, the subsequent details began to elude Huang Zhiqing's understanding. Liu Jianming had single-handedly seized Boss B's foundation from Liang Kun, imposing a prohibition on drug trafficking, prostitution, and gambling at Xianshan Stadium. The henchmen under Liu Jianming's command were apprehending more drug users in a single day than the neighboring narcotics unit could in a month. In just 3 days since taking control of Xianshan Stadium, Liu Jianming had secured the narcotics unit's KPIs for the upcoming year. There was now an unspoken understanding that anyone who dared to challenge Liu Jianming would become an adversary of the narcotics unit. When the police apprehended drug users, if they swallowed the packaging, they could later excrete it with little consequence, but Liu Jianming's men had the audacity to make them regurgitate it. Presently, even Officer Li from the neighboring precinct suspected Liu Jianming of having informants, privately warning him not to act too overtly, lest he attract unwanted attention. Chapter 27, The Dreamweaver Comic Studio. The more Huang Zhiqing scrutinized Liu Jianming's profile, the more perplexed he became. He emerged from the office. Tossing Liu Jianming's dossier onto the table, and addressed Brother Hai and the others regarding Liu Jianming. If he refrains from drug trafficking, prostitution, and gambling, and merely collects protection fees from bars and nightclubs, you may regard him as a legitimate property management company, and there is no need to keep him under surveillance. I have matters to attend to. With that, Huang Ziqing exited. Brother Hai and the others contemplated approaching Liu Jianming, but upon hearing Huang Ziqing's sentiments, it seemed there was more to this situation than met the eye. How could a gang leader sustain his subordinates without engaging in drug trafficking, prostitution, or gambling? Yet, upon reviewing the information Huang Ziqing had left behind, the officers of the organized crime unit appeared equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend the essence of this individual. With the Porcupine's demise, the disputes surrounding Xianshan Stadium had reached a temporary resolution. Liu Jianming channeled his primary focus into the comic company. The owner of the comic studio was known as the Dreamweaver, and the studio was aptly named Dreamweaver. The venue was simply an extension of the boxing gym within the stadium, equipped with a few additional tables, sufficient to accommodate 10 artists and their white followers for collaborative illustration. The Dreamweaver approached Liu Jianming upon his return, stating, "Boss, the printing house has been contacted. The first batch of 10,000 copies will require 5,000. Meanwhile, the public relations officer interjected, "Boss, I believe we should not only distribute our own comics, but also establish a comprehensive magazine. This would allow us to encompass the ideas of other talented comic artists, broadening our product range while simultaneously expanding our influence. Additionally, we could recruit these exceptional individuals to serve our interests, laying a foundation for the company's future expansion." Liu Jianming pondered for a moment. 10,000 copies are still insufficient. We need to establish our own printing house. The Dreamweaver inquired, "But boss, isn't the first volume being sold at our stadium?" Liu Jianming curled his lips in disbelief. "How is that possible? When the time comes, I'll contact Sister Mary and have her find some booksellers in Toonmun to sell together." The Dreamweaver and the public opinion expert exchanged glances, realizing that Liu Jianming was determined to exploit every opportunity. Early the next morning, the detective, currently in South America, sent a video call request to Liu Jianming. Still groggy, Liu Jianming extracted a follower card from the system. "Detective, is something troubling you so early?" The detective replied, "Boss, everything here is fine. Our plane has just landed in Brasilia. I wanted to inform you that your sick leave has expired, and it's time to go to school." Liu Jianming rubbed his eyes. "Go to school? Not a chance. But fine, I might as well take a look." Deciding to step out, Liu Jianming thought he might encounter some notable figures. He splashed some water on his face and declared, "All right, I'll go." With a curious gaze, he surveyed the school in the Hong Kong film world. As he distinctly recalled that schools there were either renowned battlegrounds like Hot-Blooded High or haunted altars teeming with female ghosts. Following the information on his student ID, he located his class and naturally chose to sit at the back by the window. "Thank you for yesterday," he heard a soft voice say, just as he settled in. He looked up to find the girl he had seen being dragged away with flair the day before, seemingly coerced by that same individual. Liu Jianming replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I see." His icy response effectively stifled the conversation. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Wanfang asked, "You weren't hurt yesterday, were you?" Liu Jianming remained indifferent. "No." The dialogue was clearly at an impasse. Zhu Wanfang bit her lip. "As a token of gratitude, I would like to treat you to a meal." Liu Jianming regarded her thoughtfully, recalling the words of the public opinion expert and the dream weaver from the previous afternoon, suggesting he find someone gentle, beautiful, and with shoulder-length hair to portray the character Akagi Haruko. Of course, after the revision, the female lead would no longer be named Akagi Haruko. Considering the comic was being released in Hong Kong and needed to cater to the local market, Liu Jianming looked back at Zhu Wanfang. "If you truly wish to thank me, come to the boxing gym at the TSC Wanshan Sports Ground this Saturday morning at 7. And remember to wear your school uniform." Zhu Wanfang was taken aback, confused by Liu Jianming's peculiar request for her to don her school uniform. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, two individuals stood before the principal, Lin Zhuodong, the director from Edinburgh High School, and his assistant. The principal glared at Lin Zhuodong, his expression seething with anger. "Isn't the selection process supposed to wait until the end of the 5th semester? Why is it being done so early, at the beginning of the new term?" Lin Zhuodong placed his briefcase on the principal's desk and opened it, revealing stacks of cash inside. With a smile, he said, "Principal, please understand. Edinburgh High School is an elite institution. Those noble gentlemen have certain expectations regarding our admission rates. Our current admission statistics are not satisfactory. And if this continues in the coming years, we may be abandoned by those aristocrats. Therefore, we must select some outstanding students in advance to prepare for the entrance examinations in the following years. Starting this year, the selection exams for the 5th grade will be held at the end of the 1st semester." The principal glanced at the money on the table, his anger dissipating to a mere 99. "You are siphoning off the best talent from public schools." Lin Zhuodong saw nothing wrong with his actions. These exceptional individuals would be wasted in your public schools. They are better suited for our elite institutions. He turned to his assistant, Teacher Zhou, prepare the exam papers for this year's student selection. However, be ready for the possibility that none may qualify. This is, after all, a breeding ground for mediocrity. Teacher Zhou nodded. Understood. I will prepare right away. Stepping forward, he picked up the phone. Principal, may I borrow this? After a brief conversation, several vans began to enter the school premises. Chapter 28. The examination at Edinburgh High School. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, and the corridors filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. A short, stout female teacher entered the classroom, accompanied by two tall male teachers. The female teacher, with a hoarse and grating voice, announced, "Today is a surprise test, lasting 3 hours. After you finish, leave the school immediately. Do not linger." At her words, a wave of lamentation swept through the classroom. Liu Jianming noticed the female teacher standing motionless at the podium as the two male teachers began distributing the exam papers and answer sheets. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow. 3 teachers monitoring 1 classroom? This can't merely be a surprise test. Before he could ponder further, an exam paper was already in his hands. Glancing at the entirely English paper, he understood that the language of Hong Kong would be comprehensible. The exam content was a comprehensive paper covering mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The questions were not particularly difficult, all within the syllabus, but they were quite tedious with many small traps. Suddenly, a student began to whine. "Teacher, an all-English paper? How are we supposed to answer this?" The male teacher in charge of distribution snapped, "Shut up. If you can't answer, just lie down and sleep." Liu Jianming looked back at the paper and realized it included an additional subject, English. Hearing the male teacher's words, the complaining student promptly fell silent and slumped over his desk. 5 minutes passed, and Liu Jianming observed that only Zhu Wanfang and an unfamiliar short-haired boy were still diligently working on the exam. He quickly understood the purpose of this paper was to filter out candidates. Focusing on the exam, Liu Jianming found the content relatively trivial. He picked up the pen from the desk and began to write with a light and swift motion, not pausing since he had picked it up. Fully engrossed in the task, this might have been a habit cultivated over years of academic life. The supervising teachers soon noticed Liu Jianming's unusual pace. The two male teachers exchanged glances, and one positioned himself behind Liu Jianming. After observing for a moment, the proctor realized that Liu Jianming's speed of answering surpassed even his own contemplation of the questions. Had it not been for Liu Jianming needing to recalculate certain critical figures multiple times, the proctor might have suspected he had prior knowledge of the paper and had memorized the answers. In just half an hour, Liu Jianming completed the exam, closed his pen, and announced, "I'm done, I'm leaving." With that, he placed his paper on the desk and exited the classroom. The female teacher opened her mouth to call him back, but the male proctor stopped her. Liu Jianming's actions seemed to remind the other students. Indeed, once the exam was completed, they were free to leave. As Liu Jianming departed from the classroom, the atmosphere within it became as tumultuous as boiling water. "Teacher, I have finished writing. I am leaving," exclaimed one student. "Teacher, I too have completed my work. I shall take my leave," echoed another. Within a mere 5 minutes, only Zhu Wanfang and her close friend Guo Xiaojun remained in the room. After exiting the school gates, Liu Jianming resolved to seek out Mary to discuss matters pertaining to the comic book vendors. Most of these vendors still demanded a protection fee, particularly the notorious Big Head from the Underworld. Unbeknownst to Liu Jianming, after his departure, the invigilating teacher brought the examination papers to the principal's office. As the invigilator pushed the door open, he announced, "Director Lin, Teacher Zhou, there is a paper here that you must review." Lin Zhuodong gestured towards Teacher Zhou, saying, "Teacher Zhou, perhaps you should take a look. You authored this paper." Upon glancing at the paper, Teacher Zhou was momentarily taken aback. The entire sheet was remarkably tidy, devoid of any extraneous markings, save for the designated answer spaces, and not a single smudge to be found. Had it not been for the sharpness of Liu Jianming's handwriting, Teacher Zhou would have suspected that the answers were printed. Judging solely by the presentation of this paper, it surpasses the work of all our students, Teacher Zhou remarked with admiration. However, as he continued to read, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. Lin Zhuodong inquired, "Teacher Zhou, is there an issue with this paper? Are there many errors?" Teacher Zhou shook his head. "It is precisely because there are no errors that I am troubled. While his method of solving the problems may not align with our syllabus, the steps and the final answers are undeniably correct. I now find myself questioning whether there has been a leak of the examination questions." The invigilating teacher shook his head. "That is unlikely. This student does not lack the capacity to err. He simply employs a rather unconventional approach to his work." The invigilator handed Liu Jianming's draft paper to Teacher Zhou, explaining, "He consistently writes out perfect answers on his draft paper before transcribing them onto the exam paper." Lin Zhuodong turned to the principal and asked, "What has been the academic performance of this student, Liu Jianming?" The principal pondered for a moment. It is neither particularly good nor particularly bad. Lin's widow nodded. At least we have not wasted our time here today. Liu Jianming made his way to the printing house, where he collected the first sample of the comic book, and proceeded to Mary's warehouse. The warehouse was flanked by an array of electronic appliances, including televisions, washing machines, refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, and the like. Mary was inside her office, tallying the day's inventory. With a subtle smile on his face, Liu Jianming greeted, "Sister Mary." Mary paused her work. "I heard about yesterday's incident. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Be careful of those enforcers watching you." Liu Jianming remained unfazed. "Sister Mary, in Xiangjiang, murder is innocent. It is not killing that is guilty." Mary's hand trembled at his words. Liu Jianming swiftly changed the topic. "Retrieving a book from the documents, Sister Mary, I intend to establish a comic company. This is the first comic, and I hope you can help me find a vendor to sell it in Tunman." Mary glanced at the book in Liu Jianming's hands, and then at him. "What type of comic is this? Is it from Banana Magazine?" Liu Jianming smirked slightly. "Sister Mary, I am a serious businessman." Mary took the comic book from him, quickly scanning its contents, and indeed found nothing inappropriate. She placed the comic on her desk. "I will call a few vendors shortly." Chapter 29, an order of 300,000 copies. On Saturday morning, the kiosk at the basketball court displayed a life-size cutout of the protagonist from Slam Dunk, accompanied by a large poster. Zhu Wanfang, after dressing up, transformed into the likeness of Haruko Akiji. Guo Xiaojin compared the character cutout of Haruko Akiji with Zhu Wanfang. After a moment, Guo Xiaojin remarked, "It's uncanny. Truly resembles her. However, Haruko's eyes are not as captivating as yours. Do you think Liu Jianming did that on purpose?" Zhu Wanfang did not respond to Guo Xiaojin's comment, pouting and rolling her eyes. Reflecting on that day's impetuousness, she felt a lingering trepidation. She had even prepared herself mentally for Liu Jianming to be even more irritable than the previous day, discreetly placing mushrooms in her backpack. However, she did not anticipate that upon meeting her, Liu Jianming would actually request her to dress up as a character from the comic to greet customers at the kiosk. Zhu Wanfang's endearing appearance proved to be remarkably effective, as nearly every patron visiting the court left with a copy of Slam Dunk, thanks to her recommendations. Naturally, some sought to take advantage, but upon seeing the imposing figure of the white follower beside her completing the transaction, they hurriedly made their exit. By noon, nearly half of the stock at the venue had been sold. During lunchtime, Liu Jianming inquired, "How many copies did we sell in the morning?" The white follower replied, 947 copies. Based on data from the past 2 weeks, this number has already reached the maximum limit for our court. The total number of people around Xianshan basketball court is approximately 1,500, excluding those who have no interest in comics and those who lack the funds to purchase them. I estimate that sales reaching over 700 would already be the ceiling. Selling nearly 200 more copies is largely thanks to Ah Fang's assistance. Zhu Wanfang quickly waved her hands. "No, it has nothing to do with me." Guo Xiaojin chimed in. "Liu Jianming, Ah Fang helped you sell over 200 more copies. Isn't there any commission for her?" Zhu Wanfang elbowed Guo Xiaojin. "What commission? Aren't we supposed to be thanking Liu Jianming?" Liu Jianming pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. "Gratitude is one thing. Wages are another. This 100 is your pay for today, along with your commission." Guo Xiaojin's eyes lit up at the sight of the money casually tossed on the table. Having worked as a call girl, she was left with only $50 after paying her dues. Guo Xiaojin asked, "Liu Jianming, are you hiring anyone else?" Liu Jianming replied calmly, "Yes." Guo Xiaojin pointed to herself, eager to inquire if she might qualify. Liu Jianming coolly replied, "Not you." Guo Xiaojin huffed in response and made a face at Liu Jianming. Ding ding ding. The phone on the table rang, and the white follower stood up to answer, responding twice. "Boss, it's a call from Sister Mary." Liu Jianming jogged over to pick up the phone. "Hello? Sister Mary, what's the matter?" Mary's voice carried a hint of confusion. "Xiaoming. 3 vendors are asking if you still have comics available. They want 300,000 copies." Liu Jianming was taken aback. 300,000 copies? "Sister Mary, are you sure it's not 30,000? Our Xiangjiang has a population of 4 million. Liu Jianming believed that to publish 40,000 copies locally would already be a remarkable feat, and it was unlikely to exceed 60,000. He maintained that the market in Xiangjiang was too small. Mary explained, "One of the vendors is from Dongfan. He hopes to order an initial batch of 50,000 copies, divided into 3 shipments, totaling 250,000 copies, with a purchase price of 20 Hong Kong dollars per copy. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Liu Jianming responded, "Sister Mary, we can agree to that. I will send a lawyer to negotiate with him shortly and inform him that we can prioritize his order." Mary nodded. "All right, no problem. I'll keep him on the line. You send someone over." Mary, with a note of concern, inquired, "Xiaoming, I thoroughly perused your comic book, yet found nothing particularly remarkable. How is it that it sells so profusely, even after taxes, with profits exceeding 5 million. Is the comic industry truly that thriving? Would you consider bringing me along? Liu Jianming shook his head, responding, Sister Mary, this industry is not lucrative. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured into smuggling. Liu Jianming then produced a card and promptly contacted a lawyer who was shadowing the godfather, instructing him to meet with Sister Mary and finalize the contract with the Dongfan bookseller. As Liu Jianming strode out with an air of detachment, it was evident that good news was on the horizon. Guo Xiaojun interjected, Liu Jianming, do share. Is there something auspicious afoot? Liu Jianming tilted his head back, exclaiming, a secret. Guo Xiaojun turned away with a scoff. Liu Jianming picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, savoring a bite before glancing at the white follower. The dishes for lunch are quite delightful. Where did you procure them? The white follower replied, they weren't bought. Guo Xiaojun pointed at Zhu Wanfang. Can you really find such delectable prepared foods? This was made by Fang. Zhu Wanfang, with her head bowed, quietly consumed her rice without uttering a word. Liu Jianming sampled other dishes and remarked, Fang, you should cook for me from now on. Your culinary skills are truly impressive. Zhu Wanfang nodded, all right. Guo Xiaojun interrupted. What do you mean all right? Why should Fang cook for you every day? Liu Jianming calmly replied, I intend to marry her. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Wanfang, who had been fervently stuffing her mouth, suddenly choked. Just the day before, during a confrontation with a rival, Liu Jianming had recognized Zhu Wanfang as the leading lady from School Storm, a charmingly soft and cute girl. However, she was not entirely without complexity. The film's climax featured a scene where she wielded a knife against a rival, portraying a toned-down version of the fierce Hongxing 13 sisters. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, beauties are as abundant as fish crossing a river, yet individuals like Zhu Wanfang are the epitome of earthly ideals. Zhu Wanfang, Ruan Mei, and He Min each represent such ideals. Liu Jianming hastily handed her a glass of water. Zhu Wanfang took a sip, her gaze piercing as she looked at Liu Jianming, seemingly seeking confirmation of his previous statement. Liu Jianming continued to eat. If you agree, stay with me. Let's buy some meat for dinner. This meal is too light. Zhu Wanfang nodded. All right, no problem. However, Guo Xiaojun, fuming, nearly upended the table, exclaiming, how dare this guy be so demanding? Chapter 30, Edinburgh Secondary School. Later that afternoon, the lawyer returned with a check for 1 million, another for 600,000, and a third for 400,000. Addressing Liu Jianming, the lawyer declared, Boss, this 1 million is the deposit from the Dongfan bookseller. The 600,000 is the full payment from the Wanchai bookseller, and the 400,000 is from the New Territories bookseller. Liu Jianming instructed the lawyer. Holding on to cash will lead to depreciation. Take this money and purchase an office building in Central. The lawyer was taken aback. Boss, we only have 2 million. Liu Jianming handed him a document. I have conducted my research. This year, the vacancy rate for office buildings in Central is as high as 20%. However, with foreign capital using Hong Kong as a springboard to enter the north, demand for office space will soon exceed supply. Projections indicate that in 3 years, the vacancy rate will drop to just 5%. 2 million can serve as the down payment. We will mortgage the rest, and the negotiation is up to you. The lawyer nodded. I understand, boss. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang once more, and Liu Jianming picked it up. Hello? Who's calling? A gentle male voice responded. Is this Liu Jianming? I am Teacher One. Do you have time to come to school? Liu Jianming nodded. I have time. May I ask what this is regarding? Teacher One smiled. The matter is somewhat complicated, and I can only explain the details in person. Liu Jianming acknowledged. Understood. Teacher One added. Remember to come to the main office. After hanging up, Liu Jianming boarded a bus headed to the school. Upon arrival, the sun had begun to dim, casting a warm orange glow across the sky, creating a stunning display of fiery clouds. Upon entering the school, Liu Jianming consulted the campus map hanging on the wall and made his way to the main office. Inside the office sat 6 individuals, the principal of Southeast Secondary School, the head of the teaching department, Teacher One, and 3 others, Lin Zhuodong, Teacher Zhou, and Teacher He. Liu Jianming knocked on the door. Come in. A warm voice called out. It was Teacher Wen's. Liu Jianming stepped into the office and surveyed the 6 individuals, asking, who requested my presence? The principal stood, a friendly smile on his face. Liu, please take a seat. We have matters to discuss. Liu Jianming pulled out a chair from the other end of the conference table and sat down. Can you now inform me of the issue? Lin Zhuodong picked up Liu Jianming's exam paper. Is this your work, Liu Jianming? Liu Jianming nodded, yes. Lin Zhuodong set the paper down. However, according to my understanding, you frequently skip classes at Southeast Secondary School. You have also been absent for 3 days following the exam, and your results were not satisfactory. Liu Jianming replied calmly. If you have doubts, feel free to pose a question right here. There is no need for suspicion. I skip classes because being in school is a waste of time. I already know what they are teaching. Lin Zhuodong glanced at the 2 teachers beside him. I have no further questions. Teacher He, with a gentle tone, said, Liu, I am teacher He from Edinburgh Secondary School. We would like to invite you to transfer to our institution. What is your stance on this? Without hesitation, Liu Jianming declined. I will not go. The 6 individuals were taken aback by his refusal. Teacher when urgently interjected, Liu, there is no need for such a swift rejection. Allow me to explain. Edinburgh Secondary School is among the top 3 prestigious schools in Hong Kong, with an exceptionally high graduation rate, even if you choose not to study in Hong Kong later. A recommendation letter from any teacher there could open doors to schools worldwide. The facilities and resources far exceed those of Southeast Secondary School. Moreover, your tuition would be waived, and you would receive a scholarship based on your academic performance. Liu Jianming remained resolute. I will not go. Teacher he patiently inquired. Liu, could you share your reasoning? Liu Jianming shrugged. It's evident. At Southeast Secondary School, I can skip classes without consequence. But at Edinburgh, would I still have the freedom to come and go as I please? If you can agree to that condition, then I might consider it. Lin Zhuodong and teacher Zhou exchanged glances. They had anticipated all possible demands Liu Jianming might make. Money, luxury cars, beautiful women. Even bringing friends along to Edinburgh. But they had not foreseen that his sole condition would be freedom. Liu Jianming stood, declaring, since you cannot accommodate my request, then it is settled. Lin Zhuodong pondered for a brief moment before speaking. Classmate Liu, I can acquiesce to your terms. For the world at large, exceptional students are indeed afforded privileges. However, I hope we can establish a gentleman's agreement. If you maintain a position within the top 10 of your class, I shall permit you to skip classes. Otherwise, you must return to school. Liu Jianming nodded in agreement. Deal. Lin Zhuodong was momentarily taken aback by Liu Jianming's resolute acceptance. Liu Jianming clasped his hands on the table. Is there anything else besides this matter? After a brief silence in the office, Lin Zhuodong cleared his throat. Report to the Academic Affairs Office at Edinburgh High School at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. Liu Jianming rose. No problem. He turned and left the office. Upon exiting the school, Liu Jianming felt invigorated. Leaving the familiar surroundings and classmates for a new place did not instill in him the slightest fear of being recognized. Just as he stepped out, a business vehicle honked twice in Liu Jianming's direction, signaling that someone sought his attention. Looking towards the car, he was surprised to see that the driver was Shag Qiang, a subordinate of Liang Kun. Liu Jianming approached the vehicle. What do you need? Shag Qiang presented an invitation. Brother Kun's mother is celebrating her birthday next Wednesday at the Queen's Hotel, and your presence is requested. Liu Jianming accepted the invitation. If nothing else comes up, I shall attend. Shag Qiang reiterated. Please, make sure to carve out some time for it. Chapter 31. Classmate Zhou Xingxing. At 9:30 a.m. on Monday, Liu Jianming arrived punctually at the school entrance. There, he noticed a man in uniform gazing up at the school building. With a friendly demeanor, Liu Jianming approached and tapped the man's shoulder. Excuse me. How does one get to the Academic Affairs Office? Ding. Successfully signed in as Zhou Xingxing. Gained ace agent status. Received 1 golden follower card and 5 white follower cards. Liu Jianming was momentarily stunned as thoughts raced through his mind. Zhou Xingxing? Edinburgh High School. Fight back to school. This cannot be a coincidence. The number 1 assassin of the Flying Tigers, Zhou Xingxing? Then the notorious detective must be Chao Dahua. Zhou Xingxing turned to Liu Jianming. Hello, I just transferred here as well, but I'm not quite sure. Scanning Liu Jianming. Zhou Xingxing felt as though he had encountered his lifelong rival. He had always considered himself the most handsome among men, yet Liu Jianming surpassed him in charm. How could someone be so strikingly handsome? Did he not fear the wrath of the heavens? Liu Jianming, in that moment, sensed that his new school life would indeed be quite intriguing. He pushed open the school gates. Let us enter together. As Liu Jianming had not been issued a school uniform, he donned a light yellow suit, a white shirt, and a diagonal striped tie, exuding an air of elegance as he walked ahead. In contrast, Zhou Xingxing appeared intimidated by the school atmosphere, hunched over with a furtive demeanor. Following the directional signs at the entrance, Liu Jianming made his way toward the Academic Affairs Office, passing through the school's atrium. Female students leaning on the railing gazed at Liu Jianming, their eyes sparkling with admiration. A new teacher, they mused. How youthful he appears. So handsome indeed. Which class could he possibly belong to? Even if he were in your class, what could you do about it? What is wrong with me? I have money. I refuse to believe I can't win him over. How amusing. This is an elite school. Who here is not wealthy? We may never lack for money. But what we truly lack is men. The door to the Academic Affairs Office was ajar. Liu Jianming knocked lightly, stepped inside, and said, Hello. My name is Liu Jianming, and I am here to see Director Lin Zhuodong. A teacher who bore a striking resemblance to Sister Pomegranate quickly responded. Ah, you are Liu Jianming. I've heard of you. I'll fetch Director Lin right away. Moments later, Lin Zhuodong emerged from his office, a smile gracing his face. Classmate Liu, welcome. Please take a seat. Teacher Fong, could you please prepare some tea for Liu? Liu Jianming waved his hand. Director Lin, there's no need for such trouble. Simply tell me which class I belong to. Lin Zhuodong inquired. Classmate Liu, which class would you prefer? I can arrange it for you. Liu Jianming glanced at Zhou Xingxing beside him. I met him at the school entrance. He appears to be another new transfer student. I believe we are destined to be classmates, so let's be in the same class. Lin Zhuodong promptly replied. No problem, I will arrange that immediately. Classmate Liu, please have a seat and rest for a bit while I handle some matters. Liu Jianming gestured for Lin Zhuodong to proceed. Seeing the treatment Liu Jianming received, Zhou Xingxing plopped down beside him. Looking up, I'll have a cup of Westlake Longjing, this year's harvest, none of that aged tea. And what about my class arrangement? The teacher should be gentle and refrain from meddling. Lin Zhuodong's expression darkened. You, get up. When did I allow you to sit down? If you continue to chatter, get out. Zhou Xingxing immediately sprang up, pointing at Liu Jianming. Sir, you were just. Lin Zhuodong's face turned stern. He is he, and you are you. Can you compare yourselves? Zhou Xingxing fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Lin Zhuodong extended his hand. Hand it over. Zhou Xingxing asked, what item? Lin Zhuodong replied sharply, the recommendation letter. Zhou Xingxing hurriedly handed it over. Lin Zhuodong opened the letter, his tone growing colder. Zhou Xingxing, you transferred from British Academy, a place notorious for producing trash. I do not care about your connections with the board. Edinburgh is renowned for having the best students. I will not tolerate any troublemakers. If you dare violate school rules, I will expel you. Teacher Zheng, please escort these two to the classroom. The somewhat balding teacher Zheng led Liu Jianming and Zhou Xingxing to their classroom. Inside the classroom, silence reigned, although they were all young. They appeared far more well-behaved than the rascals from Southeast Middle School. Teacher Zheng raised his hand, ready to introduce Liu Jianming and Zhou Xingxing. But Liu Jianming stepped forward with a gentle smile. Teacher Zheng, I believe we can handle our own introductions. Teacher Zheng nodded. That works too. Liu Jianming ascended to the podium, rolled up his sleeves, and took up the chalk, elegantly inscribing his name on the blackboard. I am Liu Jianming, from Southeast Middle School. If all goes well, we shall coexist through grades 5, 6, and 7. Huang Xiaogui raised his hand. Teacher, you look quite young. Liu Jianming calmly replied. I appear young. Which is normal. Because I am not your teacher, I am your classmate. Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. After the introductions concluded, Liu Jianming chose a seat at random. Regardless, on the first day, he decided to show Lin Zhuodong some respect and refrain from being impolite. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, a hand slammed down on Liu Jianming's desk. Hey you, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you not know who the boss is around here? Liu Jianming stood and cast a glance at the boy who had struck his desk. Well, it's certainly not you. The boy, infuriated, reached out to grab Liu Jianming by the collar. Liu Jianming's reflexes are remarkably swifter than those of an average person. With a deft motion, he seized the wrist and executed a swift kick, delivering a resounding blow to the groin. Ouch! The boy's anguished cry resonated with a tremor. As he curled up on the ground, his face contorted in agony. The few lackeys accompanying him immediately distanced themselves from Liu Jianming. For these signs of prestigious schools were no match for street thugs. Liu Jianming stepped over the boy sprawled on the floor, declaring, I warned you not to provoke me. Zhou Xingxing gazed at Liu Jianming, his eyes sparkling with admiration. What an impressive display of skill. Could it be that the firearms theft case is somehow linked to him? It warrants thorough investigation. With that, Zhou Xingxing followed Liu Jianming out. Yet, before they could exit the school, someone suddenly grasped Zhou Xingxing from behind. Chapter 32, A Losing Bet. Liu Jianming arrived at a crossroads. One path led to the boxing gym, while the other directed him home. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that since arriving in this world, he had yet to visit his home. Perhaps today is the day, he mused, heading toward his abode. Thanks to his original student ID, which contained his identity card, Liu Jianming had already arranged for a detective to search his residence. He approached the door with ease, unlocking it with a click of his key. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard a voice by the staircase. Zhou sir, my home is right here. Zhou Xingxing looked on with disdain. Your place is quite filthy, and there's no one around. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming regarded Zhou Xingxing, casting a sidelong glance at the unmistakable face of the middle-aged, greasy uncle beside him. Truly a classic duo. Liu Jianming calmly inquired, Classmate Zhou, do you reside here as well? I don't recall having seen you before. The uncle, with a jovial demeanor, bounded over, patting Liu Jianming's shoulder. Ming. This is Xing, my nephew. He recently transferred to Edinburgh High School, so he is staying with me. Ding. Successful sign-in with Uncle Da. Acquired active skill guaranteed loss in gambling at the highest level. Received 1 yellow follower card and 2 white follower cards. Note, designate 1 character. In gambling scenarios, they will inevitably lose. Special note, this top-tier skill allows the designation of up to 5 individuals within the same gambling event. Uncle Da then introduced Zhou Xingxing. Xing, this is Ming, my neighbor of over a decade. I've watched him grow up. Liu Jianming smiled. Uncle Da? No need for introductions. Xing and I are classmates. To be honest, I initially thought Xing was a teacher. He looks rather mature. Zhou Xingxing twitched his lips, suppressing the urge to give Liu Jianming a beating, and replied with a forced smile, "This is maturity. You wouldn't understand." Liu Jianming chose not to respond to Zhou Xingxing, instead addressing Uncle Da. "Uncle, I'm home now. Contact me if anything comes up." Uncle Da trembled slightly. Liu Jianming entered the house and closed the door behind him. Zhou Xingxing, watching the door shut, expressed his dissatisfaction. "This guy is rather arrogant. Isn't? Has he always been like this?" Uncle Da appeared puzzled. "Is he really arrogant? I think he is quite all right. It's you who seems rather full of yourself." Zhou Xingxing pointed to himself. "Me? Where am I being arrogant?" As Liu Jianming shut the door, the detective follower card chimed. Liu Jianming pulled out the card. "Has the detective task been completed?" The detective nodded affirmatively. 2 electronic factories, 1 mechanical factory, 1 plastic factory, 1 plush toy factory, and 1 garment manufacturing plant have all been negotiated. We are currently en route north. We have already contacted them. As soon as the equipment arrives, both the factory and workers will be ready. The finished products can reach Hong Kong within a week. Liu Jianming clenched his fists. "Excellent. I await your return." After hanging up, Liu Jianming began to examine the furnishings of the house. His residence mirrored that of Uncle Da's next door: a kitchen, a bathroom, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a roughly 100-square-foot balcony. The living room contained only a coffee table, a sofa, a television, a refrigerator, a telephone, and a wall lamp. Nothing more. The kitchen's pots and pans were covered in dust, indicating that Liu Jianming had never utilized them. One of the 3 bedrooms served as a storage room, while another appeared to belong to Liu Jianming's parents, the bedding neatly arranged, though the bedside table and lamp were also dusty. Finally, Liu Jianming's own room featured a single bed with a cooling mat and neatly folded blankets. A bedside table held a lamp and an alarm clock, while 2 large wardrobes stood on the other side, filled with Liu Jianming's clothes and bedding. Liu Jianming observed the house. "It's quite nice here. I'll have someone tidy it up tomorrow so I can return to stay." The following morning, after leaving his home, Liu Jianming did not head back to Edinburgh High School, but instead made his way to the Xianshan boxing gym. The lawyer, upon seeing Liu Jianming enter the gym, handed him a document, saying, "Boss, I have fulfilled my mission." Liu Jianming perused the document. Elaborate. The lawyer explained, "I secured a 7-story office building in Central. Though it's somewhat dated, constructed in 1978. This 2 million is the down payment. The total price is 10 million, to be paid off in 10 years. Liu Jianming clapped the lawyer on the shoulder. "Well done. How is the office building? Are the facilities adequate?" The lawyer nodded. "The basic infrastructure is quite complete. Desks, chairs, lighting, and telephones are all provided. Other items will need to be purchased by us." Liu Jianming turned to the Dreamweaver. "You all will move to the office building this afternoon. The comic company's sign will be officially displayed. Additionally, recruit some artists to produce comic magazines." The Dreamweaver inquired. "Boss, we don't have that many original comic artists." Liu Jianming simply stated 3 words: "Copywriting experts. We'll copy while attracting talent. Once we establish our reputation, others will flock to us." The Dreamweaver gave Liu Jianming a thumbs up. Liu Jianming then tossed 10 white follower cards from his pocket. The 10 white followers chorused, "Boss." Liu Jianming nodded. "You 10 will renovate the gym into a basketball club." The public relations specialist stated, "In the next issue of Slam Dunk, include a challenge letter. The gist is that the Xianshan Basketball Club invites teams for a 5v5 match, with a reward of 10,000 for the winner, competing once a week." The public relations specialist frowned. "Boss, a reward of only 10,000 seems rather inadequate for a formal match." Liu Jianming's gaze sharpened. "I never intended for them to come. Also, for the next few weeks, if anyone applies to participate, just say someone has already applied, and reject them all." The public relations specialist quickly grasped Liu Jianming's intentions. "Boss, you want lawyers people to play against the basketball team in the upcoming weeks? Then send the match footage to the television station to boost our gym's visibility, right? Due to the Godfather engaging in smuggling with Mary, the scene is now under the control of the lawyer." Liu Jianming smirked. "You know what to do, so why not act?" Chapter 33, Liu Jianming's Gambling Skills. Inside the fish and worm market, Uncle Da, adorned with sunglasses, slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. "Damn it. Xiao Shuai is still one of my people, no matter what. To kill at will is utterly disrespectful. He merely guards a street at the basketball court. Tonight, gather our men, and I will annihilate him." Shungu interjected. "Boss, you must think this through." Liu Jianming single-handedly breached Xiao Shuai's lair, slaughtering dozens and pushing him off the building. "If we fail to eliminate him, and he retaliates, neither of us will be able to bear the consequences. He alone could wipe out our entire gang. Moreover, Xiao Shuai was in the wrong first. He captured Wenxiong's daughter, prompting Liu Jianming to retaliate. If we intervene, it may seem like we are siding with personal grievances rather than justice, unless we are not the only ones seeking trouble with Liu Jianming. The affair of killing Xiao Shui transforms from a matter of revenge to a lesson in the rules of the underworld, teaching him the importance of leaving a way out. Uncle Da's expression of fury gradually subsided. After a moment, he said, "You are right, Sheng. Xiao Shui is still one of my men. If he dies like this, how will others view me?" Sheng Gu inquired. "But who should we collaborate with?" At that moment, a henchman rushed in. "Uncle Da, Sheng Gu, Brother Qi has arrived." Uncle Da frowned. "Which Brother Qi?" The henchman hurriedly replied. "Brother Qi from the Chongqing Society, the underling of Ding Yixia." Uncle Da and Sheng Gu exchanged glances. Just as they were about to respond, Brother Qi had already entered. "Gentlemen, I hope you are well." Uncle Da sat back in his chair, exuding confidence. "Brother Qi, what brings you here?" Brother Qi casually pulled up a chair, lit a cigarette. "I'm here on behalf of Yaij to discuss collaboration." Uncle Da narrowed his eyes. "Ding Yixia? What does he want?" Brother Qi took a puff from his cigarette. "We heard that Liu Jianming killed Xiao Shui. We are all brothers in the underworld. What can't be negotiated? Liu Jianming's actions have gone too far. Therefore, Yaij has decided to teach him a lesson about the principles of our world. However, the final lesson will still be under your guidance, so we hope for collaboration." Uncle Da scoffed. "Principles of the underworld? I see you have your sights set on Liu Jianming's basketball court, haven't you? The Chongqing Society has always operated in Kowloon City and Wanchai. Why extend your reach to Ziyun Mountain? Are you not afraid of overreaching?" Brother Qi smiled. "So, is it collaboration then?" Uncle Da tentatively agreed. "Let us discuss terms and profit sharing." Brother Qi raised 3 fingers. "According to our observations, Liu Jianming has only 30 men guarding the basketball court. We will send 40, and you will send 60. Afterward, the profits from the basketball court will be split 70-30 in my favor." Sheng Gu slammed the table. "We send 60 men, and we only get 30%? We are offering you a good deal." Brother Qi flashed a brilliant smile. "That's not how it works. Although we only send 40 men, they are all elite. And what about your underlings? Need I say more? They were wiped out by Liu Jianming alone." Sheng Gu slammed the table. "You." Uncle Da waved his hand. "Sheng." Sheng Gu huffed and fell silent. Uncle Da, cigarette in mouth, stated, "Brother Qi, do not forget that Ziyun Mountain has never been the territory of the Chongqing Society. Without our protection, survival would be impossible for you. Collaboration is possible. We can send 60 men, but I must incur less loss. Let South split the basketball court profits 50-50. If you refuse, then so be it. You can deal with Liu Jianming on your own." Brother Qi stood up. "All right, we will act next Saturday." On Wednesday evening, Liu Jianming arrived on the 3rd floor of the Queen Hotel, where Liang Kun was hosting a birthday banquet for his mother. However, the celebration bore little resemblance to a formal banquet, resembling more of a party. Young ladies dressed in revealing attire weaved through the crowd, carrying trays. Liu Jianming presented his invitation to the doorman. The henchman, upon glancing at the golden thread on the invitation, instantly transformed his expression from neutrality to a radiant smile. "Big brother, please proceed inside. That's where Brother Kun and the other bosses are." Liu Jianming nodded in gratitude. Making his way into the hall, Shaqiang was the first to spot Liu Jianming, calling out, "Brother Ming, over here." Liu Jianming walked towards Liang Kun and noticed 6 individuals seated at a round table, playing dice. They included Liang Kun, Shaqiang, and 4 henchmen whose names he could not recall, alongside Liang Kun's new girlfriend. Though she was not the same person he had seen at the court, she still possessed a curvaceous figure and fiery red lips, indicating Liang Kun's preference for this type. Judging by her appearance, she had fully recovered. Upon seeing Liu Jianming approach, Liang Kun immediately instructed a nearby attendant, "Fetch a chair for him, and bring a bowl and some dice." The attendant promptly responded, "Yes." Acting swiftly, before Liu Jianming could squeeze through the crowd, 2 attendants brought a chair, a bowl, and dice to the table. Liu Jianming reached the table. "Brother Kun." Liang Kun gestured to the chair. "Ming, take a seat and join us for a few rounds." Liu Jianming glanced at the dice, a playful smile on his face as he waved his hand. "I'm not very good at this, and I didn't bring any money." Liang Kun casually pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it to Liu Jianming. 100,000. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's yours, 1,000 per round. Whatever is left is yours." Liu Jianming accepted the money, glancing at his skill list, which included always loses at gambling and ace agent. "In that case, I shall not refuse." Liang Kun waved his hand. "Stop with the flowery language. I know you are a good student, but I never graduated from elementary school. Speak plainly, so I can understand." Chapter 34, The Gambling God Tournament. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000. Liu Jianming counted the money he had won from Liang Kun and the others, aside from the initial 10,000. Shaqiang chuckled. You little rascal, claiming you don't know how to play, yet in less than an hour, you've won over 14,000 from us. If this is considered not knowing how to play, then what does that make us? Though Xiaoqiang spoke lightly, he was not overly concerned about the tens of thousands. Liu Jianming won 14,000 in one night, a significant amount for an ordinary person or even a typical henchman, but merely average for Xiaoqiang. Liang Kun stood up, helping his girlfriend. I can't play dice with a Ming anymore. His luck is too good. He always beats us. Xiaoqiang laughed. Boss. Perhaps a Ming is the person often spoken of in stories, one with great fortune. Liu Jianming gathered the cards and shuffled. Luck is unpredictable. It can be there one moment and gone the next. Everyone has their lucky days. Hence, a small gamble is for enjoyment, while excessive gambling can lead to ruin. Xiaoqiang scratched his head. A Ming is right. Everyone has their lucky moments. A small gamble is indeed for pleasure. Liang Kun lit a cigarette and pointed at Liu Jianming, saying, I wonder when your luck will finally turn around. As he spoke, it seemed that Liang Kun recalled something. Ming, next month. There's a gambling tournament at the new Masters Casino Lisboa in Macau. Are you going? Liu Jianming asked in confusion. Who is the new master? Xiaoqiang, with a look of astonishment, replied, Ming, you don't know who the new master is? It's He Xin, the king of gamblers from Macau. Liu Jianming's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, He Xin, the gambling king? The plot of the legend of the gambling king? Liu Jianming murmured softly, that ghost King Nye and Guaring Nan. Liang Kun stretched his body and said, Ming, you're not completely ignorant of the affairs of the underworld, are you? Liu Jianming organized the playing cards and placed them in the center of the table, with a gambling king as famous as He Xin, who wouldn't he know him? However, the gambling tournament next month. Liu Jianming fell into deep thought. This gambling tournament must be related to the plot of The Young Gambler, and it should have little to do with Di Yun. Xiaoqiang said to Liu Jianming, Ming, your gambling skills are indeed sufficient to compete in the tournament, but your points are lacking. Liu Jianming asked curiously, points? What points? From their earlier dice game. Liu Jianming could tell that Xiaoqiang had only just begun to grasp the fundamentals of gambling. Xiaoqiang directly moved a chair next to Liu Jianming and said, Ming, let me explain. Southeast Asian casinos have always been looked down upon by the casinos in Europe and Australia. These foreigners believe that the professionalism of Southeast Asian casinos is too low and that they are heavily controlled by capital and gangs. Therefore, the owners of various Southeast Asian casinos gathered on a yacht and decided to host a gambling tournament. They aim to select a highly skilled gambler to become the president of Southeast Asian casinos, responsible for overseeing and eliminating cheaters. Ming, I believe your gambling skills qualify you to give it a shot. Liu Jianming waved his hand. Hold on, let me think about what you just said. Are you saying that the reason Southeast Asian casinos are looked down upon by Europe and Australia is due to control by capital and gangs? So they want to select a skilled gambler to catch cheaters? Don't you think there's something off about that? Xiaoqiang scratched his head. It does seem like something is amiss. However, that's just a detail. The important thing is whether you want to go. Liu Jianming contemplated. In reality, the title of Gambling King is merely a name, devoid of any substantial significance. Cheaters are nothing more than small fry. The real big sharks are those capitalists and gangs. Rather than being called a president, it would be more fitting to consider it a mascot. Nevertheless, Liu Jianming recalled that if he won, it seemed there were several hundred million at stake. If he had several hundred million, especially in USD, he could at least purchase several buildings in Central. However, buying buildings in Hong Kong may yield income, but the fastest growing asset in recent years has been neon bubbles. If he simply invested his money in neon, everything would appreciate. Liu Jianming's eyes sparkled with determination. Of course, I'm going. But what do you mean by points? Xiaoqiang explained. Since this is a tournament for the entire Southeast Asian region, there are many participants, but the venues and time are limited. Therefore, the tournament has set a rule. To participate, one must have a capital of $1 million, as well as be among the top 24 in points. Liu Jianming inquired. Who is currently in first place for points? Xiaoqiang replied. The current leader is Su Tu, followed by Gao Jin in second, and Gao Ao in third. Liu Jianming nodded. That sounds quite reasonable. By the way, where do I go to earn these points? Xiaoqiang pointed to the west. The closest place to Hong Kong is Macau, where the new Masters Casino Lisboa allows you to earn points. Xiaoqiang added. However, Ming, time is running out. The points have been accumulating since a month ago, and now the lowest among the top 24 has already reached over 200 points. This means you need to earn double the points of others in just 1 month, which is quite challenging. Additionally, points can only be earned through 5-card stud. Winning adds points, while losing deducts them. It's quite difficult. Liu Jianming, brimming with confidence, remarked, if I don't lose, can I earn 200 points in just 50 rounds? Xiaoqiang shrugged. I thought the same way at first. Liu Jianming pressed on. And now? Xiaoqiang pursed his lips. I'm currently down by over 40 points. Liu Jianming nearly spat out his drink. Liang Kun waved at Liu Jianming. Ming, Come here and help me finish this round of cards for my mother. Liu Jianming looked over at Liang Kun, who was speaking to a middle-aged woman. Mom, I can't play these cards, but I'll find someone who can. And I promise you'll win back all the money tonight. Liu Jianming approached. Kun Go, what's going on? Liang Kun pulled his mother up and pointed to the seat, saying, Ming, you're good at this. Come and play a few rounds and crush them. The walkway next to the stadium is mine. I'll give it to you. Liang Kun's mother chimed in. Young man, if you can crush them, tonight I'll have my son find you 10 girls to keep you company. Liu Jianming initially thought he would just play for fun, but considering 10 girls, perhaps he should use a cheat. Just as Liu Jianming was about to play his 7th hand of 4 concealed triplets, the entire hall had no one willing to play with him anymore. Chapter 35, The Dull School Life. As the boxing gym was being renovated into a basketball club, Liu Jianming had no choice but to return home. Early Thursday morning, Liu Jianming heard Zhou Xingxing's pig-like howls at the stairway. I'm not going. No matter what, I want to go. Whoever wants to go to that cursed place. Edinburgh, can go. I'll never go. Uncle Da was pulling Zhou Xingxing down from the door frame while kindly persuading him. Xing, you've already been standing as punishment for several days. If you don't go, Lin's Wadong will definitely expel you. If you get expelled from Edinburgh High School and can't find the gun that Huang Sir lost, you'll be in real trouble. Zhou Xingxing had been punished for not submitting his homework on the first day, standing at the class door all day. On the second day, he got punished for daydreaming in class, and on the third day, he was punished for fighting with classmates, thus earning the title of God of Edinburgh Station. Zhou Xingxing coldly scoffed. What deadly scissor kicks? I'm invincible. When the two arguing noticed Liu Jianming standing at the stairway, they immediately fell silent. Uncle Da instantly reverted to his Parkinson's-like demeanor. Zhou Xingxing released the door frame, lowered his head, and scratched the back of his neck repeatedly. Liu Jianming nodded to Uncle Da. Good morning, Uncle Da. Uncle Da smiled. Ming, good morning. Where have you been? Just back from morning exercise? Zhou Xingxing pointed at Liu Jianming, saying, you should take a good look. He clearly didn't go for morning exercise. He was out all night at the bar, just returning. Ming, I'm not saying this to criticize you. But as a young man, you shouldn't go to bars. It's not a good influence. Liu Jianming smiled apologetically. It was my friend's mother's birthday party. I had no choice. Zhou Xingxing suddenly remembered. By the way, Ming, you haven't been to school these days. Are you skipping class? Liu Jianming shook his head. No, I've made arrangements with Lin's Wadong. I can skip school. Zhou Xingxing wore a look of astonishment, fully aware of Lin's Wadong's strict demeanor. Why? Lin's Wadong is your relative, he exclaimed. Liu Jianming shook his head. No, that's not the case. Uncle Da also wore a puzzled expression. Then why is that? Liu Jianming shrugged. As long as I rank within the top 10 of my grade in exams, I am exempt from attending school. He then flashed a mysterious smile at Zhou Xingxing. Xing, do you not know that diligent students enjoy privileges in schools around the globe? Enraged, Zhou Xingxing swung a fist into the air. Damn it. I want to obtain the same privilege as Liu Jianming. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he approached Liu Jianming. Top 10 in the grade? You? Liu Jianming pushed Zhou Xingxing's finger, which was perilously close to his nose, aside. Yes, that's me. What is wrong with that? Zhou Xingxing hastily implored. Brother Ming, please do me a favor and help me with my homework, will you? If I don't complete it today, I'm truly finished. Liu Jianming countered. Why should I? Zhou Xingxing scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for a compelling reason to persuade Liu Jianming to do his homework. He then produced a $100 bill from his pocket. Ming, if you help me finish my homework, I'll give you this 100. Liu Jianming glanced at the money in Zhou Xingxing's hand, then at him, and began walking towards the door. Find someone else. Zhou Xingxing quickly upped the ante. 200, 300, 500, 1,000. 1,000. All right. As he spoke, he clung to Liu Jianming's leg. Brother Ming, I'm begging you. 1,000 is already my weekly salary. I can't afford to have you do this too many times. Liu Jianming retorted. Salary? What salary? Zhou Xingxing realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. I mean, it's my allowance. I only get 4,000 a month. That 1,000 is already my weekly allowance. Liu Jianming recognized that this was the highest offer Zhou Xingxing could muster. Observing Zhou Xingxing's determined demeanor, he knew that if he refused to help, he would undoubtedly be held captive. Liu Jianming extended his hand. Show me the money. Zhou Xingxing glanced at his watch. It's already 7 o'clock. Class is about to start. Liu Jianming calmly reassured him. Don't worry, I have more than enough time. Moments later, Zhou Xingxing witnessed the true meaning of the speed of the homework deity. Half an hour later, Zhou Xingxing arrived at Edinburgh High School. Feeling rejuvenated as he confidently took his seat, observing Huang Xiaogui feverishly copying homework. However, from the speed and neatness of the writing, Zhou Xingxing could instantly discern the difference between Liu Jianming and Huang Xiaogui. Zhou Xingxing exclaimed, now you realize the importance of copying homework? It's like realizing after someone has died that you should find a grave. It's truly a dead end. Look at me. I've already finished. Huang Xiaoguei glanced at Zhou Xingxing. How surprising. You actually did your homework. Zhou Xingxing adjusted his tie. I don't do my homework for any reward. I merely wish to convey to the entire school that from today onwards, no one can make me stand in the corridor, on the playground, or throw chalk and erasers at me. Even if Jesus himself came, he couldn't expel me. I swear. Zhou Xingxing realized he had discovered the secret to solving his homework dilemma. Although parting with $1,000 stung a bit, it was worth it to resolve the gun incident, return for a promotion and salary increase, marry a wealthy beauty, and assume the role of chief inspector. Every effort would be justified. Zhou Xingxing strutted along the school route, hands in pockets, exuding an air of confidence. However, before he could revel in his triumph for more than 3 seconds, Teacher Zheng entered. Clutching a stack of papers, surprise quiz. Those who fail will stand in the corridor for a week. Zhou Xingxing suddenly felt the world spin, tumbling from his chair. Meanwhile, Liu Jianming was soundly asleep at home when he was abruptly awakened by a vigorous knock on his door. Sid, open up. Liu Jianming jolted awake. Recalling the last time he heard that phrase, Wu Luoxi had kicked the door down. Dressed only in a tank top and boxers, he opened the door. Officers. What is going on? The officer, observing Liu Jianming's groggy demeanor, looked puzzled. Are you Liu Jianming? Zhou Xingxing lives across from you. Liu Jianming nodded yes. The officer stated, all right, you need to come with us immediately. It's urgent. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol the previous night and lacking sleep, Liu Jianming felt dizzy. What is this about? The officer, growing impatient, replied, just come with us. It's not bad news. Chapter 36. A Toss of Durian. Liu Jianming drank 2 large cups of espresso at the police station before feeling slightly more alert. He noticed a large group of officers, adorned with floral insignias, furiously flipping through books, their desks overflowing with various texts. Liu Jianming rolled his eyes. Do they really need to go to such extremes? Truly, this is the world of Xingye. The chubby officer Huang approached Liu Jianming with a smile, holding a receiver. Ming, just answer whatever they ask you inside. If you do well, I can award you a good citizen medal along with a cash reward of 10,000. Liu Jianming looked at Officer Huang, suppressing the urge to shout, Brother Jia, don't. Ding. Successfully checked in with Officer Huang. One-time character check-in. Gained the Merciful Gun Intermediate. Received 1 green henchman card and 5 white henchman cards. Merciful Gun. Your weapon cannot fire bullets. ISNT this invincible. I bet your gun is unloaded. Just as Liu Jianming picked up the microphone, Zhou Xingxing's voice came through the line. Hello, can you hear me? Let us start with the first question. Liu Jianming immediately recognized that this was the horseback scene from Fight Back to School. However, he soon found himself dozing off again due to Zhou Xingxing's rapid-fire questioning. For this question, choose D. Tell Uncle Da that if there's nothing to throw, a durian can be used. The next moment, Liu Jianming suddenly jolted awake. Don't throw the durian. Don't throw the durian. But it was too late. A dull thud echoed through the line, followed by Uncle Da's agonized scream. Fortunately for Zhou Xingxing, the teacher in charge of the quiz, Zheng, had to take Uncle Da, who had been struck on the head by the durian, to the hospital, so the test turned into a self-study period. Zhou Xingxing looked at Uncle Da, who had a durian on his head, and thought to himself, Brother Ming is truly impressive. He actually thought of using a durian to hit Uncle Da. Incredible. I must admit, that day, Zhou Xingxing successfully navigated through the chaos thanks to the sacrifice of Uncle Da's head. In the afternoon, Liu Jianming checked on the progress of the basketball court renovation, which was moving swiftly. The lines on the ground had been drawn, the new basketball hoops were in place, and tall protective nets had been erected around the court to prevent any accidents. Ming. Zhu Wanfang emerged from the school gates and spotted Liu Jianming standing at the entrance. She trotted over. I noticed you weren't around on Monday. The teacher said you transferred to Edinburgh High School. After school, I went to the gym to look for you, but they said you were still at school. Why did you suddenly transfer? Are you afraid that the underlings of the Suave One will retaliate against you? Zhu Wanfang was certainly unaware that the Suave One had already met his demise. Liu Jianming shook his head and explained, do you remember that surprise test? Zhu Wanfang nodded thoughtfully, recalling, I remember the exam questions were quite challenging, yet you were the first to submit your paper. Liu Jianming explained. That was the selection test for Edinburgh School. Those who pass will be transferred there. A look of excitement illuminated Zhu Wanfang's face as she embraced Liu Jianming, exclaiming, Amin. Does that mean you passed the test? That's wonderful. Liu Jianming chuckled. Why are you so happy about me passing? Zhu Wanfang, with a hint of stubbornness, replied. I'm simply thrilled. I can't explain why. Liu Jianming then inquired, by the way, would you like to accompany me to Haokong this Saturday and Sunday? I have some matters to attend to, and it could be fun. Zhu Wanfang shyly pointed between Liu Jianming and herself, saying, just the two of us? Liu Jianming confirmed. Yes, just the two of us. Zhu Wanfang waved her hand. All right, but I need Xiao Zhen to cover for me, saying I'll be at her place this Saturday. Liu Jianming accompanied Zhu Wanfang to a cafe at the school gate for a meal before escorting her home. However, upon returning home, as he entered the stairwell, he was abruptly halted by a shadowy figure. Upon closer inspection, Liu Jianming realized it was Zhou Xingxing, who regarded him with an intensely threatening gaze. Liu Jianming involuntarily took a step back. Xing, what are you up to? Zhou Xingxing spoke seriously. I have a critically important task for you. If you fail to complete it, the consequences could be catastrophic: world destruction, planetary explosions, and the extinction of humanity. Liu Jianming grimaced slightly. Just tell me what you want. Zhou Xingxing produced an assignment from behind his back. Could you help me with my homework, please? Liu Jianming extended his hand. I need payment first. I'll assist you for a fee. Zhou Xingxing adopted a pitiful expression. Minggu, please don't be so cruel. Just help me this once. Liu Jianming replied. I'm conducting business here. It's $1,000 per task. 5,000 for a week, 10,000 for a month, and 100,000 for a year. What do you think? With that, Liu Jianming stepped past Zhou Xingxing towards his home. Zhou Xingxing immediately followed. How about a discount? Just a little, please. 300. 500. 800. That's the highest I can go, or I want to have money for noodles this month. Liu Jianming didn't look back. Come to my house. Zhou Xingxing's face brightened. Hey. Once inside Liu Jianming's home, Liu Jianming slammed the door shut, his expression darkening. Zhou Xingxing, noticing the ominous look on Liu Jianming's face, swallowed hard. What do you intend to do? Liu Jianming asked in a menacing tone. That is a question I should be asking you. Zhou Xingxing, what is your purpose for coming to Edinburgh School? Zhou Xingxing feigned innocence. I came to study. What else could it be? Liu Jianming retorted. Study? Are you trying to fool me? Feel the deep lines on your neck. You must be over 27. What school do you intend to attend? Zhou Xingxing stubbornly insisted. So what? The law doesn't prohibit someone over 27 from attending middle school. Liu Jianming pointed at the calluses on Zhou Xingxing's hands. What about those? They're from years of handling firearms. Zhou Xingxing attempted to formulate an excuse. But Liu Jianming pressed on, and today, during the exam, you had a whole group of thugs assisting you with cheating. If you had no connection to them, I wouldn't believe it. Tell me your true purpose for being at Edinburgh School. Realizing Liu Jianming had seen through him, Zhou Xingxing swiftly pivoted his response. All right. Since you've uncovered my true identity, I won't hide it any longer. My purpose for coming to Edinburgh School is for love and peace. For a brighter future for the world. Only by infiltrating Edinburgh can I. Liu Jianming crossed his arms, tilting his head with a skeptical look, as if to say, keep making things up. Chapter 37. The Gambling King, Xin. Liu Jianming couldn't extract any meaningful information from Zhou Xingxing, with a mouth like his. If he didn't want to talk, Liu Jianming wouldn't get a single truth out of him. Thus, Liu Jianming decided to let it go. On Saturday morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Liu Jianming arrived at Zhu Wanfang's doorstep, taking her to Haokong. Throughout the journey, Zhu Wanfang chirped like a lark, brimming with curiosity about everything around her, until they reached the grand entrance marked by the 4 characters of the Lisboa casino. Liu Jianming gestured. Let us go inside and have some fun. Zhu Wanfang clutched Liu Jianming's arm tightly, her eyes locked onto his. Is that a good idea? This is a casino. Gambling isn't right. People lose here. I've never seen anyone win. Liu Jianming smiled gently. Don't worry, I'm just here to handle some business. Once I'm done, I won't linger. Zhu Wanfang's face brightened with curiosity. Really, just business? Liu Jianming retrieved a $10 bill from his pocket. See, this is all the money I have. I'll only gamble with this. Zhu Wanfang pouted, still unconvinced about gambling. I'll trust you just this once. Liu Jianming exchanged the $10 for a chip. Observing that he had only exchanged a mere $10 for a chip, a portly man approached Liu Jianming. This isn't a place for kids like you. If you want to bring a girl, go to an amusement park. That $10 won't even cover the next round. But strolling around the casino is fine. Liu Jianming led Zhu Wanfang away without looking back, waving at the man as they disappeared into the casino. TCH, this kid must be out of his mind watching too many movies. Thinking he can win 25 million with just $10. He's probably just trying to show off in front of the girl, the man muttered, shrugging it off. Once inside the casino, Zhu Wanfang felt as though she had entered another realm, her eyes wide with wonder at everything around her. Gazing up at the grandeur, as if she were a fish just surfacing from the depths of the ocean, marveling at the vast starry sky. Just as she was earnestly examining every corner of the casino, a loud exclamation jolted her back to reality. Wow, you hit 3,600 times? Dude, you're on fire. Liu Jianming merely smiled modestly, just luck. Turning around, Zhu Wanfang noticed an impressive stack of chips on Liu Jianming's table, including several large plaques. She pointed at the pile. Did you win all this? Liu Jianming handed her 10 chips from the table. Fang, hold these for me. Let us move to a different area. Zhu Wanfang examined the long string of numbers on the chips. How much did you win? Liu Jianming waved his hand nonchalantly. $1 million. In an instant, Zhu Wanfang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to look at Liu Jianming. For a moment, she felt completely lost regarding the concept of money. Just a moment ago, while she was observing the sights of the casino, Liu Jianming had turned $10 into $1 million. It was as if robbing a bank couldn't yield money that quickly. Liu Jianming's remarkable ascent from $10 to $1 million captured He Xian's attention. Gua Yingnan stood behind He Xian, saying, Xian, I just investigated. And there are no records of this fellow in casinos worldwide. He Xian nodded in agreement. It is evident that this is his first visit to a casino. However, he has adapted remarkably well, mastering the nuances and strategies within just a few rounds. This indicates his exceptional intelligence. Gua Yingnan observed Liu Jianming as he departed from the dice table, heading towards the 5-card stud area. Hey, Xian. It seems he is aiming for the 5-card stud point table. Could it be that He Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. How intriguing. It appears that this year's gambling tournament may witness the emergence of a dark horse. Gua Yingnan stared at He Xian in disbelief. Xian, are you suggesting that this lad could make it to the finals of the gambling tournament? Surely that is implausible. His prowess in dice is commendable. But 5-card stud is an entirely different game. Moreover, only those ranking in the top 24 across Southeast Asia can qualify for the finals. Currently, the 24th place has already accumulated over 200 points. Can he really achieve over 200 points in just 1 month? The competition in this tournament is fierce. How could a mere youth, seemingly still in his adolescence, possibly break into the top 24? He Xian maintained a confident demeanor, his smile widening. Are there not many newcomers this year? Just take a look at the leaderboard. The first place is held by Su Tu, followed by Gao Jin and Gao Ao. None of them have yet surpassed 30 points. This year's competition promises to be more exhilarating than ever, dazzling the world with its youthful talent. Anan, keep an eye on things here. I shall take my leave for now. If he remains at the 5-card stud table or decides to leave, there is no need to inform me. I am curious to see how far this lad can go. In contrast to He Xian's excitement and Gua Yingnan's astonishment, Zhu Wanfang, seated beside Liu Jianming, appeared rather bored. Although she understood Liu Jianming's words and was familiar with the game, she still found it lacking in interest, leaning on the table and idly fiddling with the chips. Noticing Zhu Wanfang's ennui, Liu Jianming affectionately patted her head. Fang, how much do you think we should wager this round? Zhu Wanfang was momentarily taken aback. Huh? How would I know? Liu Jianming shrugged nonchalantly. Just toss a random amount from that pile of chips onto the table. Zhu Wanfang picked up the initial $10 chip and threw it onto the table. How about this? Liu Jianming burst into laughter, pointing at the millions of chips on the table. Fang, be a bit more generous. Those are all fake. The only genuine chip you just placed is the $10. Pouting, Zhu Wanfang raised her chin defiantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? She then tossed out 3 chips of $100,000 each, mimicking Liu Jianming's earlier bravado. Are you in or not? Liu Jianming's words had already left the other players at the table feeling sheepish. Zhu Wanfang's ignorance further exacerbated the discomfort of her fellow players, who glanced at her with expressions that seemed to convey a single thought. Do you really believe everything Liu Jianming says? That is real money. Even the most seasoned players at the table would hesitate to allow their companions to recklessly throw out hundreds of thousands. Yet Liu Jianming dared to play in such a manner. His remarkable skill had already drawn the attention of numerous spectators in the casino, and now, with Zhu Wanfang throwing chips, the crowd began to gather around their table. Seated across from Liu Jianming, a fellow patron, with a countenance fluctuating between emotions, remarked, Sir, this seems rather excessive, does it not? Liu Jianming responded with a tone of disdain. What I do is my concern. If you have the ability, feel free to win all the chips from my table. The other patron could only huff in frustration, tossing his cards aside. Humph. I never play with madmen. At this point, only Liu Jianming and 3 other players remained at the table. Can you keep up? I will too. Count me in. Liu Jianming pointed at the card box. Continue. After 2 rounds, only Liu Jianming and 1 other player remained. Zhu Wanfang, now fully engaged, appeared much more animated. Once the dealing concluded, Zhu Wanfang swept all the cards off the table in a dramatic flourish. All in. The last remaining player could no longer contain himself. As it was clear Zhu Wanfang was simply reveling in the moment and had not even glanced at Liu Jianming, pushing her own chips forward. After making her move, Zhu Wanfang suddenly realized her impulsiveness, turning to Liu Jianming with a remorseful expression, sticking out her little tongue in apology. Liu Jianming affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling and showing no sign of concern. The player opposite Liu Jianming, unable to contain his frustration, blushed, veins bulging with anger, and shouted, Sir, if you allow her to carry on like this, you will inevitably lose everything. Turning to Zhu Wanfang, he continued, "Little sister, let me enlighten you. Those chips are not just points as he claims. You just pushed forward $4 million, real money, equivalent to 32 million Hong Kong dollars, enough to purchase a building in Central. Do you understand?" Zhu Wanfang was taken aback by the reprimand, staring blankly at the player across from her. Liu Jianming pulled Zhu Wanfang closer, his expression darkening. "If you wish to play, sit down and play. If not, leave. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Are you trying to intimidate me? It's hardly worth fretting over a few coins. I'm not concerned about losing what's on this table." The patron, infuriated by Liu Jianming's words, slammed his cards onto the table, pointing at him. "Today, I shall give you a lesson. I have 3 aces. Let us see what you can possibly use to defeat me." Liu Jianming smirked. "When you lack absolute certainty, it's wise to refrain from boasting." He flipped his own cards onto the table. "You mentioned 3 aces, correct?" 1 ace of spades was tossed onto the table, sending the other player's eyes into a frenzy. Impossible. How could this be? Ah, I understand now. You knew your card was the ace of spades. So you used your companion as a smokescreen. Haha, I've been so foolish not to see it sooner. Very well, you win. The patron left all his chips behind and stormed off from the table. Liu Jianming glanced at his watch. It's 5 in the afternoon. Let us go somewhere else to have some fun. Zhu Wanfang, eager to leave, nodded vigorously. Yes, let us hurry. It's stifling in here. I want to go play elsewhere. Her words drew amused expressions from the surrounding female companions. Goodness, why isn't at me standing beside this young man? How dull. Do you even realize how much he won today? $8 million. That's enough to buy a large office building in Central. A few perceptive female companions glanced at their figures, then at Zhu Wanfang's physique. They scrutinized their attire before comparing it to Zhu Wanfang's outfit, convinced that they excelled in every aspect over her. Just an insignificant individual, they thought. A mere lean against me would send that little girl away. No, that is not right. My rivals should be other dazzling and frivolous women. At that moment, the entire casino was abuzz with women casting flirtatious glances at Liu Jianming, akin to fish crossing a river, countless in number. Yet, Liu Jianming remained utterly indifferent. As long as he had money, beautiful women were never in short supply. The world of Hong Kong cinema also brimmed with stunning maidens. However, Liu Jianming had a penchant for those with gentle and demure personalities. He picked up the initial 10 chips from the poker table, summoned a waiter, and instructed, "Please hold on to these chips for me. I shall return. Convert this chip into cash for me." The waiter promptly replied, "Yes, certainly." As they left the casino, numerous women approached, eager to curry favor. Some even ostentatiously displaying themselves as if available for the taking. Others were bolder, directly offering a room key. Liu Jianming rejected them all. The audacity of these women incensed the gentle Zhu Wanfang, who raised her middle finger at them. Oh, I almost forgot. Zhu Wanfang was no mere kitten, but rather a little tiger, capable of wielding a knife in fury. Under the night sky, Liu Jianming held Zhu Wanfang's hand while seated in the cable car, gazing at the enchanting night view of the river. "The night scene over the river is truly beautiful," he remarked softly. "Indeed, Hong Kong is equally mesmerizing, though it cannot be fully appreciated from Kowloon City," she replied. At 9 o'clock, the bustling river remained alive with traffic and voices. Zhu Wanfang counted on her fingers beside Liu Jianming. Dining, amusement parks, shopping, and movies. Then, with a hint of shyness, she grasped Liu Jianming's arm, nuzzling her head against his chest. "Shouldn't we be heading to bed soon?" Liu Jianming, feeling a hint of fatigue himself, agreed. "Indeed, we should find a hotel." Observing Liu Jianming's drowsy demeanor, Zhu Wanfang pouted, wanting to say something but hesitating. "No, that is not what I meant." Liu Jianming found himself somewhat perplexed. Zhu Wanfang, fidgeting, opened her backpack, biting her lip to the point of drawing blood. "I meant to say." Curiosity piqued. Liu Jianming wondered what could be so important in Zhu Wanfang's backpack that she refused to part with it all day. As he peered over, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight of a bag full of mushrooms. In a voice barely above a whisper, Zhu Wanfang explained, "Xiaojin said we must bring these to play." Chapter 39. A confrontation with the gambling king, Xin. Sunday morning. Within the confines of the Casino Lisboa, Xin once again entered the surveillance room. "Anan, how many points did that young man accumulate yesterday?" Gua Yingnan pointed to the numbers on the wall. He won 14 consecutive rounds, securing 56 points, and left with his female companion at 5 o'clock. "He has yet to return." Xin, did you miscalculate? This young man isn't merely here to accumulate points, Gua Yingnan surmised. Xin did not appear perplexed. Instead, a smile graced his lips. 5 o'clock, huh? This young man has a good sense of time. He then glanced at the clock. Anan, rest assured, he will arrive shortly. Indeed, at the very moment the clock struck 9, Liu Jianming reappeared in the casino, hand in hand with Zhu Wanfang. Heading straight for the 5-card stud table, He Xin, observing the screen, erupted into laughter. I told you, this young man would return today. An. Fetch me 1 million in chips. Guiyingnan was taken aback. Xin, you can't possibly want to face him personally, can you? He Xin smiled and patted Guiyingnan on the shoulder. Seeing such youth, who wouldn't want to engage in a personal contest? Guiyingnan pointed at the screen. Xin, it might be an overestimation to challenge him directly. Why not simply find someone else to compete with him? He Xin shook his head. He is not a gambler, but a player. For him, gambling is not a business for profit, but a purposeful endeavor. The average person cannot match him. Guiyingnan sighed. Very well, let it be. Whoever is ready, prepare 1 million in chips, and send it to Xin. Due to Liu Jianming's impressive performance from the previous day, upon his arrival, the table was surrounded by eager onlookers. Zhu Wanfang clung to Liu Jianming like a little kitten, her eyes dreamy, appearing as if she had not slept well the previous night. With each round concluded, Liu Jianming's points soared, and the chips on the table multiplied. He had to summon the waiter to remove the excess chips for safekeeping. Liu Jianming's chips had skyrocketed from 8 million to 10 million. As yet another round finished, Liu Jianming toyed with the chips in his hands. Addressing the surrounding spectators, is there anyone else who wishes to play? Anyone at all? The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to sit down to challenge him. Their eyes reflecting fear. I shall give it a try? A steady voice emerged from behind the crowd. They turned to behold the source of the voice, gasping in astonishment. The gambling king, He Xin. To think the gambling king himself had come to confront this young man. Liu Jianming stood up upon hearing the voice. Zhu Wanfang, however, looked around in confusion, her head tilted, as if she were a boiling kettle, scratching her head with a bewildered expression. What is happening? He Xin made his way through the crowd. Liu Jianming scrutinized the gambling king, noticing that while He Xin's hair had turned mostly gray, he still exuded vitality and wore a gentle smile. He Xin, too, assessed Liu Jianming. The latter stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, Mr. He. I have long admired your reputation. He Xin grasped Liu Jianming's hand. A promising youth. Care for a game? Ping. Successful check-in with He Xin. Skill reward acquired. Gambling king, top tier. 1 purple follower card and 5 white follower cards obtained. Liu Jianming's pupils constricted upon seeing the rewards. So, the follower rewards from He Xin are purple? Then the golden rewards must belong to the gambling god. Gaojin. Gambling king is a knowledge-based skill, and a flurry of gambling techniques and tricks raced through Liu Jianming's mind. Previously reliant solely on skills, and possessing only a rudimentary understanding of gambling, Liu Jianming now grasped the essence of gambling in that moment. This included the 3 methods exhibited in Gambling God: psychology, card switching, and marking cards. These 3 methods, categorized as foundational skills in Gambling King, were not particularly noteworthy. With a composed expression, Liu Jianming's gaze seemed to penetrate all. To have the opportunity to match wits with Mr. He is a rare privilege. He Xin noticed the shift in Liu Jianming's demeanor, his gaze sharpened and profound, a stark contrast to the earlier frivolity. He Xin mused, has he become serious? It appears this young man holds some trepidation toward my esteemed title as the Gambling King. For a master, the highest respect lies in the relentless pursuit of an opponent, giving it their all. Liu Jianming's change in demeanor piqued He Xin's interest. He Xin gestured to Liu Jianming. Please, have a seat. Liu Jianming nodded. Mr. He, please. The two settled into their seats. And Zhu Wanfang leaned close to Liu Jianming, whispering, Ming, who is he? Why does it feel like he holds a significant position here? He Xin's ears were well tuned. Although Zhu Wanfang's voice was already quite low, he could still hear her words. He smiled at her, finding her gentle and endearing demeanor reminiscent of someone else. A dealer approached the table, holding a stack of chips worth 1 million. Mr. He, your chips. He Xin nodded, signaling for the dealer to place them down. He glanced at the new deck of cards in the box. Would you like to inspect the cards? Liu Jianming shook his head. There's no need to verify when competing against Mr. He. He Xin softly said, let's reveal the cards. As the first 2 community cards were laid down, He Xin pushed 20,000 in chips forward. Liu Jianming naturally matched his bet. With the 3rd card, He Xin raised the stakes to 50,000. Liu Jianming continued to follow suit. He Xin observed Liu Jianming, who maintained his smile, while Zhu Wanfang wore a bewildered expression, clearly struggling to comprehend. I am now quite suspicious of what your whole cards are. I hold a flush. Liu Jianming remained unfazed. I'm merely playing along with Mr. He. I will match any hand. He Xin shook his head, amused. You clever lad. You've got some tricks. As the final card fell, the stakes were set for victory or defeat. He Xin pushed all remaining chips forward. Liu Jianming mirrored the action, declaring, as you wish. He Xin revealed his whole cards. I already mentioned, I have a flush. Liu Jianming laid down his cards, 3 of a kind, plus a pair. Gasps filled the room as Liu Jianming unveiled his hand, leaving everyone in shock. The gambling king lost? What sort of jest is this? The gambling king had actually been defeated by a young upstart. Unbelievable. After decades, the gambling king had lost. Wait, look at the scoreboard for the Gambling God tournament. This young man has already entered the top 50. This implies he has a chance to participate in the Gambling God tournament. My goodness. Are all the young people this year prodigies? With Su Tu, Gao Jin, Gao Ao, and now this even younger novice. This year's Gambling God tournament is bound to be thrilling. Chapter 40. Gambling is not right. Xian's smile widened upon seeing Liu Jianming's whole cards. Rising from his seat, he leaned against the table. I too stumbled into the casino blindly at first. You remind me of myself. He glanced at Zhu Wanfang, who was patiently waiting beside Liu Jianming. Including those around you. I hope you will take good care of her. Liu Jianming stood and took Zhu Wanfang's hand. It is my mission, honor even in death. Xian nodded with a smile. Enjoy yourself. I must attend to other matters. So I shall take my leave. Liu Jianming extended his hand. Safe travels, Mr. He. The encounter between Liu Jianming and Xian quickly garnered widespread attention. And soon the entirety of Southeast Asia was aware of the emergence of a new contender. In a villa in Hong Kong, Hong Guang wore a serious expression. Are you saying that within the Venetian casino, he directly defeated the gambling king, Xian? Such a thing is unbelievable. The underling nodded. Indeed, this news is spreading everywhere, everyone knows. Hong Guang inquired. Have we clarified his identity? The underling affirmed. It's not difficult to ascertain. His name is Liu Jianming, a student from Edinburgh High School. He also manages the Qianshan Stadium, the Stadium Street, and the adjacent pedestrian street. He has a good relationship with Liang Kun and Boss B of the Hongxin gang. Hong Guang pondered. If he is involved with the underworld, this could complicate matters. Does he have any weaknesses? The underling considered. If we speak of weaknesses, his girlfriend is his classmate, fitting the Little Red Riding Hood figure. Hong Guang retorted. Are you implying she's an adorable loli? The underling shook his head. No, I mean that grandma was eaten by the big bad wolf. Hong Guang struck the underling with a cane. Did I ask you for a cold joke? After reprimanding the underling, Hong Guang realized this might indeed be a vulnerability for Liu Jianming. He squinted. A student who has never seen the world. Offer him some delicacies, and he will bite. Summon Shiming. The beaten underling quickly replied. Yes. Yes. After 2 days at the Venetian casino, Liu Jianming successfully raised his score to over 180 points, with his funds reaching $14 million. The one feeling discontent was Zhu Wanfang. She had anticipated a fun outing in Macau, but after 2 days at the casino, she felt as if she might sprout from her chair. However, she was easily appeased. After receiving a plush toy larger than herself, her spirits lifted instantly. Upon disembarking, Zhu Wanfang did not immediately return home, but instead took a cab to find Guo Xiaozhen. At home, Guo Xiaozhen, feeling quite bored, was playfully balancing a pen on her nose when she heard the commotion outside, immediately pulling Zhu Wanfang back inside. Guo Xiaozhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah Fang, your new dress is stunning. Zhu Wanfang beamed brightly, twirling her skirt. Isn't it lovely? Ming bought it for me. It was uncertain whether Zhu Wanfang was boasting about the dress itself or that it was a gift from Liu Jianming. Guo Xiaozhen inquired. Yes, it looks wonderful. I know Liu Jianming bought it for you. But how was Macau? Zhu Wanfang scratched her head, appearing at a loss for words. I feel it was just average. Guo Xiaozhen found Zhu Wanfang's reaction curious. Where did Liu Jianming take you? You don't seem happy. Zhu Wanfang recalled. As soon as we disembarked, he headed straight for the Venetian casino. Guo Xiaozhen's eyes widened. Liu Jianming is gambling? Zhu Wanfang nodded. Yes, but I don't understand all the talk about chips and points. I only know he initially bought a chip for $10. Later, he mentioned something about turning it into 3,600 times, and gradually, it became a mountain of chips. Guo Xiaozhen's eyes widened further. 3,600 times? Even if it started from just $10, that would amount to $36,000. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, that's roughly 280,000. Guo Xiaozhen gasped, realizing that she worked tirelessly just to earn a fraction of that amount. Zhu Wanfang, oblivious to Guo Xiaozhen's expression, continued. In the end, I don't know the exact amount, but it was a lot, an array of chips in various colors and shapes. The following day, another individual named Xian faced off against Liu Jianming in a gambling match. Unlike Zhu Wanfang, Guo Xiaozhen was somewhat more worldly and understood the intricacies of the underworld. Xian was a significant figure, the king of Macau. Guo Xiaozhen urgently asked, and then? What happened to Liu Jianming? Zhu Wanfang reminisced. It seemed that Xian lost. Guo Xiaozhen jumped up from her seat. What did you just say? Xian lost to Liu Jianming in a gambling match at the Venetian casino. Guo Xiaozhen doubted her own ears. What sort of divine drama is this? Zhu Wanfang nodded, bewildered. Xian pushed all his chips to Ming, which can only mean he lost. Guo Xiaozhen felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, unsure of how to express her astonishment. After a moment, she burst out, "Ah Fong. This is utterly unbelievable. It's simply too thrilling. That is the gambling king, He Xian, the master of the Venetian casino. Since the Ghost King Nia left the Venetian, he has not personally participated for a decade. He actually stepped down to gamble with Liu Jianming and lost. And you are standing right beside Liu Jianming. This scene is destined to be etched in history, a decade, or even a century from now. As long as the Lisboa casino remains, no one will forget this moment. You tell me that the Macau scene is dull. Good heavens. Could anything be more exhilarating than this? Ah Fong, if you wish to abstain next time, I shall accompany Liu Jianming instead." Zhu Wanfang scratched her head, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She could not comprehend why her dear friend was so animated. After all, were they not merely a group of gamblers? The gambling king is, at the end of the day, just another gambler. Gambling is inherently wrong. With the advent of live broadcasts of the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics, a wave of sports fervor began to sweep across the globe. Country sports leagues gradually transitioned from their primitive stages into a realm of formalization. Particularly, America's 4 major leagues and Europe's top 5 leagues became the most lucrative sporting events in the world. Moreover, other nations were actively preparing for their own leagues. Consequently, the broadcasting of sporting events began to flourish worldwide. At this moment, within an office at a television station. What a fantastic play. The explosive energy is truly remarkable. It rivals that of professional athletes from Europe and America, if not surpasses it. The game is played with far greater finesse compared to the Western counterparts. Just then, a tall middle-aged man forcefully pushed open the door. "Why are you all hiding here instead of in the broadcast room?" Chapter 41, Basketball League Broadcasting Rights. A staff member, donning a badge, turned to see who had entered. The once fervent young individuals now resembled ostriches hiding their heads in the sand, too intimidated to speak. "Director." The director, with a serious expression, inquired. "What are you lot doing tucked away here? Watching banana videos?" The staff members hurriedly shook their heads. No, certainly not." The director's face remained stern. "Then what exactly are you watching? Let me take a look." The staff members parted to reveal, "We're just watching the bags that were delivered earlier." As they moved aside, the court team commenced a counterattack. A player in a white tank top swiftly maneuvered past a defender clad in black. At this point, the other black-clad players were already too late to defend. The player with the ball leapt high and executed a powerful dunk towards the hoop. The director's expression transformed from indifference to excitement in an instant. Fist clenched. What a play! Just from that one move, it is evident that these players possess exceptional talent. The director turned to his side. "Which country's league is this?" A staff member scratched his head and replied, "The match at TSC Wanshan Court. The team in white is the court team. And the team in black is the bar team." The director was taken aback. TSC Wanshan. Internally, he was astounded. Is the local team this formidable? Hong Kong too has its A1 and A2 basketball leagues, but regarding their level. Thus, as the director of a sports channel, he had initially overlooked the local capabilities of Hong Kong. The television station scoured the globe for leagues. Yet either the league's quality was too low or the broadcasting fees were prohibitively expensive. The director sighed. "We've searched the world over, never anticipating that the local level in Hong Kong could be this strong." Immediately, he summoned several commentators to provide live commentary for this match and scheduled it for broadcast tomorrow at 8 o'clock. A staff member interjected, "But isn't there a Serie A match scheduled for tomorrow at 8? The director shook his head. "Serie A rejected our offer. I'm currently perplexed about what to air at 8 tomorrow. Let us go with this." Simultaneously, contact the person in charge at TSC Wanshan Court and inquire whether they would sign for a broadcasting fee of 1 million, or better yet, 2 million a year. The staff member nodded vigorously. "Understood. I'll go ask right away." Liu Jianming hung his coat on the rack, and before him appeared a holographic projection of the public relations specialist. Liu Jianming inquired, "What matters do you wish to discuss, public relations specialist?" The specialist responded, "Boss, the television station just called to inquire about our league at TSC Wanshan Court. They offered 2 million for a 1-year contract. What should we do? Should we agree?" And regarding this league, Liu Jianming pondered momentarily. "Agree, of course. If there's money to be made, why decline?" The specialist asked, "But what about the league?" "We don't have a league." Liu Jianming tilted his head. "We can simply have the brothers play some games for relaxation. The court will be the local team. The bar will be the bar team. The disco will be the disco team. The cafe will be the cafe team. The comic company will field the Central District comic team. Let us have the brothers form 16 teams and compete in a league. We can even manage the betting on the side." The specialist's eyes widened. "Boss, you truly are brilliant. I know what to do now." Liu Jianming smiled slightly. "Go ahead. Tun Mun, Brother Chen." Ever since Gao Hui's demise, Brother Chen has been restless, for the leverage Gao held over him has vanished. At the very moment of Gao Hui's death, Brother Chen rushed to Gao Hui's home in search of evidence that could bring him down. However, he discovered that not only had the evidence Gao held disappeared, but the individual who took it had intentionally left him a note stating that they would seek cooperation with him in the future. In the days that followed, Brother Chen exerted every effort to locate the person who took the evidence, but to no avail. He was clueless as to who had taken it or what their intentions were. One can imagine the depths of Brother Chen's distress. Sitting in the bar, he had no desire to drink, and even the adjacent seats were left empty. Just then, Mary approached Brother Chen's table, holding a glass. Initially, Brother Chen intended to express his anger, but upon glancing up, he was taken aback to find it was Mary. Moreover, he could not fathom why Mary seemed to exude a newfound allure. Mary set her glass down. Brother Chen, are you still upset about Gao Hui? He is merely missing. It's not as if he has been confirmed dead. Brother Chen felt a surge of rage at her words. Warehouse No. 14 had collapsed with such force that anyone within would surely have been obliterated. Brother Chen slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Those cops are utterly useless. They claim it was an accident, but I believe they are merely deflecting because they cannot find the culprit. With her captivating gaze, Mary smiled slyly. Today, I came to speak with Brother Chen regarding Chan Go. Brother Chen's attention drifted to Mary's figure, a lewd grin spreading across his face. We can discuss this matter. But I wonder if you would be willing, Mary. Brother Chen had long desired Mary, a fact she was well aware of. Mary maintained her smile. Brother Chen. After Gao Hui's death, I heard he had misplaced some items that have yet to be found. Furthermore, I know you are currently commanding your loyalists to search diligently. I wonder if they have had any success. Upon hearing Mary's words, Brother Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe that it was Mary who had taken that document. He pointed at her. You took the items. Mary smiled slightly, her expression reminiscent of a devil. Yes, but not entirely. I merely stumbled upon them by chance. The formidable Chief Chuan pointed at Mary, his finger trembling incessantly. He had assumed that the death of Gao Hui would signify the end of all troubles. Little did he expect that this very demise would place the reins into the hands of the far more menacing Mary. Mary reclined on her chair, one leg extended and the other bent, her red high heels dangling enticingly from her delicate foot, exuding an irresistible allure. Yet, as Chief Chuan gazed upon the captivating Mary, he perceived her as a devil emerging from the depths of hell. The once lush and enchanting demeanor now resembled a demon baring its fangs in a sinister smile. Drawing a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, he found himself unable to suppress the rising tide of anger and fear. What do you want? He demanded. Mary playfully wiggled the red high heel clutched between her pinky and ring finger. What do I want? Naturally, I desire your support for Brother Chen to become the head honcho of Tunman. Chief Chuan furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. Mary smiled slightly. After all, you've acquired such a fortune, you could easily live abroad as a wealthy man. With the wave of immigration upon us, no one would even notice your departure. Why the reluctance? Chief Chuan's expression darkened. I understand. Within a month, I shall provide you with an answer. Mary rose and slipped into her shoes. I await your good news. Chief Chuan glared at Mary's retreating figure, grinding his teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 42. The Recruitment of Long Wu. A new week dawned. Liu Jianming set out early, fervently seeking out mahjong parlors. The tale of the young gambler had commenced, indicating that Long Wu and Gao Jin had also arrived in Hong Kong. The only way to locate Long Wu and Gao Jin was to find Shi Qi, and Liu Jianming was aware that he was somewhere within a mahjong parlor. Thus began his search, though it was far from aimless. Armed with the skills of a kingsman, Liu Jianming managed to locate the parlor he sought within a mere morning of exploration. However, upon arrival, he was greeted by a sign proclaiming the establishment's hours, 5 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. Liu Jianming glanced up at the blazing sun overhead. Realizing he had arrived too early, he continued his frantic search for Shi Qi, while simultaneously, every officer at the police station was scouring for Liu Jianming. Despite Liu Jianming's previous antics, which had allowed Zhou Xingxing to evade consequences, the national surprise test was calculated by the day. After history came Mandarin, followed by mathematics, and then physics. In short, Zhou Xingxing could not escape this time. Uncle Da was currently hospitalized, preventing anyone from delivering notes to Zhou Xingxing. Consequently, Zhou Xingxing faced the prospect of failing due to cheating, necessitating parental notification. However, Zhou Xingxing's father, Uncle Da, was in the hospital and unable to attend, leaving the matter unresolved. Fortunately, the meticulous teacher he offered to assist Zhou Xingxing with his studies, bringing him great joy. At 6 in the evening, as twilight began to descend, Shi Qi slammed her hand on the table, pointing at Liu Jianming. Are you cheating? Liu Jianming shrugged. No, I assure you, I am not cheating. Shi Qi, furious, retorted. If you're not cheating, how can you have 112 consecutive hands, all self-drawn? Xu, standing behind Liu Jianming and munching on watermelon, chimed in, Sister Shichi. He truly isn't cheating. I've been watching closely. He simply has extraordinary luck. With a pout, Shichi exclaimed, extraordinary luck? Liu Jianming raised his hands. Care to gamble? Shichi stood up. What is there to gamble? You've won all my money. If we continue, I'll have to resort to selling myself. Liu Jianming glanced at Long Wu. I find your lackey quite impressive. Let us have another round. If you win, all the money on the table is yours. If I win, your lackey comes with me. Shichi regarded Long Wu. Are you sure? He can eat a lot. He just devoured 10 bowls of char siu rice. Liu Jianming pushed the money on the table towards her. A promise is a promise. Shichi sat back down. Eyes wide. Fine. I shall wager with you. Xu interjected, Sister Shichi, isn't this a bit unfair? He was introduced by a friend. Liu Jianming grasped Xu's arm. Xu, didn't your friend ask you to find him a job? Whether under Shichi or me, it's all the same. Xu pondered. Well, that seems to make sense. Liu Jianming arranged the tiles. Let us begin. The outcome was inevitable. Shichi lost once more. She slumped over the mahjong table, exclaiming, I don't understand. I truly do not understand why I keep losing. 13 consecutive hands, all self-drawn. And yet I'm accused of cheating. Liu Jianming stood, smiling. Thank you, Shichi. He turned to Long Wu. Come with me. Long Wu stepped forward, pointing to his head. You are formidable. In 13 rounds, every set of tiles obeyed your will. You are the most powerful mind I have ever encountered. Liu Jianming smiled modestly. Just a parlor trick. Shichi looked bewildered. What do you mean? Liu Jianming addressed her directly, referring to the tiles on your left, South Wind. Red Dragon, the Enchantress, 1,000, 5,000, for bamboo, 3 characters. If I do not lose this round, you will take the South Wind and Red Dragon. Shichi revealed the tiles she had been concealing, matching Liu Jianming's description perfectly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Liu Jianming. How did you know? Liu Jianming flicked a tile beside her. I placed it there during shuffling. Shichi gazed at the arranged tiles. So, you know the position of every tile here and our drawing speed. Liu Jianming nodded in affirmation. Shichi slammed her hand on the table, her face contorted with anger. You are cheating. Liu Jianming shook his head. Marking tiles is not cheating. The tiles are shuffled by everyone, and how you draw is entirely up to you. Even if I concede, Shichi, do you think anyone would believe it? Shichi fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She plopped down in her chair, pouting like a wronged child. Liu Jianming waved goodbye to Long Wu as they exited the mahjong parlor. Once outside, Long Wu finally asked, what is your purpose in seeking me? Liu Jianming clapped Long Wu on the shoulder. I have no ulterior motive. I simply wish for you to accompany me. Ding. Successful sign-in with Long Wu. Acquired skill, top-tier soldier king. Received follower card. 1 golden follower card, 10 white follower cards. As the skill illuminated, a surge of power coursed through Liu Jianming's body. He frowned slightly. What an overwhelming force. Chapter 43. Zhou Xingxing's Fortunate Circumstances. Liu Jianming, accompanied by Long Wu, had yet to step through his front door when he heard Zhou Xingxing's distinct voice. Teacher He, I live here. Teacher He replied gently. Where's Uncle Da? He was injured, and I hope to visit him. Zhou Xingxing quickly responded. He.s. resting in the bedroom. He.s. likely asleep. We should wait until he feels better. Patients need their rest. Zhou Xingxing added. Your visit might disturb him. Teacher He, with an apologetic tone, remarked, I apologize. I was thoughtless. Zhou Xingxing shook his head dismissively. It's all right, Teacher He. Just the thought of him will surely bring joy to him. Even if he has ascended to heaven. Teacher He, concerned, inquired, to heaven? Is Uncle Da's condition quite serious? Zhou Xingxing shook his head. No, he is recovering swiftly. I was merely using a metaphor. Teacher He nodded in understanding. I see. At that moment, Liu Jianming appeared at the doorway, exclaiming, a Xing. You don't need my help today, Wu Wu. Before Liu Jianming could finish his sentence, Zhou Xingxing lunged toward him, covering his mouth. Please. Don't mention the homework I asked you to help me with. Liu Jianming gestured with his hand, indicating money, and Zhou Xingxing stuffed $10 into his palm. Liu Jianming muttered, have you ever seen someone offer a $10 hush money? Zhou Xingxing then pressed 100 into Liu Jianming's hand. Is that sufficient? Teacher He glanced at the doorway. Student Liu, what are you doing here? Liu Jianming pointed across the hallway. I live right over there. He then asked, Teacher He, I heard your boyfriend is a cop. Does that mean? Zhou Xingxing hurriedly pressed another 100 into Liu Jianming's hand. Shut up and leave. Liu Jianming, undeterred, continued. So you live nearby? Teacher He shook his head. No, I'm here to tutor a Xing. She turned to Zhou Xingxing, a Xing. Since Ming has such excellent grades and you are neighbors, why don't you seek his help for tutoring? After all, you are both classmates and understand each other better. Zhou Xingxing shoved another 100 into Liu Jianming's hand. Give me a reason. Liu Jianming quickly replied, Teacher, Zhou Xingxing is actually quite intelligent. He just tends to be mischievous, which affects his studies. Zhou Xingxing nodded vigorously. Yes, Teacher Zhou. I'm merely playful. Liu Jianming added, as long as Zhou Xingxing stops his antics, like sneaking around, using a slingshot to break windows, hiding under manhole covers to sneak a peek at girls' skirts, and using a telescope to spy on the neighbor's sister while she bathes, he will be fine. Woo. Zhou Xingxing covered Liu Jianming's mouth and pressed 1,000 into his hand. Ming, I beg you, just leave, you don't need to say anything else. With that, Zhou Xingxing forcefully pushed Liu Jianming out the door and slammed it shut. Outside, Liu Jianming shouted, and teacher he, the most crucial point is that a Xing always pretends to be pitiful to lure unsuspecting young girls back to his place. Bang. Zhou Xingxing flung open the door once more. Liu Jianming, ignoring Zhou Xingxing's furious expression, squeezed back inside. Teacher he, look. Teacher he chuckled heartily. Ha! You two are truly entertaining. She then addressed Ming. Ming, I need to tutor a Xing. Do you wish to join us? Zhou Xingxing elbowed Liu Jianming out again and closed the door. Teacher, a genius like Ming doesn't need tutoring. You should focus all your attention on me. Liu Jianming pushed past Zhou Xingxing, stepping into the room. Sure. Teacher he, I have many questions for you. Zhou Xingxing, wishing to throw Liu Jianming out, refrained from using force in front of Min. Liu Jianming shamelessly inserted himself between Min and Zhou Xingxing. In the following days, with teacher he's assistance, Zhou Xingxing's grades soared remarkably, achieving commendable results across all subjects. He had finally reached a point where no one could make him stand on the playground or throw erasers at him. Zhou Xingxing even began to understand Liu Jianming's assertion that, in schools around the world, good students enjoy privileges. He was allowed to speak out and disrupt classes, especially after he had dealt a blow to the class bully, Zhan and I, on the rooftop, thus establishing himself as the leader at Edinburgh High. Even Huang Xiaogui, who fancied himself Zhou Xingxing's right-hand man, had started collecting protection fees throughout the school. In summary, apart from the gun incident, Zhou Xingxing was thriving, his wishes coming to fruition. Chapter 44, My Rules Are Rules. On Liu Jianming's side, everything was falling into place. The Dreamweaver comic company had recruited several talented newcomers, significantly enriching their comic magazines. They offered a diverse range of genres, including sports, history, and comedy, among others. While their notoriety still lagged behind that of Europe, America, and Japan, within Hong Kong, Dreamweaver had already become the leading comic company, with each issue selling approximately 40,000 copies. The total sales in the Southeast Asia region exceeded 300,000 copies. The Court League had developed into a recognizable league, complete with scheduled matches, venues, teams, prize money, sponsors, and broadcasting arrangements. The anticipated annual revenue was projected to exceed 3 million Hong Kong dollars. The claw machine factory had been fully established, and the machines were in place. The first claw machine had even been rolled out. Once the workers improved their proficiency, production would significantly increase. Liu Jianming sat in a cafe, sipping coffee while perusing the newspaper. The Tian Group's acquisition of the Emperor Building for 2.4 billion yuan set a new record for real estate transactions in central Hong Kong. Liu Jianming shook his head. I need to act quickly, otherwise, all the prime properties in Central will be sold out. Just as he was about to turn the page, a figure resembling a lawyer flashed before his eyes. Boss, someone is coming to disrupt our operation. Liu Jianming inquired. Who? The lawyer replied. It seems to be Uncle Da's man. Liu Jianming frowned. Who is Uncle Da? I don't know him. The lawyer clarified. He is the Suave boss. Liu Jianming raised an eyebrow. How long has Suave been dead? How is this still related to him? His expression darkened. How many have they brought? The lawyer answered. About 100, and they should arrive in roughly 5 minutes. Liu Jianming activated the golden follower card he had obtained from Long Wu. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, War Machine Gold. Description, the follower card can summon a 100% loyal follower. Requirements, address the follower's basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter. Note, upon death, the card freezes and requires 100 kilograms of gold to reactivate the follower card. Unique skill, War, which means death. War means death. Our faction possesses a one-hit kill effect. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared behind Liu Jianming, sporting a crew cut, standing 9 feet tall, with a cold demeanor. Wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket, Liu Jianming glanced over, feeling as though this man resembled a Terminator. The War Machine spoke in a deep voice. Boss. Liu Jianming examined the War Machine's skill, thinking to himself, that's incredibly domineering. This skill is exceptionally formidable. Not even knives or handguns can achieve a one-hit kill unless aimed at a vital point. Yet, the War Machine's active skill was indeed a one-hit kill. Liu Jianming waved at the War Machine. Follow me. The War Machine nodded expressionlessly. For him, killing 100 people was no more challenging than squashing 100 bugs. Liu Jianming waved his hand, and a follower phantom materialized beside him, ready to accompany War Machine. The cafe where Liu Jianming was located was also on Stadium Street. Upon stepping outside, he spotted 4 or 5 small trucks parked discreetly behind the stadium. Liu Jianming strolled over casually alongside War Machine. Observing a group of individuals disembarking with machetes and steel pipes, he remarked, "Oh, what brings you to hide here, engaging in some collective outdoor team-building exercise?" What a bizarre phrase, collective outdoor exercise, indeed. The leader, Seven Brother, clad in a wine-red suit with a pompadour dyed the same hue, donned a gold chain around his neck and black gloves, paired with denim jeans and leather shoes. This ensemble gave the impression that they had just returned from a heist at a clothing store, grabbing whatever they could find. Seven Brother pointed at Liu Jianming and demanded, "Who are you? Call your boss out and inform him that we, the Loyal Youth Society, have come to wreak havoc. Either leave the venue or be prepared to face the consequences." Liu Jianming replied calmly, "I am Liu Jianming. If you are seeking the boss of Stadium Street, I believe you are looking at him." Seven Brother, eyeing the youthful Liu Jianming, scoffed, "So you are Liu Jianming. All right. You are just a student in your 5th year of secondary education." With a disdainful snort, Seven Brother continued, "You must be the one who dispatched Xiaosa, then. In that case, allow me to teach you a lesson." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let those 2 go first. Eliminate them." Instantly, a group of thugs brandished their machetes and pipes, charging toward Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming tilted his head, addressing the advancing crowd. "Rules? You dare to speak of rules to me? My rule is simply this. There are no rules." Chapter 45. War Machine versus 100 Foes. Faced with the returning thugs of the Loyal Youth Society, Liu Jianming remained unfazed. He bellowed softly, "War Machine." War Machine glared fiercely. War is synonymous with death. Suddenly, it appeared as though War Machine was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, ethereal and swirling. Liu Jianming stepped back, exiting the fray and leaving everything to War Machine. In the blink of an eye, War Machine leaped forward, covering over 10 meters and plunging into the crowd. A resounding thud echoed, akin to the sound of striking a sandbag, as War Machine landed a precise punch to a thug's chest. The thug was sent sprawling backward like a rag, colliding with several others. Immediately following, War Machine executed a high whip kick, sending 3 machete-wielding thugs flying. At some point, War Machine had acquired a steel pipe, wielding it like Sun Wukong with his golden staff. With a flourish, War Machine swung the pipe, sweeping through the throng like autumn winds through the night, toppling 7 or 8 thugs to the ground. A tremendous force radiated outward, knocking down dozens. The steel pipe danced with ferocity in War Machine's hands. Grasping one end of the pipe allowed for a sweeping assault. Holding the middle enabled a dual dragon strike to the sea. In mere moments, only about 30 of the 100 thugs brought by Seven Brother remained standing. "Run! Quick, run!" they cried out. "That guy isn't human. He's a demon. A creature from the underworld. Those he strikes down are all dead. Run!" With a shout from an unknown voice, the remaining thugs snapped out of their stupor and scrambled in all directions. In the distance, Huang Zhiqing observed through binoculars, his face etched with seriousness. Beside him, Liu Qichong gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, who is that person? Liu Jianming's top horse? This fellow is something else, single-handedly wielding a steel pipe against 100. I had always presumed that legendary warriors of old were embellished through artifice, but now I see that one can indeed possess such extraordinary valor. The Loyal Youth Society has truly met its match." Huang Zhiqing lowered his binoculars. "The Loyal Youth Society is fleeing. The battle is over. It's time for us to clean up. Sound the sirens and summon the white vehicles for extraction." The police vehicles blared their sirens, racing toward Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming shouted loudly, "The police are coming. Let's go." He glanced at Seven Brother, who was frozen in fear like a frightened chicken. "Take him away. We must depart." War Machine released its skills and seized the collar of Seven Brother, affirming, "Yes." Liu Jianming and War Machine leaped, whisking Seven Brother away into the darkness. As Huang Zhiqing and Liu Qichong leisurely approached along the road, only the injured thugs trampled in the chaos and scattered corpses remained. The police rushed from their vehicles, commanding the remaining thugs to drop your weapons. "Crouch down and cover your heads. Do not resist." After disembarking, Huang Zhiqing and Liu Qichong began examining the fallen. Liu Qichong surveyed the scene and remarked, 56 corpses, all dispatched with a single blow. This young man is indeed a killer." Huang Zhiqing dismissed the concern. "They were all gang members. Their deaths save us the trouble." He instructed, "Call to have the bodies removed." Liu Qichong pressed, "Aching, Liu Jianming kills gang members. Which is acceptable, but he is also a gang member. What will we do if he grows stronger?" Huang Zhiqing replied, glancing at Liu Qichong, "Has Liu Jianming, to this day, committed any act characteristic of a gang member? Has he engaged in drug trafficking? Operated a gambling den? Has he done any of those?" "Well, regarding gambling, he only plays at the Macau tables. Tell me, Has he engaged in any activities connected to the gangs? Liu Qichang pointed at the corpses scattered around. Huang Ziqing gestured toward the machetes in the thug's hands. Liu Jianming was surrounded by armed gang members. According to the law, he has the right to self-defense. Even if a judge were present, Liu Jianming would be acquitted. Thus, what connection does he have with the gangs? The comic company, the basketball league, these are all legitimate businesses. I do not believe he has any ties to the underworld. Liu Qichang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Ziqing lit a cigarette for himself. As long as Liu Jianming refrains from drug trafficking, operating a gambling den, or engaging in any illicit activities, he has no connection to our department. As for murder, that falls under the jurisdiction of the homicide unit. What does it have to do with us? Liu Qichang rolled his eyes. You know very well that the homicide unit is preoccupied with the Zhu Tao case. How could they spare time for a case where self-defense is in question? Huang Ziqing offered Liu Qichang a cigarette. You just said he has the right to self-defense in this incident. What grounds do we have to arrest him? Liu Qichang scratched his head, realizing the truth in Huang's words. Furthermore, given Liu Jianming's capabilities, if he could consistently defeat dozens of opponents, not even a judge would be able to convict him. After all, Liu Jianming was quite the anomaly. Under maritime law, if Liu Jianming were wrongfully convicted, it could lead to severe repercussions in the future. Chapter 46, The Loyal Youth Society. War Machine unceremoniously tossed Seven Brother into a chair. Liu Jianming, observing the beads of sweat dotting Seven Brother's forehead, softly inquired, "Who sent you here? Spare me the empty talk about teaching me the rules. Otherwise, I shall make you acutely aware of the meaning of my rules, rules that are absolute." Liu Jianming's voice, though soft, fell upon Seventh Brother's ears like a devil's whisper. Collapsing into his chair, Seventh Brother exclaimed, "It's Ding Yixia, the Ding Yixia of the Loyal Qing Society." Liu Jianming's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "The Loyal Qing Society, the four crabs of the Ding family. Are they also in this world? This world is indeed chaotic." Liu Jianming gestured towards the war machine, signaling it to eliminate Seventh Brother. The war machine's hand transformed into a firearm and, with a deafening report, a bullet pierced through Seventh Brother's forehead. Liu Jianming began to reminisce about the drama The Great Era. He muttered to himself, "I must ascertain the current timeline." As he spoke, he activated the 2 golden cards acquired from Zhou Xingxing and Uncle Da. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, agent, golden. Description, the follower card can recruit a follower who is 100% loyal. Requirements, fulfill the basic needs of the follower, including food, clothing, and shelter. Unique skill, chameleon. Chameleon can temporarily assume the appearance of another person. Notes, upon death, the card is frozen and requires 100 kilograms of gold to reactivate the follower card. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, magician, golden. Description, the follower card can recruit a follower who is 100% loyal. Requirements, fulfill the basic needs of the follower, including food, clothing, and shelter. Unique skill, wormhole. Wormhole can transfer any item within a 50-meter radius for short-distance spatial movement. Notes, upon death, the card is frozen and requires 100 kilograms of gold to reactivate the follower card. As Liu Jianming gazed at the 2 newly summoned followers, a single thought echoed in his mind. No wonder they are Zhou Xingxing and Uncle Da. Their skills are indeed extraordinary. Zhou Xingxing's summoned golden follower turned into an agent, capable of effortlessly disguising itself as another person. Uncle Da's summoned golden follower manifested as a magician, capable of short-distance spatial traversal. The agent and magician stood before Liu Jianming, addressing him as boss. Liu Jianming nodded. "I entrust you, agent, with a task. Investigate the situation of the Loyal Qing Society. The more detailed, the better. Additionally, locate Ding Xie and ascertain the whereabouts of the Ding family's adversaries, the Fong family. They should be residing in the recently opened or soon-to-open public housing in Kowloon. In one of these buildings, on a particular floor, reside Ruan Mei, Luo Huiling, Fong Fong, Fong Ting, and Fong Min. Ruan Mei is likely living with her grandmother. Luo Huiling is a minibus driver, with routes including Jordan Road to Taquawan and onward to Kuntong. Fong Fong seems to have dropped out of primary school, and her place of employment is unclear. Fong Ting is likely a student of a certain vocational school, while Fong Min is a student in secondary school. This is all the information I have. Do you have any questions? The agent promptly replied, "No questions. Magician, you will covertly ensure the safety of Zhu Wanfong without her realizing your presence." Liu Jianming, recalling Ding Yixia's character, felt compelled to find someone to protect Zhu Wanfong. Ding Yixia is a villain of the utmost depravity, having never committed a single good deed throughout the entire drama. Indeed, the only good he ever did was to take his own life, and in doing so, his death contributed more than his entire lifetime of existence. If I were to oppose the Loyal Qing Society, Ding Yixia would undoubtedly seek to trouble Zhu Wanfang. The magician assured, "Rest easy, boss." Liu Jianming patted the shoulders of both. "Off you go." In Kowloon City, Uncle Da and Brother Sheng awaited news anxiously. Brother Sheng voiced his concerns. "Uncle Da, I still feel somewhat uneasy about engaging in battle with Liu Jianming. Although his flamboyant subordinates may not seem formidable, they number in the hundreds. We have assembled over 100 men, yet if we provoke them at the stadium, we could easily suffer losses." Uncle Da scoffed. "What good does it do to say such things now? Seventh brother has already taken his men over. Perhaps they are already clashing. If losses occur, Liu Jianming will be faced with both us and the loyal Qing Society's alliance. If a stalemate ensues, he will gain nothing." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as a subordinate burst into the hall, breathlessly exclaiming, "Uncle Da, Brother Sheng, our men have returned." Uncle Da, astonished, inquired, "Returned? So soon?" In the next moment, he realized this was a sign of defeat. Had they won, they would have simply made a call from the bar. Uncle Da hastily asked, "How many have returned? How many vehicles? Are there serious injuries?" The subordinate replied, "8 have returned, all of them ran back, and none are injured." Chapter 47. The embryo of the possession plan. Hearing the number of returning men, Uncle Da was taken aback. "What did you say? 8 people, and they ran back?" Uncle Da's eyes glazed over as he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "How is that possible? How can only 8 people return? No matter how strong Liu Jianming is, he cannot possibly leave all our men behind." Brother Sheng quickly inquired, "But what of 7th brother? Has he returned?" The subordinate shook his head. "No. 7th brother's whereabouts are unknown." Brother Sheng tried to console him. "Uncle Da, do not panic. Perhaps they were not defeated but rather captured by the police." Uncle Da's face darkened. "You know those officers well. In gang conflicts, they only come out symbolically to arrest a few after the fighting has ceased. Your reassurances are of no use. I have seen far more storms in the martial world than you can imagine." Uncle Da lamented, "It is over. All is lost. These 60 men were our core elite, and now they have perished in this battle, leaving us with nothing but these inept juniors, destined to be bullied. I have spent my life striving to control even a couple of streets, to avoid being called a stray dog, yet it seems I am not destined for such fortune." Brother Sheng urged, "Uncle Da, do not be so pessimistic. Let us gather more details first." Just then, a group of panting subordinates burst through the door. Their faces pale as they collapsed onto the ground, weakly calling out, "Uncle Da, Brother Sheng." Brother Sheng, alarmed by their condition, asked, "What has happened to you? Why do you all look as though you have seen a ghost?" One of the subordinates, still able to muster some strength, exclaimed, "Ghosts? We have indeed seen one. That Liu Jianming is no human. He is a demon." The subordinates' condition indicated they had suffered a psychological shock. Those who frequently use drugs often experienced heightened sensitivity after brutal confrontations. This phenomenon resembles the post-traumatic stress disorder often depicted in Hollywood films. Once a person's mental resilience surpasses a certain threshold, they risk losing their sanity. Just as the concept of Sam always has its limits, once depleted, one can crumble. In the gang, from leaders to subordinates, there exists a degree of superstition, and hearing the subordinates' words, fear began to grip them. Upon hearing the words of the subordinate, Brother Sheng immediately retorted with indignation, "What utter nonsense are you spouting? How could Liu Jianming possibly be a ghost?" The subordinate, recalling the harrowing scene from earlier, began to weep uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Brother Sheng, I speak the truth. They are all dead. Anyone who came into contact with Liu Jianming is no longer alive." At this moment, Brother Sheng recognized the peculiarity in the subordinate's words. "What do you mean by saying everyone who encountered Liu Jianming is dead? How many people are we speaking of?" The trembling subordinate stammered, "Just one. Only one. Liu Jianming alone. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. There is a ghost. Liu Jianming is a ghost." The subordinate curled up on the floor, incessantly murmuring the words, "There is a ghost." Although his whispers were faint as a gnat's buzz, they echoed throughout the hall, causing the countenance of everyone present to change drastically. Uncle Da's lips turned pale. Brother Sheng took a deep breath, uncertain of what to say. These subordinates were not novices. They had blood on their hands, and it was implausible that they were merely frightened by the prospect of death. Yet their words now seemed utterly unbelievable. Liu Jianming is a ghost. How could that be? Unless they had truly witnessed some unnatural phenomenon. Brother Sheng feigned nonchalance, stating, "I believe he has simply been frightened out of his wits and is babbling nonsense." Despite his words, no one else in the hall dared to interject. Uncle Da spoke up, "I am getting old. Tomorrow I shall retire from this life of crime. From now on, I shall have no further dealings with the underworld. You young ones can do as you please." With that, Uncle Da rose and left the hall. Subsequently, several others who could speak followed suit, and this group of local power brokers evaporated into the night. Those with wealth opted for immigration, while the less fortunate turned to a life of petty crime underground. Throughout all this, Liu Jianming remained blissfully unaware. To someone of Uncle Dai's caliber, even a fleeting glance would be a waste of time for Liu Jianming. He had his sights set solely on the loyalty of the Zhongqing society. Ding Yixia had waited all night without receiving any news from Brother Qi. Early the next morning, a subordinate responsible for gathering information rushed back, exclaiming, "Yij, it's bad. Our people are all dead." Ding Yixia furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? All our people are dead? How could that be possible?" The subordinate hastily replied, "Yes. I first went to find Uncle Da. The hall was pitch black, devoid of anyone. Later, I went to Uncle Da's home and learned that he had purchased a plane ticket to Canada and left. The individuals under Uncle Da, aside from Brother Sheng, had all recently fled to Macau." Ding Yixia frowned. "So Uncle Da and the others have all run away?" The subordinate nodded. "Indeed. Later, I went to the Xiun Mountain Stadium and discovered they were loading bodies onto trucks. All were our brothers. Some were ours, and others belonged to Uncle Da. I searched for corpses, but did not find Brother Qi. I asked the mortuary staff, and they said a batch had already been taken away. We could check the mortuary. However, I still did not find Brother Qi. Eventually, I managed to locate a participant in the skirmish, and he told me that Brother Qi left with Liu Jianming. Moreover, in this confrontation, their sole opponent was Liu Jianming alone. He single-handedly took down over 50 of them. Their bodies seemed to move as if out of control. Slap. Ding Yixia retaliated with a fierce slap to the subordinate's face, growling, "Are you implying that Brother Qi is a traitor? That is utterly impossible." The subordinate covered his cheek. "Yij, I am merely relaying the facts. These are not my words." Ding Yixia's advisor spoke softly. "Yij, one can never truly know another's heart. Although Brother Qi has followed you for many years, such events are inevitable." Ding Yixia clenched his fists. "If Brother Qi truly is a traitor, I shall deal with him myself." Meanwhile, Liu Jianming, who had sent Brother Qi off with a bullet, was contemplating a different matter, infiltrating other gangs in Hong Kong with his own undercover agents. Liu Jianming held the follower card in his hand. Followers are 100% loyal and can relay information through the card. This certainly makes them the optimal candidates for gathering intelligence on rival gangs. With this thought, Liu Jianming suddenly conceived an even grander idea. Merely acquiring intelligence seemed a waste of potential. If a follower could become a core member of a gang, perhaps even its leader, could I then seize control of that gang? A plan regarding taking over began to take shape in Liu Jianming's mind, feeling that this was worth pursuing. Chapter 48. The Failed Confession of Zhou Xingxing. On Thursday, Liu Jianming returned to the Lisboa Casino in Macau, elevating his points to the 24th rank before returning to Hong Kong on Saturday night. Liu Jianming discovered that accumulating points resembled a ranking competition. The higher the score, the longer the waiting time for matches. Even when seated, few were willing to play with him. This must be the solitude of a master. Upon his return to the ground floor, he spotted Zhou Xingxing cradling a flower, speaking to the wall. "Teacher He, I love you." "Oh, that is too direct." "Teacher He, you are like the moonlight in my heart." "Ugh, what drivel is this?" "Teacher He, Liu Jianming." Liu Jianming craned his neck to observe Zhou Xingxing. "Zhou sir, what are you doing here? Practicing your confession?" Since recognizing Zhou Xingxing's identity, Liu Jianming had switched from calling him a Xing to Zhou sir. Zhou Xingxing hid the flower behind his back, saying, "Shoo shoo. Little brat, go play elsewhere. You wouldn't understand adult matters." Liu Jianming pierced Zhou Xingxing's heart with a single remark. "I have a girlfriend now. We will be getting married soon." Zhou Xingxing immediately thought of Zhu Wanfang. "Are you talking about that schoolgirl?" Liu Jianming nodded. "She is of marriageable age now, and the government will issue us a marriage certificate." Zhou Xingxing quickly grabbed Liu Jianming's hand. "Ming, the police have an important question for you. Tell me, how did you confess?" Liu Jianming replied nonchalantly. "She came to my house to cook for me. Her cooking was excellent, so I said I would marry her. And she agreed." Zhou Xingxing's eyes widened. "It's that simple?" Liu Jianming nodded. "Indeed, that's simple." Zhou Xingxing scratched his head. "That doesn't make sense." "Why?" Liu Jianming patted Zhou Xingxing's shoulder. "Zhou sir, it's because I'm handsome." Uncle Da came down the stairs with a brush in his mouth. Ming is right. As long as you're handsome, any confession will be met with agreement. Just like me, wherever I go, I am a heartthrob. I can easily call over a girl on the street, and she would gladly spend a sleepless night with me. Uncle Da looked at Zhou Xingxing with disdain. "Someone like you would find it a bit challenging." Zhou Xingxing, looking defiant, retorted, "Am I not handsome enough?" Uncle Da and Liu Jianming shook their heads in disappointment. Zhou Xingxing, incensed, pulled out $200. "You too, hurry and leave. Don't delay my matters here. This money is for you both to dine at a 5-star restaurant." Liu Jianming crossed his arms. "Zhou sir, even if we were to dine at a street stall, it would cost more than $200. Is your family's restaurant really called 5-star? Zhou Xingxing rummaged through his belongings, finally producing a total of 365 yuan and 72 cents, which he promptly stuffed into Liu Jianming's hands, declaring, "This is all I have. There is nothing more." Liu Jianming, upon examining the money, realized that Zhou Xingxing was indeed out of funds, so he simply pocketed it and said, "Uncle Da, let us go. I'll treat you to a 5-star hotel." Uncle Da looked at Liu Jianming incredulously. "With this paltry sum, you couldn't even afford a corner shop. Yet you wish to dine at a 5-star establishment. Do you hold the hotel or the 5-star rating in contempt?" Liu Jianming shot a glance at Uncle Da. "I never claimed I'd treat you to a meal." Uncle Da retorted, "Then why did you invite me?" Liu Jianming replied, "To see if there are any leftovers while washing dishes in the kitchen." Uncle Da grinned. Ming, you're clever. Let us go." Of course. Liu Jianming had no intention of actually dragging Uncle Da to wash dishes. It was merely a jest. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Liu Jianming and Uncle Da. "Ming, you haven't eaten yet. Do you want to join us? I'll treat you." It was Teacher He. Zhou Xingxing hastily concealed the cash he was holding. Uncle Da quickly interjected, No, we were just joking. Ming, let us hurry." He seized Liu Jianming and they dashed down the stairs, moving swiftly. Liu Jianming, being pulled along, found himself unable to resist. The only thought in his mind was, even someone as formidable as Long Wu can determine his strength. Uncle Da's prowess, however, is akin to Schrodinger's cat. As they were hurriedly descending the stairs, Liu Jianming asked, "Uncle Da, where are we headed?" Uncle Da replied, "Anywhere you wish." Liu Jianming countered, "What about you?" Uncle Da, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "With nothing else to do, I'm off to visit an old friend." Following Uncle Da's words, he headed towards the cemetery. Liu Jianming watched Uncle Da's vanishing figure and his forlorn silhouette, feeling a twinge of sentiment, though the character was undeniably melancholic. He found immense humor in it while watching the film. Liu Jianming murmured, "At the ends of the earth and corners of the land, half of my friends have scattered. A jug of murky wine to savor the remaining joy. Tonight's dreams are cold." Just as Liu Jianming was lost in his reflections, he spotted Uncle Da racing back towards him. Uncle Da yelled as he ran, "Ming, don't just stand there, run. They are from Defei." Then, like a bolt of lightning, Uncle Da zipped past Liu Jianming. Behind them, Defei's underlings were hot on their heels. Liu Jianming clenched his fist. "Damn it. I forgot this is Zhou Xingxing's territory. This sense of melancholy is entirely unnecessary." Liu Jianming then observed Uncle Da leading a group of people in a chaotic dash down the street. One was running ahead while a throng pursued behind, evoking a vivid comic book scene. "Zhou Xingxing, you've disappointed me greatly." A loud bang echoed as a door slammed shut, and Teacher He stormed down the stairs in a huff. As she exited the hallway, she spotted Liu Jianming standing at the door and, visibly annoyed, seized his arm. "Ming, weren't you supposed to be out dining with Uncle Da?" Liu Jianming pointed ahead. "Uncle Da is racing with someone." Chapter 49, Defei's Equipment Delivery. Before Liu Jianming could finish, a figure darted past him. It was Uncle Da panting heavily. Uncle Da called out, "Ming, don't just stand there. Lend a hand. Help me." Teacher He, witnessing Uncle Da's rapid strides, exclaimed, "Uncle Da." At that moment, Zhou Xingxing also rushed out. "Teacher He, let me explain." Teacher He, anxiously gesturing to the left, interrupted, "Xing, save your explanations. Uncle Da is." Just then, Uncle Da circled back from the right. "Zhou sir, please help me, or I might truly perish." Upon seeing Uncle Da being pursued, Zhou Xingxing delivered a swift kick, sending Defei's henchmen flying. In a matter of moments, they were all dispatched. Zhou Xingxing's skills were exceptional. While not on par with Long Wu's level, he was certainly not inferior to the likes of Chen Jiejun. Liu Jianming squinted, finally grasping the true prowess of the Flying Tiger Squad's top assassin. Uncle Da, catching his breath, approached Zhou Xingxing. "Zhou sir, you're truly impressive. You're indeed the top assassin of the Flying Tiger Squad." Zhou Xingxing, looking disdainful, replied, "What a given. Is it not the bare minimum? If all officers were as inept as you, Hong Kong would be in ruins." Standing aside, Teacher He's expression darkened. "Officers." Uncle Da felt alarm bells ringing in his head. "No, Teacher He, you've misunderstood." Teacher He furiously interrupted. "You two are in cahoots to deceive me. You're not even father and son. You're not his student, nor is he your father." Uncle Da hurriedly defended. "Teacher He, we truly are father and son. Despite my handsome looks and his unfortunate appearance, we are indeed related by blood." Teacher He barked, "Enough." She then turned her gaze to Liu Jianming, who appeared utterly unconcerned. "And you, Liu sir, is that why you sought time for free activity? Because you have work to attend to?" Liu Jianming was taken aback by Teacher He's wild assumptions and waved his hand dismissively. "Their matters have nothing to do with me. I've been Uncle Da's neighbor for over a decade, and I had no idea he was an officer." Teacher He scrutinized Liu Jianming carefully. "Very well. I'll take your word for it. Remember to attend class tomorrow." With that, she turned and left. Zhou Xingxing cast a glance at Teacher He's departing figure and then at Liu Jianming, questioning, "Ming, what is going on? Haven't you been preparing to get married?" Liu Jianming shot Zhou Xingxing a look that suggested he should figure it out for himself. A few days later, while Liu Jianming was enjoying the breeze on the balcony, he noticed Zhou Xingxing on the adjacent balcony applying medicinal alcohol to his body, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Liu Jianming, addressing Uncle Da who was chewing on a bamboo stick, inquired, "Uncle Da, what is wrong with Zhou, sir? He has been in a daze lately. He either steps in dog excrement or falls from upstairs. What is going on? It seems quite serious." Uncle Da explained, "What else could it be? He got beaten up." Liu Jianming, puzzled, asked, "Beaten up? With Zhou Sir's skills, who could possibly defeat him?" Uncle Da elaborated. First, he was thoroughly thrashed by teacher He's boyfriend. Then, Huang Sir remarked that Zhou Sir, day in and day out, lacks any shooting skills and only knows how to chase after girls in school, particularly those of his own kind. Huang Sir used a scissor kick to smack Zhou Xingxing on the head. Who knows if that head, clamped by a scissor kick, can be repaired with a walnut? Zhou Xingxing, rubbing his backside with medicinal alcohol, retorted, "What are you blabbering about? If we can't solve this case soon, we're both finished. We can't afford to hesitate. Without entering the tiger's den, how can we catch the tiger cub? Let us directly capture Defei today and interrogate him." Uncle Da was taken aback. "Zhou Sir, that seems rather reckless." Zhou Xingxing shot Uncle Da a glare. "Why are you afraid?" Uncle Da countered, "Aren't you scared?" Zhou Xingxing grinned, "Of course I am. But as an officer, we must be resolute." Uncle Da waved dismissively. "Zhou Sir is merely heartbroken. There is no need for this." Zhou Xingxing adjusted his trousers, placing a foot on the chair. "Am I doing this for a broken heart? I'm doing this for the honor of the officers." Uncle Da pondered for a moment. "Well, Zhou Sir, I happen to know where Defei hides his guns." Zhou Xingxing immediately sat down. "Why didn't you say so earlier? When did you find out?" Uncle Da hastily fabricated a timeline. "Just when I came up. I just received the news." Zhou Xingxing clearly harbored doubts regarding Deshu's words. A mere glance was sufficient to send Deshu leaping onto Liu Jianming's balcony. Zhou Xingxing waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Enough, enough. Regardless of the circumstances, we must take action tonight." With an air of righteousness, Zhou Xingxing stood firm. Yet Deshu was a different story. Given Deshu's abilities, had he possessed even a modicum of ambition, he could have certainly risen to the rank of inspector at his age. With a woeful expression, Deshu pleaded, "Zhou Sir, please. I have yet to marry and have children. I am the sole heir of the Chao family, and it cannot end with me." Zhou Xingxing, appearing disdainful, retorted, "With your current demeanor, even if you were to marry, it's uncertain whether your lineage would continue. Stop dawdling and move quickly." Noticing Liu Jianming, who was spectating, Deshu pushed forward, suggesting, "Zhou Sir, take Ming with you tonight." Zhou Xingxing's temper flared, and with his pants in hand, he leapt over the balcony, exclaiming, "As a law enforcement officer, do you not feel ashamed to hide behind a student?" Deshu explained, Ming is no ordinary student. His skills are exceptional. He once single-handedly raided the lair of a notorious gang to save a girl, resulting in over 100 casualties, including the gang leader himself, who fell to his demise. Just days ago, over 100 members of the Zhongqing Society attacked Ming, yet he managed to turn the tables and eliminate 56 of them. If I accompany you, I will undoubtedly hinder your efforts. With Ming, we can surely recover the firearms." At this moment, Zhou Xingxing glanced at Liu Jianming, his eyes reflecting a newfound curiosity. Previously, Zhou Xingxing had deemed Liu Jianming as intelligent, an exemplary student, and the king of nightclubs. It seemed he now needed to add another label, a master of combat. Liu Jianming, intrigued, inquired, "Deshu, how do you know all this?" Deshu, with a proud demeanor, replied, "In the realm of Xiangjiang, there is nothing that Chao Dahua does not know." Deshu then turned to Liu Jianming and added, "By the way, a woman named Qi Ming has been searching for you. She is a lethal assassin working for Hong Guang, the most powerful figure in Xiangjiang. Exercise caution if you encounter her. She is exceptionally formidable." Liu Jianming murmured, "Hong Guang? Qi Ming." Chapter 50, New Weapons. The moon cast a cold light as night mist enveloped the surroundings. Liu Jianming and Zhou Xingxing stealthily approached the parking lot mentioned by Deshu. Zhou Xingxing whispered, Ming, I never realized your skills were so remarkable. I thought you could only handle petty thugs." Deshu, however, had failed to inform them which vehicle concealed the firearms amidst the multitude of cars. "Hey, where are you, Ming?" Zhou Xingxing turned to find Liu Jianming had vanished. Upon turning back, he was startled to see 3 individuals before him, wielding steel pipes. Zhou Xingxing forced a smile. "Haha, my apologies, I was merely passing through." With that, he turned and fled, muttering, "That scoundrel Liu Jianming didn't even call for me to escape." Unbeknownst to Zhou Xingxing, Liu Jianming had already located the concealed vehicles through his ace spy skill. There were not merely 1, but 2 vehicles. One filled with AKs, and the other stocked solely with handguns. At that moment, Liu Jianming drew the magician card, activated it, and returned to the Xianshan Stadium with over 100 AK-47s and more than 200 handguns. He stored the weapons in the basement of the stadium's boxing gym, a former storage area for machetes. Liu Jianming summoned the guards, War Machine, and Lawyer. Distribute the handguns to the brothers. Inform them they can fire if threatened. The AKs will remain here for now. We will need them later. The Lawyer observed the AK-47. Boss, if we utilize the AK-47, won't we attract the attention of the Flying Tigers? Liu Jianming asserted. That is precisely why I want you to keep them stored. Our influence cannot remain confined to this small piece of Xinjiang forever. Do you understand? The Lawyer nodded. Understood, boss. Liu Jianming patted the shoulders of War Machine and Lawyer, declaring, I'm heading back. At that moment, Zhou Xingxing found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with De Fei's men. Nearly every one of De Fei's subordinates was armed, subjecting Zhou Xingxing to a barrage of fire. Despite Zhou Xingxing's formidable skills, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of De Fei's crew. As he maneuvered, he lamented, where has that rascal Liu Jianming disappeared to? He hasn't been shot, has he? No. That's unlikely, with his intellect. He is probably hiding in a very secure location. Just as Zhou Xingxing worried for Liu Jianming, a series of gunshots erupted from behind De Fei's men. Bang, 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 bang. Two Glock 17s fired 34 rounds, achieving 34 headshots. The prowess of the king of soldiers' skill brought by Long Wu was unparalleled. With a crisp sound, a single-handed magazine swap was completed in the blink of an eye. Bang, 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 bang. Another series of shots rang out, resulting in De Fei himself being felled to the ground. Success. You have signed in De Fei. One-time signing character. Acquired skill. Advanced weapon merchant. Obtained 1 purple follower card and 20 white follower cards. Weapon merchant. As a successful weapon merchant, one possesses an acute awareness of each weapon's current condition and exceptional modification capabilities. Liu Jianming glanced at the handgun in his hand, and with a clap, a holographic projection appeared before him. Weapon name, Glock 17. Status, remaining magazine capacity, 14, barrel overheating, 7, body wear, 05. Upon witnessing this, Liu Jianming couldn't help but exclaim, wow, impressive. As the dust settled, Zhou Xingxing emerged from the vehicle. Ming, was that you shooting? Liu Jianming replied, Zhou sir. It's all taken care of. Only after hearing Liu Jianming's response did Zhou Xingxing rush out. Upon seeing the battlefield, Zhou Xingxing's jaw dropped in astonishment. All of De Fei and his henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Each bullet had found its mark, either striking the chest or the back of the head, all targeting fatal areas, leaving not a single breath remaining. This was not solely due to Long Wu's King of Soldiers skill, but also the active skill War is Death of War Machine that had enhanced the effectiveness. In Liu Jianming's hands, as long as he aimed at his target and pulled the trigger, it was nearly impossible for them to survive. Gazing at the fallen bodies, Zhou Xingxing finally asked, Ming, have you ever trained in shooting? Liu Jianming's mischievous side resurfaced. I learned from a neon detective novelist in Hawaii. Zhou Xingxing merely responded with a non-committal "oh" and refrained from probing further. Suddenly, the distant sound of police sirens blared. Woo, 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 Liu Jianming remarked. The law enforcement is arriving. Zhou sir, this is in your hands now. Zhou Xingxing seized Liu Jianming's arm. These individuals are armed criminals. What do you have to fear? Liu Jianming shrugged. I fear trouble. If I remain, I'd likely have to explain myself until dawn, and such matters are the most troublesome. This is for you to handle. Liu Jianming then retrieved a police revolver from his jacket pocket. Isn't this what you've been searching for, Zhou sir? Here you go. He handed the revolver to Zhou Xingxing and swiftly vanished. Liu Jianming has already secured all the rewards available to him, rendering his continued presence meaningless. It would be more prudent to depart early. Chapter 51. The Popularity of Claw Machines. As the officer drove slowly to the scene of conflict, he spotted Zhou Xingxing perched on the hood of a car, idly twirling a handgun. Uncle Da was the first to leap from the vehicle, his face etched with concern as he inquired, Xing, are you all right? What about Ming? Is he unscathed? Zhou Xingxing tucked 2 handguns into his waistband and retorted, Ming? Naturally, he hasn't arrived. Did you truly believe I would bring a schoolboy to such a perilous place? I'm not you. Uncle Da nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. He glanced at the multitude of corpses strewn about and asked, did you take down all these, Zhou sir? You single-handedly dispatched so many of De Fei's men? Zhou Xingxing clenched his fists before Uncle Da, stating, if I had waited for you, I would have surely met my demise. Officer Huang, who had previously beaten Zhou Xingxing in the police station restroom, gazed at him in astonishment. You're a cop too. Zhou Xingxing, hands on his hips, replied. What do you mean, not like one? I am the top assassin of the Flying Tigers, Zhou Xingxing. If it weren't for my mission that day, I would have flattened you. After saying this, he turned to Uncle Da. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Uncle Da sighed. I pondered over it at home and couldn't bear the thought of leaving you to fend for yourself. so I had no choice but to call for backup. Zhou Xingxing snorted, "At least you have a conscience. Let us go report to the chief." The day after Zhou Xingxing's ordeal, the detective returned to Hong Kong. The boxing gym had now completely transformed into a basketball club. The detective, along with the lawyer and Liu Jianming, sat at a corner table. Liu Jianming set down his teacup, inquiring, "How did the operation in South America go?" The detective smiled. "It went relatively smoothly, although the gangs there are rampant. The economic decline has not been rapid in recent years, allowing for some balance between the underworld and the law. Yesterday, I approached several banks, stating that we needed loans for a few projects in the north, and they completed all the paperwork in just half an hour." Liu Jianming asked with a grin, "How much did you manage to secure?" The detective replied, "From an American bank, we obtained a low-interest loan of $30 million from a Gallic bank. We secured 10 million francs at a low interest, and from a British bank, we received a low-interest loan of £5 million. Liu Jianming nodded, "Excellent. When will the first batch of machines arrive in Hong Kong?" The detective responded, "This afternoon. They should have already reached the port." Just then, the phone on the table rang. The detective answered it briefly, then hung up. It was the logistics company informing us that our items have arrived and will be delivered shortly. Half an hour later, 10 brand new claw machines, along with a plethora of plush toys, were delivered to Court Street. Liu Jianming placed 3 machines in the cafe, 1 in the basketball court kiosk, and the remaining ones at the entrances of the bar and disco. Whether the bar owner approved or not was inconsequential. "Oh, how adorable. Did the boss intentionally place them here? Let us ask if he is interested in buying." Once word spread that these plush toys could be won, a long queue formed in front of the claw machines. In fact, the number of patrons trying to win toys surpassed those dancing inside the bar. Within 2 hours, the claw machines became overwhelmed and malfunctioned due to an overflow of coins. Liu Jianming had no choice but to assign a follower to monitor the machines. This was not an isolated incident. Every establishment that housed claw machines experienced the same phenomenon. Even the bar that operated on a strict 9 to 5 schedule had to extend its hours. A stark dichotomy emerged on Court Street. Establishments with claw machines were bustling with patrons, while those without were nearly deserted. Many girls would enter, only to turn around and leave upon discovering the absence of claw machines. Once the bar lost its female clientele, a group of rough men could be seen drinking without purpose, a plate of peanuts and a case of beer, while they loitered on the curb for half the night. The bar and disco owners without claw machines approached the lawyer, eager to purchase or lease the machines. Of course, the lawyer's response was always the same. "Currently in a trial operation. Wait for the next batch." As for when that would be, he had no idea. Liu Jianming sought refuge in a relatively quiet bar, taking a seat at the counter. Moments later, a sultry voice echoed from behind him, "You've been waiting for me." Liu Jianming set down his drink. "You've gone through quite the trouble to find me, Miss Qiming." Qiming settled into the chair beside him. "Mr. Liu, like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail, I pursued you from Hong Kong to Macau and back. Had you not awaited me today, I might never have seen you." Liu Jianming did not even glance at Qiming. Despite her beauty, he found her presence unsettling. After all, she was an assassin, making it difficult for him to relax. Liu Jianming replied matter-of-factly, "There's no need for flattery. Speak plainly. What do you want from me? Let us not waste each other's time." Qiming produced a Swiss bank draft, stating, "Here is a bank draft for $1 million. Mr. Hong Guang hopes that you will join him." Liu Jianming burst into laughter. $1 million, and you think you can buy me? Are you unaware of how many chips I have at the casino? Qiming shook her head. "Mr. Hong does not seek any rewards from your victories. Rather, he hopes to have you fight under his name." Liu Jianming retorted, "So Hong Guang can openly declare that I have ties to his den, thereby enticing more people to gamble there. Miss Qiming, I have no issue lending my endorsement, but you must be prepared to meet my price." Suddenly, Qiming leaned closer to Liu Jianming, whispering in his ear, her tone laced with seduction, "What if, in addition to that million, you also get me?" Chapter 52, The Seduction of a Beauty? Is Hong Guang new to this world? Don't go. Don't go. Xiaozhen. Zhu Wanfang stormed into the bar, fuming, in pursuit of Guo Xiaozhen. Guo Xiaozhen shoved Zhu Wanfang aside. "Mind your own business. I must find that scoundrel George today. I've been working as an escort for him, and he dares to flirt with other women here. I want to let him off lightly." Xiaozhen. "This matter can be discussed later. In public like this, George also has his pride." Bang. Initially, it was Guo Xiaozhen running ahead, with Zhu Wanfang chasing behind. But Guo Xiaozhen suddenly halted, nearly causing Zhu Wanfang to collide into her. "Xiaozhen. You." Zhu Wanfang followed Guo Xiaozhen's gaze and spotted Liu Jianming seated with Qiming. Zhu Wanfang's face flushed crimson, her brows furrowing in anger. "That scoundrel Ming." Guo Xiaozhen quickly grabbed Zhu Wanfang. "Ah Fang, wait. Hold on. Don't go." Zhu Wanfang pushed Guo Xiaozhen's hand away. "What do you mean don't go? I'm going to beat him up today." However, Guo Xiaozhen, much stronger than Zhu Wanfang, firmly held onto her hand. Ming is now a businessman. He might just be discussing business. Zhu Wanfang struggled to free herself from Guo Xiaozhen's grip. What business could possibly be discussed in a bar? He's clearly here to chase after women. Let me go find him. Guo Xiaozhen wrapped her arms around Zhu Wanfang. Fang, this matter can be discussed later. In such a public setting, Liu Jianming, too, has his pride. The next moment, one could see Qiming gradually leaning closer to Liu Jianming, whispering something in his ear. Zhu Wanfang's struggle against Guo Xiaozhen's grip intensified. Does this look like a business negotiation to you? That woman is blushing. Upon hearing Qiming's words, Liu Jianming recognized that the old rascal Hong Guang was once again attempting to employ the wiles of a seductress. Liu Jianming was no Xing, and he would certainly not fall for such a ruse. As Liu Jianming stood up, Guo Xiaozhen and Zhu Wanfang were so startled that they dropped to the floor. Ouch. Liu Jianming admonished in a hushed tone. Tell your boss that with such a lack of sincerity, how can he expect to collaborate? Is this his first day in this world? Among the various roles played by the same actor, Liu Jianming detested the characters of Qiming and Meng Lu the most. For one could never discern how many hands they had already passed through. In truth, Liu Jianming preferred Janet from God of Gamblers 1. At that moment, a single thought echoed in Liu Jianming's mind. I'm truly sorry. With that, he turned and departed from the bar. Just as Zhu Wanfang attempted to rise, Guo Xiaozhen forcefully pushed her down. Stay down. If Liu Jianming sees us, it will be difficult to explain. Zhu Wanfang pouted. Originally, she had come to assist Guo Xiaozhen in catching a cheater, but now she felt as though she appeared to be the villain. Was there something amiss? Liu Jianming's sudden outburst shattered all of Qiming's plans. Qiming, deciding to abandon her pretense, chose to confront Liu Jianming head-on. She removed her coat, revealing only a form-fitting, semi-transparent white bodysuit that accentuated her exquisite figure. In the noisy atmosphere of the bar, under the flickering lights, Qiming exuded an intoxicating allure reminiscent of a succubus. Years of training as an assassin had rendered her physique perfectly proportioned, devoid of any excess flesh, and one could even discern faint hints of unusual colors. Approaching Liu Jianming, she brazenly seduced him. Mr. Liu, on this beautiful evening, do you not wish to indulge in something with me? Beneath the table, Zhu Wanfang muttered in anger. You temptress. Don't you have a man of your own? Liu Jianming's voice was cold yet firm. I have a girlfriend, so Miss Qiming. I must ask you to maintain your dignity. Qiming retorted, no, I do not mean to claim Mr. Liu. I merely refer to the night. Liu Jianming scoffed. Miss Qiming. The greatest sorrow in life is its brevity, and the insatiable desire for too much. His tone grew serious. If a collaboration is genuinely desired, I advise your boss to demonstrate some sincerity. Do you believe that with a mere snap of my fingers, all the women in this bar would not follow me? Tell me, what do you possess that surpasses the women here? Service awareness? Service attitude? Or service capability? Liu Jianming resolutely turned away. The wiles of a seductress? Is Hong Guang new to this world? How laughably naive. With that, Liu Jianming spun around, intending to walk away, as the surrounding noise seemed to fade into oblivion for him. Qiming stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it. Why must there exist men who think so deeply? What am I to do about my task? Forget it. I will think of a response from my boss later. As Qiming walked away, Guo Xiaozhen and Zhu Wanfang finally emerged from beneath the table. Zhu Wanfang gazed in the direction Liu Jianming had vanished, filled with confusion. She found herself at a loss regarding how to address that string of confessions that were not confessions at all. Guo Xiaozhen placed a hand on Zhu Wanfang's shoulder. Fang, who would have thought that Liu Jianming harbored such deep feelings for you? To remain unmoved by such a beautiful woman. Honestly, I nearly found myself swayed. Zhu Wanfang looked at her friend. But that was a seduction scheme. Guo Xiaozhen pointed at Qiming's retreating figure. So what if it's a seduction scheme? Wouldn't you like to partake in such a scheme? Zhu Wanfang pondered for a moment. You might have a point. Guo Xiaozhen smirked. That's why I say, Liu Jianming is far from ordinary. Chapter 53. The gambler's destination is the banker. The god of gamblers competition approached day by day, with scores fluctuating rapidly. The only constant was Su Tu maintaining the top position. Gao Jin had fallen to 5th place, while Gao Ao ranked 24th, and Jin Xing was in 18th place. Liu Jianming held the 20th position. As the clock struck midnight, the scores were locked in, and the top 24 successfully advanced to the finals. With the scores finalized, the betting odds for the outer market began to open. Su Tu's first-place finish offered even odds. Gao Jin, ranked 5th as a rising star, had odds of 1 to 20. As for Liu Jianming, due to his recent victory over the gambling king He Xian, although he was ranked 20th, his odds stood at 1 to 35. Gao Ao, in the last position, had always served as a foil to Gao Jin, lacking any notoriety. Thus, his odds reached 1 to 127. Am I beautiful? Zhu Wanfang donned a black dress. Liu Jianming nodded vigorously. Zhu Wanfang pouted. Are you sincere? Liu Jianming's gaze lingered in her eyes. Sincerely, of course. Your smile is particularly enchanting. Zhu Wanfang smiled knowingly. Let's go to the God of Gamblers competition. Liu Jianming took Zhu Wanfang's hand. Hey, weren't you always against my gambling? Zhu Wanfang looked at him, not in the past, nor now. However, you have come to Macau so many times, all for the God of Gamblers competition. Therefore, it must be significant to you, and I shall support you. Liu Jianming faced Zhu Wanfang. I promise that after this God of Gamblers competition, unless absolutely necessary, I will not set foot in a casino again, alright? Zhu Wanfang grasped Liu Jianming's hand. No need for promises. I believe you won't turn into a hopeless gambler. If you wish to play, then play. Liu Jianming understood Zhu Wanfang well. Her little quirks should not be opposed. If one were to take a step back, she would retreat several steps in return. Liu Jianming could read Zhu Wanfang, so how could she not understand him? Zhu Wanfang was acutely aware that Liu Jianming was highly purposeful in his actions. His presence in the casino undoubtedly served his own objectives. In a partnership, if one cannot comprehend the other's intentions, then all that remains is endless bickering. Indeed, Liu Jianming resolved to minimize his personal involvement in gambling in the future. He intended to utilize the Xianshan Basketball League as a starting point, a banker. With Liu Jianming's foresight into the future of the world, sports-related endeavors, along with their accompanying economic and commercial values, would undoubtedly present a significant opportunity. With the rise of sports broadcasting, the betting markets surrounding sports competitions would inevitably become a vast commercial prospect. Liu Jianming prohibited himself from opening a casino within Hong Kong. However, he could venture to Australia, America, South America, or even establish a casino on any small island. Liu Jianming decided to remain compliant within Hong Kong. But beyond its borders, he would embrace the freedom of the sea and the sky, just as the dialogue in Casino Tycoon suggests. All gamblers know that only the banker is the ultimate destination for the gambler. Moreover, Liu Jianming felt that the world of Hong Kong films imposed a certain divine retribution upon gamblers. Otherwise, how could Gao Jin have lost his wife in every film? It could even be said that with each victory, he lost a wife. Jin Qing, Shi Qi, Janet, and a row. He Xin is also here, a Mei is paralyzed. A lover has fled, and a biological son returns home for revenge. What is this? Is it the wife invoking celestial powers? If one were to claim that this grand scheme lacks the will of the heavenly Tao, Liu Jianming would not believe it. Now, Liu Jianming is beginning to suspect that before the heavenly Tao became what it is, it may have suffered considerable losses, leading to its profound disdain for gambling. Liu Jianming gazes at the graceful silhouette of Zhu Wanfang disappearing through the VIP entrance, shaking his head. Winning is one thing, but the title of gambling god should be left to Gao Jin. That title is clearly toxic. Zhu Wanfang possesses the highest privilege invitation, allowing her to enter directly into the venue, unlike those cheerleaders standing at the entrance waving glow sticks. Liu Jianming, on the other hand, must enter the competition area through the contestants' passage. As Liu Jianming steps into the contestant passage, he is greeted by a cacophony of cheers. Particularly, the piercing and high decibel shouts of the women far surpass those of Su Tu and the other competitors, echoing clearly within the competition arena. Seated in the VIP section, the boss of the Donghu gang, Haiyan, leans towards He Xian and inquires about the commotion surrounding a contestant named Liu Jianming, asking if he is the one who lost to that young man a few days prior. He Xian chuckles and replies, indeed. But Liu Jianming's cheers are not due to his card skills. Haiyan asks, then what is the reason? He Xian glances at the blooming begonia behind Haiyan and jokingly says, Boss Hai, you should keep an eye on your daughter. Liu Jianming's cheers are due to his striking looks. Haiyan believes He Xian is jesting, responding, Brother Xian. Surely there is no one in this world as handsome as you. He Xian shakes his head. You would understand if you had seen him. Hai Tang, resting her chin on her hand, looks at her father and the gambling god He Xian with a puzzled expression. Who is Hai Tang, you might ask? She is the one known for her card prowess in Gambling God 2. Upon hearing the cheers for Liu Jianming, Shi Qi is taken aback, exclaiming in disdain. Who is this Liu Jianming? How can he evoke such a tempest of cheers? I would feel embarrassed even being their mother. Xu explains. He is the one who defeated Long Wu that day. Shi Qi, infuriated, retorts, I can't believe this scoundrel holds such esteem in Macau. As Liu Jianming traverses the contestant passage, he spots Shi Qi and Xu. Passing by Shi Qi, he playfully remarks, Shi Qi, long time no see. Are you here to cheer for me? Shi Qi angrily replies, as if I would cheer for you. Do these people think this is a concert? Waving glow sticks, how childish. Liu Jianming adds, Gao Jin is right behind me. Upon hearing this, Shi Qi is momentarily stunned, then pulls out a glow sword from her pants and begins to wave it. Liu Jianming shakes his head with a smile. Chapter 54, Signing in Gao Jin. Tonight marks the commencement of the World Gambling God competition, with 24 contestants divided into 6 groups for the preliminary rounds. The top 2 from each group will advance to the semifinals. As the host's words resonate, the World Gambling God competition officially begins. The opponents in the preliminaries are formidable. Since the players at the table have all faced each other before, there is no room for testing the waters. It is a fierce battle. Each minute sees a contestant eliminated. As the number of competitors dwindles, Liu Jianming's chips at the table increase. Ultimately, Liu Jianming, Gao Jin, Gao Ao, Xu Tu, Jin Qing, and an anonymous contestant remain. Just as Liu Jianming exits the restroom, he spots Gao Jin washing his hands. Gao Jin looks at the reflection of Liu Jianming in the mirror. I've heard of you from Shichi. She mentioned that you can control the order in which the cards are dealt simply by shuffling. To be honest, I'm quite eager to witness this for myself. Liu Jianming approaches the sink. I wouldn't dare show off my skills in front of Mr. Gao. You are certainly well versed in such trivial techniques. Why ask me? Gao Jin, maintaining his composure, wipes his hands. Mr. Liu, what do you mean by that? Liu Jianming turns off the faucet and dries his hands with a tissue from his pocket. Mr. Gao, ISNT psychology your forte? Such matters should be trivial for you. Gao Jin extends his hand. Gao Jin. Liu Jianming shakes his hand. Liu Jianming. Ding. Successfully signed in Gao Jin. Acquired illusion at the highest level. Received 1 golden follower card and 10 white follower cards. Illusion. The target enters the illusion you create. Liu Jianming gazes at his newfound skill. Somewhat bewildered. This gambling god skill seems excessively powerful. Am I invincible beneath the gods? Or is it a 1-for-1 trade above the gods? Gao Jin retracts his hand. When I was in Hong Kong, I sought you out, but could not find you. Others say you are like a dragon that is seen only in glimpses. It seems to be true. Liu Jianming smirks. There's nothing mystical about it. I spend most of my time sleeping at home, so of course, you couldn't find me at the venues. Gao Jin chuckles at Liu Jianming's candid response. I find you particularly interesting. A duel with you would surely be a unique experience. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Liu Jianming and Gao Jin exit the restroom in succession. Liu Jianming notices Gao Jin leaving with Jin Qing and feels a complex mix of emotions. Gambling is something I should refrain from in the future, unless absolutely necessary. Even without gambling, one could still wager luck against Ding Xia. As Liu Jianming steps out of the competition area, Shichi glances at him and remarks, I didn't expect you to make it to the finals. Losing to you that day wasn't unjust. Liu Jianming chuckles lightly. Thank you. Ming. Zhu Wanfang approaches Liu Jianming, softly calling his name. However, Zhu Wanfang did not anticipate that in the next moment, Liu Jianming would lean in to kiss her. Shichi jumps back a step. The youth of today. I can't bear to watch. Inside a room at the Venetian Hotel, Jin Nung enters to find Gao Ao muttering to himself. You little rascal. Every day it's either drinking or chasing girls. Never a serious matter. Jin. When I asked you to interact with Liu Jianming, did you observe anything? Gao Jin shakes his head. Nothing. He is quite extraordinary, unpredictable, making it difficult to ascertain whether he speaks the truth or lies. However, I've noticed that Liu Jianming is very concerned about winning, often engaging in additional wagers. Jin Nung contemplates for a moment before a smile spreads across his face. He enjoys winning? I understand. I now have a strategy to deal with him. In contrast to both Xu Tu and Gao Jin, who are immersed in tactical research, Liu Jianming is indulging in a lavish day out with Zhu Wanfang across Macau. From 8 in the morning until 6:30 in the evening, their itinerary is packed, requiring them to run to board boats to reach their next destination on time. Naturally, the actions of all the competition participants are under the watchful surveillance of He Xin and the other bigwigs. Hien, observing reports from his subordinates regarding Liu Jianming and Zhu Wanfang's antics, expresses his confusion. Tonight is the final of the gambling god competition. And this lad is out enjoying himself with a girl? He Xin, however, is not surprised by the turn of events. Beside him, Gua Ingnan interjected directly, saying, Brethren, you may not be aware, but this young man only visits the casino from 9 to 5, taking a 2-hour break at noon. He never lingers for a moment longer than necessary, nor does he come every day. He only graces us with his presence when he feels inclined. He Shinshin added, I have looked into his background. He is a student at Edinburgh High School and has entered into a gentleman's agreement with the disciplinary director, Lin's widow. As long as Liu Jianming maintains a position within the top 10 of his class, he can attend lectures at his leisure and choose when to skip them. He has also organized a basketball league at the Xianshan courts, indulging in some casual play, though it was subsequently acquired by a television station for $2 million a year. Additionally, he founded a comic studio, with their comics reaching audiences across Southeast Asia. Hien pointed at Liu Jianming, saying, Who would have thought he is also an academic prodigy? The future belongs to those who wield intellect, no longer to mere numbers. Hien turned to Hai Tang and asked, Tang, do you harbor any interest in this gentleman? After a moment of contemplation, Hai Tang nodded. Just a little. He is quite handsome, but beyond that, I know little else. Chapter 55. A true man never reveals his hand. Liu Jianming arrived at the casino Lisboa at the very last moment before the competition commenced. By this time, the casino was teeming with people. He had initially presumed that the gambling competition was merely a diversion for the gamblers, yet he was surprised to find it was quite the spectacle. He first escorted Zhu Wanfang to the VIP room before hastily making his way to the competition venue. Upon entering the arena, he noticed only one vacant seat remaining and promptly took it. Breathless from his sprint, he managed to say, "My apologies, I trust one am not late." Just then, the clock struck 7, marking the official start of the competition. Gao Jin flashed a smile at Liu Jianming, suggesting, "You might want to wipe off that lipstick stain from your neck." Xu Tu mocked from the sidelines, "Out playing around with the ladies before the World Gambling Championship? You might truly be unaware of how one meets their end in this game." Jin Qing chuckled softly. Gao Ao remained expressionless, dismissing everything with indifference. Liu Jianming then realized that not only was there a lipstick mark on his neck, but his shirt bore the same vivid imprint from Zhu Wanfang. He turned his gaze towards her, only to catch her staring blankly at the ceiling, her face reflecting a shy demeanor akin to a young girl. As the cards were dealt at the gambling table, Jin Ning's strategy was clear. Gao Jin would take on Xu Tu, Gao Ao would confront Liu Jianming, and Jin Qing would handle an unsuspecting bystander. The tactics were straightforward, yet chaos ensued in the very first hand, as Gao Ao proved no match for Liu Jianming. Due to Gao Jin's inferior cards, Xu Tu, Jin Qing, and the bystander quickly withdrew from the fray, leaving only Gao Ao and Liu Jianming to contend with the fifth and final card. Jin Nung had placed observers behind each contestant to monitor for cheating. Any glance at the whole cards by Liu Jianming would reveal his hand. Yet, Liu Jianming did not look at his cards even once. With no information to work with, Gao Ao was left in the dark about Liu Jianming's strategy. Gao Jin kept a watchful eye on Liu Jianming, sensing that he posed an even greater threat than Xu Tuesday. However, Gao Jin could discern nothing. Liu Jianming exhibited no extraneous movements or expressions, his gaze betraying an unwavering confidence in his victory. It was a palpable self-assurance, yet Gao Jin could not fathom its source. Gao Ao mused, "I can read the cards by the sweat on my palms. Could this fellow possess such an ability as well? But at this distance, he shouldn't be able to see the markings on my cards. Is he merely attempting to engage in a psychological battle with me?" Gao Jin had previously remarked that Liu Jianming was a master of psychological warfare. Perhaps he was betting that I would hesitate to call his bluff. "You intimidate me, and I shall make you pay." Gao Ao pushed all his chips to the center of the table, declaring, "I'm all in. Care to match?" Liu Jianming mirrored the action. "Why not?" Gao Ao scoffed, flipping his cards to reveal an ace of diamonds. He coldly stated, "I hold an ace and a 10. A pair. Unless you two possess an ace, it would take a spade ace to win." Liu Jianming scratched his head. "Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I was too preoccupied thinking about where to take my lady tomorrow. It seems I haven't even looked at my cards yet." Gao Ao was infuriated by Liu Jianming's dismissive attitude and slammed his palm on the table. "You." Liu Jianming flashed a grin. Now, don't be like that. Money is but a temporary matter. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. Love is the only eternal treasure. Losing merely means losing some cash. You seem as though you've never seen money before." Xu Tu interjected at an inopportune moment. "It seems this young man has a more carefree perspective. After all, it's just a matter of losing a little money. Why take it so seriously?" Gao Jin furrowed his brow. Clearly, Liu Jianming was engaging in psychological warfare against Gao Ao. Reluctantly, Gao Jin had to concede that Liu Jianming was indeed a master of mental strategy. Gao Ao was increasingly vexed by the back-and-forth banter of Liu Jianming and Xu Tuesday. Liu Jianming casually revealed his whole card. "Fortune favors me with a spade ace." After saying this, he even gave a slight bow to Gao Ao, adding, "A word of wisdom. May you prosper. You should win big when you buy lottery tickets today." Gao Ao stared incredulously at Liu Jianming's spade ace. As a result, all of Gao Ao's chips were wiped clean, and he was promptly removed from the table in the first round. Jin Ning's plan had completely unraveled. Gao Ao slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Liu Jianming. You, just wait." Liu Jianming shrugged. "Hey, you called the bet. What are you threatening me for? If you can't handle the heat, you shouldn't have participated in the first place. Now you're coming to threaten me?" In the VIP room, He Xin, Gua Ingnan, Haiyan, and even the long-hidden ghost king, Nya, had all appeared. Haiyan crossed his arms, disbelief etched across his face. This fellow is peculiar. He didn't even glance at his whole cards. How does he know he will win? Xin, have you been tampering with the cards? Gua Ingnan bristled at this. Brethren, please refrain from making accusations without evidence. Haidang pouted. Isnt it said that to win at cards, one must first dominate the atmosphere? Perhaps he is merely trying to intimidate his opponent. As soon as Haidang finished speaking, He Xin, Gua Ingnan, Haiyan, and Ghost King Nya all turned to look at her. Haiding felt a bit flustered under their scrutiny. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Guangnan was the first to break into laughter. Not at all. What you said is quite astute. His laughter rang out loudly, leaving Haiding bewildered, scratching her head. What on earth is happening? Back at the competition, Liu Jianming collected all the chips, showing no concern for Gao Ao's exit. He even called for a servant, instructing, please store these chips for me. The servant dutifully wheeled over a cart to gather the chips. Yes, certainly. This scene only served to infuriate Gao Ao further. Yet he found himself powerless to retaliate against Liu Jianming on the spot. The chairman of the tournament stood up and inquired, Mr. Gao Ao, do you still have any chips left? If not, please vacate the competition area. Just as Gao Ao was at a loss for words, Jin Nung rose, holding an envelope. Mr. Gao Ao, this is the bank draft for 25 million that you left with me this morning. Please accept it. Jin Nung had not anticipated that the very first hand would bring such an unforeseen turn of events, compelling him to produce the 25 million banknote he held. Gao Ao, with an air of arrogance, took the banknote from Jin Nung and resumed his seat. Jin Nung discerned that this time the adversary at the table was not Xu Tu, but rather Liu Jianming. Consequently, Jin Nung altered his strategy, assigning Gao Jin to confront Liu Jianming while Gao Ao faced Xu Tuesday Chapter 56. The bullets cannot be fired. It defies reason. The new tactic of having Gao Jin deal with Liu Jianming and Gao Ao with Xu Tu was established. In Jin Ning's view, tactics were akin to kings facing kings. High-ranking knights against high-ranking knights, mid-tier knights against mid-tier knights, and low-tier knights against low-tier knights. Within Jin Ning's plan, there was no consideration for the extreme possibility of facing two high-ranking knights among the enemies. The shift in the situation did not escape Xu Tu's keen observation. As Gao Ao and Gao Jin exchanged opponents, Xu Tu understood that they were allied. He signaled to Liu Jianming through his actions at the table, prompting an alliance. Liu Jianming, of course, did not decline. Thus, within just 2 rounds, the bystander A and Jin Xing were ushered out. High-ranking knights faced high-ranking knights, while mid-tier knights confronted mid-tier knights. Before long, Gao Ao was thoroughly defeated, his forces decimated, and the 25 million chips were once again wiped out. Jin Nung had no choice but to produce another banknote in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. 50 million was not a trivial sum for Jin Nung. Should he lose on the periphery, he would be facing losses in the billions. He remained acutely aware of what was at stake. Upon receiving another 25 million, Gao Ao grasped Jin Ning's unspoken signal and requested a pause. Raising his hand, Gao Ao declared, "Referee, I request a brief intermission to seal my cards." The referee exchanged glances with the other players. Gao Jin immediately concurred, "I agree." Xu Tu, being inherently proud, seized the moment. "I refuse." Liu Jianming similarly felt he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. "I also refuse." The referee announced, "The votes do not constitute a majority. Therefore, the game shall continue." In the VIP room, Guangnan, with a cigar in mouth, remarked, "This is quite intriguing. Gao Jin and Gao Ao must be the disciples of that old fox. Jin Nung. Their alliance is understandable. But how is it that Liu Jianming and Xu Tu have formed such a seamless partnership?" The Ghost King Nya, having been idle at home for many years, his hair now gray and his demeanor aged, replied, "Isn't that even more fascinating?" Haiyan inquired, "No, doesn't this contravene any regulations?" Haiding countered, "If there is any violation, it lies with Gao Ao and Gao Jin, who acted prematurely. Liu Jianming was merely compelled to ally with Xu Tu. It's not the same." Xian couldn't help but chuckle, and go, "You should heed your daughter's words." Subsequently, Liu Jianming and Xu Tu, seemingly relentless, aimed to oust Gao Ao from the table, launching a vigorous assault. Jin Nung, as if performing a magic trick, continuously supplied Gao Ao with banknotes, delivering a total of 20, amounting to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Jin Ning, seated, transitioned from a facade of perpetual smiles to one of clenched teeth and deep-seated resentment. His pockets were utterly devoid of funds, drained completely by Liu Jianming and Xu Tu. Those rascals. This cannot continue. If it does, not only will I lose these billions, but I will also be wiped out on the periphery. I would be left with no place to rest. Jin Nung signaled to Gao Ao to feign illness. Gao Ao, being a seasoned expert, dramatically collapsed from his chair. Instantly, the audience erupted to their feet. Gao Jin was the first to react. "Referee, the player has encountered a situation. The game should be paused." Xu Tu stood, pointing at Gao Ao, shouting, "Referee, he is feigning illness." Liu Jianming picked up a stack of banknotes from the table and handed it to the attendant. "Let us show some humanitarian spirit and cultural concern. By the way, convert the 400 million I just won into yen. I plan to invest in real estate in Tokyo next month." At that moment, Gao Ao genuinely spat blood. The first half of Liu Jianming's statement spoke of humanitarianism, while the latter half boasted of his winnings. Did he not realize how he had acquired that fortune? Witnessing Gao Ao's distress, Liu Jianming shrugged. It appears he is not faking. Xu Tu grimaced, realizing that the seemingly harmless individual beside him was, in fact, the most formidable player at the table. Liu Jianming exited the player corridor, heading towards the restroom to freshen up. Observing Liu Jianming's movements, Jin Ning promptly followed him into the restroom. With a smile, Jin Ning introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Liu. Allow me to introduce myself. Liu Jianming interrupted. Sir? You need not introduce yourself. I am familiar with you. Jin Ning's smile faltered momentarily. You know me? Liu Jianming shook the water from his hands. Indeed. You are the money tree. Even with Jin Ning's refined demeanor, he was incensed by Liu Jianming's words. A money tree. What an audacious statement. Jin Ning touched the lipstick gun in his pocket, steadied his nerves, and maintained a smile that appeared unervingly sinister. He extended his hand for a handshake with Liu Jianming. I have come to witness the prowess of a young talent like yourself. Liu Jianming, naturally, was not one to refuse an opportunity for a signature. Ding. Successfully signed in with Jin Ning. Acquired skill, affability intermediate. Received 1 blue follower card and 10 white follower cards. At that moment, Jin Ning abruptly produced the lipstick gun from his pocket, aiming it at Liu Jianming and pulling the trigger. Click. There was no response. Ding. The system detects that the host has been targeted by the firearm. The kindness gun has been triggered. Jin Ning noticed with alarm that the lipstick gun had not discharged, inducing a flurry of panic. Liu Jianming, quick-witted, seized the lipstick gun. What is this? A toy? Or a spying device? I never imagined you, old lecher, would be attempting to film someone in the restroom. What were you hoping to capture? Some young lady's undergarments. Jin Ning, seeing Liu Jianming toying with the lipstick gun, dared not approach, fearful of an accidental discharge. He hastily waved his hands. No, Mr. Liu, it's merely a small trinket. I wish to assess your reflexes, and I was surprised by how quick you are. Could you kindly return it to me? Liu Jianming fiddled with it a few more times, triggering the kindness gun 4 times. Now, Liu Jianming had a clearer understanding of this kindness gun. Initially, he thought it was a somewhat trivial skill, but he realized its potential was immense, as it could determine the location of the shot. This meant that if someone attempted to ambush him, he would know precisely who was responsible. Having grasped the gist, Liu Jianming tossed the lipstick gun back to Jin Ning. Boring, you can keep it. Jin Ning promptly caught the lipstick gun Liu Jianming threw. Inspecting it closely, this makes no sense, it shouldn't be jammed. Just then, Gao Ao, who had been treated and was now entering, called out, Godfather. Bang. A bullet fired from the chamber. Chapter 57, 500 million won. When checking a gun that contained bullets, the muzzle should never be pointed at oneself. Jin Ning kept the gun aimed toward the door. At that moment, as Gao Ao emerged from the infirmary, he sought to inquire about the next course of action from Jin Ning when the lipstick gun in Jin Ning's hand inadvertently discharged, sending a bullet hurtling towards Gao Ao. With a sharp crack, the bullet passed through Gao Ao's groin. A pain scream escaped Gao Ao's lips as he clutched his injured area, the bullet having struck directly at his vital essence. In that instant, Gao Ao was no longer merely a person. He embodied the billions in Jin Ning's eyes. Jin Ning rushed over, exclaiming, Are you all right, Ao? Please tell me you're fine. Racked with pain and fury, Gao Ao unleashed a torrent of curses upon Jin Ning's lineage, pondering how Jin Ning might truly grasp the agony if only he were to endure it himself. Jin Ning hurriedly urged, Ao, bear with it. Think of the title of God of Gamblers. Consider the riches of Southeast Asian casinos. Reflect on. However, Gao Ao needn't contemplate any further. Marrying into such wealth was no longer an option for him. In any case, Ao, did you not wish to triumph over a Jin in a fair contest? If you forsake this opportunity, you shall have to wait another year. Perhaps it was the fervent desire to conquer Gao Jin that compelled Gao Ao to stand, despite the pain rendering his face crimson. I merely need a simple bandage. I can manage this. Godfather, assist me to the infirmary. Unbeknownst to them, the details of their explanation to the doctor were lost, but half an hour later, the stoic Gao Ao returned to the arena, albeit clad in a different pair of trousers. The referee stood and declared, the match will now resume. Yet, Xu Tu wore a malevolent smile as he remarked, Gao Ao, prepare to meet your demise. Little did Xu Tu anticipate that Liu Jianming would suddenly turn and launch an attack against him. Xu Tu paused, astonished. You. Liu Jianming pointed at the money on Xu Tu's table. Realization dawned on Xu Tu. Liu Jianming's adversary was never the strongest player at the table, but rather the wealthiest. Liu Jianming was not in pursuit of the title of God of Gamblers. He was there to accumulate wealth. Enraged, Xu Tu nearly choked on his fury. Gao Jin also discerned that Liu Jianming was impervious to motivations beyond monetary gain. It appeared he held no regard for the title of God of Gamblers. In fact, Liu Jianming seemed somewhat apprehensive. After all, for wives had perished in the God of Gamblers trilogy, and anyone would hesitate to tread such treacherous waters. Under the combined onslaught of Gao Jin, Gao Ao, and Liu Jianming, Xu Tu was swiftly eliminated from the competition. Xu Tu shot a cold glare at Liu Jianming. Just you wait. Liu Jianming waved dismissively goodbye. After bidding farewell, Liu Jianming instructed the attendants to clear the table, leaving only 1 million behind, establishing a state of equilibrium among the three parties. Over the course of 2 days, Liu Jianming had amassed 600 million at the card table, 500 million of which were graciously provided by the two brothers, Gao Jin and Gao Ao. It must be said, Gao Jin and Gao Ao truly served as Liu Jianming's fortune bringers. Liu Jianming glanced at Gao Ao and Gao Jin. Do you have any bank drafts or the like? If not, I will accept any valuable property documents. The two brothers could hardly suppress their disdain. You're coming here to stock up on our assets. In the last 2 hours, you've profited over 500 million from us, and you still find it insufficient? Gao Ao slammed the table in frustration, nearly tearing his wound open anew. Gao Jin merely shook his head in a gentle reprimand. Liu Jianming scoffed, if there is nothing more, let us deal the cards. After the third round of cards was dealt, Gao Jin, noticing Jin Ning's gesture, raised his hand. I request a pause. Gao Ao concurred, I agree. Liu Jianming shrugged. With the votes in favor, he had no choice but to comply. He vacated his seat and sat obediently at the sidelines, awaiting the resumption of the match. However, a mere 10 minutes later, news of Gao Jin's attack sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone astounded. After all, this was taking place on the turf of He Xin, the king of gamblers. Within the VIP room, He Xin's expression darkened significantly. Anan, investigate this matter. I suspect it is connected to Gao Ao's injury. I want results shortly. Gua Ingnan rose, his expression grim. Xin. I will ensure that those who disturb the peace at the casino do not survive. After a brief deliberation, the judges reached a consensus. Following a preliminary discussion, the panel unanimously agrees that due to Mr. Gao Jin's injury, his cards may be dealt by Mr. He Xin, if both players consent. Liu Jianming was the first to respond. Mr. He Xin is highly esteemed. I believe he is the most suitable choice for dealing the cards. I agree. Liu Jianming's statement effectively silenced Gao Ao. Just then, Jin Qing stood and declared, I object. All eyes turned to her. Stepping out from the audience, Jin Qing asserted, I am Gao Jin's fiancé. I believe I have the right to deal the cards on his behalf. Liu Jianming shot her a sidelong glance. Miss, don't be absurd. Not only are you not entitled to deal, but even if Gao Jin were to perish, you cannot legally inherit his estate. What authority do you possess? Jin Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. At that juncture, Jin Ning stepped forward. With a smile, he addressed the judges, esteemed judges. We cannot solely adhere to the cold dictates of the law. We must also consider human emotions. Gao Jin and Jin Qing's bond is genuine, and thus, she should have the right to deal in his stead. Within the VIP room, the Ghost King Nie's eyes sharpened. It's that scoundrel Jin Nung. Xin. Had you not been so lenient back then, I would have broken his legs and severed his hands, casting him out of the gambling den. We wouldn't be embroiled in this mess now. He Xin glanced at the Ghost King Nie, his expression unyielding. I concede, Jin Nung has indeed overstepped this time. He even disregards his own daughter, cheating at the gambling table, a fate befitting a hand severed. Hiding leaned forward, whispering, don't agree, don't agree, don't agree. The coast was already covering her face, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Chapter 58. Hiding. Do you have feelings for Liu Jianming? Although Liu Jianming was reluctant to acquiesce, ultimately, after the judge's unanimous approval, Jin Qing was permitted to deal the cards. Given this, Liu Jianming had no choice but to draw the magician follower card from the system and keep it on his person. Jin Qing, Gao Ao, and Liu Jianming approached the card table, and in an instant, Jin Qing swapped Gao Ao and Gao Jin's whole cards. Though her speed was astonishing, it did not escape the watchful eyes of He Xin, Ghost King Nie, Gua Ingnan, and other seasoned experts. Gua Ingnan was the first to speak. This young lady possesses talent, but she should refrain from showcasing it at the God of Gamblers tournament. The competition here is too fierce. Ghost King Nie let out a cold laugh. When I first mastered this trick, I was quicker than she is. Her talent is lacking. Hiding scoffed, resting her chin on her hand. I'm better. Gao Ao chose to reveal first. He gazed at Liu Jianming, proclaiming, I have a straight flush. With that, he revealed a diamond 9. Gao Ao shot an incredulous glance at Jin Qing, silently questioning, you didn't swap the cards. Jin Qing's own eyes mirrored disbelief. In an instant, Jin Nung leapt from his seat, staring in astonishment at the whole cards. Then, Gao Ao turned his gaze toward Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming shrugged, hands raised in mock surrender. Isn't this how it was meant to be, Mr. Gao Ao? Prideful, he fixed a relentless gaze upon Liu Jianming within the VIP room. He Xin abruptly rose from his seat. Gua Ingnan, filled with curiosity, murmured, could it be that we misjudged earlier? Jinqing did not change her cards. The ghostly King Nya, frail and decrepit, let out a dismissive grunt. No, she did change them, but that youth named Liu Jianming has swapped them back. He Xian furrowed his brow as he turned to King Nya. Did you comprehend how a Ming managed to change the cards? King Nya shook his head. Xian. You are right. Talents emerge in every generation. That individual named Gao Jin, along with Liu Jianming, possesses skills that surpass ours. It seems the gambling world is on the brink of a dual king era. To be honest, I would love to witness a clash of kings, but alas. Haiyan, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, Xian, you mentioned that in the God of Gamblers competition, one must pay with a hand. That Liu Jian. Before he could finish, Haidang abruptly interrupted. That's not the case. It was that woman who changed her cards first. A Ming merely returned the cards. It's not the same. All eyes in the VIP room turned to Haitang's face, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. Did I say anything wrong? She asked. A gossiping smile appeared on Gua Ingnan's face. A tang. Do you perhaps have feelings for Liu Jianming? Haidang shook her head. No, not at all. Gua Ingnan pressed on. If that's the case, why have you been defending Liu Jianming? Haitang, puzzled, retorted, have I? I haven't. Gua Ingnan stated directly. Since you entered this VIP room today, you have been speaking on Liu Jianming's behalf. Haiyan showed no signs of disagreement. A tang. If you fancy him, I could mention it to him. With a daughter as beautiful as you, I refuse to believe he wouldn't be intrigued. Haidang made a face at Haiyan. Liu Jianming extended his hand toward Jinqing. Please. Reveal your cards. At that moment, the cards on the table loomed like a monstrous tidal wave. Jinqing's hands trembled uncontrollably, as if the card were a branding iron, promising excruciating pain upon contact. Yet, it was inevitable. Jinqing ultimately placed her hand upon the card and flipped it over. Red Heart 10. Red Heart 10. Gao Jin's whole card was a trio of tens. Jinqing, her eyes vacant, sank into her chair, uncertain of her forthcoming fate. Now it is my turn. Liu Jianming revealed his cards, also a trio, yet his was a trio of queens. Liu Jianming addressed Gao Ao with confidence. Mr. Gao Ao, it is your turn to exit. Just moments ago, Gao Ao had been envisioning himself as the president of the Southeast Asian casino, trampling Gao Jin beneath his feet, and marrying Jinqing. Now, however, he felt as if he had plummeted from the clouds into the mire. Gao Ao's temperament could scarcely accept this. Gao Ao bellowed, his wound bursting open, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. As Gao Ao was carried away, Jinqing glanced at the man before her, realizing that Liu Jianming and Gao Jin shared a strikingly similar intensity in their eyes. Jinqing understood that she had unequivocally lost, had it been Gao Jin. Perhaps he would have stood a chance against Liu Jianming, but her own abilities were undoubtedly inadequate. Jinqing raised her hand. Liu Jianming interjected, esteemed judges. I forfeit. Everyone who had been seated gaped in disbelief at Liu Jianming, struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. Liu Jianming looked at Jinqing and said, You are not my opponent. I have no interest in a victory obtained through dubious means. Go attend to Gao Jin. When he awakens, he may seek me in Xianjiang. Of course, the crucial matter was that Jinqing had less than 100,000 left on the table. Having watched God of Gamblers, Liu Jianming harbored an innate aversion to the title of God of Gamblers. It was better to simply give it away. Liu Jianming picked up a stack of cards from the table, casually tossing them into the air like petals scattered by a heavenly maiden. As he walked away, he remarked, Oh, my dear, I forgot to inform you. Cheating in a casino results in a hand being severed. Do take care. Jinqing stared blankly at Liu Jianming's retreating figure. Liu Jianming crossed the caution line and lifted Zhu Wanfeng into his arms. Feng, let us return to Xianjiang. Chapter 59, Uncle Da's Transfer. Within the Central District Police Station. Bang! A voice of fury erupted. Raymond slammed his hand against the table. Wasn't this matter supposed to be arranged prior to the operation? Why did it ultimately result in the destruction of the slums, with dozens dead and hundreds injured? This was certainly not akin to merely apprehending a thief on the street. Uncle Piao, Chen Jiejun, and Wen Shajan all kept their heads lowered. At that moment, a female officer entered. Chief, CAD Officer Chow from the headquarters has arrived. Raymond took a deep breath. I will address your matters shortly. Please invite Officer Chow in. The female officer responded, Yes. Moments later, a figure clad in overalls and a white tank top entered Raymond's office. Chow Dahua stepped into the room. Sir, CID number 5798 reporting for duty. Uncle Piao glanced at Chow Dahua. Is that you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chow Dahua turned to see. Uncle Piao, it's you. Uncle Piao smiled broadly. Indeed. It's been ages. Has it been 10 years? I thought you had perished. What happened to our classmates? Chow Dahua sighed. Don't even mention it. We were likely the last two left from our entire class. Your fortune led you to infiltrate Leiloa's organization and get transferred to CID. While we have been undercover all this time, Uncle Piao wore a look of nostalgia. Raymond, observing Uncle Piao and Chow Dahua, inquired, Uncle Piao, you know this Officer Chow from the headquarters? Uncle Piao, placing an arm around Chow Dahua's shoulders, said, Chief, allow me to introduce this individual. He is my classmate from the police academy, named Chow Dahua, once dubbed the Tiger of the Major Crimes Unit. Were it not for the case, after 10 years of undercover work, he would undoubtedly have 2 or 3 commendations on his shoulders by now. Chow Dahua quickly waved his hand. I'm not as impressive as Uncle Piao suggests. If it weren't for these 10 years of undercover work, I would at most be a senior superintendent. Raymond raised an eyebrow, unsure if Chow Dahua was being modest or self-aggrandizing. Officer Chow, starting tomorrow, you will serve as Uncle Piao's deputy. Chow Dahua readily agreed. No problem. The following morning, Liu Jianming had yet to rise when he received a call from Mary. With his eyes still closed, he mumbled, Sister Mary, what is it? Mary spoke. Ming, isn't your claw machine quite profitable? Liu Jianming, taken aback by the question, realized he had been in Xiangjiang for days and had no idea. He murmured, It's all right, I suppose. Mary continued, Ming, how about I rent 1,000 machines from you to place in Tunman? With you receiving 70 and I 30? What do you think? Liu Jianming, concerned about his inability to find a market, replied, Sure, Sister Mary, no problem. However, the output won't be that high. I can't deliver 1,000 machines, but I can manage 100. Mary agreed. All right, 100 it is. When will they arrive? Liu Jianming scratched his head. I need to contact the factory. It's located up north, not here. Mary nodded. Give me a call before tonight. After being roused by Mary's call, Liu Jianming decided not to go back to sleep. He got out of bed, washed his face, opened his room door, and walked down the stairs. At that moment, he noticed the basketball team changing into new uniforms. Liu Jianming smiled and commented, Hey, not bad. The new uniforms look great. Did someone sponsor them? A certain white follower remarked, Boss, this is the product of our garment factory. Look here. Isn't the design of the TSC Wanshan logo quite appealing? Liu Jianming noticed 3 bold lines resembling the Chinese character for mountain, bisected by a medium-thick diagonal line. Rather minimalist, indeed a commendable design. Our garment factory? Since when did we have a garment factory? Liu Jianming smacked his forehead. Oh right. How could I forget that I had managed to lure the detective over? The quality is quite commendable. The white follower chuckled. Indeed, boss, this is our factory's product. There can be no mistake. Liu Jianming elaborated. Do you all think garment manufacturing is exceedingly simple? Let me enlighten you. The creation of a single piece of clothing involves over 100 processes, engaging numerous industrial sectors. Merely the sewing step requires a supply chain of 14 layers, providing cotton threads, fabrics, fibers, dyes, and so forth. Even choosing the simplest cotton thread entails 21 secondary supply chains. Beneath the secondary supply chain, there exists a tertiary and a quaternary supply chain. The quality of a garment is never determined solely by the final stitching, from chemical dyes to synthetic fibers. The entire industrial system must function flawlessly. Liu Jianming then changed the subject. By the way, has the second batch of claw machines arrived over at Detective? The white follower nodded. 50 units of the second batch have arrived. Our 2 streets are nearly saturated. Liu Jianming responded, I understand. Please get in touch with Detective and have him contact Sister Mary. The machines we have coming next will be sent to Tunman. Liu Jianming proceeded to the newsstand, taking a seat beneath the parasol to peruse financial news. With various issues gradually resolved, Hong Kong's property prices officially entered a year of burgeoning prosperity. Foreign companies were eagerly using Hong Kong as a springboard to penetrate the northern market, resulting in a burgeoning demand for office spaces. Everywhere one looked, properties were setting new records, with certain office buildings achieving historically high transaction prices. In hindsight, these prices would seem trivial. Dressed in suspenders and clutching a wooden stick, Uncle De approached Liu Jianming, nearly in tears. Ming, something's gone terribly wrong. Chapter 60, The Prison Assignment. Liu Jianming observed Uncle De, who was sniffling and grasping his pant leg, and pushed him away in disgust. Uncle De, what on earth is the matter? Uncle De rose and took a seat opposite Liu Jianming. Ming, you are unaware, but I have been reassigned to the CID. Liu Jianming continued reading the newspaper nonchalantly. Isn't that a good thing? What is there to cry about? And how are things with Madame Wang? Uncle De was taken aback. You know about that? Then you must also know what I was going to say. Liu Jianming pondered for a moment, thinking the plot of Fight Back to School 2 was progressing rather swiftly. He tentatively inquired, Is it regarding the international robber? Uncle De leaned over the table and replied, What international robber? It's about Zhu Tao, the matter concerning Zhu Tao. Liu Jianming put down the newspaper. Zhu Tao? Which Zhu Tao? Uncle De grinned. Which else could it be but the notorious Zhu Tao? Liu Jianming racked his brain, trying to recall if there was a Zhu Tao in Stephen Chow's movies. He closed the newspaper. Uncle De, do tell. Uncle De elaborated. I'm not fully aware of the specifics. However, I do know that a certain Chun Jiejun apprehended Zhu Tao. Superintendent Raymond wishes for Zhu Tao's secretary, Selina, to testify against him. To protect Selina, Chun Jiejun was assigned to safeguard her. Yet, this morning, when Chun Jiejun awoke, Selina had vanished. Due to insufficient evidence, Zhu Tao was temporarily released on bail. Liu Jianming waved his hand. Hold on, Uncle Da, let me get this straight. Chun Jiejun? Raymond? Selina? Zhu Tao? Is there also a Piao Shu involved? Uncle Da slammed the table. Ming, you know Piao? He is my classmate and currently my assistant. Liu Jianming leaned back in disbelief. What? Liu Jianming mused about the chaotic nature of the world. First, there were He Xian and Gao Jin, 2 generations of gambling kings. And now Chao Dahua and Piao Shu were classmates. He couldn't help but wonder if one day, Stephen Chow and Chun Jiejun would team up to issue parking tickets on the streets. The thought was too surreal to bear. Liu Jianming pondered for a moment and said, But Uncle Da, what does this have to do with you? Uncle Da looked troubled. Of course it's relevant. Raymond has tasked Piao to solve the case within 3 days, and Piao has tasked me with the same. Hence, I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Liu Jianming looked incredulous. Uncle Da, isn't Piao your subordinate? How does he have the authority to command you to solve the case in 3 days? Uncle Da hastily brushed it off. Ming, let us not get bogged down in details. Just tell me what to do next. Liu Jianming shook his head. I'm at a loss too. You should consult Officer Zhou. He might have some ideas. By the way, Officer Zhou deserves a promotion, right? I recall he mentioned that upon completing his assignment, Officer Huang would elevate him to Chief Superintendent. Uncle Da shook his head. What Chief Superintendent? Xing believes he should work in the most challenging and arduous environments. His superior claimed to have never heard such a request and transferred him to the traffic division instead. Liu Jianming twitched his lips, feeling the absurdity of the plot. Uncle Da continued. Moreover, Officer Zhou mentioned that you should be the one to find a solution. Liu Jianming shook his head and resumed reading the newspaper. I have no solutions. You should seek someone more capable. Uncle Da quickly pleaded. Please, help me, Ming. If I cannot locate Selina, I'll have to go undercover again. Liu Jianming remained indifferent, continuing to read. Uncle Da hurriedly added. Ming, I'll trade you a piece of information. If you find it useful, you can accompany me to find Selina. Liu Jianming glanced at Uncle Da. What information? Uncle Da explained. Recently, the governor inspected the prison and, upon leaving, announced plans to establish a public service system in Hong Kong's prisons to enhance humanitarian policies and avoid wasting taxpayers' money. Liu Jianming abruptly set down the newspaper, his eyes widening. What did you say? A public service system. Uncle Da observed Liu Jianming's excitement and inquired. Ming, what's wrong? Do you have family in prison? Liu Jianming shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. No. But thank you, Uncle Da. This information is incredibly significant to me. Liu Jianming set aside the newspaper and dashed towards the sports hall. Uncle Da called after him. What about Selina? Liu Jianming waved his hand. Within 3 days, I will deliver Selina to you. Upon returning to the hall, Liu Jianming proclaimed, Detective, Agent, and Counterfeiter, 3 follower cards. Liu Jianming first inquired, Agent, how is your current assignment progressing? Agent replied, all investigations have been clarified. We only know that the Ding family consists of 4 brothers, Ding Xiaoxia, Ding Yixia, Ding Wangxia, and Ding Lixia. Ding Xiaoxia is the leader of the Chongqing Society. Ding Yixia serves as the Red Stick. Ding Wangxia is the White Paper Fan, responsible for legal affairs. Ding Lixia appears to be a doctor, but secretly exploits his position to engage in the white powder trade. The patriarch of the Ding family, known as Ding Xia, fled to an island 14 years ago after committing murder. Subsequently, he engaged in further criminal activities on the island and is currently incarcerated. With his release imminent, the grandmother of the Ding brothers resides in a secluded temple. The stepmother of the Fong family, Luo Huiling, indeed drives a minibus. The eldest daughter, Fong, is working odd jobs, while the second daughter, Fong Ting, is a student at a vocational school, and the youngest daughter, Fong Min, attends a secondary school in Wanchai. Fong Zhanghua, on the other hand, has taken to sleeping beneath a bridge for years. Yuan Mei works at a plastic hanger factory, earning an average monthly salary of $5,000. The 3 Fong sisters and Yuan Mei are preparing to relocate in 3 days. Chapter 61, Relying on No One. Liu Jianming recorded Yuan Mei's information. As an embodiment of human ideals, Yuan Mei must not be at a disadvantage to Fong Zhanghua. It would be beneficial for her to remain, even if it means working for herself. Liu Jianming inquired of the detective. Detective, how much do you know about the governor's family situation? Are there any weaknesses? The detective quickly summarized. The governor has a brother named Peter, who is preparing to run for city council this year. However, his opponent is formidable. Edward, a descendant of a prominent local political family, may prove to be a tough rival. Liu Jianming stroked his chin. I know what to do. He turned to the forger. Forger, you will fabricate some incriminating evidence against the governor's brother, Peter, and deliver it to Edward. The detective added, "You and the forger will form a partnership, opening a detective agency together. Wait for the governor to seek you out. Once he does, you will say that in order to clear Peter's name, the management of the prison's affairs must be entrusted to someone named Jiangsha. At that time, I will have the white followers establish a shell company called Jiangsha Intermediary." The forger frowned. "Boss, are you intending to meddle in prison affairs? Why go through such convoluted means when you could simply bribe the governor directly?" Liu Jianming scoffed. "I, Liu Jianming, rely on no one. Only others seek my favor. If I bribe the governor, he will overlook me as a mere nobody amidst a sea of bribes. However, if the governor seeks me out, he cannot afford to disregard someone like me." The three followers immediately responded, "Yes, boss." After arranging the tasks for the detective, the agent, and the forger, Liu Jianming resolved to contemplate the matter of Shalina carefully. Reflecting on the plot's details, he believed that merely locating Shalina would not pose a significant challenge. However, Shalina had fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by Chun Jiejun, resulting in a botched assassination attempt against her. Once Shalina uncovered this plot, her trust in the authorities deteriorated, rendering her capture futile. Thus, he could only wait for Zhu Tao's attempt on Shalina's life to take action. Before that, however, Liu Jianming needed to accomplish another task, retrieving incriminating evidence from Zhu Tao's computer. This endeavor was a mere trifle for Liu Jianming, who had just acquired the ace agent skill. All of Zhu Tao's information was readily available at the police station, allowing Liu Jianming to easily ascertain the location of Zhu Tao's company. That night, under the cover of darkness, Liu Jianming made his way to Zhu Tao's establishment. A password lock. Liu Jianming smirked at the sight of it, donned gloves, and within seconds, had it opened, entering the premises. The office was shrouded in darkness, the employees having long departed. After scanning the surroundings and finding no surveillance or listening devices, he entered Zhu Tao's office. The desk was in disarray, cluttered with a computer, various documents, an ashtray, and a photograph of Shalina. Liu Jianming picked up the photo, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. I suspected Shalina's connection with Zhu Tao was far from ordinary. Otherwise, why would she trust him not to kill her? What is this? Liu Jianming noticed a corner of a photo protruding from a drawer and decided to pull it out. Upon a mere glance, he opened the drawer further, discovering several more photographs within. Liu Jianming smacked his lips appreciatively. Zhu Tao and Shalina seemed to share quite the lavish relationship. No wonder Zhu Tao's advisor, Gao Yuhan, remarked that with money, women are never in short supply. He returned the photographs to the drawer. It appears that Shalina is far more than just Zhu Tao's secretary. It is no wonder Zhu Tao fears she might reveal something unpredictable in court. Liu Jianming finally focused on the computer. The device was fortified with multiple layers of physical and software protection, but for Liu Jianming, this posed no challenge. He successfully extracted the files and printed them out. Work complete. After restoring everything to its original state, Liu Jianming exited Zhu Tao's office, not far from the entrance of the Sha Tao Coke police station. Within a white van, Liu Jianming noticed Chun Jiejun emerging with a serious expression the following morning. He started his car and discreetly followed. He trailed him to a nearby intersection before stopping. Liu Jianming observed that individuals were covertly monitoring the roads, opting not to follow in vehicles, but instead parking within a nearby bamboo grove. Liu Jianming nimbly leaped into the bamboo thicket. Zhu Tao had concealed Shalina in an exceptionally luxurious villa, surrounded by lush greenery, with the villas themselves separated by dense foliage and artificial hills, creating isolated spaces. Bang! Liu Jianming charged up behind a thug monitoring the road, striking him with a thermos cup. Looking down at the unconscious thug on the ground, he tossed aside the cup. I never imagined this thermos would prove so effective at incapacitating. Chapter 62, Finding Shalina. Following Chun Jiejun's trail, Liu Jianming located the place where Shalina was held. Along the way, he eliminated 3 thugs responsible for monitoring the road, and as he approached the villa, he dispatched 4 more. Concealed in the branches of a large tree, a dangerous smile played on his lips as he toyed with the thermos cup. Indeed, security is tight. Liu Jianming, agile as a monkey, infiltrated the villa, swiftly arriving at the floor-to-ceiling windows. He activated a pre-prepared voice recorder, discreetly affixing it to his chest. Pressed against the wall, he overheard Zhu Danny's smug voice from within. Yes, we are proceeding according to plan. However, the boss instructed that we use Chun Jiejun's gun to kill a police officer, ensuring he can never clear his name. When Shajan gasped in shock upon hearing this. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Thud! Moments later, a heavy object struck the head of Zhu Danny, who slumped to the ground, his eyes rolling back. The room erupted in chaos as everyone was taken aback, while a shadow darted forward, delivering a single punch that sent another armed thug, Sang Rong, flying. Sang Rong soared like a projectile, crashing against the wall before collapsing back to the ground, unconscious. Only then did everyone realize that the assailant was a young man clad in a light yellow suit, yet no one in the room recognized him. The sudden appearance of an individual disrupted the dynamics of the room once more, or rather, Liu Jianming, wielding 2 firearms, and the others represented 2 stark extremes. Chen Jiejun turned to Liu Jianming and inquired, "Who are you?" As he retrieved a gun from the floor, Liu Jianming replied, "I am not affiliated with the Central District Police Station. It was Uncle Da who summoned me to assist you with your case. If you prefer, you may address me as Liu Sir, or if you wish otherwise, simply call me Ming." Chen Jiejun recalled that Uncle Da was indeed a classmate of Piao Shu and now his superior. Liu Jianming regarded Chen Jiejun's serious countenance earnestly. "Chen Sir, I have been tailing you for 2 days. Did you not perceive anything amiss?" Chen Jiejun felt somewhat bewildered. What could Liu Jianming possibly want by following him? Liu Jianming toyed with the 2 revolvers in his hands. When Shajan, Uncle Da was correct. You are indeed the mole planted within the police force by Zhu Tao. When Shajan stared at Liu Jianming in astonishment. "Liu Sir? What do you mean by that? Uncle Da has long known I am an undercover agent." Liu Jianming decided to praise Uncle Da, who could be considered his mainstay within the police department, from the moment you intentionally allowed Zhu Tao to escape. "Uncle Da informed me of his suspicions regarding a mole within the precinct. To put it bluntly, your actions were rather clumsy. However, at that time, Uncle Da lacked evidence and was uncertain of the mole's identity. Thus, it was necessary to draw you out, the proverbial black sheep. That is why Uncle Da consented to Chun Sir coming to Sha Tao Kok. It allows us to bypass your scrutiny. And the officers in Sha Tao Kok have ample time to operate freely." He gestured towards himself, as an outsider to the Central District Police Station. "You cannot keep me under surveillance. This is how Chen Shajan and I can execute a dual operation, one overt and one covert. When you and Zhu Tao collaborate again, we will catch you red-handed." Liu Jianming aimed his gun at Wen Shajan. "Wen Shajan, surrender now. If you fall into the hands of the police, you will merely be reassigned to a rural station. But if you continue to associate with Zhu Tao, as you can see, it could cost you your life." At this juncture, when Shajan realized that Zhu Tao could even kill Shalina, what chance did he stand as an undercover officer? At that moment, Liu Jianming returned the gun to Chen Jiejun. "Chen Sir, your firearm." Chen Jiejun observed gratitude etched on Liu Jianming's face. Had he used his own gun to eliminate Wen Shajan, Chen Jiejun would have been left in a state of impotent fury. Chen Jiejun secured his weapon and excitedly grasped Liu Jianming's hand. "Liu Sir, thank you. I never considered that the chief and Uncle Da sent me to the countryside to investigate. I was merely naively answering calls." Ding. Successfully signed in as Chen Jiejun. Obtained indestructible top tier. Acquired 1 gold follower card, 1 purple follower card, and 10 white follower cards. Indestructible. The strongest defense is an eye for an eye, absorbing all energy from an attack and rebounding at 200%. Liu Jianming switched off the voice recorder in his hand and handed a stack of printed documents to Shalina. "Shalina, please review these. They pertain to Zhu Tao." Ding. Successfully signed in as Shalina. One-time character sign-in. Acquired 1 green henchman card and 10 white henchman cards. Shalina opened the folder, which contained all of Zhu Tao's transaction details. Astonished, she asked, "Where did you find this?" Liu Jianming did not respond to her query. "That is enough. I shall take my leave now." He handed Chen Jiejun the recorder from his pocket. "This contains the audio of our earlier conversation. Though the voice has been modified to conceal my identity. Keep it safe. I must depart." As Liu Jianming turned to leave, Chen Jiejun called after him. "Liu Sir, aren't you coming back to the station with me?" Liu Jianming waved his hand, remaining silent. He was reluctant to involve himself in Chen Jiejun's affairs. He was merely assisting Uncle Da on this occasion. At the Central District Police Station, in the Chief's office, the conversation continued. "In summary, that is the situation," Chen Jiejun stated, placing the voice recorder on Raymond's desk. Piao Shu glanced at Uncle Da. "Da, who is this Liu Sir?" Uncle Da, exuding an air of self-satisfaction with a pen dangling from his mouth, replied smugly, "Chief, you are aware of the confidentiality regulations. Such matters cannot be disclosed. Just know he is one of my people. Otherwise, do you think I earn the moniker of the Bureau's all-knowing sage for nothing?" Raymond regarded Uncle Da with admiration. Indeed, he is someone dispatched from the Bureau. His capabilities are impressive. Uncle Da maintained his air of superiority. "No need for flattery, Chief. This matter is trivial compared to past endeavors." Raymond then turned his attention to Chen Jiejun. "Jiejun, you too. I sent you to Sha Tao Kok to investigate. Yet you seem to have settled into your work seamlessly. Do you intend to remain there indefinitely to answer calls? If so, I might as well assign you to Sha Tao Kok permanently." Chen Jiejun, looking quite aggrieved, replied, "I was waiting for the call from Sengu, was I not?" Chapter 63. I, Liu Jianming. From now on, I will resolutely sever ties with gambling and drugs. The Hong Kong News reported, this morning, boatmen at Tuen Mun Pier discovered 3 bodies, a man and a woman, wrapped in fishing nets along the shore. The hands of both men and the woman had been severed, and their patellae shattered. Preliminary investigations suggest that the trio had been involved in gambling at a casino and were subsequently murdered. Detailed coverage of this murder case will continue on Hong Kong television. Liu Jianming switched off the television. The proud, Jin Neng, and Jin Qing had all been killed. Liu Jianming grimaced. It seems the title of gambling god will surely attract divine retribution. I must steer clear of this profession in the future. Gao Jin is currently with Shi Qi, I believe. Gao Jin and Shi Qi are not bad. I should warn Gao Jin to keep his distance from gambling, as it poses a threat to life. Liu Jianming raised 3 fingers. Indeed, I, Liu Jianming. From now on, I will resolutely sever ties with gambling and drugs. At that moment, the telephone on Liu Jianming's desk rang. Hello? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Wanfang's cries sounded from the other end. Wah, Ming. I'm at Kowloon Hospital. Liu Jianming furrowed his brow. All right, I will head there immediately. Liu Jianming hung up and promptly contacted the magician. The magician, what has happened? Why is Zhu Wanfang in the hospital? The magician had transformed into a doctor standing beside Zhu Wanfang, and through the lens, Liu Jianming could see Zhu Wanfang with tear-streaked cheeks. The holographic projection in Liu Jianming's pupils displayed a message. Boss, Zhu Wanfang is fine. It is Guo Xiaojin who has been assaulted. Liu Jianming breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhu Wanfang truly was a sentimental girl. He coughed, of course. Delete the part about using the knife on someone. Liu Jianming inquired. Is Ah Fong all right? They did not harm her, did they? The magician recounted the events. Here's what happened. Today, Ah Fong noticed Guo Xiaojin was absent from class, so she went to check on her at home. Just as she arrived at Guo Xiaojin's doorstep, a group of individuals tossed the unconscious Guo Xiaojin out of a van, right in front of Zhu Wanfang. Startled, Zhu Wanfang called me to request an ambulance. Liu Jianming's expression darkened. Who are these people? Was the act of throwing the person in front of Zhu Wanfang deliberate or accidental? The magician recounted. It must have been unintentional. They have no connection to us. Merely some ruffians from Saigon. I had the white followers investigate. It stemmed from Guo Xiaojin's paramour, Zhou Qiaoji, being unfaithful. Last night, Guo Xiaojin confronted Zhou Qiaoji, creating quite a scene in the nightclub. Zhou Qiaoji rallied those ruffians and assaulted Guo Xiaojin. Liu Jianming recalled that in the narrative, Zhou Qiaoji also strayed to seek another woman, resulting in Guo Xiaojin being beaten. Subsequently, Guo Xiaojin, overwhelmed by this incident, tragically crashed her car in a suicide attempt. Liu Jianming sighed. Truly a laughable yet sorrowful love affair. Nevertheless, Guo Xiaojin's demise triggered a series of repercussions. Zhu Wanfang, also devastated by Guo Xiaojin's death, succumbed to despair, ultimately setting the library ablaze, and transformed into a figure wielding a knife. My dear Ah Fong, how infuriating. As Liu Jianming reminisced about all this, he sprang from his chair. I must go to the hospital immediately. He retrieved 2 Glock 17s from his drawer, stowing them in his coat, and swiftly hailed a taxi to Kowloon Hospital. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor of the hospital, he found Zhu Wanfang with traces of tears still lingering in her eyes. Liu Jianming approached her gently, calling out, Ah Fong. Upon seeing Liu Jianming, she hurried over and embraced his waist. Ah Ming, Xiaojin. Liu Jianming soothed Zhu Wanfang. There, do not cry, do not cry. Let us take a moment. I brought you some ice cream, so calm your emotions, and we can discuss matters slowly. He handed the ice cream to Zhu Wanfang. Sitting on a chair, she cradled the ice cream, consuming half the tub, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Desserts are indeed the finest stabilizers of sentiment. With her eyes reddened, Zhu Wanfang let out a satisfied burp. I'm full. Liu Jianming wiped the remnants of ice cream from the corner of her mouth, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Let us save the rest of the ice cream for later. You can enjoy it at home. I have gathered a general understanding of Guo Xiaojin's situation. How do you wish to deal with Zhou Qiaoji? A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Liu Jianming's eyes. Shall we ensure Zhou Qiaoji never appears before Guo Xiaojin again? The bond between Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaojin was profound. Guo Xiaojin had worked as an escort to help Zhu Wanfang repay debts, and Zhu Wanfang was left utterly shattered by Guo Xiaojin's death. Gripping Liu Jianming's hand tightly, filled with intense hatred, she eventually exhaled. I want him to be forever distanced from Guo Xiaojin. I would relish the opportunity to end him. Yet Guo Xiaojin would not desire such a fate for him, it seems. Zhu Wanfang sighed. Ah Ming, could you assist me by bringing Zhou Qiaoji here? I wish for Guo Xiaojin to confront him herself. Zhu Wanfang gradually realized her request might be somewhat excessive. After reflecting, she shook her head. Perhaps it's best not to pursue that. I shall try to dissuade Guo Xiaojin. Zhou Qiaoji is not worth it. Liu Jianming grasped Zhu Wanfang's hand. No worries, I know where Zhou Qiaoji is. I will bring him to you shortly. Zhu Wanfang gazed at Liu Jianming earnestly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Is that truly the case? Liu Jianming assured her with a playful poke on her nose. Absolutely true. just as he turned to leave. Zhu Wanfang grasped his arm tightly. Her cheeks flushed. She whispered softly in Liu Jianming's ear, "If you can truly bring Zhou Qiaoji before Guo Xiaozhen, I shall consent to the new position you proposed." After uttering those words, Zhu Wanfang kissed Liu Jianming on the cheek and dashed into Guo Xiaozhen's room. Closing the door behind her, Liu Jianming touched the lingering warmth on his cheek, testing the resolve of a cadre. Which cadre could withstand such a trial? Zhou Qiaoji must be captured, wherever he may be. Chapter 64. Do you know what the Godfather says? The moon was bright, and the sea breeze was chilly. Liu Jianming stood at the dock with his hands clasped behind him, listening to the mournful sound of the ship's whistle, watching the waves churn, while seagulls soared through the sky. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? Zhou Qiaoji was brought to the beach at the dock, restrained by two imposing white followers. Liu Jianming turned to face the struggling Zhou Qiaoji, his tone gentle, his voice soft. Zhou Qiaoji, it was I who instructed them to detain you. I apologize for the inconvenience. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhou Qiaoji, bewildered, called out, Liu Jianming? Is it you? He then threatened, Liu Jianming. Do you know who my boss is? If you do not release me, prepare for retribution. Liu Jianming raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining calm. You are quite fortunate. On that day when I infiltrated the rooftop, I chose not to end your life. However, I recall your boss is quite the infamous figure. Yet he has already met his demise. Zhou Qiaoji glared at Liu Jianming with disdain. Humph. That useless scoundrel, his death is a testament to his incompetence. My current boss is Hongzhe from Saigon. If you do not let me go, you will regret it. Liu Jianming pointed towards a few individuals nearby, their heads covered with black cloth. Are you referring to them? Remove their hoods. Zhou Qiaoji glanced toward Liu Jianming's direction and saw several individuals bound and secured to the ground, including his boss Hongzhe and a few members of their gang. Zhou Qiaoji shouted in disbelief, Boss. Hongzhe, upon seeing Zhou Qiaoji, was consumed with rage, unable to fathom how he had gotten entangled with such unreasonable individuals. After entering, they had incapacitated everyone in his mahjong room and brought them here. It seemed all of this chaos stemmed from Zhou Qiaoji's incompetence. Hongzhe berated Zhou Qiaoji. Zhou Qiaoji, you fool. What trouble have you stirred up? Zhou Qiaoji, looking aggrieved, quickly defended himself. Boss, it wasn't me. I indeed know Liu Jianming, but we are merely classmates. I have never provoked him. The incident involving Zhu Wanfang had nothing to do with me. It was all on that scoundrel. I did nothing. Upon hearing Zhu Wanfang's name, Hongzhe jolted. There are no secrets in the underworld. Everyone was aware that Zhu Wanfang was abducted, leading to a deadly confrontation at their lair. Liu Jianming counted, 1, 2, 3, 19 in total, correct? He pulled a chair next to him, seated himself at a folding table, and retrieved a magazine filled with bullets from a drawer. Loading the magazine, he remarked, allow me to introduce you to the Glock 17, with a magazine capacity of 19 rounds. Just enough for each of you. Hongzhe turned to Liu Jianming. Desperation in his eyes. Pretty boy, if you intend for me to die, at least let me understand why. What exactly did I do to deserve this? Liu Jianming continued to load bullets, explaining, last night, Zhou Qiaoji's girlfriend confronted him about his infidelity. In the chaos, you all assaulted her and threw her from the car. 17 of you were involved in the attack. And let us not forget that pair of scoundrels. Do you understand? Hongzhe's eyes widened. Is that all it was? He was taken aback. Was this the root of the matter? Click. The bullet was chambered. Bang. A gunshot rang out, flames erupting from the barrel as Hongzhe collapsed to the ground. Indeed, Liu Jianming's calm voice echoed as he took a step forward, aiming at another gang member. Liu Jianming's tone was gentle, his voice soft, and when he smiled, it seemed as if he melded with the moonlight. Bang. George. I just received a call from Afang. Bang. On the phone, Afang was crying profusely. Bang. Afang informed me that Xiao Zhen had been assaulted. Bang. George. Afang said that when Xiao Zhen regained consciousness, she called out your name. Bang. I went to the hospital to find Afang, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Bang. George, you know me well enough. The sight of Afang in sorrow is something I dread most. Bang. Now, Afang is at the hospital with Xiao Zhen. It appears that Xiao Zhen still harbors love for you. Bang. I hope you can return and reconcile with Xiao Zhen. Bang. The Godfather once stated, a man who neglects his family cannot be considered a true man. Bang. Xiao Zhen, who adores you so, and yet you seek women elsewhere. Bang. This is unacceptable. Do you not realize that? Liu Jianming's expression remained impassive. With each word he spoke and every step he took, he eliminated a gang member. His tone devoid of emotion. There was no threat, no provocation, not even the slightest fluctuation in his voice. Liu Jianming felt no remorse for those he had slain, as if they were merely sharing sunflower seeds while chatting. At that moment, George was paralyzed with fear. He was merely a small-time thug, not even worthy of a blue lantern, yet he had never witnessed such a scene. Killing was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Liu Jianming finally stood before the last gang member. Bang. So, you should seek Xiaozhen's forgiveness, correct? 17 corpses lay before him, the smoke from his pistol still lingering in the air. At this point, George had collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Even if he wished to cry, he could not summon a single tear. Liu Jianming approached the final individual, who was George's mistress. He crouched before the girl. Is this the one who led you to betray Xiaozhen? I fail to see what merit she possesses. Liu Jianming turned to the prostrate George. Can you enlighten me? What does she possess that is worthy of your attention? Speak, and I shall spare her. Would George dare to utter a word? If he did, it would spell his doom. Observing George's silence, Liu Jianming shifted his gaze to the girl. Young lady, it is wrong to intrude into someone else's family. Do you comprehend? The girl's lips quivered as she struggled to articulate a response, her muscles spasming and rendering her speechless. She was unable to nod or shake her head, as if every part of her body had lost control. She could hardly fathom that a woman like Guo Xiaozhen was backed by such a formidable man. The girl couldn't help but scoff. With someone as terrifying as Guo Xiaozhen behind her, why would she engage in such solicitation? It would be madness. Had she known that encroaching upon Guo Xiaozhen's territory would lead to such horror, she would never have dared to approach George. George was no saint himself. Liu Jianming raised his gun, pressing it against the girl's chin. Understood? Then farewell. A click echoed in the air. The girl rolled her eyes and fainted. Liu Jianming stood up. What a fragile spirit, fainting at such a trivial scare. Chapter 65. I, Liu Jianming, have always believed in winning people over through virtue. Liu Jianming removed the magazine and replaced it with a new one. I had forgotten. The previous magazine held 17 rounds, while this one contains 19. 17 rounds are sufficient. At this moment, George's body was entirely beyond his control, spasming uncontrollably. Liu Jianming looked at George, who was kneeling on the ground, and suddenly recalled a plan he had once contemplated regarding possession. George had once been a carefree individual. Both he and Shengge were under Uncle Da's domain. Now, the area near Kai-Tak Airport was buzzing with erratic minds. If George could serve as a springboard, leading a few white followers to join Shengge's ranks, it could validate the feasibility of the possession plan that had merely flickered through Liu Jianming's mind. This would serve as a trial run for the entire possession scheme. Liu Jianming holstered his weapon. For now, I shall spare your life. I will take you to see Xiaozhen. Everything hinges on her attitude. George finally mustered a muffled whimper. Liu Jianming nodded. All right, you lot, dispose of the bodies. Take George to wash up and change his clothes. Honestly, you look as if you were doused with fried soybeans and cold water. What a small matter to be so terrified. Half an hour later, Liu Jianming and 2 white followers brought George to the hospital. Liu Jianming instructed George to wait outside the patient room while he entered to take a look. Upon entering, he saw Guo Xiaozhen with her leg in a cast, her chest bound with a brace, and her face adorned with bandages. However, her complexion had improved significantly, and she was chatting and laughing with Zhu Wanfang. Zhu Wanfang's voice was soft. Aming, you've arrived? Have you found George? Liu Jianming replied quietly. He waiting at the door. Zhu Wanfang's expression darkened in an instant. Her eyes filled with hatred as she rose from her chair. I will go see him. Guo Xiaozhen grasped Zhu Wanfang's hand. Ah Fang. Speak to him gently. You cannot provoke him. Zhu Wanfang replied coldly. Xiaozhen, you should rest. I can handle this. Zhu Wanfang exited and closed the door, only to be met with a voice that echoed throughout the corridor. You bastard. How dare you return? Bang. Zhu Wanfang lifted her foot and kicked George in the abdomen, sending him sprawling. She chased after him, delivering a flurry of kicks. Bastard. You went out to seek women and even had someone harm Xiaozhen. Do you wish for death? At this moment, George could only cower, covering his head and curling up on the ground, silent. Merely for having assaulted Guo Xiaozhen and causing Zhu Wanfang to cry, 17 gang members had perished. The repercussions of laying a hand on Zhu Wanfang were unimaginable for George. Zhu Wanfang's furious shouts and kicks reverberated throughout the corridor. Guo Xiaozhen glanced at Liu Jianming, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah Fang, she doesn't usually act this way. This is an exceptional circumstance. Liu Jianming was not perturbed by Zhu Wanfang's outburst, wearing a gentle smile. I understand. Liu Jianming was well aware that the wrathful Zhu Wanfang was a different person from her usual self. When enraged, she truly possessed the capability to kill. Moments later, the sounds of the altercation persisted. Guo Xiaozhen felt awkward. She had not anticipated that her usually gentle friend could unleash such ferocity. Tentatively, Guo Xiaozhen suggested, Aming, perhaps you should go and mediate. Liu Jianming, hands in his pockets, shook his head as if he could indulge Zhu Wanfang's actions regardless. Let her vent a little. After all, Ah Fang wept for quite some time. She deserves some compensation. Guo Xiaozhen, Zhu Wanfang, exhausted from her exertions, finally dragged George in by the collar. Zhu Wanfang, panting, pointed at George. You apologize yourself. Don't make me resort to violence. I'm tired. Liu Jianming patted George on the shoulder. Reflect on your actions from last night and the earnestness of your apology just now. Express yourself sincerely, and all will be well. George, at this point, dared not utter a word. The haunting image of a beach strewn with corpses lingered vividly in his mind. Without uttering a word, he knelt and began to prostrate himself fervently on the hospital floor, quickly leaving a pool of blood beneath him. Sob. Zhou Qiaoji's complexion was pale as a ghost. His entire body trembling, teeth chattering, tongue numb, and he was rendered speechless, his face soaked in a mixture of blood, tears, and sweat, emitting a muffled whimper from his throat. Inside the room, Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaojun were utterly bewildered, questioning what had transpired. Surely, such an extreme display was unnecessary for an apology. Zhu Wanfang, gripped by fear, clutched Liu Jianming tightly. Ming, should we intervene? Zhou Qiaoji appeared not to be apologizing, but rather on the verge of self-destruction. Liu Jianming pulled him up from his frantic bowing. Qiaoji, if you have something to say, do so with Xiaojun in this room. I'll step outside with Wanfang. Your matters are beyond my purview. It is Xiaojun's prerogative to forgive or not, and it does not concern me. Just as Liu Jianming exited, the room erupted into heart-wrenching cries, audible throughout the entire hospital, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Zhou Qiaoji was utterly broken. Lying motionless on the floor, had he not already drained his bladder moments ago, there would have been a fresh pool beneath him. Guo Xiaojun, unable to move in bed, turned her head to inquire. Qiaoji, what on earth is happening? Zhou Qiaoji ignored her, remaining on the ground in tears. It was unclear how long he cried. His chin felt weak as he lay there. I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Please, forgive me. Guo Xiaojun felt helpless. She couldn't possibly allow Zhou Qiaoji to bow himself to death in the ward. All right, I forgive you, but can you guarantee at this moment? Zhou Qiaoji would agree to anything, even physical castration. I promise. I promise. As long as you can believe me and forgive me, I will do anything, Xiaojun. Outside the ward, Zhu Wanfang listened to Zhou Qiaoji's cries, feeling a chill run down her spine. She pointed at the door. Qiaoji, what has happened? Why are you crying like this? Liu Jianming sat beside Zhu Wanfang, unwrapping a lollipop to hand to her. Perhaps he feels remorse for Xiaojun. Zhu Wanfang asked, by the way, how did you manage to bring Zhou Qiaoji back to apologize? With his temperament, it must have been difficult for him to come back on his own. Tentatively, Zhu Wanfang questioned. Ming, you didn't hit him, did you? Liu Jianming recalled his actions and was certain he hadn't struck Zhou Qiaoji. No, absolutely not. He then added, at least not as harshly as you did earlier. Zhu Wanfang's face flushed red as she recalled her earlier actions, playfully punching Liu Jianming's chest. You're so annoying. 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 Liu Jianming laughed heartily. Zhu Wanfang retracted her fists. Honestly, how did you persuade Zhou Qiaoji? Liu Jianming replied calmly. I, Liu Jianming, have always believed in winning people over with virtue, naturally. I appealed to his emotions and reason. Zhu Wanfang's large eyes brimmed with skepticism. Really? Just emotions and reason? Liu Jianming puffed out his chest. Indeed, otherwise. How could Xiaoji be crying so pitifully? He must have been genuinely moved by Xiaojun's sincerity. Zhu Wanfang pouted. I believe your words. Liu Jianming looked at Zhu Wanfang. Then you must fulfill your promise of a reward. Zhu Wanfang kissed him on the cheek. You did very well this time. Not only do I agree to your request, but I also allow you to add a few more. I'll come find you at the hotel by the court on Saturday. Chapter 66. The Roaring Winds of Autumn. Half an hour later, Zhou Qiaoji emerged from Guo Xiaojun's room, looking no longer like a puddle of mud. He approached Zhu Wanfang. Fang. Xiaojun has some words she wishes to share with you. Zhu Wanfang glanced at Liu Jianming. I'll go speak with Xiaojun. Liu Jianming released Zhu Wanfang from his embrace. Go ahead. As Zhu Wanfang pushed open the door to Guo Xiaojun's room, Liu Jianming cast a glance at Zhou Qiaoji. By the way, is there anyone currently watching over that bar managed by Xiao Sa? Zhou Qiaoji thought for a moment. It seems someone named Xing Teng is in charge. He used to be one of Deshu's subordinates. Recently, Deshu has gone to Canada, and his men have been fighting fiercely over a few streets. Liu Jianming inquired, what is your relationship with Shenggu like? Zhou Qiaoji shook his head. We're just small-time subordinates. We know Shenggu, but he doesn't know us. Liu Jianming stood up. Tomorrow, take care of Xing Teng. That bar will belong to you from now on. You should seek out Shenggu. Zhou Qiaoji, in disbelief, pointed at himself, his expression resembling that of a frantic gangster. Me? Liu Jianming looked at Zhou Qiaoji. I'll send some skilled individuals to help you take over the bar. But from then on, you'll have to recruit your own men. Is there any problem? Feel free to voice any concerns. Zhou Qiaoji's face broke into a smile. Thank you, Mingo. Thank you, Mingo. I'll work hard. Liu Jianming patted Zhou Qiaoji on the shoulder. You are now the head of Southeast Middle School. I do not wish to see Fang in sorrow. And you understand that. Thus, I hope you can look after Fong while at Southeast Middle School. Zhou Qiaoji thought of the events of that night, his body involuntarily shivering. No problem. Whoever dares to bully Fong, I'll take care of him. Liu Jianming turned to say, you stay here. I'll go buy some food. The white follower, trailing behind Liu Jianming, whispered, boss, do you trust him? Liu Jianming shook his head, not at all. The white follower, even more perplexed, not trusting him. Yet Liu Jianming lowered his voice. Tomorrow, send a few men to accompany him. Once they're embedded under Shenggu, we'll replace Zhou Qiaoji and aim to eliminate Shenggu, becoming the dominant force around Kaitak Airport. My intention in keeping Zhou Qiaoji and Shenggu alive is not to release them, but to showcase the diversity of the Hong Kong gangs. Once they are no longer useful, we will eliminate them. Liu Jianming shifted the conversation. What about the situation with the Zhongqing Society? They seem unusually quiet these past couple of days. The white follower responded. Ding Xiaoxia is aware that Ding Yixia sent Qi Zai to clash with us. He scolded Ding Yixia fiercely, instructing him not to act rashly before Ding Xia is released, and to wait until Ding Xia is out. Liu Jianming's eyes turned cold. Whether or not to engage in battle is not for Ding Xiaoxia to decide. Send our brothers to poke at him a bit. Draw him out. Once the war starts, the initiative will no longer lie with the Zhongqing Society. Teach him a lesson. The white follower nodded. Understood. Liu Jianming pointed at a nearby restaurant. Have the chef prepare a couple of signature dishes. You'll deliver them to the hospital later. Fong hasn't had dinner. And it's already past midnight. She must be hungry. I want to be going back. I have a pile of tasks awaiting me tomorrow. The white follower replied. Yes. Boss. Liu Jianming took a taxi back to the Xianshan court. Before he even stepped out of the car, he saw the white follower pummeling someone. After exiting the vehicle, Liu Jianming shouted, hey, didn't I tell you not to act recklessly? The white follower pointed at the person on the ground. Boss, this guy is a fan Zai. I told him not to hang around the court street and pedestrian street, but he keeps coming back. This is the third time. Liu Jianming waved his hand. Once is a mistake, twice is careless. There's no third time. Fan Zai, let us bury him. The individual who had originally been lying on the ground, battered and bruised, suddenly sprang up and charged towards Liu Jianming. However, in the next instant, he was restrained by the white follower. The man shouted, Brother Ming, I just want to follow you. Liu Jianming did not even glance back, replying curtly, I do not accept followers. The man called out again, Brother Ming, I know the location of Ding Li Crab's underground powder factory. Liu Jianming had been contemplating a strategy to infiltrate the Zhongqing Society, and to his surprise, someone had arrived at his doorstep with crucial intelligence. It was a serendipitous opportunity. Liu Jianming turned back, commanding, release him. He walked over to the bloodied individual, now standing before him. What is your name? The man struggled to rise and met Liu Jianming's gaze, maintaining a smile despite his injuries. I am Gao Qiu, known as Qiuzi among those in the trade. Liu Jianming decided to probe whether this was indeed the Gao Qiu he was familiar with. He extended his hand. Greetings, I am Liu Jianming. Your information is of great significance to me, but I do not appreciate anyone dealing in my territory. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to approach me directly. Gao Qiu grasped Liu Jianming's hand. Brother Ming, my apologies for the intrusion. Ding. Successfully signed in as Gao Qiu. Acquired enemy identification advanced. Received 1 purple follower card and 2 white follower cards. Enemy identification automatically detects whether the individual harbors hostility, along with the hostility level. Suddenly, a numerical value flashed in Liu Jianming's pupils. Gao Qiu, hostility detected, hostility level 30, maximum hostility level is 100. A smile crept across Liu Jianming's lips. It was indeed him. This Gao Qiu was the undercover agent from Dragon Tiger Gate. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, it is not unusual for police to infiltrate gangs and vice versa, with numerous informants embedded within both factions. However, why had Liu Dingwang sent Gao Qiu to approach him? Shouldn't he and Undercover be dispatched by the O department, or perhaps someone from the NB? Liu Dingwang was CD. How could he possibly link to Liu Jianming? Puzzled, Liu Jianming decided to keep Gao Qiu around for the time being to discern Liu Dingwang's true intentions. Liu Jianming smiled. Let us take Gao Qiu to the medical room for treatment. We can discuss the rest once he has recovered. Gao Qiu quickly interjected, Brother Ming, that's unnecessary. Let us talk as we walk. Chapter 67. The scandal of the governor's brother erupts. Liu Jianming led Gao Qiu into the medical room at the stadium. The doctors within were all white followers. However, in stark contrast to the burly henchmen, these doctors were delicate young women. The medical room was immaculate, equipped with a small X-ray machine and a plaster casting apparatus. A sign indicating the stadium's outpatient services hung prominently on the door. Gao Qiu was taken aback to discover such a facility at the Xianshan Stadium. Before arriving at the stadium, Gao Qiu had received very little intelligence. Other societies had some level of communication, as they were all acquaintances. Yet, The personnel at Xianshan Stadium seemed like a fortress, with little interaction between insiders and outsiders. The individuals responsible for overseeing the area were relatively lenient. As long as no fights, disturbances, drug dealing, or gambling occurred, they turned a blind eye to everything else. Liu Jianming patted Gao Qiu on the shoulder, saying, "Rest well. If you have anything to discuss, we will talk on our way to work tomorrow." Gao Qiu attempted to say something further, but was restrained by two strong female nurses who pressed him onto the hospital bed. Gao Qiu was a rather unique individual, deeply loyal to his brothers while espousing the virtues of justice. Liu Jianming cast a glance back at Gao Qiu, reflecting that with the rise of power, regardless of whether they were part of a criminal organization, the police would inevitably place informants within their ranks, since it was impossible to prevent. The only option left was to employ deception as a strategy. The following morning, Liu Jianming, accompanied by a lawyer, Gao Qiu, and Long Wu, arrived in Kowloon. Long Wu remained silent, his expression dark, as if someone owed him money. Gao Qiu approached, attempting to strike up a conversation, only to receive a punch from Long Wu. Retreating to Liu Jianming's side, Gao Qiu inquired, "Brother Ming, where are we headed?" Liu Jianming chose to disembark in front of a property management company, stating, "We are purchasing a building." Gao Qiu thought he had misheard. Coming by minibus to buy a building? Wasn't he that a plot straight out of a wealthy novel? He stepped closer to Liu Jianming, tentatively asking, "Brother Ming, buying a building? Is the stadium street really that lucrative?" Liu Jianming shook his head. The stadium street is certainly not profitable. After excluding the dealings in drugs, gambling, and other illicit activities, the total revenue from the stadium street and the pedestrian street barely amounts to over 500,000. The claw machine business is unstable, averaging around 600,000 each month. The sponsorship and broadcasting fees for the stadium events amount to approximately 3 million annually. Gao Qiu, puzzled, asked, "Then Brother Ming, where do you get the funds to buy a building?" Liu Jianming chuckled. "Last week, during the World Gambling Championship in Macau, I not only won a substantial sum from the tables, but also received a bonus, totaling 800 million Hong Kong dollars and an additional 40 million US dollars. Gao Qiu's mind spun, even converted to US dollars. Liu Jianming now possessed a staggering 140 million. Liu Jianming continued, "I converted most of the money into yen, purchasing properties all over Japan, eagerly awaiting appreciation. Additionally, I allocated 100 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire some large hotels and office buildings in Kowloon. Of course, the specifics are being handled by the lawyer. I'm merely here to sign some documents today." Gao Qiu spent the day in a daze, watching Liu Jianming acquire an office building, a hotel, and establish two companies. The governor's office. A barrage of negative reports concerning the governor's brother emerged, with the media controlled by Edward unleashing a relentless onslaught against Peter. In recent days, Peter, the governor's brother, found himself unable to even deliver a speech for his campaign for city council, facing rotten eggs and tomatoes hurled at his doorstep. As he walked down the street, he was pelted with completely spoiled pumpkins and other refuse. Some even waved banners, shouting for freedom and justice, claiming, "We have been deceived by the law." These incidents were portrayed as desperate acts made in defense of justice. The governor, furious, ripped apart the newspaper in his hands and threw it to the ground. "Damn it, how did it come to this? What on earth has Peter been doing in England all these years? Wasn't he just a civil servant in the city government?" His secretary interjected, "Your Excellency, you must understand that these are tactics employed by competitors. This time, Edward has merely seized upon Peter's vulnerabilities." The governor slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Damn Edward. This isn't about winning an election. This is about ruining Peter." Turning to his secretary, he commanded, "Find a public relations firm to handle this matter." The secretary hesitated. "Your Excellency, this may prove quite difficult. You should know that there are photos and recordings involved. No public relations firm would take on a case that would tarnish their reputation." The governor clenched his fists and shouted, "You go and find someone. I don't care how much it costs." The secretary remained hesitant. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and a young attendant entered, pushing a cart. "Your Excellency, your afternoon tea." The governor took a deep breath, attempting to restore a more pleasant expression to his countenance, and addressed his secretary. "You must ensure that this matter is handled impeccably. No matter what, please exit for now." The secretary, with a resigned nod, replied, "Yes, Your Excellency, I shall do my utmost." The attendant placed the afternoon tea on the table and began to tidy up the torn newspaper scattered about, casually remarking, "Your Excellency, are you troubled by something in the paper?" The governor bellowed, "That is none of your concern." Unfazed by the outburst, the attendant continued, "Your Excellency, before my arrival in Hong Kong, I heard of a detective specializing in public relations issues who has connections with many legislators." The governor's anger swiftly dissipated, his expression turning urgent. "A detective? Indeed, a detective. Such matters could indeed be handled by a detective." He hastily inquired, "Where is this detective agency located?" The attendant, somewhat hesitant, replied, I understand it is in an apartment back in my hometown. Only insiders can find them. Therefore, Your Excellency, you would either need to make the journey yourself or send your own brother, as otherwise, negotiations would likely falter. The governor nodded in agreement. I see. These individuals are indeed adept at managing such affairs. Very well, I shall assume a false identity and return to my hometown personally. Chapter 68. Capturing the drug peddlers, certainly a task for the police. The grand office atop the hotel offered a sweeping view of the vast majority of Kowloon. Liu Jianming sat within, facing Long Wu and Gao Qiu. This was a classic combination. Long Wu was one of his own, and he spoke without concern, while Gao Qiu served as the mouthpiece, relaying information to the police about their activities. Liu Jianming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant scenery. The view from here is truly remarkable. He then turned to Gao Qiu. Qiu, I have heard from the brothers that your skills are quite impressive. You shall accompany me from now on. Although Gao Qiu had sustained severe injuries the previous day, he miraculously found that, upon waking this morning, all swelling had subsided, save for some bruises. With a bandage on his forehead, he smiled. Of course, Brother Ming. Liu Jianming waved his hand. Please, take a seat. By the way, Qiu, regarding the Dingley Crab's drug manufacturing plant, why did you inform me? Do you harbor a grudge against Dingley Crab? Gao Qiu immediately displayed a fierce expression of enmity. Brother Ming, you know these drug dealers are beasts. One of my good friends was brutally killed by them, and I seek vengeance. Liu Jianming nodded, feigning belief in Gao Qiu's words. Qiu, since you are aware of Dingley Crab's drug factory, why not report it to the authorities? Gao Qiu shook his head, a look of despondency crossing his face. Brother Ming, the police department has long been infiltrated by the Ding family. The last time I reported them, not only did they refuse to take my case, but they also beat me up. In this world, murder and arson go unpunished, while the repair of bridges and roads leaves no trace of the dead. Liu Jianming chuckled, leaning back. Then, Qiu, I have an opportunity for you to become a gang leader. Are you interested? Gao Qiu was taken aback by Liu Jianming's proposal. Liu Jianming spread his hands. I heard that Uncle Da from the neighboring block has gone to the big leagues, and his men are in disarray. With only a few guarding a single shop, I can help you recruit some brothers from the gang restaurant to embark on this venture. What do you think? A hint of embarrassment crossed Gao Qiu's face. Brother Ming, you jest. Liu Jianming rose from his chair. You see, you don't even believe in the saying that murderers and arsonists go unpunished while the repair of bridges and roads leaves no trace of the dead. I have never seen a vicious criminal who would want their children to inherit their trade. Rather, they all advise against it. Gao Qiu found himself perplexed by Liu Jianming, whose actions seemed so casual yet left others speechless. Liu Jianming redirected the conversation back to Dingley Crab's powder factory. Qiu, where is Dingley Crab's factory located? Gao Qiu promptly replied. It is near Wanshai, masquerading as a medical equipment factory while secretly producing drugs. Liu Jianming stroked his chin. Wanshai was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Central District Police. He looked to Long Wu. Long Wu, I believe it is imperative to dismantle this drug manufacturing den. What say you? Long Wu nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Liu Jianming rapped the table. Long Wu, take 2 or 3 brothers with you, drive a van, and scout the area to observe the guard situation and the terrain for our future operation. Qiu, since you know the location, you shall lead the way. Long Wu and Gao Qiu stood up in unison. Yes, boss. Liu Jianming patted their shoulders. You may proceed with your tasks. Summon Jiang Sha to me. Long Wu responded expressionlessly. Yes. Watching Long Wu and Gao Qiu depart, Liu Jianming exhaled deeply. It must be that old fox Liu Guangding's idea. He truly believes I'm a fool. A glint of danger flickered in Liu Jianming's eyes. Gao Qiu could remain, but he must eliminate Liu Dingguang, the force behind Gao Qiu, lest it become a future nuisance. Liu Jianming's gaze narrowed. He was prepared to use others as pawns. He picked up the phone beside him, donning a radiant smile. Uncle Da, I have some splendid news to share with you. Would you care to listen? At that moment, Uncle Da, adorned with 2 flowers on his shoulders, lounged in an office, casually reclining with his legs crossed. What is it, Ming? Are you inviting your uncle to a grand feast? Liu Jianming replied with a smile. Not a feast. But there is a drug factory disguised as a medical equipment plant that we need to shut down, leading to promotions and raises. Upon hearing that it was a life-threatening task, Uncle Da immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Too dangerous. Liu Jianming proposed. Uncle Da, just look at those flowers on your shoulders. Why should you take the risk? Let Chun Jiaju handle it. He dares to face any peril for a mission. The glory will be yours, and if anything goes awry, Chun Jiaju will take the blame. Uncle Da's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Ming, you are quite clever. If a Xing had half your wit, he wouldn't have been reassigned to the traffic division to issue licenses. Where is this taking place? Liu Jianming reassured Uncle Da. Rest assured, my men are currently surveilling the site, and I will send you the operational plan and timing. You simply need to act according to the schedule, and success is guaranteed. Uncle De chuckled. Ming, then it all hinges on you. Should I summon a Xing back? Liu Jianming shook his head. For this matter, just involving Chun Jiaju will suffice. After placing the phone down, Liu Jianming mused. Capturing drug peddlers, of course, is the police's duty. I am merely a law-abiding citizen. As Long Wu and Gao Qiu descended the stairs with several white followers, they prepared to scout Wan Chai. Suddenly, Gao Qiu seemed to recall something. Brother Wu, I just remembered. I have a dinner date with my girlfriend tonight. It seems I won't be able to make it. So I'll just make a quick call. Long Wu grunted in acknowledgement. We'll wait for you in the car. Gao Qiu was caught off guard by Long Wu's unexpectedly agreeable demeanor. He approached the phone, the first call going to Lu Dingguang. Hello, Uncle Guang. I have joined Liu Jianming's organization, but I feel that it doesn't resemble a typical gang. Lu Dingguang's voice on the other end erupted with anger. What do you know? Where could there be a gang that brands me as a villain? You only joined Liu Jianming's organization, and of course, he wouldn't divulge all the inner workings of the group to you. Gao Qiu explained. No, Uncle Guang. He directed me to follow a fellow named Long Wu to scout the Dingli Crab's powder factory, with the intent of completely eliminating it. Uncle Guang, I can't perceive Liu Jianming as a bad person at all. Besides, didn't the folks at NB mention that Liu Jianming would assist them in capturing the powder dealers? Lu Dingguang replied angrily. Gao Qiu, let me make it clear. Liu Jianming's campaign against the powder dealers is solely to facilitate the movement of his own goods, undoubtedly. The goal of dismantling Dingli Crab's factory is to diminish the output of the Zhongqing society, allowing his own products to thrive. Otherwise, why would he be so proactive? A good person wouldn't be involved in a gang, nor would a good person kill over 50 individuals in a single night. Just keep a close watch on him. I have other matters to attend to. I must go. Gao Qiu quickly retorted. Hey. Chapter 69, Reconnaissance of the Dingli Crab Powder Factory. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Gao Qiu hung up. He murmured to himself, a man with a fortune of $140 million. And he is involved in this? Is he out of his mind? Or am I? However, since this was a task assigned by Lu Dingguang, Gao Qiu had no choice but to keep an eye on Liu Jianming. Soon, Gao Qiu, feeling emotional, picked up the phone again. Hello? A soft female voice responded from the other end. Qiu, Xiaomei and I have been waiting for you at the cafe for half an hour. When will you arrive? Gao Qiu coldly replied. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I can't make it. You and Xiaomei enjoy yourselves. The woman on the line called out anxiously. Hey, before the line went dead. Boss, that's all. A member of the white followers, monitoring Gao Qiu, communicated everything he had witnessed to Liu Jianming via card. Liu Jianming lowered his head, reflecting on the plot of dragon and tiger fight. He recalled that Gao Qiu's wife seemed to be a call girl. Liu Jianming could never fathom why someone would be attracted to a call girl. One cross-infection could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he devised a plan to win over Gao Qiu, to investigate the location of Gao Qiu's girlfriend and send her a bouquet of flowers. Apologizing for interrupting their date with an assignment for Gao Qiu to show sincerity, the white follower promptly responded, understood. Gao Qiu hurriedly ran to his car, closed the door, and waved to the people inside. Sorry, I've delayed the time. The cheerful white followers replied, no problem, we understand if you're apologizing to your girlfriend. Our boss values family highly. You wouldn't believe that a guy who cheated was dealt with harshly by our boss yesterday, and he got a thorough beating. Gao Qiu thought to himself, is there really such a gang leader? Liu Jianming seems completely detached from gang life, except for collecting debts. At 7 in the evening, as darkness began to fall, under Gao Qiu's guidance, Long Wu, accompanied by several white followers, swiftly arrived outside the factory. As a former Special Forces member, Long Wu was well-versed in close reconnaissance. Including Gao Qiu, there were 7 of them who parked the car 3 kilometers away, with one person guarding the vehicle and another on lookout. The remaining 3 followed Long Wu and Gao Qiu as they approached the sentry post. Suddenly, Long Wu's unexpected remarks startled Gao Qiu. Have you received military training before? While others couldn't discern any issues with Gao Qiu, Long Wu's keen eyes did not miss a thing. Gao Qiu quickly concocted an excuse. Brother Wu, I also came over illegally. Long Wu glanced at Gao Qiu, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Gao Qiu sighed with relief, thinking, Liu Jianming has an impressive number of skilled individuals around him. Gao Qiu felt that after completing this reconnaissance at the Dingli Crab Powder Factory, he needed to leave quickly. Otherwise, trouble would inevitably come. The 5 members assigned to reconnaissance swiftly dispersed. In the darkness, the only sounds in the wilderness were the croaking of frogs. Long Wu and Gao Qiu pressed their bodies tightly against the wall. Long Wu whispered, Qiu, keep an eye on the surroundings while I go in for a look. Gao Qiu quickly grabbed Long Wu's arm. Brother Wu, we've already scouted here. Is it really necessary to go inside? Long Wu's expression remained impassive. Since the boss has ordered the elimination of this powder operation, internal reconnaissance is essential. Extend your leg. Let me use it as a step. With no other option, Gao Qiu knelt on one knee, propping his hands on his knee. Go ahead, Brother Wu. Although it was their first operation together, they coordinated remarkably well. Long Wu took a step back and, with a boost, placed his foot on Gao Qiu's hand. Gao Qiu pushed upward with all his strength. And in the next moment, Long Wu scaled the eaves and vanished beyond the wall. Watching Long Wu's disappearing figure, Gao Qiu marveled. Wow. Not to say anything against street thugs, but even the flying tigers couldn't compare to Long Wu's prowess. Long Wu entered the factory alone. Although the individuals associated with Dingley Crab were significantly stronger than average thugs, having been recruited from South America, they paled in comparison to Long Wu. Long Wu quickly grasped the layout of the factory, the personnel, machinery, and key positions. 10 minutes later, Long Wu leaped out from the factory. Let's go. We need to head back. Gao Qiu hurried to catch up with Long Wu. Is the reconnaissance complete? Long Wu nodded. There are a total of 34 guards inside, all armed with AR-15 rifles and M1911 handguns, and they possess grenades. The exact quantity of ammunition is unknown, but there are no heavy weapons. Based on their skin color and the dialect they use, they appear to be from South America. Gao Qiu was taken aback, realizing how formidable Dingley Crab's crew actually was. He cautiously inquired, then, Minggu, will we still proceed with the operation? Their firepower is too overwhelming. Long Wu shook his head. I'm not sure. We'll need to consult back at base to find out. Inside the Stadium Hotel. The Stadium Hotel was the newly acquired establishment by Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming scrutinized the rough sketch drawn by Long Wu. So, outside there are only 16 lackeys from the Zhongqing society, armed with nothing but batons and knives. Yet inside, there are 34 guards from the South American gang. Long Wu nodded. Correct. Liu Jianming rubbed his forehead. Do you have any good plans, Long Wu? Have you encountered such situations before? Long Wu replied, frequently. Liu Jianming nodded. Long Wu, go find the brothers to create a detailed internal map of the factory. Then devise a feasible plan and contingency strategies for me. Gao Qiu quickly interjected. Minggu, they have guns, long guns at that. We can only rely on knives. That won't be sufficient. Liu Jianming looked up at Gao Qiu. What is a gun? I'll deal with it. You need not worry about that. Long Wu, just focus on formulating the plan. Liu Jianming thought to himself. If necessary, I can always call Zhou Xingxing back into action to lead the Flying Tigers. Gao Qiu, on the other hand, pondered. If they have 34 long guns, then at the very least, Liu Jianming must possess the means to contend with them? Just how many firearms does this guy have? Could it be true, as Uncle Guang suggested, that Liu Jianming is, in essence, a fierce criminal, merely disguising himself otherwise? Chapter 70. Attack the mind first, attack the city second. Gao Qiu returned home, her heart laden with confusion. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by a magnificent bouquet of red roses adorning the table. With a perplexed expression, she inquired, Ahong, what is the purpose of these flowers? Ahong and Xiao Mei emerged from the inner room, with Xiao Mei chuckling. It wasn't Sister Hong who bought them. They were sent by your boss. Gao Qiu furrowed her brow, instantly recalling the source of this gesture. My boss, are you saying these flowers are from Liu Jianming? Xiao Mei shook her head. I can't say for certain. Your boss mentioned he was unaware that you had a date with Sister Hong, so he hastily assigned you some work and expressed his apologies, sending a bouquet as a token of goodwill. Moreover, Xiao Mei extracted 2 movie tickets from her pocket, grinning as she said, your boss also sent 2 tickets for tomorrow night's film, claiming it was to compensate for your date with Sister Hong. Gao Qiu was taken aback, contemplating whether Liu Jianming had overheard her phone call. No, if he had, the gift would have been a bullet, not flowers. This meant that she had informed Long Wu about her intention to cancel her date with Ahong, and Long Wu had relayed that to Liu Jianming. It was Liu Jianming who orchestrated all of this. Being an emotional person, Gao Qiu felt a stir within her. Ahong sat on the sofa, her face cold as she smoked, clearly awaiting an apology from Gao Qiu. Immediately, a servile smile crept onto Gao Qiu's face, akin to a serpent slithering from Ahong's feet to her face, employing sweet words to coax Ahong into the bathroom for a shower. Xiao Mei, clutching a large rose, wore an expression of happiness, as if daydreaming about someone gifting her such a splendid flower. She turned to Gao Qiu and queried, Qiu Gu, is your boss a dashing young man in his 30s, particularly adept at understanding women? Is he handsome? Does he lack for female companionship? If he doesn't, could he possibly desire an additional one? Gao Qiu fixed Xiao Mei with a stern look. You can forget about it. Our boss is quite handsome, but he's merely a callow youth without a clue. He certainly wouldn't be interested in someone like you, so you'd best abandon that hope. Xiao Mei huffed. I don't believe it. The next day, when Gao Qiu arrived at Liu Jianming's office, both Long Wu and Liu Jianming were already present. The walls were decorated with several detailed maps of the factory, marked with red and blue pens outlining intricate strategies. Liu Jianming's office resembled more of a command center for a special operations team than that of a hotelier. He turned to Long Wu, saying, "You will handle the firearms. 40 rifles, 40 handguns, 40 sets of desert camouflage along with combat vests, and 5 vans. We will commence operations on Saturday afternoon." Long Wu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, boss." "No problem." Noticing Gao Qiu's arrival, Liu Jianming greeted her. "Gao Qiu, you're here." He then addressed Long Wu. "You may leave now. Ensure the equipment is secured." Long Wu acknowledged and exited the room. Gao Qiu, watching Long Wu depart, cleared her throat. "Brother Ming, thank you for yesterday." Liu Jianming understood she was referring to Ah Hong, replying, "No need for thanks. Since you are now under my wing, it's my responsibility to ensure your affairs are in order." Gao Qiu opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say, and lowered her gaze, addressing Liu Jianming, "Boss." At that moment, the malice that had once marked Gao Qiu seemed to evaporate. Liu Jianming waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such formality. We all share the same struggles and joys." He added, "Oh, by the way, we have an operation this Saturday, and we likely won't return until Sunday morning. So be sure to plan accordingly." Gao Qiu nodded. "Boss, I will certainly do so." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Qiu exited Liu Jianming's office. Upon leaving the conference room, she approached a phone in the lobby, dialing several times before ultimately deciding to call Lu Guangding. The white follower reported to Liu Jianming, "Boss." Gao Qiu informed Liu Guangding about Long Wu's arms collection. Liu Jianming was not surprised in the least, stating, if he hadn't called Liu Guangding, he wouldn't be Gao Qiu. "No worries, it's not urgent. We will conquer hearts first, then cities." Liu Jianming recognized that Gao Qiu sincerely regarded him as a brother, and that did not conflict with the notion of betrayal. He gathered all plans related to dismantling the Dingli crab powder factory, including factory blueprints and defense capabilities, placing them into several file bags. He then placed all the bags into a briefcase and handed it to the white follower. "Deliver this to Uncle Da. The best way to deal with Dingli crab is to employ a knife to kill." At the Central District Police Station, Uncle Da received the briefcase. His brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned the white follower responsible for it. "Was this sent by Ah Ming?" The white follower confirmed, "Yes. The boss said this contains detailed intelligence about the powder factory and the operational plan." Uncle Da swiftly opened the briefcase, the contents astonishing him once more. The factory maps were detailed and comprehensive, and the action plan was meticulous and precise. He felt as though a remarkable achievement had landed in his hands. He patted his chest, declaring, "You go back and tell Ah Ming that if he ever needs intelligence, he can come directly to me. Within Hong Kong, there is no information I, Chow Dahua, cannot acquire." 10 minutes later, in Raymond's office, Uncle Da animatedly recounted, "In summary, that's how it is." Raymond exchanged glances with Biao Shu, incredulous as he looked at the operational plans and maps produced by the informant. After a moment's pause, he asked, "Uncle Da, are you certain these maps and plans were created by your informant?" Raymond was somewhat taken aback. Such quality work seemed improbable from the police's tactical department. Such talent should not be relegated to being an informant. They would excel in the police force. Uncle Da wore a proud expression. "Chief, I know the informants I train are exceptional. No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, a simple allocation of 100 or 80,000 in funding for my brothers would suffice." Raymond twitched his lips, regretting his tendency to flatter Uncle Da. This man's thought process was clearly different from that of the average individual. Clearing his throat, Raymond stated, "The plan is very detailed, far more so than our last operation. I believe we should face no issues this time." Biao Shu explained, "The failure of the last operation was indeed due to a lack of thorough planning. But the larger issue was when Sha Zhan being an undercover agent. Chief, if we can dismantle this underground powder factory, it will significantly enhance the public's perception of law enforcement. I believe there is great necessity for action. However, our resources are somewhat lacking, 34 rifles. And against a South American gang, I think we need to enlist the assistance of the Flying Tigers." Raymond frowned. "That may indeed be necessary, but regarding the Flying Tigers." Uncle Da interjected, "Leave the Flying Tigers to me." Chapter 71, Liu Jianming in action. "I am now charging you with reckless driving and premeditated murder." "It wasn't my car." "Be quiet. I charge you with." Before Zhou Xingxing could finish his sentence, a car halted directly in front of him. The voice of Uncle Da emanated from the front passenger seat. "Ah Shing, are you here?" Zhou Xingxing turned around. "Ah Da?" Uncle Da greeted warmly. "So, how are you finding your current job?" Zhou Xingxing placed the ticket back into his pocket. "It's quite good. I spend my days idly wandering the streets, issuing tickets when there's nothing else to do. It's a life of freedom." Uncle Da leaned against the car window. "Ah Shing, we have a significant case at hand. What are you kids eavesdropping on?" Just as Uncle Da was about to speak, he noticed Huang Xiaogui and his friends also leaning by the window, trying to listen in, prompting him to scold them immediately. Huang Xiaogui sheepishly chuckled. "We just wanted to know what major case is unfolding." Zhou Xingxing pulled out the ticket from his chest pocket. "If you lot don't scram, I'll stick another ticket on you." Upon hearing Zhou Xingxing's words, Huang Xiaoguei and the others immediately shouted and scrambled into the car, vanishing from sight. Zhou Xingxing leaned against the car window and inquired, "What exactly is the case?" Uncle De glanced around the deserted street. "This is not the place to discuss it. We shall talk at the police station. Let us go." The officer in charge of driving pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Zhou Xingxing, watching the disappearing vehicle, exclaimed, "Hey, I haven't gotten in yet. I haven't gotten in yet. Damn." He glanced at his already broken-down little motorcycle and could only push off the ground like a duck. Making his way to the police station. Central District Police Station. Raymond and Uncle Biao scrutinized Zhou Xingxing, who was dressed in a traffic police uniform. Zhou Xingxing swallowed nervously. "Gentlemen, why do you gaze at me like that?" Uncle Biao pointed at Zhou Xingxing. "Ada, is this the so-called expert you brought?" Uncle Da, with a stick in his mouth, turned around with an air of mystery. "Uncle Biao, don't be deceived by Xing's current position as a traffic cop. He willingly applied for the most arduous, challenging, and high-risk post with the least personnel. Once, Xing was known as the top assassin of the Flying Tigers. Just last week, he single-handedly took down over 50 armed bandits with merely one gun. You're aware of the incident with Defei, right?" Raymond and Uncle Biao exchanged glances. Uncle Biao pondered for a moment. "I seem to recall that." Raymond nodded. "I remember as well." Yet Raymond expressed concern. "But, Uncle Da? One person alone, even if it's Zhou Xingxing, isn't enough. The opponents have over 30 rifles. Without the assistance of the Flying Tigers, we cannot possibly dismantle Ding Li Crab's powder factory." Zhou Xingxing thumped his chest. "You can rest assured, Chief, leave the Flying Tigers to me. When the time comes for action, I guarantee I will bring them along." Raymond clasped his hands behind his back. "All right, Zhou Xingxing, if your operation goes well this time, I will bring you to the Central District Police Station." Zhou Xingxing stood at attention. "Yes, sir." On the other side, Gao Qiu conveyed the news of Liu Jianming's operation to Liu Dingguang. Liu Dingguang's voice trembled. "What did you say? Over 40 rifles and more than 40 handguns? Are you certain?" Gao Qiu's tone remained steady. "I am certain," he expressly told Long Wu. "Moreover, they have already devised a detailed operational plan, aiming to launch an assault on Ding Li Crab's powder factory this Saturday afternoon. Particularly, the individual named Long Wu raises my suspicion of having military connections. And Liu Jianming's other subordinates are no pushovers either." Gao Qiu advised. "Uncle Guang, I believe we should proceed with caution. Liu Jianming is currently eliminating powder dealers. It wouldn't be wise for us to strike directly." Liu Dingguang replied sternly. "Qiu, have you considered that while Liu Jianming is presently dealing with powder dealers, can you guarantee he will always do so? That is over 40 rifles. Over 40 rifles. What would be the consequence if he resorted to robbery? We cannot leave such uncertainty in the hands of someone with gang affiliations. Regardless, those 40 guns cannot remain in civilian hands. They must be retrieved. As for how we will engage in the struggle against Liu Jianming and Ding Li Crab, I will devise a plan, so you need not worry." Gao Qiu then recalled something. "All right. However, Uncle Guang, this is the last time. I'm done. Please write me a resignation letter. I wish to resign." Liu Dingguang responded. "Let us discuss this when you return." Gao Qiu firmly rejected. "No, Uncle Guang, you must approve my resignation letter before the operation. Otherwise, I will inform Ming Go." Liu Dingguang's eyes widened. "You are an officer. Aren't you afraid Liu Jianming will kill you?" Gao Qiu quietly shouted in anger. "But I can't take it anymore. Even if I survive, I will eventually go insane. It would be better to let Ming Go put me out of my misery with a single shot." Liu Dingguang, growing impatient, said, "I understand." Beep beep beep. Liu Dingguang hung up the phone once more. Gao Qiu, hearing the busy tone, angrily snapped the phone shut. On Saturday at noon, 35 individuals clad in desert camouflage, known as the White Followers, stood before Liu Jianming, with 5 large wooden crates at their feet, containing rows of firearms. Liu Jianming stood behind them, flanked by Long Wu and Gao Qiu. With sharp eyes and hands clasped behind his back, Liu Jianming paced back and forth before the 35, as if inspecting troops. He halted and quietly asked, "Is everyone clear on today's mission?" The 35 White Followers replied in unison, "Clear." Liu Jianming gestured towards the van. Everyone set off immediately. With a crack, the 35 White Followers stood at attention. Yes. The first 2 members of each group took their seats in the driver's and passenger's positions. The remaining members entered the van from the sides and the rear. The last 2 members were responsible for transporting the crates containing the firearms into the vehicle and closing the rear door. After Liu Jianming, Long Wu, and Gao Qiu entered the last van, the 5 vans departed from the hotel, leaving behind a trail of dust. Gao Qiu took a deep breath, glancing at the crate at his feet. At that moment, his emotions were mixed. He was uncertain whether he was partaking in an act of justice or one of evil. Meanwhile, in Kowloon City, Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaozhen donned their desert camouflage uniforms, with Zhu Wanfang appearing particularly gallant with her hair pulled back. Guo Xiaojun held a paintball gun. I've never played real shooting games before. Have you, Alfong? Zhu Wanfeng tucked her handgun into her waistband. No. This is my first time. To be honest, I didn't even know such games existed. Let us go. We shouldn't keep Ming waiting. Guo Xiaojun teased. Ming. Ming. All your words revolve around Ming. You little color demon who prioritizes romance over friends. Humph. Zhu Wanfeng, shouldering her long gun, lifted her head, displaying none of her usual delicateness. Her tall, slender figure was accentuated by the fitted uniform, making her appear remarkably capable, especially those legs. Were they not a tad too long? Zhu Wanfeng picked up her small bag. Mr. Mei, let us be on our way. Mr. Mei was the alias of the magician, who had been tasked by Liu Jianming to pick up Zhu Wanfeng and Guo Xiaojun for their paintball adventure. The magician opened the car door. Madam, please follow me. Chapter 72. Movements of various parties. Central District Police Station. All police vehicles had been affixed with a variety of insignias. Some indicated fish vendors, others logistics, and some toys. Any vehicle exhibiting distinct characteristics of a police car shall be affixed with stickers to obscure its true identity. Uncle Piao, observing the haphazardly stickered vehicles, inquired with a hint of concern. Ada, is this really advisable? Uncle Da, clad in a black leather jacket and sporting sunglasses, reassured him. Fear not, Piao. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. If we do not proceed in this manner, those informants will spot our police vehicles from afar and swiftly evade us. Now, with them disguised like this, even upon closer inspection, they will be unrecognizable. When we launch our surprise attack, we shall undoubtedly seize both the culprits and the spoils. Uncle Piao widened his eyes in astonishment. Ada, what kind of disguise is this? Uncle Da retrieved a pencil from his pocket, declaring, a victorious disguise. Just wait and see my triumphant return, Piao. Stepping forward, he commanded, everyone, heed my orders, let's move. Both Chun Jiajue and Zhou Xingxing stepped forward in unison, responding, understood. This time, the CID led by Chun Jiajue and the Flying Tigers led by Zhou Xingxing would act in concert. However, on the other side, Liu Dingguang found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. In the chief's office, Liu Dingguang exclaimed incredulously, what? Sir Zhou's Flying Tigers did not agree to the request? Are we to undertake the capture of the notorious bandits alone? Sir Zhou patiently explained, Liu, it is not that I lack faith in you, but rather that your intelligence is simply outrageous. 40 armed bandits clashing with another 40 armed bandits. How can that be feasible? Furthermore, regarding the individual you mentioned, Liu Jianming, our investigations reveal he possesses assets exceeding $150 million. Why would a young tycoon with such wealth engage in a firefight with a gang of informants? Do not expect me to convince my superiors when you cannot even convince me. Liu Dingguang, growing increasingly anxious, insisted. This information comes from an informant I have embedded within Liu Jianming's circle. They are currently en route to the Dingley crab drug manufacturing facility. Sir Zhou scrutinized Liu Dingguang. How long has he been undercover? As far as I am aware, Liu Jianming's rise to prominence has been less than a month. When did you become aware of him? Liu Dingguang pondered briefly before responding honestly. 2 days. Sir Zhou slammed his hand on the desk. 2 days? You expect me to believe that someone who has been undercover for merely 2 days could uncover such significant secrets? Do you think Liu Jianming is a fool? According to the psychological profile provided by the Bureau's analysts, Liu Jianming is a meticulous individual. The average person cannot fathom what he is truly contemplating. Liu Dingguang's face was etched with urgency. Sir Zhou, this informant is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. You must trust me. Sir Zhou's expression darkened. Liu, how am I supposed to trust you? If I were to report that I have an informant who, after just 2 days, infiltrated the core of a group of armed bandits, would you believe me? If you wish to take action, then bring the entire CID team along to investigate. If not, then do not expect additional personnel from me. Liu Dingguang turned and exited the chief's office, gathering the entire CID team to leave the precinct. Meanwhile, Gao Qiu, seated in the van, began to sense something amiss, as they did not seem to be heading toward the Dingley crab facility. Curiously, he asked Liu Jianming, Boss, where are we going? Liu Jianming, arms crossed and eyes closed in serene repose, replied calmly, You will know upon arrival. Just sit quietly. A foreboding feeling washed over Gao Qiu. Could it be that Liu Jianming was already aware of his status as an undercover officer, using the operation against the Dingley crab facility as a ruse to lure them away for a robbery? It seemed quite plausible. Yet, at that moment, Gao Qiu felt utterly immobilized, not to mention that Liu Jianming himself was a formidable figure, but beside him stood Long Wu, whom Gao Qiu regarded as the most formidable person he had ever encountered. Within this vehicle, if anyone were to be deemed the least capable, it would undoubtedly be Gao Qiu. The cityscape whizzed past, and the interior of the van began to jolt, indicating they had taken to an unpaved road. Initially thinking Liu Jianming was orchestrating a diversion for a robbery, Gao Qiu found himself even more perplexed by Liu Jianming's actions. After traveling another 20 miles, the vehicle came to a halt at a mountain villa. As Liu Jianming pushed open the car door, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck him squarely in the chest, a crimson stain blossoming on his coat. From a second-floor window, Zhu Wanfang, wielding a paintball gun and wearing a playful smile, exclaimed, "Ah Ming, I hit you. You are out." Liu Jianming glanced up at the window, pointing at Zhu Wanfang. "You little vixen, are you attempting to murder your husband? Watch how I deal with you." Without using the front door, Liu Jianming sprinted, leaping to grasp the doorframe, swiftly ascending to the space between the first and second floors. Upon witnessing Liu Jianming charging towards her, Zhu Wanfang shouted, "Ah Ming, that's cheating. You are already out." Liu Jianming climbed to the second-floor window, declaring, "You are the one cheating. The game has not even begun, and you already fired." As he spoke, Liu Jianming grappled with the two individuals restraining Zhu Wanfang, and their playful scuffle ensued. Gao Qiu, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. Liu Jianming, shot and disappearing from the second-floor window, left him in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the other members had begun unloading wooden crates from the vehicle, distributing paintball guns from within. Only Long Wu refrained from claiming a weapon. Approaching Long Wu, Gao Qiu inquired, "Brother Wu, what is happening? Were we not supposed to eliminate the Dingli Crab underground facility today?" Long Wu had yet to respond when a nearby individual loading ammunition, a member of the White Followers, interjected, "Ah Qiu, what are you talking about? Eliminating the Dingli Crab underground facility? Is that our responsibility? That is the police's job. We are here today for a team-building event with the upper echelons of the stadium conglomerate." Long Wu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, added, "The boss purchased this villa, stating that once everyone has free time, we can come here to enjoy the sea, have a barbecue, and unwind. It is designated as our party venue." Long Wu retrieved a paintball gun from the crate. "Take this to have fun. I am the referee today. Do not aim for the face. Although it is filled with paint, it still stings when it hits unprotected skin." Gazing at the paintball gun in his hands, Gao Qiu eventually remarked, "Boss, when you said to buy guns, you meant paintball guns?" Long Wu nodded. Confused, Gao Qiu pressed, "But were we not talking about real guns and small guns?" "To kill you. To kill you. For bullying Alfang. To kill you. To kill you." Suddenly, Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaozhen, armed with paintball guns resembling handguns, began playfully shooting at Liu Jianming, leaving him splattered in vibrant hues. Gao Qiu stood there, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 73, The Demise of Dingli Crab. Near the Dingli Crab underground facility, Zhou Xingxing and Chun Jiajue, concealed by the foliage, surveyed the surroundings of the factory. Chun Jiajue, peering through binoculars, counted the individuals outside. 1, 2, 3, 14. "Indeed, our intel is accurate. We shall take them down." Zhou Xingxing halted Chun Jiajue. "Sir Chun, these loyal minions of the Loyal Blue Society are merely minor players. If you engage them openly, it will surely expose our position." Chun Jiajue, puzzled, queried, "What does Sir Zhou imply?" Zhou Xingxing, slinging his weapon across his back, retorted, "I am renowned as the foremost assassin of the Flying Tigers. But my prowess does not solely rely on firearms. Watch as I dispatch them with my unbeatable scissor kicks." Upon finishing his words, Zhou Xingxing charged forward. Within a minute, all 14 henchmen of the Loyal Youth Society had their skulls shattered by Zhou's invincible scissor kick. Chen Jejun watched in stunned silence. Zhou waved his hand behind him, commanding, "Onward." One by one, the Flying Tigers followed Zhou to the side of the powder factory, where tear gas canisters were launched into the building via grenade launchers. Inside the factory, Ding Lizai was the first to hear the commotion outside. "What is that noise?" A foreigner replied, "I don't know. This is your Loyal Youth Society's territory in Hong Kong. Why are you asking us?" Another foreigner chimed in, "I don't know either, but let us go check it out." Clang, clang. A smoke grenade tumbled down the stairs. Ding Lizai glanced at it, and immediately widened his eyes in alarm. "Not good. It's the Flying Tigers." The factory was soon engulfed in alarm bells, and the South American thugs hastily armed themselves to retaliate. In a seaside villa, Zhu Wanfang chased after someone into a room and scratched her head. "Huh, where did Amin go? I clearly saw him come in. How could he just vanish?" Guo Xiaozhen walked to the window and glanced down. It's less than 4 meters to the ground. With Amin's skills, jumping down from here is a routine maneuver. I suspect he deliberately lured us here to make his escape. Zhu Wanfang opened the door and headed down the stairs. "Let us go after him." Meanwhile, Liu Jianming had already activated the Magician card, using spatial leaps to arrive at Ding Lizai's powder factory. Intense gunfire erupted within, as foreigners, the Flying Tigers, and the CID clashed in a chaotic melee. These South American gangsters not only wielded AR-15 rifles, but also had grenades, claymore mines, and RPGs. Liu Jianming, hiding in a corner, observed the brutal struggle in the corridor and clicked his tongue. It seems Long Wu's assessment was correct. Breaching this place will require inflicting casualties 2 to 3 times greater than the enemy's. The cramped environment hindered troop deployment, and the foe was well acquainted with the terrain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Urban warfare in such settings is among the most challenging. From the inferno of Grozny to the dismal fate of the Black Shadow, it illustrates the plight of third-rate organizations armed with second-rate weapons sending first-rate troops to their doom. Liu Jianming utilized continuous spatial leaps to search for Ding Lizai. At that moment, Ding Lizai had already entered the sewers via a secret passage, preparing to flee. Accompanied by 2 South American thugs tasked with ensuring his safety, panic was etched on Ding Lizai's face. Damn it, how did those cops find out about this place? I thought I concealed it well. Of course, it was I who reported it. Just then, Ding Lizai heard a voice in front of him. Looking up, he saw a figure surrounded by a riot of colors, even his face smeared with paint. Ding Lizai pointed at Liu Jianming and demanded, "Who are you? And why are you here?" Liu Jianming smirked, his face painted by Zhu Wanfang, giving him the appearance of a sinister clown, exuding an air of malevolence. Tilting his head, Liu asked, "Who am I?" "You might want to inquire with Ding Lizai about whom he has recently angered." "Oh, but you can't ask him now. Wait a few days until he meets you underground." Liu raised his gun and fired 3 shots at Ding Lizai, hitting him in the forehead and chest, causing him to tumble into the adjacent sewage pit. Ding Lizai's corpse was subsequently swept away by the flowing sewage into the Pacific Ocean. Ding. Successfully signed in Ding Lizai. Acquired Breaking Bad Intermediate. Obtained 1 blue follower card and 10 white underling cards. Breaking Bad can concoct any kind of toxin, aphrodisiac, or neurotoxic substance that exists or has yet to be discovered in the world. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 South American thugs pulled their triggers at Liu Jianming, only to find their guns malfunctioning as if jammed. Liu Jianming addressed them in Spanish. "I'm sorry, but I forgot to mention that firearms are ineffective against me." With that, Liu fired 2 more shots, sending both thugs to their demise. He then kicked their bodies into the turbulent sewer, causing them to vanish into the Pacific. Ding. Signed in 1 unnamed henchman, one-time character, rewarded with 1 white follower card. Ding. Signed in 1 unnamed henchman, one-time character, rewarded with 1 white follower card. After eliminating Ding Lizai, Liu Jianming swiftly returned to the seaside villa. Everything that transpired in Ding Lizai's powder factory seemed to have no direct connection to Liu Jianming, as if it had never occurred at all. Gao Qiu observed a large group of people playing with paintball guns in the yard, yet he felt a sense of unease. He was uncertain about the situation at the powder factory, and this villa had electricity, water, and gas, but no telephone lines. His mobile phone and pager had been confiscated when he donned the desert camouflage outfit. Now, Gao Qiu was completely cut off from the outside world. As darkness fell, the day's team-building activities concluded in merriment. Everyone took a quick shower in the bathroom, set up a bonfire on the shore, and began the bonfire feast. Liu Jianming lounged in a deck chair, embracing Zhu Wanfang as they cuddled together. Long Wu, wearing sunglasses, basked in the moonlight. Guo Xiaojun unabashedly wrestled with a few chicken legs. Gao Qiu, after much hesitation, approached Liu Jianming and finally voiced his concerns. "Boss, are we still going to deal with the situation at Ding Lizai's powder factory?" Liu Jianming sat up, adopting a sage-like demeanor as he advised. "Qiu, I understand your eagerness for revenge on behalf of your brother. However, those ruthless thugs are not something we can contend with. I've already informed the Central District Police about this matter. By the way, I forgot to mention, Qiu, the deputy of the Central District Police, that is, Chao Dahua, Uncle Da, has been my neighbor for over a decade. I've relayed all the details about Ding Lizai's underground powder factory to Uncle Da. He will handle it well. Bringing those thugs to justice will serve as retribution for your brother. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy yourself." Gao Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief at Liu Jianming's words. "What? Then boss, have 5th brother scout the area." Liu Jianming patted Gao Qiu. "The more detailed our intel, the more compelling it will be for the cops. You know what those officers are like. If we just exchange words, how can we convince them? Only by presenting all the evidence before them will they be compelled to act. Don't you agree, Qiu?" Chapter 74. Rewards for Meritorious Service. Gao Qiu twitched his lips. As someone familiar with the police, Gao Qiu understood precisely what sort of people they were. If he were in Liu Jianming's position, he would also gather evidence first, then present it to the police to compel them to act. Liu Jianming's approach could not be deemed incorrect. In fact, it was the most prudent course of action. However, this meant that Gao Qiu's intelligence had a significant flaw. What was the current situation with Liu Dingwang? If Liu Dingwang had taken his men to the powder factory, would they directly confront the South American thugs? Given the formidable prowess of the South American gangsters, it is certain that Liu Dingwang and his companions have suffered significant casualties. At present, Gao Qiu's mind is a tumultuous mess, devoid of any inclination for leisure, yet departing is not an option. Upon Liu Dingwang's arrival at the powder factory, The South American gangsters are engaged in a fierce battle with the Flying Tigers, led by Zhou Xingxing. Meanwhile, Chen Jiejun seizes the opportunity, leading the CID into the fray. As the gunfire within the underground powder factory diminishes, Liu Dingguang senses a chance. With a commanding gesture, he declares, "Advance, eliminate them, regardless of their affiliation. They are all ruthless criminals. Let us strike swiftly and decisively. They possess long firearms, and dragging this out is not in our favor. Let us ambush them while they are unprepared." If Uncle Piao were leading, there would surely be sentinels stationed outside to intercept Liu Dingguang and his team. However, this time, the leader is Uncle Da, clad in leather, sporting sunglasses, and wielding a shotgun. At this moment, Uncle Da bears no resemblance to a commander. Rather, he is on the front lines, charging into battle. Thus, the three factions engage in a fierce exchange of fire within the powder factory. After a chaotic skirmish, Ding Lixia's underground powder factory is dismantled. Nevertheless, both the Flying Tigers and the CD incur heavy losses due to the tumultuous conflict. The South American gangsters are inherently difficult to subdue, and with Liu Dingguang's assault, they find themselves besieged from all sides. As Ding Lixia cuts the power during the retreat, the underground factory descends into darkness. It is only after a considerable time that it is revealed that the eradication of the powder factory was executed by the Flying Tigers and the CID of the Central District. Although the Central District Police and the West Kowloon Police have ostensibly reached a temporary reconciliation, accountability will still be pursued post-battle. At headquarters, CID office, Chief Inspector Hua pounds the table. So, who can elucidate what exactly transpired here? If Liu Jianming were present, he would recognize Chief Inspector Hua as the superior of the androgynous character He Dongsher from Best Partners. Raymond is the first to step forward. Chief Inspector, the eradication of the underground powder factory was a meticulously orchestrated operation conducted by our Central District Police in collaboration with the Flying Tigers. As he speaks, Raymond lays out all the operational documents compiled by Liu Jianming across Chief Inspector Hua's desk. Chief Inspector, this is the internal map provided by our informant, along with the operational guidelines and combat plans. Moreover, our operation received direct review and approval from the Commissioner of Police. Wanchai falls under the jurisdiction of the Central District Police, and we did not receive any indication from any channels that personnel from the West Kowloon Police would be involved in this anti-gang operation. After delivering this, Raymond steps back to rejoin his team. Chief Inspector Hua glances at the operational plan, sets it down, and turns to Zhou Sir. What is the situation with your West Kowloon Police? Can you provide some insight? Zhou Sir does not possess the detailed information that Raymond has. Unlike Raymond, who is a newcomer under the reign of Lei Luo, Zhou Sir is an experienced officer with substantial credentials. Aware that Chief Inspector Hua expects him to present some compelling evidence, Zhou Sir's expression turns awkward, as he has none to offer. He stammers a difficult retort. We also received reports from informants that a group of gangsters was armed with over 40 long firearms and 40 short firearms, intending to rob the powder factory, which is why we moved to apprehend the suspects. Chief Inspector Hua furrows his brow. He has known Zhou Sir for decades and shares a degree of camaraderie. His expression darkens. Zhou Sir, you are also an old hand at this. Can you not think critically? Gangsters robbing a powder factory? Why not target a jewelry store instead? What could they possibly gain from an underground powder factory? Zhou Sir attempts to further explain, but Chief Inspector Hua waves his hand. Enough of the excuses. Write me a formal report and submit it by tomorrow. Chief Inspector Hua's gaze shifts to Raymond, his face adorned with a smile. Lin Sir, I recall you are still in your 30s. First, you dealt with the Zhu Tao case, and now you've dismantled the underground powder factory. These are commendable achievements. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should expect a promotion this year. If Raymond is promoted, he will ascend to the rank of inspector, becoming a true senior police officer. Furthermore, his two deputies, Ada and Piao, should also be acknowledged. Zhou Xingxing and Chen Jiejun. Inform them that this year's probationary inspector positions will include one for them. Across Hong Kong, among the thousands of officers, only a handful of positions are available each year for officers to transition from constable to probationary inspector, a significant leap above the masses. By the way, I have heard that the informant who provided the intelligence played a pivotal role. The Commissioner of Police has already informed me. While the informant's identity must remain concealed, he will receive some special rewards discreetly. Raymond, you may return now. The commendations will be dispatched to the Central District Police within 3 days at the latest. With excitement glimmering on his face, Raymond stands at attention. Yes. Hua Sir. After Raymond departs, Chief Inspector Hua turns to Zhou Sir. Zhou, you have been with the police force for quite some time, and often the vigor and intellect of youth surpass that of seasoned veterans. Tomorrow, I will facilitate your transfer to headquarters. Zhou Sir appears bewildered. No, Chief Inspector Hua. Chief Inspector Hua pats Zhou Sir on the shoulder. Zhou, you have witnessed the success of this operation. Notably, We dismantled the powder factory and eliminated several South American gangsters, which has significantly elevated our reputation internationally. We constantly proclaim that Hong Kong is the safest city in the world, yet everyone understands that a city with gangs cannot truly be safe. Each time senior police officers attend meetings, they lack substantial achievements to present, which is rather embarrassing. This operation, which resulted in the elimination of South American gangsters, can be regarded as one of the finest accomplishments since the Flying Tiger's inception, representing the best achievement of all Hong Kong police personnel and enhancing our international standing. The Central District Police, from ordinary officers to the Commissioner, will all be recognized. Zhou Sir wishes to voice his thoughts, but Chief Inspector Hua interrupts. Zhou, enough. We have known each other for decades, and I have my sentiments. However, I also face challenges, and this is the greatest compromise I can offer within my capacity. I hope you do not complicate matters for me. Zhou Sir sighs. Understood, Hua Sir. Chapter 75. A traitor among us. The Central District Police are honored. While the West Kowloon Police face criticism, Liu Jianming is engaged in instructing Zhu Wanfang on the correct consumption of mushrooms, while Ding Xiaoxia is demonstrating the art of table clearing. Ding Xiaoxia tosses the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground and stomps it out fiercely. Damn it. How could Lao Si's factory be so easily discovered? Where's Lao Si? Has he been captured by the police or killed? Ding Wanxia frowns. Brother, I just visited the morgue at the Central District Police as a lawyer, but did not find Lao Si's body. Among those detained, there is no sign of Lao Si. Not only has Lao Si vanished, but 2 South American gangsters have also gone missing. I suspect they escaped through a secret passage. Ding Xiaoxia exhales deeply. As long as Lao Si is alive, the rest can be dealt with. The powder factory is gone, and I will find another solution. Ding Yixia's face contorts with a sinister expression. Brother, that is not acceptable. This powder factory is crucial. If we lose this factory, our foundation will soon be undermined. Moreover, our clientele may be poached by others. Our current stock is already dwindling. Moreover, this time, the South American dealers have suffered tremendous losses, leading to a potential rift between them and us, as they may perceive selling narcotics to us as perilous. If that occurs, we are doomed. Relying solely on a handful of Japanese restaurants and bars cannot sustain so many of our brethren. Ding Xiaoxia furrowed his brow, remarking, as for the goods, I can procure some from the Ni family, but the price will be significantly higher, leaving us with barely any profit. Ding Wanxia interjected. The incident involving the 4th factory being raided by the authorities feels far from straightforward. It warrants further investigation. The operation was meticulously planned and executed swiftly, suggesting that they received substantial intelligence. Clearly, someone has meticulously informed the authorities about the 4th's affairs. Ding Xiaoxia spoke ominously. Are you suggesting that there is a traitor among us? Upon hearing Ding Wanxia's words, Ding Yixia was reminded of the night they clashed at Liu Jianming's territory, particularly of the 7th brother who left with Liu Jianming. Ding Yixia quickly asserted, Elder brother, I suspect this matter is closely linked to Liu Jianming, as the 7th brother is privy to most details regarding the factory. It is quite plausible that Liu Jianming learned about the 4th factory through him and subsequently informed the authorities, resulting in the raid. Although the process is flawed, the conclusion is correct. Ding Xiaoxia's expression darkened, as everything began to connect. That scoundrel 7th brother dared to betray the 4th. I don't care what methods you employ. Find that scoundrel 7th brother and eliminate him. I intend for everyone to witness the consequences of betraying Ding Xiaoxia. Ding Yixia, visibly excited, inquired, Elder brother, what about Liu Jianming? Should we not declare war immediately? Ding Xiaoxia shot him a glare. I have stated that we will discuss everything once we bring father back. Can you not comprehend that? Do not cause any disturbances. I hope to avoid repeating myself for the 3rd time. Ding Wanxia cautioned, 2nd brother, it would be unwise to venture to Xiangjiang to retrieve father, as it may leave us vulnerable to Liu Jianming's potential retaliation. Now is not the time for conflict. We must consolidate our defenses and secure our territory before engaging Liu Jianming in a comprehensive battle. Ding Yixia nodded incessantly. Yes, I understand. Liu Jianming and his entourage spent the night at the seaside villa, returning to the city only at noon the following day. Upon switching on the car radio, he was met with news coverage about the Central District Police and the Flying Tigers heroically dismantling Ding Lixia's underground drug factory. Yesterday afternoon, at 4 p.m., the Central District Police's CID, in collaboration with the Flying Tigers, successfully raided a clandestine drug manufacturing site located in Wanchai, resulting in the deaths of over 70 criminals, including 32 international offenders. They seized more than 50 firearms, over 5,000 rounds of ammunition, and around 100 pieces of lethal weaponry, including grenades, landmines, and RPGs, along with over 10 tons of raw materials for the production of white powder. This marks the largest case ever resolved by the Central District Police and the Flying Tigers since their inception. We have invited the head of CD, Chun Jiejun, to the studio to recount the operation that eradicated the international criminals. Liu Jianming embraced Zhu Wanfang, who had changed into a long dress, her hair cascading down, exuding an enchanting beauty. Zhu Wanfang was indeed remarkable, effortlessly transitioning between elegance and charm. Having not slept well the previous night, she nestled in Liu Jianming's arms, continuing her slumber. Hearing the words from the radio, Liu Jianming patted Gao Qiu's shoulder. "Ah Qiu, it seems the authorities have acted swiftly. Ding Lixia's underground factory has been dismantled, avenging your great grievance. You must be pleased." For Gao Qiu, the joint action of the Flying Tigers and the Central District Police in dismantling Ding Lixia's operation was the best outcome amid dire circumstances. However, what about Liu Dingwang? Did he not take action yesterday? Gao Qiu smiled. This is all thanks to the big boss. Otherwise, Ding Lixia's scoundrel of an underground factory would not have been dismantled. Liu Jianming generously replied, "This success is due to everyone's collective efforts. Without your intelligence, Long Wu's reconnaissance, and Uncle Da's strategic planning at the police station, we would not have achieved this. I merely made a 999 emergency call." Upon arriving at the hotel beneath the basketball court, Liu Jianming carried the still sleeping Zhu Wanfang back to his office, while all the other white followers diligently attended to their respective duties. Long Wu coordinated everyone's work, while Gao Qiu hurriedly attempted to contact Liu Dingwang. Two matters weighed heavily on Gao Qiu's mind: whether his resignation had been resolved, as he truly wished to abandon his undercover role, and whether Liu Dingwang had participated in the previous day's operation, and what the current situation was. Gao Qiu dialed Liu Dingwang several times, but no one answered. He found the West Kowloon police station to be chaotic. Gao Qiu sought out Sir Yan, who was aware of his undercover identity. In a hushed tone, Gao Qiu asked, "Sir Yan, what is the situation?" Sir Yan sighed. "Yesterday, Liu Sir acted impulsively, believing there were two factions of thugs engaged in a shootout, and he took everyone with him. However, it turned out to be the Flying Tigers raiding the drug lord's lair. Now, the Central District Police and the Flying Tigers are celebrating, and everyone will be receiving commendations at the governor's mansion this weekend. We are the unfortunate ones. The director has been reassigned to a nominal position at headquarters. The higher-ups say it's due to his age and numerous hidden injuries, so they forced him into early retirement. I have been reprimanded for acting independently and am being sent to Sha Tao Kok to stand guard. The brothers without positions below are in an even worse situation. They have all been dismissed. Currently, the CD at West Kowloon is under the control of Wu Luoxia, who has been dispatched from headquarters. Your information has been transferred to her, so you will need to reach out to her from now on." Chapter 76. Bar Promotions and Sales. The overwhelming influx of information left Gao Qiu in a daze. Liu Dingwang and the entire CD of West Kowloon had been purged, yet the Central District Police were thriving. Conflicted emotions surged within Gao Qiu. "Sir Yan, we were aware of Ding Lixia's underground factory's location long ago. Why did we not act sooner? Had we taken action earlier, the Central District Police would not have reaped the rewards." Sir Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. Initially, Liu Sir believed in maintaining a balance of power, fostering competition among the major drug lords, which is why we refrained from intervening. Now, it is too late to discuss this. You should go report to Wu Sir. Let her get to know you, so your future work can proceed smoothly. Gao Qiu grimaced, realizing that transitioning to a supervisor he was unfamiliar with would make it even more difficult to get his resignation approved. Zhu Wanfang was sleeping in Liu Jianming's office bedroom, while Liu Jianming sat in his office, assessing the skills Ding Lixia had provided him. Liu Jianming examined the items in the skills section: poisons, aphrodisiacs, and narcotics. He scrutinized the list of drugs provided by the system: Luwei Dihuang, goji berries, dried seahorse, and the power-enhanced version of the Big Power Pill. What on earth? The Blue Euphoria Pill? Liu Jianming pondered, stroking his chin. It seems that, at this point in time, the world does not yet have the Blue Euphoria Pill. Perhaps I should assign the detective to investigate this. If it indeed does not exist, I should establish a pharmaceutical company dedicated to manufacturing the Blue Euphoria Pill. Upon reflecting on this, Liu Jianming glanced at the enhanced version of his power pill on his right. It seems selling power pills isn't illegal, is it? He assessed his cash flow. Currently, Liu Jianming's finances had largely transformed into assets. Aside from 3 buildings in Hong Kong, the remaining properties were situated in Tokyo, which he could not liquidate in the short term. Stroking his chin, he pondered, should I make another trip to Macau? Suddenly, the haunting images of Gao Ao, Jin Nung, and Jin Qing meeting a tragic end ensnared in a fishing net flickered through his mind. He turned to gaze at the obedient Zhu Wanfang sleeping on his bed and shook his head. Forget it, forget it, forget it. I won't return to Macau ever again. Although I am somewhat financially constrained, gambling is undoubtedly an act that invites the wrath of the cosmic will. It's merely money. More will come in the future. But Zhu Wanfang is irreplaceable. I do not wish to meet the same fate as Gao Jin. Ultimately, Liu Jianming resolved against gambling in Macau, What if I sell some power pills to recoup my losses? He scrutinized his cash flow. Acquiring a pharmaceutical factory was out of reach, but purchasing some medical equipment and renting a warehouse to produce power pills seemed feasible. Liu Jianming casually retrieved Ding Li Xia's blue follower card and activated it indoors. Name, follower card. Type, summoning card. Ability, apothecary, blue. Description, the follower card can summon a completely loyal follower. Requirement, to fulfill the basic needs of the follower, including food, clothing, and shelter. Note, upon death, the card freezes, requiring 1 kilogram of gold to reactivate the follower card. A capable young woman adorned in a white robe with long, flowing black hair materialized before Liu Jianming. Her expression was cold, her tone tinged with a melancholic stillness. Boss. Liu Jianming placed both hands on the table. Apothecary. Can I entrust you with the creation of the enhanced version of the power pill? The apothecary replied with calm composure. No problem, boss. Liu Jianming handed her a bank card. There isn't much money on it, but use it to procure what you need. I will have several white followers assist you. If funds are insufficient, feel free to come to me. The apothecary's response remained composed. Boss, it's sufficient. Give me a week, and I will definitely produce the enhanced version of the power pill. Liu Jianming instructed the apothecary to get to work and then summoned a white follower, studying under a lawyer to handle acquiring the medical approval for the enhanced power pill. Liu Jianming next contemplated the issue of marketing. Advertising was a certainty, yet the market was saturated with various goji berries, lu wei di huang, and dried seahorses. How would he carve out a niche for his enhanced power pill? With a snap of his fingers, he exclaimed, bars, nightclubs, banana magazine. Liu Jianming couldn't help but admire the visionary who first thought of advertising in banana magazine, as it opened up numerous avenues for him. He promptly contacted the Dream Weaver to design several large posters intended for display within bars. Liu Jianming's gaze fell upon the foundation of the Zhongqing Society. Indeed, it was a prime location, yet he could not personally venture there. In tumultuous times, taking risks often incited envy, so he needed someone to vouch for him. The first collaborator that came to mind was the illustrious Liang Kun. Liu Jianming arrived at Liang Kun's office, the very building where the stuttering young man filmed gunfight scenes. At the previous birthday party for Liang Kun's mother, most of his subordinates had become acquainted with Liu Jianming. As he approached, all of Liang Kun's men greeted Liu Jianming with politeness. Before Liu Jianming could ascend the stairs, a booming voice rang out. Brother Ming, you've arrived. Liu Jianming looked up to see Sha Chong. Sha Chong remarked, I heard you won several billion in Macau. You're now a tycoon. You could buy our entire faction. Liu Jianming waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. But where is Kuan Gu? Sha Chong sighed. Kuan Gu has been incarcerated. He received a 3-year sentence. Liu Jianming was taken aback. Incarcerated? Lowering his head, he recalled the events that transpired on the playground. Has the storyline of Youth in Battle concluded so swiftly? Liu Jianming remembered that at the end of Youth in Battle, Liang Kun had been sent away. Observing Liu Jianming's reaction, Sha Chong furrowed his brow. Brother Ming, are you seeking Kuan Gu for something? Liu Jianming explained. The underground powder factory of the Zhongqing Society was raided by the Flying Tigers. I wanted to inquire if Kuan Gu has any thoughts on retaliating. Sha Chong glanced at Liu Jianming. We have considered it. Do you wish to get involved? Sha Chong countered. Brother Ming, aren't you against the trade? Liu Jianming shrugged. Indeed, I, Liu Jianming, shall never engage in such activities. Sha Chong frowned. Then what are you proposing? Liu Jianming tilted his head. I could sell power pills, legally, with medical approvals. I'm not looking to get involved in retaliation, merely promoting sales. Would you like to join? Sha Chong scratched his head, as it was the first time he had heard of promoting sales in bars. Had the world changed so swiftly? If Liu Jianming's approach was deemed outrageous, Sha Chong remained unaware of the future, where a certain Huaying hero might even sell insurance to gangs. Yes. The film titled Central Heroes. Chapter 77. I just want to befriend the governor. However, Liu Jianming still wished to ascertain why Liang Kun had been imprisoned. He inquired, Ahu, why was Kuan Gu incarcerated? Ahu explained, not long ago, Kuan Gu killed Qin Chi from Tsimsha Sui. This incident required an explanation, and Kuan Gu bore the brunt of it, resulting in a 3-year sentence. Liu Jianming stroked his chin as a grander plan began to form in his mind. He asked, Ahu, where is Kuan Gu currently detained? Can I visit him? Ahu nodded. No problem, he and Stanley. I'll take you there. Half an hour later, Liu Jianming and Ahu arrived at Stanley Prison. Upon entering the visitation room, Liang Kun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liu Jianming. He then chuckled. I was wondering who could come to visit me in prison. It's you, Ming. I thought none of those bastards in the association would come to see me. Liang Kun then erupted in a tirade. Those bastards in the association. When it came to killing, they all sent me out. Now that the matter can't be concealed, they want me to shoulder the blame. Damn it. And that scoundrel Jiang Tianxing. He actually claimed I was the one who killed him. If I had taken this job, I should have seen it through. When they asked me to kill Qin Chi, they certainly didn't say it like that. One day, I'll make him pay for this. Ahu quietly cautioned. Kun Gil. Be cautious with your words. Liang Kun snorted dismissively, unperturbed. However, he shifted the topic away from that discussion and focused on Liu Jianming. Ming. I've heard you've struck it rich, winning several billion in Macau. I have several connections in South America. Would you like to join me for some fun? Liu Jianming shook his head. No, Kun Gil, I will not engage in such activities, and I have already converted that money into properties. Currently, my cash flow is insufficient to cover next month's salaries for my brothers. Liang Kun quietly reminded. You are quite clever, aren't you? While everyone else is attempting to cleanse their past, you remain entrenched among those deeply involved in the gang. They are either undercover agents or naive youngsters unable to perceive the shifting tides. Liang Kun turned to Liu Jianming and inquired, Ming. You must have a purpose for seeking me out. What is it that you desire? Liu Jianming looked at Liang Kun and asked, Brother Kun, if I could facilitate your release from Chiqing prison in 3 weeks, how much do you believe this transaction would be worth? Liang Kun was taken aback, not expecting Liu Jianming to inquire about securing his release. After a brief moment, he chuckled, Ming. I am aware that you have a remarkably skilled lawyer among your ranks, but this matter is not as straightforward as you might think. I also have my own lawyers. And if I could have gotten out, I would have done so long ago. That scoundrel Jiang Tianxing has already struck a deal with the judge. If I serve 3 years, I will be released, but I must complete the full term. So, Ming, save your efforts. Unless I were to perish in prison, the notion of an early release is nothing but a fool's dream. Liu Jianming, brimming with confidence, replied, Brother Kun, if I truly manage to secure your release, you must agree to a lucrative deal with me. Observing Liu Jianming's assured demeanor, Liang Kun sensed that the lad had concocted a plan and acquiesced. Very well, I accept your terms, but there is a cap on this transaction. 50 million. That is the extent of my liquidity. Beyond that, I am unable to proceed. Liu Jianming smirked, Brother Kun. You will find this to be the most profitable deal of your life. Liang Kun's situation in Chiqing sparked an idea in Liu Jianming that he had never previously considered as a pathway to commercial gain. Outside a nondescript apartment in London, a man clad in a black trench coat, adorned with a bowler hat and gold-rimmed glasses, his lips dusted with a false mustache, was surveying the building. He noticed a window displaying tequila. Is it truly within there? It would be quite difficult to discern without guidance. The man ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Footsteps echoed from within, and moments later, the door swung open. Standing inside was a robust middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes, sporting a slight beard. May I ask who you are? Just then, an alluring voice resonated from within. Spare, this is our guest for today. Please invite him in. Spare turned and remarked, Dick, is he the guest you mentioned yesterday? Spare was the alias of the agent. Dick served as the alias for the detective. The detective muted the television and turned to the newcomer. Hello, I am Dick. And this is my partner, Spare. Let us discuss further inside. The man stepped into the room as the agent casually shut the door behind them. The man began to introduce himself, but the detective promptly interrupted with a barely perceptible smile. Though you have gone to great lengths to disguise yourself, donning makeup, a wig, glasses, and a false mustache, it is clear to me, sir, that I have been anticipating your arrival. How could I fail to recognize you, Your Excellency? The governor was taken aback. Believing his disguise to be impeccable, yet it had been penetrated, he nearly blurted out, How did you recognize me? The detective confidently replied, Your Excellency, this is my line of work. It is a simple task for me. Enough of this banter. You have traveled a great distance to London. Let us discuss your intentions. The governor pondered for a moment. Mr. Dick, since you are already aware, I shall be direct. I wish to clear my brother's name. I know he is a good man, and Detective Peter has certainly been wronged. The detective turned to the agent and instructed, Spare, please retrieve all the documents from the 2nd drawer in the 3rd row. The agent complied, extracting the clippings and magazines from the drawer and placing them on the table. Governor, please take a seat and see if these items are relevant. The governor settled onto the sofa, perusing the clippings for a moment before nodding. Indeed, Mr. Dick, I wonder if you might have a solution. The detective replied nonchalantly, Governor, you should understand that there is no task in this world that cannot be accomplished, only businesses that cannot be negotiated. The governor promptly responded, If Mr. Dick can clear my brother's name, I will reward him with a fee of £100,000. As he spoke, the governor produced a banknote for £300,000. Mr. Dick, this is an advance of £300,000. The detective leaned back on the sofa, fingers interlaced before his chest. Governor, to be frank, money is of no concern to us. Our purpose in establishing this detective agency is merely to cultivate friendships. Chapter 78. I had no grudge against the murderous beast. The governor immediately grasped the detective's implication. However, he hesitated. Mr. Dick, you are aware that I oversee affairs in Hong Kong, and matters here in London are beyond my reach. The detective calmly gestured for the governor to remain composed. Your Excellency, I am indeed referring to matters in Hong Kong. I wish to engage in some modest business there and seek your assistance. The governor's face brightened. Mr. Dick, you mean Hong Kong? That presents no issue at all. Are you interested in investing in Hong Kong, or do you have something else in mind? He added, however, I must caution you, Mr. Dick. Our government has reached an agreement, and we will not remain in Hong Kong for long. The detective maintained his composure, his movements graceful. Your Excellency, I am fully aware of that, but it bears no consequence. What I require from you is rather simple. I have heard that the prison labor policy has been implemented in Hong Kong, allowing certain tasks to be outsourced to inmates. Your Excellency, I wish to become the sole intermediary in Hong Kong. I wonder if you would grant me this favor. The governor paused, realizing that this labor policy resembled that depicted in the Shawshank Redemption. Certain societal tasks could indeed be entrusted to prisoners. However, companies in society could not directly contact the prison. Hence, an intermediary or agency was necessary, sometimes referred to as a middleman. Liu Jianming aimed to act as the exclusive bridge between large corporations and the prison. The governor found himself perplexed by the detective's intentions. As the sole intermediary, there was potential for profit, yet the earnings would be modest due to the quality of the inmates, with few companies willing to employ prisoners. The governor promptly agreed. Mr. Dick, I can grant your request immediately. Upon my return to Hong Kong, I will commence arrangements. However, who will be your representative? The detective could not personally manage the agency's operations in Hong Kong and would require an agent. With a subtle smile, the detective replied, there is a building in Kowloon known as Stadium Tower, on the 5th floor, housing a company called Jiangsha Agency. The proprietor, a Chinese national named Jiangsha, will serve as my representative in Hong Kong. As for your brother Peter's matter, Your Excellency, I shall ensure that the repercussions are mitigated within a month. The governor grasped the detective's hand, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Dick. I shall attend to the matter of the Jiangsha intermediary immediately. I must take my leave now. Rising from his seat, the detective requested, Spar, please see His Excellency the governor off. Once the governor had departed, the detective promptly conveyed the news of their success to Liu Jianming. After concluding the call with the detective, Liu Jianming rubbed his head, reflecting. The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little devils are hard to deal with. The governor had given his approval. Yet each of the prison's supervisory department heads still needed to be approached individually. Liu Jianming picked up the list of prison wardens on the table. The first being the warden of Stanley Prison, the notorious Sha Renxiong. Liu Jianming slammed his hand on the table, pressing his forehead with the other. Damn it. It's that crow again. Is it fate that I am at odds with him? Initially, Liu Jianming harbored little animosity towards Sha Renxiong. There had been no significant interaction between them. However, upon seeing the photograph of Zhu Wanfang in her school uniform, beaming with a radiant smile, he circled Sha Renxiong's name with a red pen, stating, I am typically not one to hold grudges, but who could blame me for your lack of attractiveness? Sha Renxiong had no inkling as to why he had unwittingly found himself inscribed in Liu Jianming's little black book. With the approval of the public accommodation system, it had only yet to be formally implemented. The day following the agreement between the detective and the governor, a representative from the correctional services arrived at the stadium building, seeking out the Jiangsha intermediary to present a signed authorization agreement for their signature and seal. Henceforth, the Jiangsha intermediary would serve as the sole link between enterprises and prisons. On the afternoon of receiving the agreement, Liu Jianming returned to Stanley Prison to discuss matters with Liang Kun. Upon seeing Liu Jianming approach, Liang Kun recognized the expression on his face, realizing that Liu had undoubtedly undertaken some actions unbeknownst to him. Once seated, Liang Kun inquired, Amin, enlighten me. How do you plan to get me out? Liu Jianming interlaced his fingers atop the table, replying, Brother Kun, the correctional services has approved the public accommodation system. Are you aware of that? Liang Kun tilted his head. Yes, it merely involves sending people from the prison out to work. At this point, Liang Kun's realization dawned upon him, and he gazed intently at Liu Jianming. Wait a moment, Amin, you. Liu Jianming revealed a subtle smile. Brother Kun, it is precisely as you suspect. We can strike a deal. You arrange for your enterprises to fund it, and I will facilitate your release. Liang Kun's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Amin, how much do you require? Liu Jianming maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Brother Kun, as you are aware, this sum is not solely for me. The warden of the prison's supervisory department, the head of the correctional services, all will partake in it. So it hinges on your estimation of the value of your 3 years' time. Liang Kun extended a finger towards Liu Jianming. 10 million. No, 10 million per year. I will give you 30 million. Amin, you must get me out. Liu Jianming urged Liang Kun to remain patient. Brother Kun, There is no need to rush. You must wait a moment longer. While I have secured the governor and the correctional services personnel, you well know that the king of hell is easy to meet. But the little devils are troublesome. I have yet to reach an agreement with Sha Rinxiong, the warden of this prison. I will meet him shortly. Upon hearing the name Sha Rinxiong, Liang Kun furrowed his brow. Sha Rinxiong? He is not easy to deal with. He has been slashed by thugs outside and is particularly ruthless towards gang members within the prison. If you intend to facilitate my release, it seems implausible. A dangerous glint flickered in Liu Jianming's eyes as he spoke with an undercurrent of menace. Brother Kun, if Sha Rinxiong agrees, all will be well. If he refuses, I shall eliminate him. Liang Kun sensed a gravity in Liu Jianming's tone that suggested their relationship with Sha Rinxiong was not simply one of casual acquaintance. Tentatively, Liang Kun probed, do you have some kind of history with Sha Rinxiong? Has he wronged you? Liu Jianming shook his head. Not before. Liang Kun frowned. What about now? Liu Jianming uttered 4 words. To share a sky is impossible. Chapter 79. The turmoil of the prison. Liu Jiayao. Inside the supervisory department's office. The transformed Liu Jianming tossed the documents from the governor's office and the correctional services onto Sha Rinxiong's desk. Sha Rinxiong scrutinized Liu Jianming from head to toe. You, young man, are quite arrogant. This is a prison. My territory. Liu Jianming pulled out a chair and sat across from Sha Rinxiong, his tone laced with disdain. And so? What do you intend to do? What can you possibly achieve? Sha Rinxiong glared at Liu Jianming, his eyes filled with fury, as he realized Liu was the first individual to dare provoke him on his own turf. Unfazed by Sha Rinxiong's rising anger, Liu Jianming calmly stated, "This is a government document. In the future, whenever there is a work assignment requiring prisoners to be released from this prison, I shall designate individuals for that purpose." Sha Rinxiong frowned, his gaze fixed on Liu Jianming. "You will designate? Who authorized that?" Liu Jianming pointed to himself. "Naturally, I am the one who designates. However, you will benefit as well. I will provide you with a commission of 10,000 for each batch, which you will not need to report to the government. The prisoners will work outside for 3 days. How does that sound?" Sha Rinxiong slammed his hand on the table, rising to tower over Liu Jianming. "Impossible. This is my domain. Only I can dictate who goes out and who does not. Do you think I'm a fool? You are blatantly facilitating their release for a holiday." Liu Jianming replied nonchalantly, "You are correct in your assumption. However, Sha Rinxiong, consider this carefully. For just 3 days, you could earn 10,000, while your monthly salary barely reaches a few thousand. Are you not interested in collaborating?" Sha Rinxiong glared at Liu Jianming. "You are challenging my authority. I have stated before that only I can permit releases from Stanley." Liu Jianming stood, adjusting his tie. "Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss. I shall grant you a few days to contemplate this matter. I will return in a few days. Oh, I do hope you are still the head of the supervisory department at Stanley. Otherwise, negotiating with someone else would be quite troublesome, and everything would have to start anew." With that, Liu Jianming exited Sha Rinxiong's office. Sha Rinxiong glared furiously at Liu Jianming's retreating figure, muttering in anger, "Threatening me? Does he truly believe I, Sha Rinxiong, can be intimidated?" Upon leaving Stanley Prison, Liu Jianming once again donned a disguise, transforming into a lawyer. Sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying a briefcase, he approached the entrance of Stanley Prison and presented his identification. "I wish to see my client, Liu Jiayao." 10 minutes later, Liu Jianming met Liu Jiayao in the visiting room. Liu Jiayao, wearing oversized glasses and a brown prison uniform, extended his hand. "Hello. I am the lawyer engaged by your father. You may call me Amin." Liu Jiayao shook Liu Jianming's hand. "Hello. May I inquire about my father's condition? Is he well?" Ding. Successfully signed in Liu Jiayao. Gained advanced drawing skill. Received 1 purple follower card and 5 white follower cards. Drawing? Although it may not be as outrageous as previous skills, it is nonetheless a common and practical ability. Liu Jianming spoke with remarkable rapidity and a sharp tone. "There is no serious concern now. You need not worry about the matters outside. Moreover, I am not privy to many details. I am merely your attorney. Do you understand?" Liu Jiayao nodded obediently. As Liu Jianming unfolded the case files, he inquired, "How have you fared in prison these past few days? If there are any issues, feel free to share them all with me." Liu Jiayao shook his head. "No, I have been quite well." Liu Jianming refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation to the case. "I have reviewed your situation, and the likelihood of an acquittal is quite significant. I will assist you with the appeal, but you must comply with my instructions moving forward. Do you understand?" Liu Jiayao nodded. Half an hour later, Liu Jianming gathered all the items from the table. "I have a general understanding of the situation. Now you simply await the appeal process." Liu Jiayao nodded earnestly. "No problem." Liu Jianming turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and looked back, saying, "Remember to wear a helmet when you go fishing in the future." With that, he departed. Liu Jiayao scratched his head, puzzled by Liu Jianming's words. Why would one need to wear a helmet for fishing? Is this some new trend? 3 days passed in tranquil silence. Nothing occurred either inside or outside the prison. The infamous Sha Rinxiong paced incessantly in his office. Nothing has happened? That cannot be right. Beside him, the correctional assistant whispered, Brother Xiong, isn't it a good thing that nothing has occurred? Perhaps that kid merely made a threatening remark and left. Sha Rinxiong halted and gazed out at the dim sky. Securing the exclusive agency for all of Hong Kong's prison transfers from the foreigner is not a simple matter. Just as he pondered the situation, the alarm suddenly blared. Sha Rinxiong immediately grabbed his baton, donned his hat, and rushed out of the office. Let us go see what has transpired. The alarm rang out, causing every inmate, regardless of their prior activities, to crouch with their heads down under the stern commands of the correctional officers. Each inmate understood the implication of that sound. A prison break had occurred. Sha Biao, observing the inmates, gleefully remarked, another escape has taken place. In Stanley Prison, the longest recorded escape was 7 days. I'll take bets. 1-to-1 odds if caught within a day, 2-to-1 for 2 days, and 10-to-1 for anything beyond 7 days. Anyone interested? Sha Rinxiong arrived at the medical ward where the alarm had sounded, glaring with a look that could kill. What has happened? The chief officer promptly reported. 51910 has vanished. Sha Rinxiong's face contorted with rage. What did you say? 51910 is missing. What does that mean? Are you implying he has escaped? Was the door to his room not locked? What are you doing just sitting here? The chief of the medical ward lowered his head, unable to meet Sha Rinxiong's fierce gaze, and trembled as he replied. He was just sent to clean the toilet, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. I assure you he could not have exited the medical facility. Sha Rinxiong fixed a piercing stare on the chief. Impossible to escape. Impossible. The very premise of that is that the person is currently absent. How do you explain this? Does he possess the ability to become invisible or pass through walls? What are you all staring at me for? Hurry and pursue. In a fit of anger, Sha Rinxiong slammed the door, gritting his teeth. Damn it. It must be that rascal Jiang Sha's doing. How on earth did he manage it? Chapter 80. Viciously beating Sha Rinxiong. Although Sha Rinxiong had deduced who was responsible, he possessed no evidence. Liu Jianming squatted atop the prison roof, observing the bustling Stanley prison, a smile creeping across his lips. News of the escape quickly spread, and all police officers in the territory of Hong Kong were on the lookout for Liu Jiao. Yet, for 3 days, Liu Jiao seemed to have vanished without a trace. 6 days later, at the entrance of Stanley Prison, Liu Jianming entered the administrative hall, donning Liu Jiao's face. Liu Jianming leaned over the table and boldly declared, Officer, I wish to turn myself in. I am the escaped inmate 51910 from Stanley Prison. The warden paced anxiously within his office. 6 days had passed. If he had taken a flight, he would have circled the globe twice by now. Sha Rinxiong's face was a mask of fury and resentment. Warden, I have stated repeatedly that the disappearance of inmate 51910 is undoubtedly connected to that Jiang Sha intermediary. The warden slammed his hand on the table, rebuking, connected? And what of it? Do you have any evidence? Do you think I haven't dispatched anyone to keep an eye on Jiang Sha? My people have not left his side for 6 days, yet Jiang Sha's activities have shown no irregularities. He has maintained a routine, traveling between his home and office, and has either been at government buildings or various businesses. There has been no misconduct whatsoever. I don't care. If Liu Jiao does not return by the 7th day of his escape, you may submit your resignation to me. Just then, a correctional assistant entered and announced, Report. Liu Jiao has returned. Both the warden and Sha Rinxiong were taken aback. They could not comprehend what scheme Liu Jiao was up to. After 6 days of the entire Hong Kong police force searching for Liu Jiao, he had now returned of his own accord. However, since Liu Jiao had returned, the alarm must be lifted immediately. The warden cast a cold glance at Sha Rinxiong. I will go deactivate the alarm. Inform the other police stations that Liu Jiao has returned and cancel the wanted order. The remaining matters will be your responsibility. Upon hearing that Liu Jiao had returned, Sha Rinxiong's face flushed crimson, and he clenched his fists, a look of malice etched upon his features. Sha Rinxiong rose, exuding an aura of menace. Inform the other officers to keep Liu Jiao in the interrogation room. I will confront him. He must understand the consequences of fleeing from Stanley. However, the one masquerading as Liu Jiao was none other than Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming paid no heed to Sha Rinxiong's threats. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the door swung open violently, slamming against the wall. Liu Jianming, glancing at today's newspaper and the apple on the table, looked up at the sound. Ah, it's you, Sha Rinxiong. The apples today are quite nice. Would you like to have one? Sha Rinxiong's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Eat an apple? I'll make you eat an apple. I'll make you. As he spoke, Sha Rinxiong advanced to throw a punch at Liu Jianming. Bang! Liu Jianming firmly caught Sha Rinxiong's fist. Sha Rinxiong, I believe it is time for us to have a serious discussion. Wouldn't you agree? It's rather disruptive with others present here. Sha Rinxiong gazed into Liu Jianming's eyes, tightly clenched his fist, and growled. You wish to talk, do you? Very well. Everyone get out. Do not enter unless I summon you. The correctional assistants vacated the room. Sha Renxiong turned to watch them leave. As the door closed, he sensed a glint of silver flash in his peripheral vision, accompanied by a voice asking, "Am I stunning?" Bang! The sound of metal colliding with his skull resonated, and Sha Renxiong's head throbbed painfully as he fell unconscious. Ding! Successfully signed in to Sha Renxiong. Acquired skill, drawing boundaries advanced. Acquired card, 1 purple follower card and 10 white follower cards. Drawing a prison, active skill a specific point serves as the center. Creating a prison within a radius of 100 meters, where individuals inside cannot escape, and those outside cannot enter. What an excellent skill. Next time, I can confine someone and strike without fear of them fleeing. Liu Jianming toyed with the thermos in his hand. Surely, this item does not truly possess a stunning effect. Does it? The thermos was a prestige reward Liu Jianming had received upon his arrival in this world. Given its unremarkable name, ordinary thermos. He had left it in the system, hardly ever taking it out, using it only as a handy weapon during fights. This was not due to any prejudice against the thermos. Rather, a 500 milliliter thermos was quite convenient for striking, delivering a blow to the head that far surpassed the potency of a large green stick. It was undoubtedly an essential item for home and travel, as well as for more sinister purposes. Liu Jianming's gaze fell upon the thermos, which displayed a line of information. Name, ordinary thermos. Function, infuses water with various herbs to produce different attribute enhancements. For instance, goji berries, enhance physical fitness, ginseng, rapid body recovery, etc. Unique attribute, 100 stunning effect. Awakening time varies between 5 to 10 hours, depending on individual constitution. Liu Jianming thought he must have misread. Was this truly an ordinary thermos? This was more akin to a buff enhancer. Liu Jianming stored the ordinary thermos in the system space, certain it would prove useful in the future. He then removed his socks, balled them up, and stuffed them into the mouth of the bound murderous beast, securing its hands and feet with its own belt. Liu Jianming took out the agent card once more, disguising himself as the murderous beast, and exited the room. Chapter 81. Darkness Beneath the Light. Only a Chong stood guard at the door, as the others had long since dispersed. Seeing the murderous beast emerge from the room with a grim expression, a Chong whispered, "Brother Xiong." Liu Jianming locked the door with a padlock and handed the key to a Chong. Regardless of any commotion inside, do not open the door. Wait until the same time tomorrow to unlock it. Do you understand? A Chong, aware that the murderous beast intended to teach Liu Jiao a lesson, quickly replied, "Yes." Brother Xiong. Liu Jianming adjusted his uniform. "Stay inside and do not leave, understood?" A Chong affirmed, "Yes, Brother Xiong." Liu Jianming stepped out of the interrogation room, disappearing within the prison walls. Hours later, after the warden had settled various matters, he returned to the murderous beast's office, only to discover the beast was absent. The warden seethed. "Where is the murderous beast? Call him to see me. He has caused such a significant mess, and now he dares to abandon his post. Ask him if he no longer wishes to work. If so, have him write a resignation letter, and I will approve it immediately." Other correctional assistants within the Chizhu prison, hearing the warden's furious shout, immediately began searching for the murderous beast. Yet, despite their efforts, there was no trace of him to be found. Half an hour later, in the murderous beast's office, the warden pounded the table repeatedly. "Not found. The prison is this small, and you tell me he cannot be located. The murderous beast is not a criminal. He is a senior correctional officer. Where could he possibly hide? Is he planning an escape?" One of the correctional assistants suggested, "Warden, at this hour, could it be that the murderous beast has gone home?" The warden glared. "Gone home? Does he not know a prison break has just occurred? Now is not the time to leave for home. Does he possess no sense of responsibility?" Another correctional assistant added, "Warden, we called the murderous beast home, but no one answered." The warden nodded angrily. "After a recent escape, he goes missing. Fine. I now understand how the escape incident at Chizhu prison occurred. Inform the murderous beast that he is to report to my office at 8 tomorrow morning. If he fails to appear, he should bring his resignation letter along." Awakening in darkness, the murderous beast realized his hands and feet were tightly bound, his mouth stuffed with his own socks, which had not been washed in 2 weeks and had become somewhat stiff. He could only discern, through the dim moonlight, that he was in the interrogation room. It dawned on him that Liu Jiao had knocked him out and tied him up, leaving him here. But where had Liu Jiao gone? It was obvious. He had fled. The murderous beast was nearly driven mad. Had Liu Jiao returned to surrender only to beat him up and then escape? When had he crossed paths with such a vengeful spirit, inciting such hatred, risking capture merely to return and assault him, then binding him in the office? What enmity was this? Was it a vendetta akin to the murder of a father or the abduction of a wife? Oh well. With his mouth filled to the brim with socks, the murderous beast found his jaws clamped shut, his facial muscles taut, as if he had swallowed a light bulb, rendering him incapable of expelling the foul socks. Even more agonizing was the constant production of saliva due to his mouth being ajar, which, mixed with the odor of the socks, trickled back down his throat, forcing him to swallow. At that moment, the murderous beast felt a profound agony. Caught between the desire for life and the wish for death, bound and immobile, he could only endure the torturous passage of time, awaiting discovery. He wished he could lose consciousness until dawn, when someone would find him, sparing him from this torment. Yet, at this moment, he found it impossible even to drift into sleep. He felt more awake than ever. Meanwhile, the prison was more lively than outside. Have you heard? That number 51910 has returned, and rumor has it he even surrendered. 6 days, he's about to break records. What on earth is he back for? My stash of over 100 cigarettes. Who knows what he was thinking? 6 days of smuggling, and he made it to Europe, surely. He didn't just linger in Hong Kong the whole time. Nevertheless, this fellow is quite impressive. He appears meek and unassuming. Yet who would have thought he would escape for 6 days and then return to surrender? Some people may seem gentle and timid, but if you provoke them, they can turn deadly in an instant. How do you think the murderous beast will deal with him? A few months in solitary confinement at least, more could be disastrous. The next day, as dawn broke, the murderous beast endured the excruciating wait until morning, only to find that several hours had passed, and it was nearly noon. Yet no one had entered the room. His internal fear began to escalate. Would he perish in this room? Desperately, the murderous beast struggled against his bonds. But the police belt was too secure. No matter how he fought, he could not break free. Meanwhile, in the warden's office, the warden was livid. That murderous beast. I see this senior correctional officer has truly had enough. My orders have fallen on deaf ears. I instructed him to wait in the office for me. Yet it is nearly noon, and this scoundrel still has not arrived. Should I summon him to my office, or should I personally report to him there? The warden, hands on his hips, paced back and forth while berating. The henchman of the notorious killer quickly interjected. Warden, it's not that Brother Xiong is unwilling to come. It's that he has gone missing. Indeed, we have searched everywhere, both his residence and the usual haunts he frequents, yet he remains untraceable. The warden's eyes blazed with fury. Not a trace. Not a single trace. How can someone of his stature simply vanish without a trace? I just rescinded the warrant for Liu Jianming. Should I issue one for Brother Xiong now? The henchmen shook their heads vigorously in protest. After unleashing his tirade, the warden began to sense the peculiarity of the situation. The prolonged absence of the killer was decidedly abnormal. He ordered additional personnel to search for Brother Xiong. However, after a day's search, it was as if he had evaporated. No one could locate him. As the sun began to set, the correctional assistants, weary and aching, had still not found Brother Xiong. I'm utterly exhausted. We've been running around all day and still have no clue where Brother Xiong has gone. Indeed, it's baffling. We just captured a criminal, and now he has gone missing. By the way, what about that criminal? Did Brother Xiong mention how to handle him? No idea. Brother Xiong handed me the keys, and the man is still locked in the interrogation room, saying he needs to be kept there for 24 hours before being released. It's already dark. 24 hours have long passed. Let him out before something goes wrong. Xiong retrieved the keys from his pocket and approached the door of the interrogation room. Unlocking it. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern anything. A vague silhouette lay on the ground, writhing and emitting muffled sounds. Upon the door opening, the figure seemed to stir with excitement, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Xiong kicked the shadow's ribs several times, exclaiming, "You think you can escape? You've ruined my bonus this month, you fool." The other correctional assistants, witnessing Xiong's increasingly aggressive kicks, urged him to stop. Xiong, ease up. A few hits are enough. We can't afford a fatality. Let us drag him out. After Xiong finally relented, the assistants turned on the lights in the interrogation room. As the illumination fell upon the figure on the ground, continuously moaning, all the correctional assistants were taken aback, for it was none other than Brother Xiong. Bound and dressed in uniform, they were all stunned, collectively bewildered. How could this be? Why was Brother Xiong locked inside? Where had Liu Jianming gone? Xiong, in disbelief, muttered, "Am I dreaming?" He then kicked Brother Xiong's ribs with all his might. Ugh! Brother Xiong cried out in agony, his eyes wide, as if they might leap from their sockets, confirming that this was indeed reality. The correctional assistants rushed to untie Brother Xiong, removing the saliva-soaked, foul sock from his mouth. At that moment, every part of Brother Xiong's body felt disassembled. Even the slightest movement elicited a cacophony of cracks and sharp pain. His mouth, having been stuffed for so long, felt dislocated. Once he regained his breath, a fierce glint emerged in his eyes. Good. This is splendid. Liu Jianming, don't let me find you. Otherwise, you are as good as dead. Mark my words. The other correctional assistants, now realizing that it was Brother Xiong who had been bound in that room, understood that Liu Jianming must have been the one to leave the room yesterday. All eyes turned to Xiong. You were the sole guard at the door yesterday. How could you not see such a large person leave? Xiang's eyes were filled with confusion. But I saw Brother Xiong leave. He told me to lock the door and not to open it for a day. Brother Xiong retaliated with a punch, knocking Xiang to the ground. Fool. Can't you see that was Liu Jiao's ploy? In the warden's office, upon hearing the news of Liu Jiao's escape, the warden was nearly driven to madness. He has escaped again. He vanished once more. Brother Xiong, you returned for a day? And already you tell me he has gone missing again. Is your prison a sieve? I entrusted you with managing Stanley Prison. And yet you can't even keep one person in check. The warden unleashed a torrent of fury upon Brother Xiong. Despite his fearsome reputation among prisoners, he had to endure the warden's reprimands in silence. And where have you been these past few days? I came to your office the day before yesterday and found it empty. I waited for you all morning yesterday, and still, you were nowhere to be seen. Now, you arrive in my office only to announce another escape. Brother Xiong lowered his head, speechless. He could hardly admit that he had been bound and left in the interrogation room for an entire day. To reveal such a humiliation would not only be disgraceful, but could also cost him his job. The warden, seething with rage, pointed a finger at Brother Xiong's nose. I'm telling you, this time you have 3 days. No matter what method you employ, if you do not recapture the fugitive, you'll be stripped of your uniform and shown the door. Brother Xiong understood that the warden was genuinely furious. The same criminal had escaped from custody twice. This was not merely a slap in the warden's face, but a humiliation to the director of the correctional department as well. Brother Xiong felt immense pressure. If he could not recapture Liu Jiao, his career would be over. Over the course of 3 days, Brother Xiong exerted every resource at his disposal. Yet Liu Jiao seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, as if he had evaporated into thin air. 3 days later, within Stanley Prison, the correctional assistants lounged on the sofas, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. 3 days have passed. He could have already smuggled himself to Australia. What chance do we have of finding anyone in Hong Kong? Exactly. Even Brother Xiong was bound for an entire day, given that time. He could have fled anywhere. Such a prime opportunity wasted. Forget it. It's no longer our concern. The one who should be stripped of their uniform is Brother Xiong. What does it have to do with us? I heard the new head of the supervision department has already arrived and is in the office now. In the head of the supervision department's office, the notorious ghost seer took a drag from his cigarette, eyeing the now uniformed Brother Xiong. Once Brother Xiong's subordinate, Xiang, took the initiative to pull out a lighter and light Ghost Seer's cigarette. Ghost Seer disdainfully remarked, "So you are the infamous Brother Xiong? I must say, you're rather underwhelming. Having allowed a prisoner to escape twice, and to be locked in a cell, gagged with a filthy sock for a day? I can't fathom how you muster the audacity to remain here for 3 days. If it were me, I would have resigned the moment I stepped out of that interrogation room. Now, leave my office. I prefer not to have flies buzzing around, as it affects the cleanliness." You. Brother Xiong glared fiercely, fixing his gaze on Ghost Seer. The notorious killer, Sharon Xiong, was already seething with anger due to his dismissal. And the insult from Gue Jianzhou only exacerbated his fury. Gue Jianzhou scoffed, "Sharon Xiong, do you still wish to strike me? I am now a law enforcement officer, while you are merely a disgraced figure stripped of your uniform. This office is beyond your reach. Leave at once." Chapter 83, The Gang Must Comply. Sharon Xiong's fists clenched, making a cracking sound. Beside him, a Chong, emboldened by false bravado, rebuked, "Xiongzi, did you not hear what Brother Cho said? Hurry and get out of here. You're an eyesore." Sharon Xiong's gaze sharpened. Just yesterday, a Chong had been deferentially addressing him as Xionggo, but now, with a change of personnel, he had the audacity to refer to him as Xiongzi. Sharon Xiong could hardly endure such indignity. Gritting his teeth, he charged at a Chong and delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying across the room. Upon witnessing a Chong's predicament, Gue Jianzhou rose from his chair, exclaiming, "Sharon Xiong, you are courting death." The sound of commotion drew the attention of the disciplinary aides, who rushed in wielding batons directed at Sharon Xiong. He shot a glare at Gue Jianzhou and retorted, "Umph. I wish you a prosperous career. But heed my warning. Liu Jiao is not to be trifled with. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in the interrogation room, confined for an entire day with foul socks stuffed in your mouth. Take care." With that, Sharon Xiong pushed through the crowd and exited the office of the head of the supervision department. Gue Jianzhou, noticing a Chong sprawled on the floor, waved his hand. "Have 2 people carry him to the infirmary." "Yes," responded the several disciplinary aides as they lifted the unconscious A Chong out, leaving the head office in silence. After a moment, Gue Jianzhou slowly sat down and began perusing Liu Jiao's file on his desk. However, the more he read, the more perplexed he became, as Liu Jiao's profile did not resemble that of a hardened criminal or an escapee in any regard. Yet, he had inexplicably vanished from Stanley Prison not once, but twice. Gue Jianzhou's brow furrowed. Something was amiss. Liu Jiao could not possibly be the type to escape so easily. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Without lifting his head, Guo Jianshou called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, and someone entered the room. Guo Jianshou marked the document in his hand and looked up, only to be taken aback. He glanced again at the photograph on the file and then back at the newcomer. Liu Jiayao stood there, arms crossed, saying, "Brother Cho, no need to look further. I am Liu Jiayao." It was evident that this Liu Jiayao was yet another disguise of Liu Jianming. Guo Jianshou pointed at Liu Jiayao. Lu. Regaining his composure, Guo Jianshou reached for the whistle on his desk to summon assistance. Liu Jianming, with a sardonic tone, taunted, "Oh, Brother Cho, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" With Sha Renxiong's uniform stripped away, did he wish to face a similar fate? "If I were to vanish before you again, the results would be rather dire. You can imagine the implications." Guo Jianshou glared at Liu Jianming. "What do you want?" Liu Jianming pulled out a chair and sat down across from him. "Since you asked so earnestly, allow me to explain. I am here on behalf of someone, though you need not know their identity. I can only tell you that everyone you might inquire about is merely a puppet on strings. The true figures operate beneath the surface, unknown to you." Guo Jianshou frowned. "What exactly are you implying? Speak plainly and stop with the pretense." Liu Jianming rested his chin on his hand. "You should be aware of the prison work-release system. Our organization is akin to a corporate entity in society, serving as the sole intermediary for the prisons. Upon receiving requests from society, we select individuals from the prison to work outside. I kindly ask for your cooperation, Brother Cho. Whoever we choose will be permitted to leave." Guo Jianshou's eyes widened in realization. This could potentially create a significant loophole allowing prisoners to exit the confines of the prison at will. If a convict could work unrestricted outside, it would be as though they had never been incarcerated. Guo Jianshou immediately rejected the proposal. "That is impossible." Liu Jianming flashed a radiant smile. "Oh, I forgot to mention. Brother Cho, if you agree, you will receive an additional income of 10,000 for each work release. Moreover, the duration of each assignment will not exceed 3 days. What say you?" Guo Jianshou furrowed his brow deeply, his anger flaring. "Your actions will embolden those who can afford to pay, allowing them to exploit this loophole for their own gain, leading to even more brazen criminality." Liu Jianming regarded Guo Jianshou coolly. "Indeed, they may come and go as they please. However, there is one condition. They must go through me." Guo Jianshou paused, taken aback. Liu Jianming rose from his seat. "Since you have posed the question, let us speak candidly. I understand that gang issues are complex, and only through their integration can we extinguish them. I wonder if you have ever heard the saying, there are many paths to the summit, yet the view from the top remains the same. Resolving gang issues may indeed result in casualties, but failing to do so will lead to even greater loss of life. I am left with no alternative." Prior to meeting Zhu Wanfang, Liu Jianming had maintained a non-violent and non-cooperative stance towards gangs. He believed that gangs should traverse their own narrow bridges while he walked his own broad path, ensuring his own endeavors remained undisturbed. However, after encountering Zhu Wanfang, Liu Jianming's perspective underwent a profound transformation. If he could lay hands on such a charming young lady, then the existence of gangs could no longer be overlooked. For Liu Jianming, the absence of gangs bore significant implications. It was a remarkable confluence of affection and justice. Guo Jianshou suddenly grasped Liu Jiayao's intentions. The ability to exit prison at will was an exceedingly rare resource, akin to a peach of immortality. Those who had taken the fall or received guilty verdicts could only languish in confinement. But with the work-release system, anyone wishing to escape could do so by simply paying Liu Jiayao to arrange employment for them. This singular resource could easily attract countless gang members. The prospect of integrating the entire Hong Kong gang landscape and addressing the gang issue, Guo Jianshou had not anticipated that Liu Jiayao, or rather, the mastermind behind Liu Jiayao, harbored such a terrifying plan. With a population of 4 million in Hong Kong, the registered gang members alone numbered over 300,000. And what of the countless unregistered thugs? When considering their families, how many more would that entail? The figures would be astronomical. If someone truly succeeded in consolidating the underground forces of Hong Kong, they would become the true king of Hong Kong. Chapter 84. Guo Jianshou's Compromise. Guo Jianshou, unusually contemplative, lowered his head, mulling over Liu Jiayao's words. Liu Jianming stretched his body and said, "Take your time to think it over. I will step out for a moment. Once you have made your decision, let me know." As Guo Jianshou remained momentarily stunned, he witnessed Liu Jianming stride out. A singular thought surged within Guo Jianshou's mind. Has this lad lost his senses? The place is teeming with disciplinary aides. No, wait. If the area is swarming with disciplinary aides, how on earth did he manage to get in? In the next instant, Guo Jianshou observed a figure pass by the window, addressing the disciplinary aide. "Let us go, with a new official in charge. I must pay a visit to the prisoners." Guo Jianshou's eyes widened in realization. The figure outside was none other than Liu Jiayao in disguise. But how could Liu Jiayao have accomplished this in such a brief span of time? Gui Jianchou dashed to the door, intent on opening it. Yet it refused to budge, and his attempts to knock produced no sound. This was the power of the murderous beasts, drawing a prison. After watching Gui Jianchao's silhouette fade away, he vented his frustration by delivering a kick to the door. Liu Jianming accompanied the disciplinary aide to the playground, where the prisoners had already gathered, seated on benches. Standing at the podium, Liu Jianming addressed the assembly of inmates. Ladies and gentlemen, my surname is Chiu. You may call me Sir Chiu. I am the newly appointed head of the custody department. As soon as Liu Jianming's words fell, a wave of cheers erupted from below. Reflecting the extent of the disdain, the murderous beast commanded. Liu Jianming raised his hands. Please, everyone, refrain from the noise. Allow me to finish speaking. Regarding your previous grievances, I have heard them all. The rising prices in the store, issues concerning wages, and the quality of meals. I hereby assure you, the prices in the store will revert to their previous state. From this day forth, your wages will be doubled. Furthermore, every meal will include no less than 50 grams of fresh pork and 2 fresh eggs. Liu Jianming's declaration was met with yet another round of enthusiastic cheers. He extended a hand. This is simply my duty. There is no need for thanks. I am aware that many of you belong to various factions and possess unresolved conflicts. However, I am quite approachable. Feel free to seek me out, and I shall assist you in resolving your issues. Liu Jianming made a solemn promise. In the future, all disciplinary aides in Chaiwan prison shall never resort to violence against you under any circumstances. Holding a stack of application forms, Liu Jianming continued. Additionally, these are your applications for temporary release from prison, which I have approved in their entirety. From now on, I shall approve all your applications, without infringing upon your freedom to leave. He handed the forms to the disciplinary aide beside him. Please distribute these applications to everyone. The prisoners who received the forms displayed expressions of sheer elation. Liu Jianming's words ignited a third wave of cheers throughout the crowd. True to his word, that very night, he arranged for several trucks laden with pork, and even hired chefs from a hotel to prepare meals for the guards. Not only was there meat, but also juice. Delightful. This head of the custody department is exceedingly understanding. Not only do we have meat, but also juice. If only alcohol were permitted in prison. I am certain that Sir Chiu would provide that as well. I am convinced that today's pork chops are nothing short of 5-star quality. These pork chops are delicious. Usually, our meals consist of greasy, thin slices of meat accompanied by some vegetables. When have we ever seen such substantial fried pork chops and ribs? The inmates' eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Gui Jianchou, as though they were gazing upon a long-lost father. In stark contrast, the evening meal for the disciplinary aides remained unchanged. Originally, their meals were superior to those of the prisoners, but now, they paled in comparison. At that moment, the true Gui Jianchou was finally released from confinement by Liu Jianming. As Gui Jianchou entered the cafeteria, he found the disciplinary aides glaring at him with palpable anger. Upon learning of all that Liu Jiao had orchestrated, Gui Jianchou felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Yet Liu Jianming had vanished without a trace. Gui Jianchao's fury had nowhere to be directed. The nightmare that plagued Gui Jianchou was far from over. At the break of dawn the following day, Liu Jianming once again confined Gui Jianchou within the office. Transforming into Gui Jianchou, Liu Jianming resumed his distribution of benefits to the prison inmates. This time, it was a variety of fast food, hamburgers, pizzas, cakes, coffee, everything imaginable, allowing the prisoners to indulge freely. Meanwhile, the disciplinary aides could only observe from the sidelines. As the revelry concluded, Gui Jianchou was once again released from the office, only to be met with even greater hostility from the disciplinary aides. By the third day, Gui Jianchou had grown too fearful to return to Chaiwan. Dreading an encounter with his colleagues, he was filled with despair, lamenting that he should have simply acquiesced to Liu Jiao's demands from the start. With a heavy heart, he entered his office, braving the countless murderous glares surrounding him. Upon closing the door, Gui Jianchou exclaimed, "Liu Jiao, please, stop toying with me. I have agreed to your terms." As Gui Jianchao's pleas echoed, the power struggle between him and Liu Jianming reached a temporary ceasefire. Gui Jianchou had come to fear Liu Jiao and the enigmatic force backing him. In just a few short days, this mysterious force had accomplished what seemed impossible. Liu Jiao's escape had become as effortless as drinking water. They treated Chaiwan prison as a public restroom, coming and going as they pleased. The murderous beast had been beaten and confined in the interrogation room for an entire day. Due to the escape issues, the murderous beast had been replaced by Liu Jiao. Gui Jianchou found himself locked in the office, using food to sow discord between himself and the other disciplinary aides. If Liu Jiao were allowed to continue the charade, he would surely become an outcast in Chaiwan prison, left to oversee the cells alone. Upon hearing Gui Jianchao's pleas, Liu Jianming chuckled. "If only you had agreed sooner, it would have saved us all the trouble." Liu Jianming, disguised as Liu Jiao, re-entered Gue Jianchao's chamber. Since you have consented, I shall arrange for Liang Kun to be taken away shortly. No objections, I trust? Gue Jianchao gritted his teeth, replying, no objections. Liu Jiao, hands tucked into his pockets, responded, good. A representative from the intermediary company will be here shortly to handle this matter. Please, do not cause any more trouble next time. I may not be so accommodating. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 85. This lad is set to become the second Lei Luo. As Gue Jianchao watched Liu Jiao stride out, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He intercepted Liu Jiao. Wait, you're leaving? You're a prisoner. Where do you think you're going? Liu Jianming pointed toward the Liu Jiao constructing the lawn on the playground. The escapee has been right there, has he not? Gue Jianchao glanced between the Liu Jiao on the playground and the one before him, reflecting on recent events. And it dawned on him. The real Liu Jiao had never actually left the prison. No wonder the entire police force of Xiangjiang had failed to locate him. Liu Jiao had never departed from Chaiwan prison. In truth, Liu Jiao had been hidden away by Liu Jianming after being hypnotized by a magician. It was no wonder they could not find him. Liu Jianming patted Gue Jianchao's shoulder. Be kind to him. He is about to be released. Gue Jianchao retorted. But he was convicted of manslaughter and escape. He should be sentenced to at least 10 years. Liu Jianming crossed his arms, arching an eyebrow as he fixed his gaze upon Gue Jianchao. Manslaughter? Do you have evidence? Escape? Do you possess proof? My dear friend, the courtroom is a place where evidence reigns supreme. Gue Jianchao stared blankly at Liu Jiao, his astonishment evident as he exclaimed. You haven't gone so far as to eliminate the entire family of the driver, have you? Liu Jianming shook his head, replying, of course not. I merely aided them in their clandestine journey to Australia. This afternoon, the driver's confession will be broadcast throughout the entirety of Xiangjiang. Gue Jianchao took a deep breath. At that moment comprehending the true essence of lawless marauders. This individual employs utterly unscrupulous methods. Initially, Liu Jianming did not harbor such intentions. He believed that the world still held promise and that order could be salvaged. However, upon reflecting on the events of school turmoil and encountering Zhu Wanfang, he realized that the world was devoid of order. One must dismantle the old to pave the way for the new. From that instant, a specter, a dark specter, was unleashed, swirling ominously in the skies above the world. Half an hour later, at Stanley Prison, Gue Jianchao, with a pallid countenance, approached a cell and called out softly, Liang Kun, come out for a moment. Having previously engaged with the inmates in a jovial manner, Gue Jianchao's sudden seriousness left them bewildered. Liang Kun scratched his head. Frowning, what is it, Sir Cho? Gue Jianchao replied coldly, public duty, you are to repair the roof for 3 days. Liang Kun paused, then realized that Liu Jianming had indeed managed to manipulate this character known as Gue Jianchao. In fact, it was likely that Gue Jianchao was in league with Liu Jianming. Liang Kun promptly responded, yes, Sir Cho, I shall come out immediately. He was escorted to the changing room, donned a gray work uniform, and exited Stanley Prison. As the prison gates swung open, Liang Kun spotted Liu Jianming waiting by a taxi, waving at him. With a beaming smile, Liang Kun rushed over and enveloped Liu Jianming in a bear hug, exclaiming, Ah Ming, you are simply incredible. From today onward, I shall call you Brother Ming. Liu Jianming waved his hand dismissively. Brother Kun, you jest. Let us board the car. There are matters to discuss. Liang Kun opened the taxi door, saying, Ah Ming, you don't own a car? Still taking a taxi? If you lack a vehicle, I can lend you my Porsche. Liu Jianming addressed the driver. Ale, say hello. The driver, Ale, responded while driving, hello. Brother Kun. Liang Kun was taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation, realizing the connection between the driver and the vehicle. Liu Jianming smiled slightly. I have heard that various gangs are currently engaging in assassinations, planting explosives beneath vehicles. Hence, I have taken precautions in advance. There are 20 taxis in the city under my ownership. Let them search for them. By the way, Brother Kun, would you be interested in collaborating to monopolize the entire taxi industry in Xiangjiang? Liang Kun shook his head. That is just you. If you had me involved in such businesses, I would go mad. I prefer to shoot action films and indulge in the fan culture. He then added, you're not suggesting we collaborate on a taxi company, are you? I can provide the funds, but if you expect me to manage it, that's beyond my capabilities. Liu Jianming shook his head. Of course not. Rather, it is a substantial business, a minor endeavor. The minor business is our collaboration to plant our flag in the Zhongqing society. Liang Kun nodded. I have heard from Bo Hao about this. I have no objections. What about the other matter? Liu Jianming's eyes glinted. Brother Kun, are there many gang members inside Stanley Prison? Liang Kun gazed at the prison's outer walls. You ask this, but not just Stanley. In all of Xiangjiang's prisons, gang members account for over 72. Liu Jianming continued. So, do these gang members wish to be released to enjoy some fresh air? Liang Kun turned to look at Liu Jianming, surprise evident in his eyes. as he realized what Liu Jianming was aiming to achieve. Liu Jianming wore a smile. Even if they could be released for just 3 days each month. Do you think they would want that? Liang Kun immediately inquired. Ming, what do you need me to do? Liu Jianming lowered his voice. Brother Kun, between brothers. We must be clear. I will allow your men to be released for 3 days each month. During those 3 days, they can do as they please in the bars. But they must not engage in violence or fighting. For $1 million a year, I will permanently reserve 1 spot for you. Each month, there will only be 3 days available, and only 1 large gang can be released at a time. You will have 1, leaving only 9 remaining. Liang Kun stared intently at Liu Jianming, eager to comprehend the workings of his mind and how he approached problems. As a subordinate bearing the brunt for the gang. If other gangs' foot soldiers could enjoy 3 days of freedom each month, indulging in leisure, while their leader offered no such privileges, what would they think? Bearing the burden for their leader while receiving no enjoyment would surely breed resentment. Thus, if Liu Jianming wished to sow discord among the gangs, he need only prevent a particular gang's foot soldiers from being released. To curry favor, he could simply allow them a few extra days of freedom each month. To expand influence, he could inform others that by covering for him, they would gain the privilege of release. While this matter may not concern the hall masters, the heads of the gangs could not afford to ignore it. Liu Jianming had grasped the throats of all the gangs. Liang Kun began to reassess Liu Jianming from top to bottom. He quickly formed a new conclusion. The young man he had once faced in Xian Mountain could very well become the most powerful figure in Xianjiang, perhaps even without rival. Yet, Liang Kun swiftly dismissed his previous conclusion. No, this young man was not merely aspiring to be the head of a gang. Holding a government gun in one hand and a gang in the other, he sought to become the second Lei Luo. Liang Kun felt he might be witnessing the rise of a formidable figure destined for historical significance. He extended his hand to Liu Jianming. Brother Ming, may our collaboration be fruitful. Liu Jianming grasped Liang Kun's hand in return. May our collaboration be prosperous. Chapter 86. The murderous hero becomes a prisoner of Stanley. The case of Liu Jiayao, orchestrated behind the scenes by Liu Jianming, was set for trial the following morning. During the proceedings, Liu Jiayao's lawyer, who was, in fact, Liu Jianming in disguise, presented the driver's confession letter at the outset. Liu Jianming proclaimed loudly, I believe everyone has already heard this confession, so there is no need for me to reiterate. In this letter, the driver openly admits that he could have braked. But due to a personal vendetta against the young thug lying on the ground, he deliberately ran him over. Therefore, my client is not guilty of manslaughter but acted in self-defense. Naturally, the driver had already fled to Australia, making his return impossible, leaving the authorities without any means to apprehend him. Soon, the statement regarding Liu Jiayao's first charge concluded. The second charge pertained to Liu Jiayao's alleged escape from prison. Liu Jiayao vehemently denied the accusations of escaping, asserting loudly in court that he had not escaped at all and could recount his activities over the past few days within the prison. The witness, the murderous hero, was called to the stand. At this moment, the murderous hero regarded Liu Jiayao with a gaze filled with profound hatred. It was precisely due to Liu Jiayao's escape that the ruthless killer was dismissed. The killer fixed a predatory gaze upon Liu Jiayao, who felt profoundly wronged. After all, he had remained incarcerated and could not fathom why he was accused of a prison break. However, having spent some time behind bars, Liu Jiayao was painfully aware that the prison guards were utterly unreasonable, openly fabricating charges against him. The killer adamantly insisted that Liu Jiayao had fled and even assaulted him. Liu Jianming adjusted his glasses and inquired, Are you certain my client escaped? You must understand that perjury is a crime. The killer glared at Liu Jiayao, asserting, Of course, I am certain. Liu Jianming produced a videotape, stating, Your Honor, this footage from the prison's CCTV clearly shows that my client never set foot outside of Stanley Prison. If this tape does not suffice to prove my client's innocence, I am confident that there are many more tapes in Stanley Prison that can establish his alibi. I asked the prosecution, Have you not reviewed these recordings? As Liu Jianming placed the tape on the table, the prosecution was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Liu Jianming had manipulated the evidence, yet the prosecution possessed no proof to counter it. Moreover, he had even summoned several inmates from the prison to testify on Liu Jiayao's behalf. The allegations of Liu Jiayao's escape had stirred significant turmoil within the correctional services, leading the prosecution to harbor no doubts about his authenticity. However, when the presiding judge publicly presented the tape in court, it vividly documented Liu Jiayao's daily existence within the prison, where he appeared to be engaging in jovial conversation with fellow inmates. This revelation completely blindsided the killer. After the footage concluded, Liu Jianming stood once more, addressing the court. Ladies and gentlemen, aside from these recordings, there is another critical issue. The killer claims my client escaped. Yet in the 6 days following, no one outside of Stanley Prison has witnessed my client. Hong Kong is a small place. If my client had indeed been outside the prison, it would be impossible for him not to have been seen. Yet, 6 days have passed since his alleged escape without a single soul noticing, not even a trace of his presence. If my client had wished, he could have easily fled to Europe. But why would he return? Moreover, he was not captured. He voluntarily surrendered, which contradicts any logical reasoning. This only leads to one conclusion. My client has, in fact, been incarcerated all along. The notion of my client escaping is purely a fabrication of the killer's imagination. I now have reason to suspect that the killer is retaliating against my client, though you need not record that last statement. Enraged by Liu Jianming's words, the killer was expelled from the courtroom, with the wrongful death case having a scapegoat and the escape case supported by CCTV evidence. Liu Jiao was declared innocent and released on the spot. With the lawsuit victorious, Liu Jiao's father, fiancé, and sister were overjoyed. As soon as the judge announced the dismissal, they erupted into cheers. Yet, one person remained less than pleased, Liu Jiao himself. He approached Liu Jianming and quietly expressed, "Thank you for your defense, Mr. Lawyer. However, I feel this is not the true resolution of the matter. Something feels amiss." Liu Jianming adjusted his eyeglasses dismissively and replied, "Mr. Liu Jiao, please remember that the common law system emphasizes procedural justice. Whether the outcome is just is of little concern to the judge. We have no procedural flaws. And as for the truth of the outcome, no one cares. Go ahead and ask that wig-wearing judge if he knows I fabricated evidence. He can only rule as he must, for this is the procedural justice you have long sought. Furthermore, even if you believe the judge erred in his ruling, it cannot be changed, as cases in the English legal system are not subject to appeal. The moment the judge's gavel falls, your case is settled. Even if you were to confess at the police station now, the officers could not detain you. Do you understand? Well, Mr. Liu Jiao, you are now an acquitted individual. Regardless of your internal struggles, in the eyes of the law and society, you are innocent, and your records will remain spotless. I have other cases to attend to. Farewell." Liu Jiao watched Liu Jianming depart, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Liu Jianming suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, "I hear you are an advertising designer." Liu Jiao nodded yes. Liu Jianming pulled out a business card from his pocket, adding, "A few days ago, a friend of mine asked if I knew any advertising designers and requested an introduction. Now that you are out, if you're struggling to find work, you might try reaching out to my friend. Just mention that I referred you." As Liu Jiao accepted the card, he noted, "Central, Dreamweaver Building, 7th floor. Chairman of Dreamweaver Animation Company." Liu Jiao's father and fiancé expressed their profound gratitude to Liu Jianming. Although Liu Jiao had been exonerated, securing a reputable job in Hong Kong remained a formidable challenge. Liu Jianming not only cleared Liu Jiao's name, but also facilitated a job opportunity in Central, a long-cherished aspiration for Liu Jiao. Consequently, Liu Jiao's father wished to treat Liu Jianming to a meal, but Liu Jianming declined. While Liu Jiao's predicament had been resolved, the killer was convicted of perjury and sentenced to 3 years in Stanley Prison. As the killer began his sentence, he suffered greatly. Chapter 87, Gang Armament Race. Midnight, Kowloon. The moonlight enveloped the scene, with wisps of clouds dancing. War Machine accompanied Liu Jianming to the base of the Chongqing Society, followed by around 20 individuals. War Machine inquired, "Boss, collaborating with Liang Kun is risky. He lacks integrity." Without turning back, Liu Jianming replied, "I am aware." War Machine further questioned, "If you know, why proceed with the collaboration?" Liu Jianming calmly explained, "Different circumstances necessitate partnerships with different individuals. Liang Kun is driven solely by self-interest. As long as you can make him feel he is gaining, he will be your loyal dog. If he perceives he cannot benefit, he will become a ravenous beast. You think Liang Kun lacks integrity, but the truth is, a lack of integrity is the norm in this world. In a nutshell, the strong prevail. We are seeking collaboration, not fealty. We need not demand integrity from others. Our ultimate goal is to maximize our benefits. Through successive collaborations, we become the most formidable entity. We are not here to make friends or discuss integrity. I do not concern myself with whether Liang Kun is trustworthy. As long as my interests are safeguarded, we can continue to collaborate." Liang Kun's associates arrived punctually at the agreed location, not failing Liu Jianming. They promptly commenced the cleansing of the Chongqing Society's underlings. Although Liang Kun welcomed all sorts of people, most were merely expendable, used to bolster numbers in times of need. Hundreds appeared formidable. Yet the true fighters were scarcely a fraction of that number. Liu Jianming approached in person, accompanied by the War Machine. Observing Sha Chong and the several hundred individuals behind him, Liu curled his lips in a smirk, saying, "Sha Chong, you've brought quite the entourage. Shall we simply plant our flag? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths?" Sha Chong's smile faltered somewhat as he replied, "Didn't we agree that whoever secures the street claims it? Competing with Ming Gu in speed, how could I do it with fewer men?" He glanced at the mere dozen or so individuals trailing Liu Jianming and asked, Minggu, where are your men? Liu pointed behind him. They are all right here. Xiaochang couldn't help but twitch his lips. There were indeed only a handful of them. It dawned on him for the first time that a mere dozen could be enough to plant a flag. Even when the low-level thugs fought, they would rally friends, bringing dozens to storm the place. Xiaochang whispered, Minggu, do you need me to lend you some men? Liu Jianming shook his head. If you lend me men, Liang Kun will scold you upon your return. Let us stick to our original agreement and rely on our own abilities. I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Liu Jianming and his few followers charged ahead. Though their numbers were scant, each was equipped with riot helmets, stab-resistant vests, wielding long-handled combat axes, while some brandished bladed weapons and riot shields, with grenades and tear gas canisters strapped to their waists. Xiaochang assessed the formidable gear of Liu Jianming's followers, then looked down at his own large knife, feeling as though they belonged to different eras. When did gangsters enter an arms race? He was tempted to catch up with Liu Jianming to inquire, are you here to plant a flag or to eradicate bandits? Even the police don't have such equipment. Xiaochang understood now. It was no wonder Liu Jianming dared to come with just a dozen men to plant a flag. This was a band of genuine outlaws. He witnessed how Liu Jianming's men operated. First, they politely knocked on the door. If there was no response, they used the access hammer to break it down, followed by tossing a stun grenade inside. The loyal Qing Society's thugs, who had been dozing off, were left disoriented on the floor from the blast. A group of shield-bearing white followers rushed in, swiftly dispatching one thug after another with their blades, resolving each encounter within 3 minutes before moving on to the next door. Their actions were prompt, their coordination impeccable, and their training evident. Unlike previous gang altercations, which could be heard for miles, Liu Jianming had completed his task, while the onlookers remained oblivious. Seeing Liu Jianming take down one establishment after another, Xiaochang raised his hand. Brothers, let us go after those scoundrels of the loyal Qing Society. Oh, with that, Liang Kun's several hundred followers successfully roused all the loyal Qing Society's subordinates in the vicinity. The loyal Qing Society's thugs, armed with their machetes, charged out, plunging the street into chaos. Liu Jianming had anticipated this scenario. He shouted, War! The war machine stepped forward. A wave of silk-like black mist began to swirl in the air. War is death. Meanwhile, the long-handled axe squad, initially tasked with holding the line, surged ahead of the shield and blade team. The white followers surged into the loyal Qing Society thugs like a tempest, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Their organized formation rendered the disorganized gangsters utterly helpless. There remains a vast chasm between the thugs and a professional army. Gangsters typically kill by accident. But Liu Jianming's unit was a dedicated machine of violence, merciless and devoid of empathy, sharpening their blades in idle moments and killing in combat. Their mission was to annihilate the enemy. Their honor lay in severed heads, though Liu Jianming commanded merely a dozen men. They operated with such offensive and defensive synergy that nearly 100 corpses soon lay sprawled on the ground. Huang Zhiqing, seated atop a car, prepared to smoke a few cigarettes, intending to jump in and capture a few individuals once the battle stabilized. However, just as he lit his cigarette, Liu Jianming had transformed the battlefield into a sea of blood. The loyal Qing Society, originally numbering over 200 to guard the area, had a mere 30 core members. Liu Jianming's charge overwhelmed them like a flood breaching a dam. The loyal Qing Society began to retreat, while Liu Jianming's men pressed forward. What was expected to be a prolonged stalemate rapidly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Huang Zhiqing shouted, Sound the alarm. We must stop them. Though the police could not intervene in gang disputes, it was imperative to keep casualties within a reasonable limit. Witnessing Liu Jianming's slaughter, Huang Zhiqing urgently ordered his officers to intervene. In an instant, all the police cars concealed in the shadows blared their sirens. Officers brandishing their firearms rushed toward the epicenter of the conflict. Don't move. Police. Everyone down on the ground with their hands on their heads. Xiaochang, caught in the melee, had not witnessed Liu Jianming's terrifying display. Upon hearing the police sirens, he was momentarily stunned. Why are the police arriving so quickly today? My crew hasn't even had a chance to mobilize. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the officers approached slowly from a distance. Xiaochang shouted to everyone, Retreat. Liang Kun's men scattered in haste, heading toward their designated rendezvous point. Chapter 88. The collaboration between Ding Xiaoxia and the Crow. Upon seeing the police rushing toward them, Liu Jianming signaled the white followers to enter a building, utilizing spatial displacement to exit the street. Xiaochang, following the police's path, dashed into the wilderness to regroup. When Huang Zhiqing arrived, the street was strewn only with a few sluggish Liang Kun thugs and a sea of loyal Qing Society corpses. Under the moonlight, the blood shimmered with an eerie glow. Countless bodies lay twisted and deformed on the ground. Even seasoned O officers, accustomed to gang violence, felt a wave of nausea. The newcomers, unable to contain themselves, leaned against pillars to vomit. The scene was excessively gruesome. Even Huang Ziqing felt his dinner churning at the sight. Lu Qichang braced himself against the car door, a headache pounding at his temples. I believe it is necessary to have a word with Liu Jianming. Gang vengeance is acceptable, but this is excessive. He is not merely engaging in gang conflict. He is treating this as a war. Huang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must converse with him. Other gangs would typically cease pursuit if they saw their opponent retreat. This young man acts as though he is in a battle, intent on annihilating the enemy's fighting force. Every strike is lethal. They pursue and strike even when the enemy flees. If this continues, they will eventually make enemies of the entire underground of Xiangjiang. Huang Ziqing turned to inquire, have we captured Liu Jianming? An officer shook his head, not a single one. Most are Liang Kun's men, with a portion being from the loyal Qing society. Huang Ziqing inhaled a puff of smoke, suppressing his nauseating emotions. That fellow certainly runs quite swiftly. I shall seek him out for a private discussion tomorrow. He continued, those with minor injuries should be dealt with directly. You lot must take the severely wounded to the hospital and temporarily transport the deceased back to the mortuary. A police officer, somewhat awkwardly, inquired, Sir Huang. There are quite a number of bodies. Our vehicles are insufficient. Huang Ziqing surveyed the streets, which were, in a literal sense, flowing with blood. How many bodies are we talking about? The officer replied, 157. Both Huang Ziqing and Liu Qichang widened their eyes in disbelief, suspecting they had misheard. They had witnessed Liu Jianming chase down members of the Zhongqing society, and within a matter of minutes, he had brutally dispatched over 100 individuals. Is he a killing machine? The officer explained, Liu Jianming's gang predominantly wields long-handled camping axes, typically employed for self-defense against large felines or bears in the wilderness. A single swing can cleave a person in two, leaving no chance for survival. Thus, once a confrontation occurs, anyone close to Liu Jianming's battalion is either dead or wounded. Huang Ziqing twitched his lips, pondering how gang warfare had evolved from machetes and steel pipes to riot shields and long-handled camping axes. Next time, will the gang of decorators wield hammers on the battlefield? As Liu Jianming and Liang Kun collaborated to strike down the Zhongqing society, their leader, Ding Xiaoxia, was indulging in a foot massage with a figure known as Crow. Sporting sunglasses, Crow remarked, Ah Xiao, the foreigners have recently decided to develop a plot in Mongkok. I am planning to construct some skyscrapers. Care to join me? Ding Xiaoxia politely declined, Brother Crow. You know well that I have grievances with all 4 gangs in Mongkok. If I were to go, they would undoubtedly kill me. Crow dismissed the concern. Your enmity with them stems from your comparable strength. They fear you not at all. If your power matched that of Dongxing, would they still hold any grudge against you? One cannot refrain from action merely due to past grievances. Only by defeating them will they learn to fear you. Ding Xiaoxia twitched his lips, thinking Crow's perspective was rather detached from reality. Utilizing his own cunning, Ding Xiaoxia countered, Brother Crow, everyone in Hong Kong knows of Dongxing's might. The moment you speak up, those 4 gangs would tremble and surrender the land. Crow responded, it's not just me who has set sights on this property. Han Chen of the Sun Yian is also interested. Our collaboration aims to avert direct conflict between Dongxing and Sun Yian. Do you understand? Ding Xiaoxia frowned. Brother Crow, isn't Han Chen in Tunmun? I heard he recently succeeded the leadership from Lao, becoming the chief there. How would he come to Mongkok? This place is far from his territory. Crow gazed intently at Ding Xiaoxia. All within Sun Yian know that Liu Jianming is a blade honed by Mary. And this blade now resides in TSC Wanshan. Moreover, the TSC Wanshan sports ground and pedestrian street are entirely under Liu Jianming's control. Should he advance further, he would seize Kowloon City Plaza. Liu Jianming would then leap from Wang Tai Sin into Kowloon. At that point, he could orchestrate events behind your back, uniting with the 4 gangs and garnering support from Sun Yian. Will your Zhongqing society be able to withstand such an onslaught? In my view, Liu Jianming is essentially a force cultivated by Sun Yian, intended to execute tasks that they cannot undertake openly. Ding Xiaoxia furrowed his brow. He began to doubt whether Liu Jianming would indeed expand westward, considering that the sports ground Liu occupied was adjacent to Kai Tak Airport to the east. While the airport itself held little significance, its northwestern vicinity, which lay to the southeast of Liu Jianming's sports ground, housed the Southeast Secondary School, where Zhu Yuanfang resided. Ding Xiaoxia surmised that Liu Jianming would likely first encroach upon the southeastern direction to ensure the safety of his woman. After all, Liu Jianming's reputation for eliminating nearly 100 individuals was known throughout the underworld. Although only Liu Jianming was aware that this was a tremendous misunderstanding, he felt no inclination to clarify. As for the territory west of Liu Jianming's influence, while Kowloon City Plaza was not Ding Xiaoxia's core area, and many establishments there had no connection to him, should Liu Jianming manage to seize it, Ding Xiaoxia would lose face. In the underworld, It was often the case that one had to maintain their reputation, even if it meant enduring personal losses. Kowloon City Plaza could not possibly fall into Liu Jianming's hands. Just as Ding Xiaoxia was deep in thought, Ding Yixia burst in, flustered. Big brother, this is bad. Someone has attacked Kowloon City Plaza. Ding Xiaoxia sprang from his bed. What did you say? Who did it? Crow exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Xiaoxia, indicating. Who else could it be but Liu Jianming? Chapter 89. Is it not merely fighting 10? Crow believed that Liu Jianming was the only one capable of assaulting the Zhongqing Society's stronghold, as their grievances were the most current. The four gangs of Mongkok had a long-standing animosity towards the Zhongqing Society, yet recently, they had maintained a status quo of mutual avoidance. Ding Yixia hurriedly replied. It's Liang Kun's men. They stormed into our territory with hundreds of people. Currently, both our men and Liang Kun's are at the police station. Just now, Officer Huang called us to the West Kowloon police station to collect our people. Ding Xiaoxia immediately leaped from the floor, hurriedly apologizing to Crow. Brother Crow, I apologize. But I must attend to this matter. Next time, I'll treat you to a massage. Crow waved dismissively. Brotherhood is paramount. Ah Xiao, you attend to your business. After all, discussions about building 1T yield results immediately. However, that girl of yours is now under my purview. Ding Xiaoxia rushed off to the West Kowloon police station. At that moment, the station was bustling, predominantly filled with Liang Kun's men. Liang Kun, embracing his woman, questioned in bewilderment. Sha Chong, how did this fight break out? Did you not inform the cops beforehand? Why are there more of our brothers captured than injured? Sha Chong replied in a hushed tone. Boss, I alerted our informants in advance, but for some reason, the cops arrived just as we began. Liang Kun muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. This bunch of cops is playing me. Just as Liang Kun was grumbling, Huang Zhiqing entered, tilting his head to regard Liang Kun. Pointing a finger at his chest, tell your men to go easy next time. Over 170 of the opposing side have perished this time. You'll need to handle it yourself. With that, Huang Zhiqing squeezed through Liang Kun's crowd. Liang Kun's mind erupted in chaos. Over 100 dead on the opposing side? He turned to Shirke, his face alight with excitement. Okay, how many did we lose? Sha Chong's astonishment had yet to dissipate. 2 with minor injuries, just cuts on their arms. Our men had barely spread out when the cops arrived. Liang Kun pressed on. So you're saying over 100 were slain by Liu Jianming? How many did they bring? Their combat power is terrifying. Sha Chong answered. A dozen or so, definitely fewer than 20. Liang Kun gaped. Could you repeat that? How many? Sha Chong frowned. Kun Gu, you don't understand. Liu Jianming's crew wielded long-handled camping axes, donned riot helmets, and wore stab-resistant vests. The way they approached, it was as if they were not there to brawl, but to eradicate. Liang Kun inhaled sharply, astonished at the revelation that over 100 individuals had been slain in a mere span of time. This implied that each of Liu Jianming's subordinates possessed the astounding capability to take on 10 men single-handedly. Liang Kun was well aware that Liu Jianming was notorious for his unpredictable tactics, yet he had not anticipated such an extreme deviation from the norm. In the realm of cold weapons, the larger the armament, the greater the lethality, necessitating more extensive training and relentless dedication. If this band of ruffians could endure such hardships, who would still consider themselves to be thugs? Liang Kun, you truly possess audacity. Let us see how this unfolds. At that moment, Ding Yixia's furious roar echoed throughout the precinct's hall. It was evident that Ding Yixia was already aware of the true extent of the losses incurred. Who was Liang Kun, after all? While the bulk of the killings were attributed to Liu Jianming, this scoundrel still had to maintain a facade of composure before his brethren, lest he be ostracized from the underworld. Liang Kun, draping an arm around a woman, cigarette dangling from his lips, remarked, So you are Ding Yixia of the Loyal Youth Society? You might as well rename your organization to the kindergarten. Over 200 of you engaged us. Yet over 170 fell in battle? Can you fathom our losses? 0. That's right, 0. I, Liang Kun, am genuinely perplexed as to how your ilk manages to survive in this society. What? Are you discontent? Shall we have another round? Ding Yixia lunged forward, intent on clashing with Liang Kun's lackeys. Ding Xiaoxia quickly seized Ding Yixia's shoulder, i.e. Although Ding Yixia halted his aggression, he continued to glare menacingly at Liang Kun. Ding Xiaoxia stepped forward. Brother Kun, is it? As far as I am aware, you were sentenced to 3 years and should be languishing in Qiji prison. How is it that you are out now? Liang Kun took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling the smoke. I almost forgot. Are you not aware that the prison's work release program has been implemented? A bar's roof was damaged, and they summoned me to repair it. As he spoke, Liang Kun gestured for his community service gray jacket, which was handed to him, and he donned it. So, is there an issue now? Ding Xiaoxia took a deep breath. Being in the same line of work, he understood the unsavory dealings that lay beneath the surface. Ding Xiaoxia promptly interrogated, Brother Kun, if you are merely here to repair roofs, Why engage in fighting? Isn't that against the rules? Liang Kun feigned innocence. Xiao, you are unjustly accusing me. I did not partake in any altercations. I merely came to check on a friend who was apprehended. It is already 3 in the morning. The office workers have returned home to rest. You wouldn't have me working on the rooftop, would you? That would be inhumane. Despite his outward composure, Ding Xiaoxia was visibly vexed. Liang Kun addressed his subordinates. Now that you mention it, it is indeed late, and I must return to rest. I have a roof to repair at the bar tomorrow. Pretending to yawn, Liang Kun took his leave. After Liang Kun departed, Ding Xiaoxia slammed his fist on the table. That damn Liang Kun. That scoundrel. I will not let him off easily. Ding Yixia, standing beside, patted Ding Xiaoxia's back. Brother, I will immediately gather some men to take him down. Ding Xiaoxia raised his head, his eyes glinting with menace. No, not now. Tomorrow night. Please contact Crow again and inform him that I have acquiesced to his request. I will provide manpower for that area in Mongkok. However, I require his assistance in exacting revenge on Liang Kun. Although Crow's response was yet to be received, news of Liang Kun's release had swiftly permeated the entire gang organization. Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brows. What do you mean Liang Kun is out? How can that be possible? He was sentenced to 3 years. This was a deal I struck with the judge. Beside him, Chen Yao replied, as far as I know, it is due to the foreign authorities implementing the work release program. If companies in society wish to employ inmates, those inmates may be released from prison to work. Liang Kun was employed by a bar under his command to repair its roof. After hearing Chen Yao's explanation, Jiang Tianxing could no longer maintain his composure. Having the scapegoat out was an invaluable morale booster, particularly beneficial for those of higher status, such as Jiang Tianxing himself. Chapter 90. Brother Crow, the dandy, is merely a fool. In the underworld, those of higher rank are increasingly concerned with loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. After all, a gang operates outside the constraints of law. In the absence of moral guidelines, chaos would ensue. Thus, a set of theories and systems is always necessary to keep the subordinates in check. This is known as righteousness, regardless of whether the leaders themselves believe in it. They must outwardly uphold these values before everyone, establishing rules, maintaining consistency, and ensuring clear rewards and punishments. All incentives and penalties must be predictable for the subordinates. They must understand what rewards await them for their actions. Only in this manner can rules be established, relationships fostered, and impassioned youths encouraged to fight valiantly with blades in hand. Individuals like Crow, who occupy mid-level leadership positions, are rare. Crow had a ruthless subordinate who drove a car, locking the doors and charging toward a dump truck, resulting in mutual destruction. Hence, the evolution of several millennia has imparted only a few maxims to posterity: humility and caution, avoiding arrogance and impatience, being low-key, uniting comrades, and eradicating evil, among others. The following morning, Kowloon City Square had undergone a transformation, with Liu Jianming and Liang Kun jointly seizing control of the area. In contrast to Liang Kun's method of knocking on doors to collect debts, Liu Jianming's minions adorned the square with large posters of the Dreamweaver comic series, set up various claw machines, displayed schedules for basketball tournaments, and advertised Scientian athletic apparel. They even displaced competitors' merchandise, replacing it with their own vending machines. Henceforth, any advertisement written by Liu Jianming would position him as a partner of Fortune 500 companies. After all, if a soft drink company wished to place its products in the vending machines at Kowloon City Square, it would need to negotiate with Liu Jianming. They even opened a newsstand under the bridge, solely selling Dreamweaver comic books, figurines, merchandise, and player jerseys. Concurrently, explicit posters promoting potent pills were plastered in those bars as part of their marketing campaign. Liang Kun arrived at the new venue early in the morning, scratching his head at the sight of Liu Jianming's minions. What the hell is Ming Ji doing? Is he a gang leader or an advertising mogul? The advertisements are everywhere. Liang Kun was further dismayed to discover that some of his subordinates had even purchased comic books published by Liu Jianming, sitting on the roadside while sipping soda and reading. Is it not shameful for a gang member to indulge in comic books? These good-for-nothings will inevitably be led astray by Liu Jianming. Liang Kun called over an ordinary lackey. Hey, what is it that your boss Ming Ji intends to achieve? Has he come to plant his flag for advertising purposes? This particular lackey, a run-of-the-mill underling earning a weekly salary of 300, was the kind of person who could only cheer from the sidelines during a brawl. He was entirely uninformed and simply did as he was told. Liu Jianming had also recognized a problem. If he were to hire a lowly underling, a weekly salary of 500 would be the ceiling. Typically, the weekly wage for such underlings would be around 200. Conversely, employing a legitimate laborer from a talent market would demand a minimum weekly salary of 1,500. As a relentless extractor of surplus labor value, Liu Jianming commands a cadre of diminutive lackeys. And as for the professional skills of these lackeys, It matters not. The formidable boots of the boss are indifferent to labor laws. After 2 years of Liu Jianming's machinations, either the price of labor in the market will plummet, or the value of the lackeys will soar. Confronted by Liang Kun's probing inquiries, the lackeys can only lower their heads and mutter, "Brother Kun, I am unaware. I was merely tasked with distributing advertisements." At that moment, the white follower, responsible for managing Kowloon City Plaza, jogs over, offering Liang Kun a cigarette. "Good morning, Brother Kun." Liang Kun observes the white follower, whose robust physique and tall stature lack any menacing demeanor, instead exhibiting a gentle disposition akin to that of an intellectual. "So you are the boss of the court in Kowloon City Plaza?" Ming Ji's choice is commendable. However, did Ming Ge send you merely to post advertisements? The term court is a code name used by various factions to refer to Liu Jianming's organization. As he rose to prominence at the Qi Yin Mountain Court, the white follower replies, "Indeed." Ming Ge stated that he is unable to navigate the underground venues like bars and dance halls, so they all belong to you, Brother Kun. While the shopping centers are under our purview. Liang Kun pats the white follower on the shoulder. "Excellent. Henceforth, in Kowloon City Plaza, Ming Ge will oversee legitimate enterprises, while I, Liang Kun, shall dabble in the shadowy dealings." Liang Kun finds Liu Jianming's method rather astute. Liu Jianming is averse to engaging in underhanded profit-making, and Liang Kun shares this sentiment. Thus, the two agree to coexist peacefully, avoiding future conflicts that might arise from competing interests in the same domain, preserving their mutual dignity. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Courageous Crustacean Restaurant, Ding Xiao Crab and Crow sit together, accompanied by Ding E Crab and Ding Wang Crab. The countenance of Ding Xiao Crab is etched with resentment, as the recent skirmish has claimed over 100 lives. The mere thought of the compensation alone could drive him to bankruptcy. What infuriates Ding Xiao Crab even further is that throughout the day, hundreds have defected from the Loyal Youth Society. Everyone mingles for profit, yet when faced with genuine peril, they retreat. Gritting his teeth, Ding Xiao Crab declares, "Brother Crow, it was not Liu Jianming who attacked Kowloon City yesterday. It was Liang Kun." Crow furrows his brow slightly. "Liang Kun? Isn't he incarcerated?" Ding Xiao Crab nods. However, Liang Kun mentioned that a new system of furloughs has been implemented in prison, allowing him to work on bar renovations, hence his release. Yet everyone knows this is merely a pretext for his escape. Crow scoffs. "Liang Kun, is it? It seems that Hung Hing has set its sights on the Mong Kok territory as well. Their foundation lies in Palam Street, Mong Kok. Kowloon is Liang Kun's domain. Are they now attempting to merge Kowloon, Mong Kok, and Palam Street into a singular stronghold?" Ding Xiao Crab adds, "Brother Crow, I suspect there's more to it than meets the eye. The influence at Kowloon City Plaza extends beyond Liang Kun. Liu Jianming's power is also at play. Moreover, I have heard that the agency facilitating bars to contact prisoners is located within Liu Jianming's court building. Therefore, the events of last night must have involved a collaboration between Liang Kun and Liu Jianming." Crow dismissively chuckles. "Liang Kun? Liu Jianming? Merely a disorganized rabble. I've heard Liang Kun possesses numerous stalls. What if we were to capture Liu Jianming's women and sell them into Liang Kun's establishments?" Ding Xiao Crab feels this course of action is fraught with peril that would surely incite Liu Jianming's wrath, akin to the incident with Xiaoshu. Crow raises an eyebrow and arrogantly remarks, "Precisely, I aim to provoke Liu Jianming. Wouldn't it be splendid if he and Liang Kun clashed? Besides, I am not a fool like Xiaoshu, who gets caught in his own den when attempting to snatch someone. That is simply foolish." Chapter 91. The Establishment of the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society. The following afternoon, after school, at Zhongnan School. "Are you considering bringing a Ming home to meet your parents? Haven't you two already obtained your marriage certificate? Has a Ming yet to meet your family?" Guo Xiaozhen inquires, her expression one of surprise. Zhu Wanfang shakes her head. "A Ming's circumstances are too unique. I am uncertain how to explain. You know my father well. He wishes for me to befriend those in the gang, while he opposes me associating with the affluent." Guo Xiaozhen appears puzzled. "Why not associate with the wealthy? If the gang is acceptable?" Zhu Wanfang grimaces. "My father perceives both gangs and the wealthy as nefarious individuals. Ordinary people like us are merely playthings to them, to be discarded once they tire of us. Furthermore, you are aware my father was once involved with a gang. He has witnessed such matters firsthand. He has always hoped I would find a stable job, someone grounded, even if they possess little savings. I am still unsure how to introduce a Ming to my parents. His situation is rather exceptional." Just as Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaozhen converse, an unusual van appears in their line of sight. The van speeds toward Zhu Wanfang's direction. Suddenly, a group of burly men leaps from the vehicle, flinging open the doors and charging towards Zhu Wanfang. One of the men forcefully shoves Guo Xiaozhen aside, then ensnares Zhu Wanfang with a sack, hoisting her into the vehicle before speeding away. Their coordination is seamless, suggesting they are no strangers to such undertakings. Neither Zhu Wanfang nor Guo Xiaozhen stands a chance against the formidable man, utterly powerless to resist. Guo Xiaozhen, having been knocked down, rises despite the pain. Watching helplessly as Zhu Wanfang is taken. Clenching her fists, Guo Xiaozhen seethes. Damn it. Quickly call Liu Jianming. They must be after him. In a corner. Crow observes Zhu Wanfang's abduction, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Leaning against a nearby lamppost, the magician adjusts his baseball cap before vanishing from sight, as though he had never been there at all. At the court hotel, Liu Jianming is presently engaged in negotiations with Huang Zhicheng in the meeting room. Huang Zhicheng does not question Liu Jianming, but sits on the sofa, leaning forward to pour steaming hot tea from the electric kettle into a cup, casually lighting a cigarette for himself. In a tone reminiscent of an old friend, Huang Zhicheng remarks, Mingzi, it seems we haven't met in 3 years. I've heard you've been doing quite well lately, winning a considerable sum in Macau. You've also invested in numerous stocks in Tokyo and made a profit. With 3 towering edifices in Hong Kong, you are indeed a bona fide tycoon now. Liu Jianming stands before the floor-to-ceiling window. It's merely a trifling sum. I am far from being a wealthy magnate. Liu Jianming turns around. Brother Cheng, you must have a reason for seeking me. Please, speak plainly. Our relationship doesn't require such convoluted preambles. The relationship between Liu Jianming and Huang Zhicheng is exceedingly intricate. In the narrative, Mary instructs Liu Jianming to surveil Huang Zhicheng. Yet, it is evident that Liu Jianming is acquainted with Huang Zhicheng. Within 2 years, Liu Jianming ascended from police academy graduate to the rank of inspector, a feat only made possible through the assistance of Han Chen. Without the efforts of Mary and Huang Zhicheng, such advancement would have been unattainable. After Mary's demise, Han Chen returns from Siam to Hong Kong. Huang Zhicheng's directive to Han Chen, suggesting that he contact Liu Jianming if any issues arise, clearly indicates that Huang views Liu as a razor-sharp weapon bestowed upon him by Mary, rather than merely a thorn embedded in the police station. Huang Zhicheng seems to naively believe that he is entitled to inherit all of Mary's legacies, including Liu Jianming, who has been honed by Mary for a decade. Huang Zhicheng gingerly touched the teacup, which was scalding hot and impossible to grasp. Mingzi, I am aware that your recent dealings with the Chongqing Society have been rather tumultuous, but I implore you to exercise restraint in your future endeavors. Each of your confrontations results in casualties numbering in the dozens or hundreds. The police may turn a blind eye to the fatalities in your gang conflicts, but such recklessness could easily provoke retaliation from rival factions. Consider this a word of caution. Under your stewardship, the situation in the Xianshan Stadium has stabilized considerably. Hence I wish to collaborate with you. Liu Jianming scoffed disdainfully, internally muttering, collaborate with Huang Zhicheng? How does that differ from self-destruction? 3 years later, and then 3 more? With brothers shrouded in invisibility, he excels at burying them. Based on Liu Jianming's understanding of Huang Zhicheng, he perceives him as a man who will resort to any means to achieve his goals. He is indifferent to the feelings of others and would not hesitate to sacrifice anyone, including himself, for his ambitions. Such a person is exceedingly frightening, as one can never predict when they might become a casualty of his objectives. While Liu Jianming holds a certain admiration for individuals capable of such ruthless determination, he resolutely chooses to distance himself from them as much as possible. The thought of someone who continuously seeks to manipulate and potentially sacrifice him for their own ends is utterly terrifying. With his fingers interlaced before his chest, Liu Jianming remarked, Brother Cheng, this places me in a difficult position, as I have no desire for violence. Yet, who could have anticipated that those ruffians would be so feeble? They collapsed before I even struck. Huang Zhicheng was momentarily at a loss for words. So you mean to say that those ruffians fell without your intervention? Who goes into a brawl armed with a camping axe as a weapon? Huang Zhicheng could not shake the feeling that when Liu Jianming encounters gang members, it transcends mere territorial disputes. It is akin to a vendetta, leading to lethal confrontations. Huang Zhicheng's tone grew markedly grave. Mingzi, you must understand that while large-scale fatalities from violent clashes may be manageable once or twice, if this continues, it will inevitably attract the attention of the police hierarchy. You will not only face the relentless pursuit of rival gangs, but the police will also dispatch individuals to monitor you closely. Therefore, I hope you can avoid casualties and, as much as possible, refrain from inflicting serious injuries or fatalities. Liu Jianming calmly replied, I will do my utmost. Following that, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. From today onward, let the brothers practice their kicking and back punches aimed at the groin. There's a warning from the officer. We must not strike too hard and should strive to minimize serious injuries and deaths. Thus, I propose we alter our approach, focusing our attacks on the lower regions and avoiding other vital areas of the body. By the way, doesn't our organization still lack an official name? Let us call ourselves the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society. Huang Zhicheng was momentarily taken aback. The Bomb Disposal Assistance Society? What on earth is that name? And specifically targeting below the belt? This warning seems pointless. Chapter 92. The Professionalism of the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society. As Liu Jianming arrogantly outlined the plans for the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society, the magician abruptly entered the room. Liu Jianming immediately rose, his expression hardening. What has transpired? The magician, responsible for ensuring Zhu Wanfang's safety, had come to inform Liu Jianming that something had gone awry with her. He whispered urgently in Liu Jianming's ear, "The situation is complicated. The lady is currently asleep in the adjacent room." Liu Jianming turned to the white follower and instructed, "Stay here with Brother Chung for a while. I have matters to attend to." Without even bidding farewell to Huang Zhiqing, Liu Jianming exited the office. As Huang Zhiqing beheld the murderous intent in Liu Jianming's gaze, he recalled the blood-soaked scene from the night before, prompting an involuntary shiver. He instinctively reached for the hot tea to calm his nerves. However, when his fingers touched the teacup, a chilling sensation coursed through him. The tea, once steaming and freshly poured, had inexplicably turned cold, even developing a layer of frost on its surface. Huang Zhiqing placed a cigarette between his lips and took a drag, only to find it extinguished, leaving behind a wisp of smoke lingering in the air. At that moment, all that resonated within Huang Zhiqing's mind was a singular thought. It's over. We're in deep trouble. He bid farewell to the white follower and hurried to the police station to preemptively assign tasks. Huang Zhiqing was genuinely apprehensive that Liu Jianming might instigate another major incident. Upon leaving the conference room, Liu Jianming entered his office, gently pushing open the bedroom door. Seeing Zhu Wanfang sleeping soundly, he tiptoed out and quietly closed the door. Turning to the magician, he asked coldly, "What exactly happened?" The magician replied, "Earlier today, when the lady returned home from school, a group of individuals in cars attempted to abduct her. I managed to escort her back safely. Then, I disguised myself as her and followed them to the rear of a Japanese restaurant, which is an asset of Ding Xiaoxia." Liu Jianming's expression remained stoic, his tone frosty. A counterattack by the Chongqing Society? They indeed attempted to kidnap Fang. Since Ding Xiaoxia has taken action, we cannot sit idly by. Liu Jianming glanced at the sleeping Zhu Wanfang. What is her current state? Why is she asleep? The magician explained, "I hypnotized her. I feared that if she were awake, it would complicate matters." Liu Jianming nodded in understanding. The magician leaned in closer and whispered, "Boss, the circumstances may be more intricate than they appear. I suspect other factors are at play." As he spoke, the magician handed Liu Jianming a photograph. Upon examining it, Liu Jianming recognized it immediately. It was Crow again. Ever since he became acquainted with Zhu Wanfang, he had either been hunting Crow or been on the path to do so. It was only a matter of time before he achieved something significant. The magician affirmed, "Indeed, he is the Crow of Dongxing." Liu Jianming's demeanor shifted from fierce to perplexed. The figure in the photograph was indeed the real Crow of Dongxing. Had he stumbled upon the true culprit? In the next moment, Liu Jianming's expression darkened further. "Thank goodness I assigned the magician to protect Fang. Had that bastard Crow actually captured her, who knows what horrors she would face." Given Crow's unscrupulous nature, Liu Jianming had no doubt that Zhu Wanfang would encounter unspeakable terrors. The magician elaborated. After the lady was abducted, his figure appeared on the street behind the car, sporting a sinister smile. "I suspect that the abduction of the lady is not solely the doing of the Chongqing Society. It likely involves deeper intrigues related to Dongxing." Liu Jianming's expression was grave as he detected an unusual scent in the air, the stillness before a storm, suggesting that something unknown was unfolding. The atmosphere was thick with impending turmoil. He turned to inquire, "Where are those who captured Fang?" The magician replied, "They are currently in the mountains of Sheishanao, bound like Zongzi, and being watched by us brothers. They won't escape." With a wave of his hand, Liu Jianming commanded, "Let us go see." For loyal members of the Zhongqing Society, bewildered, gazed around at the surrounding trees and the ropes binding them, unable to comprehend their situation. "Did we not just drive to capture someone and then return to the back alley of our Japanese restaurant?" One mused. "Indeed, that is how I remember it as well. Yet it seems we are now in the woods. What is happening? Could it be we have collectively lost our memories? Impossible. How could we all forget?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rustled through the underbrush. Liu Jianming, the magician, and a throng of white followers emerged from the thicket. Liu Jianming scrutinized the individuals seated on the ground and frowned. "You are the ones who took Fang?" One of the captives looked up at Liu Jianming and the masked magician, asking, "Who are you?" Liu Jianming smirked. "You have abducted my woman and yet do not even know who I am. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Jianming, the leader of the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society." The captives stared blankly, bewildered by the peculiar name. One of them defiantly retorted, "We are members of the Zhongqing Society. No matter what you do to us, we will not speak." Liu Jianming shrugged. "Do not flatter yourselves. I never mentioned I intended to interrogate you. He casually pointed to one of the bound captives and instructed his white followers, "Show them our professional standards at the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society." One of the white followers hesitated. "Boss, I'm responsible for slaughtering live poultry and fish at our restaurant. This is outside my expertise." Liu Jianming shot a glance at him. "Slaughtering poultry? Surely you can handle a mere chicken? Drag him over." Two white followers seized a Zhongqing Society member and brought him to a wooden table, swiftly demonstrating what it meant to be part of the Bomb Disposal Assistance Society. As they pressed the captive's head onto the chopping block, the Zhongqing member instantly broke down. He cried out in desperation, "Please, please, I will talk. It was Ding Xiaoxia sent me. I will tell you everything. Don't do this to me. Spare me." In a flash, a cold glint flashed, and blood splattered forth. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams, the remaining captives were overwhelmed by a chilling dread. Liu Jianming seemed impervious to the harrowing cries, waving his hand dismissively. Next. Chapter 93, Let None of Them Survive. Witnessing the brutal fate of their comrade, the other Zhongqing members were utterly horrified. They had always known Liu Jianming to be a twisted individual, yet now they realized the depths of his ruthlessness. He was deadly serious. Tears and snot streamed down the faces of the Zhongqing members. "I will talk, Brother Ming. I will tell you everything. It was Ding Xiaoxia who sent us. Ding Xiaoxia wants to abduct your sister-in-law and sell her to Liang Kun's stable. This is all orchestrated by that crow from Dongxing." Liu Jianming turned to the now collapsed captives, asking, "Dongxing's crow? I am not acquainted with him. Why would he target me? Are you deceiving me?" The captives shook their heads vigorously. "No, absolutely not. It is because Dongxing's crow has set his sights on a piece of land for development in Mongkok. His influence does not extend to Mongkok and Kowloon, so he sought cooperation with Ding Xiaoxia. Brother Ming, you have already taken control of Qiuchang Street and the pedestrian street. Expanding further will bring you to Kowloon City Plaza. Furthermore, your conflict with the Zhongqing Society is intensifying. Dongxing's crow intends to eliminate you to solidify his alliance with Ding Xiaoxia." Another captive quickly added, "Moreover, Dongxing's crow has claimed you are a subordinate of the Triad Mary. Now Han Chun has also set his sights on the development land in Mongkok. If Ding Xiaoxia does not collaborate with Dongxing's crow, the Triad will align with you, Brother Ming, to eliminate the Zhongqing Society in Kowloon. Plus, after last night, you and Liang Kun have taken Kowloon City Plaza, which is why Ding Xiaoxia has chosen to strike at you." Liu Jianming's eyes widened in realization. So that is it. This crow truly is a master of cunning. First, he conjured a sense of crisis in Ding Xiaoxia's mind out of thin air. Then, he sought to incite conflict between me and the Zhongqing Society by capturing Ah Fong, attempting to sow discord between Liang Kun and me. Ultimately, does he wish to present himself as the arbiter, using Dongxing's power to encroach upon Kowloon and seize the Zhongqing Society's territory? This crow from Dongxing plays a formidable hand. Liu Jianming rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and addressed the Zhongqing members. "It seems the crow from Dongxing has imparted considerable knowledge to you. However, I have 4 words to impart. Eradicate evil without mercy. Bury them alive." Upon hearing Liu Jianming's final words, the bound Zhongqing members, resembling Zhongzi, wept profusely. "No, please, Brother Ming, spare us. We beg you." Liu Jianming returned to the car and picked up the phone to call Liang Kun. It seemed that Liang Kun, who had spent the night reveling, had yet to awaken, his voice heavy with sleep. "Hello? Who is it calling so early?" Liu Jianming replied calmly, "Kun Gu. The Zhongqing Society has abducted Ah Fong." Instantly, Liang Kun was wide awake. He realized that if he retaliated against Liu Jianming, the worst he might face would be a counterattack. The matters of the Underworld were transient. The Zhongqing Society has taken Zhu Wanfang. Are they truly prepared for a life-and-death struggle with Liu Jianming? Thinking of the consequences, Liang Kun almost dropped the phone in shock. Hey, Ming Gu. Is she alright? Do you need help? I can send people to take down the Zhongqing Society." Liu Jianming maintained a stoic tone. "The ones who captured Ah Fong have already been buried alive. However, what they revealed has piqued my interest, and I felt it necessary to inform you." Liang Kun sensed the gravity in his tone. "What is it?" Liu Jianming stated. "They said they intended to sell Ah Fong to your stable." Liang Kun's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, he unleashed a barrage of curses aimed at Ding Xiaoxia's ancestors. This was no longer merely an affront to him. It was an outright declaration of war against his very existence. Having abducted Liu Jianming's woman, they were intent on confronting him head-on. With Liu Jianming's ruthless methods, one could expect a myriad of assassinations. Liang Kun now felt a surge of relief that Liu Jianming had managed to rescue Zhu Wanfang. If it were true that Ding Xiaoxia had bound Zhu Wanfang and intended to sell her in his stable, Liu Jianming would first shatter Ding Xiaoxia's skull, and then his own. Liu Jianming's terrifying combat prowess was something Liang Kun had witnessed firsthand. If Liu Jianming set his sights on him, Liang Kun felt that no matter where he fled, even to the ends of the earth, Liu Jianming would track him down and end his life. Reflecting on his own character, Liang Kun realized the necessity of clarifying this matter. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for Liu Jianming to suspect his involvement. Liang Kun explained to his elder brother on the phone, Minggu, although I, Liang Kun, prioritize personal gain over righteousness, I assure you that this matter has nothing to do with me. Liu Jianming calmly replied, Kun-gu. The purpose of my call is to inform you of something of utmost importance. Upon hearing Liu Jianming's serious tone, Liang Kun's brow furrowed. If Zhu Wanfang were not the most crucial issue, then what could possibly be? Is Tokyo TV not airing cartoons today? Liang Kun inquired. Liu Jianming responded. The minions of the Zhongqing Society have said that there are crows from Dongxing behind all of this, plotting against us. It seems the crows have set their sights on a piece of land in Mongkok, intending to collaborate with the Zhongqing Society. Their plan is to eliminate us in exchange for that cooperation. Therefore, Kun-gu, I advise you to be cautious, since the Zhongqing Society has already taken action. It won't be limited to just my side. Liang Kun narrowed his eyes slightly. Crows from Dongxing, is it? I am well aware of this scoundrel's shamelessness. I can certainly handle him. Liu Jianming hung up the phone, crossing his arms. The magician entered the driver's seat. Boss, what should we do? Liu Jianming cast a cold glance ahead. Since they have chosen to engage in all-out war, let us leave no survivors. Spread the word. Today, I intend to sweep through every establishment of the Zhongqing Society and have them ready for the slaughter. Tonight, if even one of Liu Jianming's men survives, it will be considered our victory. The magician nodded in agreement, and within an afternoon, news of Liu Jianming's impending showdown with the Zhongqing Society began to circulate through the underworld. Chapter 94. The war has begun, and there should be no pause. Ring ring ring. Liu Jianming answered the phone beside him. Hello? The anxious voice of Mary came through. Xiaoming, do you need reinforcements for your confrontation with Ding Xiaoxia? I can send a bao and some men over. A smirk appeared at the corner of Liu Jianming's mouth. Was the news spreading so rapidly within the gang? Had it only been an hour since this matter reached Tunman? Liu Jianming nonchalantly replied, Sister Mary, there's no need for concern. It's all a fabrication released by the Zhongqing Society. Mary's anxiety seemed to freeze like a piece of coal, her expression becoming distinctly frozen. Her mind momentarily halted. Wait a second, Xiaoming, are you saying you have no intention of fighting the Zhongqing Society? Liu Jianming reassured Mary. Sister Mary, of course not. Yesterday, Liang Kun and I merely planted our flag on the Zhongqing Society's territory. Even if we were to engage in a deadly struggle, it would be the Zhongqing Society seeking me out. Why would I seek them? After pondering, Mary recognized the logic. Xiaoming, please stay safe. The streets are not so easy to navigate. You are now a prominent figure leading men. If you encounter any problems, remember to come to me. Liu Jianming smiled. Rest assured, Sister Mary, if I find myself unable to manage, I'll return to Tunman and let you take care of me. Mary chuckled lightly. By the way, Xiaoming, does your gang have a name yet? Liu Jianming replied. The Bomb Disposal Assistance Society. Bomb Disposal? Assistance Society? Mary pondered for quite some time, but could not grasp the meaning behind it. The name exuded an unsettling aura of malevolence. Liu Jianming asked Mary, Sister Mary, I heard that Brother Chun has set his sights on a piece of land in Mongkok. My strength is quite near it. Should we consider developing it together? Mary's voice carried a hint of surprise. Xiaoming, you know about this? Did Bao tell you? Liu Jianming shook his head. No, Sister Mary. I learned through other channels. So, are you interested in collaborating? After a moment of contemplation, Mary responded, Xiaoming, it turns out Brother Chun indeed plans to plant a flag on that piece of land in Mongkok with you. However, your gang has only just begun to take shape. Venturing into Mongkok would not only entail confronting the Zhongqing Society, but also the local power brokers. Right now, gangs like Honghing, Dongxing, United, and Lianqing are all fighting fiercely in Mongkok. The foes you would face are far beyond your current capability to handle. Thus, for this distant territory, it would be wiser to abstain and leave it to other gangs. Liu Jianming understood. This was likely Mary assisting him from behind the scenes. Otherwise, with Han Chen's ruthless nature, treating his underlings as expendable, he would never pass up such an opportunity. Liu Jianming believed that when an opportunity arises, it must be seized. The property prices in Hong Kong were just beginning to soar, and he needed to grasp this chance. Liu Jianming calmly stated, Sister Mary, I will not let you down. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? Beep beep beep. Mary listened to the busy tone on the other end, utterly bewildered. However, she had grown accustomed to it. She truly could no longer control Liu Jianming as he was now. Kowloon, a Japanese restaurant. After Ding Xiaoxia dispatched his men to capture Zhu Wanfang, unease began to churn within him. Liu Jianming was not an easy adversary. Should they fail to capture Zhu Wanfang, or if Liu Jianming managed to rescue her, the Zhongqing Society would face his wrath. Ding Yixia stood by the window, watching as the van returning with Zhu Wanfang approached. Exclaiming, Big brother, the van is back. It seems that the dogs have successfully captured Liu Jianming's woman. Ding Xiaoxia's initially frantic heart finally settled. At least the first step of the plan had succeeded. Ding Yixia leered. Big brother, can we delay sending this woman to Liang Kun's stable? After all, she is Liu Jianming's woman. Could you grant me an afternoon? Ding Xiaoxia shot a glare at his inept brother. This woman is a ticking time bomb. Liu Jianming could find us at any moment. Do you wish to test whether he could crush you with a single punch? Ding Yixia immediately deflated. If Liu Jianming truly came looking, with his skills, he could indeed beat him to death. Ding Xiaoxia turned on his heel. Let us go. Once we confirm she is Liu Jianming's woman, deliver her to the stable owner immediately. Not a moment longer should she remain in our hands. Liu Jianming is not to be trifled with. Ding Yixia said nothing, merely following behind Ding Xiaoxia. As they approached the van, they found no one alighting. Ding Yixia shouted, Dogs, did you tie up Liu Jianming's woman and bring her here or not? Dogs. Ding Xiaoxia sensed that something was amiss. It was too quiet. He quickly placed his hand on Ding Yixia's shoulder and urged, Don't shout. This vehicle is suspicious. He tossed the keys to his subordinate, signaling several of them to approach the door while he pulled Ding Yixia back. You all go take a look. One of the subordinates approached the car door and pushed it open, only to be met with a deafening explosion. A violent blast erupted, sending a fiery orange light soaring into the sky, resembling a blooming flower of death. The terrifying shockwave rapidly spread through the alley, hurling the two brothers, Ding Xiaoxia and Ding Yixia, who were standing at a distance, into the air. Chapter 95. Retribution from Liu Jianming. At the moment the subordinates of the Zhongqing Society opened the car door, they were instantly torn to shreds by a massive shockwave, the intense heat carbonizing their remains. It spared them the need for cremation. Ding Xiaoxia and Ding Yixia, having stood further away, were thrown back by the blast and crashed heavily to the ground. Cough. Ding Xiaoxia's clothing was shredded into strips by the force of the shockwave, and he was lifted and slammed onto the ground. For a moment, he felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, with his mouth and face engulfed by a searing pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ding Xiaoxi glanced over at Ding Yuxi, who had already lost consciousness. It was evident that Ding Yixia had sustained severe injuries, with gashes appearing on his forehead and his leg bones twisted grotesquely. Blood oozed from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth. Dingy, dingy. Someone call an ambulance. Hang in there. Ding Xiaoxia yelled desperately. He had never anticipated that Liu Jianming's retaliation would come so swiftly and ferociously. Had they opened the car door moments earlier, they would have been reduced to mere corpses. Outside the law firm, a rotund middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses stood before a throng of reporters, beaming with a radiant smile. Today, I would like to introduce an outstanding young lawyer to you all. His name is Ding Wanxia. He is an exceptionally talented individual with a strong sense of justice, frequently providing legal assistance to those unable to afford it. Let us invite him to say a few words. A flurry of cameras clicked as Ding Wanxia approached the podium, ready to speak. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman with graying hair burst forth, her face streaked with tears, her voice quavering. Do not believe his words. This Ding Wanxia is the son of a murderer. His father, Ding Xia, fled after committing murder and is killed again in Dongfan. He is currently incarcerated in a prison there. If you don't believe me, investigate. Moreover, his older brother, Ding Xiaoxia, is the boss of the Zhongqing Society, and his second brother, Ding Yuxi, is a thug for them, especially his fourth brother, Ding Lixia, whose underground drug factory was recently destroyed by the police in collaboration with South Americans. Furthermore, his second brother drove my daughter to her death and killed my son. All thanks to his third brother helping him evade justice. Justice? Where is the justice in that? I will make you pay today. Unbeknownst to anyone, the middle-aged woman had produced a gleaming dagger. In an instant, she lunged at Ding Wanxia, plunging the blade into his chest multiple times, with the final thrust piercing his throat. Ding Wanxia's eyes reflected shock and confusion as the last glimmer of light faded from them. A faint smile graced the woman's face as she withdrew the dagger and waved it at the crowd, dispersing them before vanishing into a corner of the street. Ding. Successfully signed in as Ding Wanxia. Gained lawyer advanced status. Received 1 blue follower card and 10 white follower cards. From the moment the middle-aged woman appeared, to her loud denunciation and the subsequent assassination, the reporters present had been eagerly anticipating a spectacle. To them, witnessing a death was merely part of the show. When Ding Wanxia collapsed to the ground, the reporters did not bother to call the police or an ambulance. Instead, they hurriedly snapped photos of the deceased, hoping to capture the clearest shot. Ding Wanxia's colleagues were pushed out of the crowd. No one around him attempted to call for emergency services. The scene was filled with reporters documenting the moment of Ding Wanxia's demise. Having successfully assassinated Ding Wanxia, Liu Jianming stepped back into the office of the Ballroom Hotel. With a casual flick of his hand, the image of the middle-aged woman vanished, reverting to his own appearance. At that moment, voices resonated from the bedroom. Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaozhen conversing. Guo Xiaozhen looked at Zhu Wanfang, who lay on the bed. Are you alright? I was terrified when I saw you being taken away. Zhu Wanfang scratched her head. Taken away? I don't remember that. I only recall feeling extremely drowsy when the bell rang after class, and I fell asleep at my desk. When I woke up, I found myself lying on this bed. Liu Jianming entered the room. I've already made arrangements at the school. You don't need to go this afternoon. Just relax and have fun here. Guo Xiaozhen rushed up to Liu Jianming, questioning. Is it true you set up a bedroom in the office, intending to do something with that vixen of a secretary? Liu Jianming chuckled. What secretary? All my subordinates are men. You must have seen Long Wu and Gao Qiu outside. With a mischievous glint in her eyes. Guo Xiaozhen teased Liu Jianming. So, you want to be with Wanfang on this bed? Liu Jianming shook his head. That won't work. Wanfang's legs are too long. And this bed is too short. The office desk outside is just the right height. Thud. Zhu Wanfang smacked Liu Jianming on the back with a pillow. Her cheeks flushed. Ming, you're impossible. Guo Xiaozhen showed no hesitation in discussing the topic, laughing uncontrollably. Inside the West Kowloon police station, Huang Ziqing and Lu Qichang sat in their office, listening to reports from outside. A violent explosion had occurred in the back alley of a Japanese restaurant in Kowloon, resulting in 7 fatalities and 3 injuries. Ding Yixia had fallen into a coma, while Ding Xiaoxia was severely injured. Ding Wangxia had been fatally stabbed at the entrance of his law firm by a vengeful middle-aged woman, whose whereabouts were now unknown. Ding Lixia remained missing. Just moments ago, word had spread among the gangs that they intended to exchange lives with the Zhongqing society tonight. If all of Zhongqing society perished, and even one of Liu Jianming's men survived, it would be deemed a victory for them. Huang Ziqing pressed his forehead. This kid Mingzi's retaliation was swift. Ding Xiaoxia just captured Zhu Wanfang, and Liu Jianming has already turned the Ding brothers into 1 dead and 2 injured. Lu Qichang appeared flustered. What should we do? If Liu Jianming's revenge continues, tonight Kowloon will surely flow with blood. He has gone mad. Anyone who dares to stop him will be cut down. Huang Ziqing raised 2 fingers. First, regardless of the reason, detain Liu Jianming for 24 hours. This kid has a penchant for causing deaths and injuries. Letting him roam tonight will lead to disaster. Second, have all the brothers keep a close watch on the ballpark street and the Japanese restaurant. Should any conflict arise, intervene immediately. Lu Qichang nodded. Let us act promptly. Huang Ziqing stood up. I'll handle things with Mingzi myself. You lack evidence, and Liu Jianming has a rather competent lawyer. If you get driven back, it won't end well. Huang Ziqing placed his work ID card down on his chest and departed from the office. Chapter 96 Ding Xiaoxia. If we must strive, then let us strive. With one arm bandaged, Ding Xiaoxia leaned against a bench in the hospital, gazing up at the ceiling. At this moment, a twinge of regret washed over him. Had he known that Liu Jianming's retaliation would be so direct, he would never have resorted to kidnapping Zhu Wanfang. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. Just then, the doors of the operating room swung open, and a nurse stepped out. Who was the relative of Ding Yixia? Ding Xiaoxia sprang to his feet. Nurse, how is my brother? The nurse, scrutinizing the documents in her hand, replied. He has suffered extensive burns, 3 broken ribs, a shattering fracture of the leg, a fractured hip bone, and a skull fracture that has affected the brain tissue. There is a significant likelihood that he may never awaken. And even if he does, he is very likely to become demented. For a moment, Ding Xiaoxia felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What? How could this be possible? It cannot be. AE will surely survive. You incompetent doctors, it is your fault. I demand to see AE. Ding Xiaoxia nearly ripped the nurse's white coat off. The nurse could only scream in terror. Let go. Please let go. Boss, something terrible has happened. 2 lackeys from the Zhongqing society rushed towards Ding Xiaoxia, yelling in the hospital corridor. Ding Xiaoxia released the nurse's collar and turned his head, hissing. What now? One lackey, panting heavily, reported. Wang Wangge was murdered at the entrance of the law firm. In that instant, Ding Xiaoxia felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Although the Ding family had never engaged in nefarious deeds, the bond between the 4 brothers was exceptionally strong. Now, Ding Xiaoxia had a fractured arm. Ding Yixia had become a vegetable. Ding Wangxia had been slain at the law firm's doorstep, and Ding Lixia had been missing for over a week. They had once promised that when Ding Xiaoxia was released from prison, the 4 brothers would reunite to welcome him home. Now, he was the only one left. What was even more unbearable for Ding Xiaoxia was the successive demise of his 3 brothers. A mouthful of blood erupted from Ding Xiaoxia's lips. Liu Jianming. How ruthless you are. I merely captured your woman, and you have condemned my entire family to a fate without burial. Another lackey, increasingly anxious, added, Big brother. There is one more thing. Liu Jianming has declared that tonight he will fight us to the death, as long as one of us is left standing. He considers it a victory. A fierce glint flashed in Ding Xiaoxia's eyes. Is that so? Liu Jianming dares to engage in a bloody showdown with me. Inform all the brothers we can reach. Tonight, We shall gather at the sushi restaurant. I intend to confront Liu Jianming openly. If he desires to fight to the last man, then I shall oblige. Liu Jianming's words sent ripples of astonishment throughout the underground world of Xiangjiang. Jiang Tianxing sat in his office, his brow furrowed in worry, and after a moment, he inquired, Yao, what are your thoughts on Liu Jianming? Chen Yao's expression was equally troubled. Liu Jianming's ferocious nature mirrors that of the Big Circle gang. The people over there do not engage in half measures. A skirmish is not merely a few exchanges. In the chaotic battles among the gangs of Xiangjiang, losing one or two members is considered a major casualty. Since Liu Jianming began his territorial expansion in Xianshan, the casualty figures from each conflict have been terrifying. Likewise, Liu Jianming's men fear not death, embracing a style of fighting that pits life against life. If we were to clash with them, the outcome would be unpredictable, and the situation could become even more troublesome than in previous years with the Big Circle gang. Jiang Tianxing frowned. It seems that if we truly engage in conflict with Liu Jianming in the future, we must devise alternative strategies. At Dongxing, Wu Kai listened with great satisfaction to the reports from his lackeys, meticulously grooming his nails with a nail clipper, and disdainfully remarked, Ding Xiaoxia, that fool, has been discovered by Liu Jianming so soon? I must have overestimated this dim-witted swine. However, it mattered not, tonight. Whether Liu Jianming and Liang Kun clashed, or Liu Jianming and Ding Xiaoxia battled, I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. To the lackeys beside him, he commanded, Go. Arrange for tomorrow to plant our flag on Liu Jianming and Ding Xiaoxia's territory. Several lackeys responded, Yes. Huang Ziqing arrived at Liu Jianming's office. Not to summon him for questioning, but rather to invite him for a drink as a friend. Liu Jianming smirked. Huang Ziqing, I was afraid you wouldn't come. If you didn't tea, who would I perform this spectacle for? Liu Jianming acquiesced to Huang Ziqing's request, bid farewell to Zhu Wanfang, and made his way to the West Kowloon police station, munching on a hamburger and clutching a milk tea. As he entered the station, he was immediately surrounded by a dozen burly men. Liu Jianming, unfazed, continued to eat his hamburger and remarked, Officer Huang, if you're inviting me as a guest, as a personal favor, I could stay without being detained tonight. But if you wish to lock me up for 24 hours, I'll have my lawyer come speak with you. How does that sound? Huang Ziqing waved his hand, signaling all the officers to step aside. Liu Jianming noticed that the officers within the West Kowloon station regarded him with ill intent. Taking a sip of coffee, Liu Jianming questioned, Why do you all look at me like that? Is it because I get into fights? Tell me, when have I ever gone out looking for trouble? What about that time with Shoppy, when you were nowhere to be found on the streets? Fong. She was the one who helped you identify the criminal before being apprehended herself. How can you even bear to sit here when you couldn't protect a key witness? The Zhongqing Society's seventh brother, don't think I'm unaware. You all have been lurking less than 1,000 meters away while I was being beaten by 100 people. Was it just me? If it were someone else, they would have been beaten to death, and you would still be watching the spectacle. You take taxpayer money. What have you done besides sitting in your air-conditioned room sipping coffee? I have yet to see anything substantial from you. A young officer stood up, shouting, You punk. Watch your words, or I'll sue you for defaming the police. Liu Jianming cast a scornful glance at him. Officer, calm down. Let me tell you a story. One day, Zhang Sen approached Li Si and accused Wang Wu of slandering him. Li Si, puzzled, asked how Wang Wu had slandered him. Zhang Sen replied, Wang Wu had the audacity to publicly disclose my actions. Liu Jianming concluded, taking another sip of coffee. Isn't that right, officer? Do you think I've gone too far? Where were you when Fong was taken? If you stood by doing nothing while the victim was violated, and then turned your blame onto the victim, I believe that in terms of justice, the gangs appear more virtuous than you. At least they possess a sense of accountability for who instigates trouble. Rather than bringing the victim to the police station, they allow the perpetrator to roam free. Chapter 97 Liu Jianming unleashes his full fury. As Liu Jianming finished speaking, silence fell upon the O Records office. One could hear a pin drop. He glanced at everyone present. Mr. Rousseau once stated in his Emile that the general spirit of the law protects the strong and oppresses the weak. It favors the wealthy while bullying the impoverished. This flaw is unavoidable and without exception. Taking a deep breath, Liu Jianming recalled the image of Zhu Wanfang with her short hair from the film, biting his lip, tilting his head, and unleashing his full fury. Look at yourselves. When criminals perpetrate acts against their victims, you stand idly by, yet when the victim retaliates, you strike with full force. Every individual you have apprehended is one whose life has been shattered, whose family has been torn apart, and those you have released? They are often bloated and indulging in vice. You continually question why there are so many gangsters in Hong Kong. Allow me to enlighten you. The opening scene of the film The Godfather depicts the daughter of a wealthy man being assaulted by thugs, while the police take no action. The wealthy man must turn to the Godfather for justice, for it is the gangs that seem to be the only entities capable of dispensing justice. Liu Jianming sighed in despair and remarked, "As I perused the law, I discovered that it is devoid of time. Each crooked page is inscribed with the words fairness and justice." I tossed and turned sleeplessly, scrutinizing it through the night until I discerned the truth embedded within. The entire text speaks of one thing: devouring the innocent. Liu Jianming then fixed a piercing gaze and exclaimed, "Officer, if you possess even a sliver of basic human conscience, I implore you to visit the prison, to examine your case files. Observe the individuals you have apprehended. Contemplate those confined within the prison walls. Understand their families and their backgrounds. Then, reevaluate your notion of justice. Do you not find it absurd, even mocking?" Huang Zhiqing, not waiting for Liu Jianming to finish, hastily pulled him into his office, fearing that if this young man continued, his psychologically fragile subordinates would be left in ruins. As Huang Zhiqing dragged Liu Jianming away, the latter shouted, "Huang sir, am I not speaking the truth? You may wish to silence me, yet this reality is apparent. Otherwise, why do you think the gangs in Hong Kong cannot be eradicated? Because society provides them no justice. To them, the gangs feel far more familiar than the police." A loud thud echoed as the office door slammed shut, silencing the conversation. This noise brought the officers back to reality, awakening them from Liu Jianming's earlier tirade. Some began to doubt whether their actions truly represented justice. Once inside Huang Zhiqing's office, Liu Qichang scrutinized Liu Jianming with curiosity. Huang Zhiqing, appearing weary, sank into a sofa without uttering a word. After a moment, Liu Qichang spoke, "Ah Chang, I have always called you Mingzi. Is it acceptable if I continue to do so?" Liu Jianming shrugged nonchalantly, "Whatever." After a brief contemplation, Liu Qichang remarked, "Mingzi, you seem to hold a strong appreciation for the gangs." Liu Jianming scoffed, "Officer Liu, let me clarify what I mean by appreciation. In TSC Wanshan, there are children who have yet to reach the height of a table, and their thoughts are not on education, but on joining the fray. They believe that only through such a life can they achieve success, and they are convinced they will. They harbor no faith in societal justice, nor in a blocked future. They believe that even education leads to the same outcome. The upper echelons of Hong Kong are under the control of the foreign powers. Even if there is a slight loosening, it will be individuals connected to these powers who maintain control, not them. It resembles the 9-rank system, where each tier corresponds to a family. For them, even if they study, even if they graduate from university, they are destined to work for the foreigners for life. Thus, they might as well embrace the gang life. Rather than trust in the gangs, it is more accurate to say they are disillusioned with the social system itself. Do you understand? Liu Jianming was willing to share so much with Liu Qichang because the latter represented the local faction. In Hong Kong, there exist 5 powers: the foreigners, the traders, the compradors, the locals, and the North. As dusk fell, Huang Zhiqing departed with most of his team, leaving only 3 or 4 individuals along with Liu Qichang to observe Liu Jianming. Liu Jianming casually switched on the television in the main hall, flipping through channels with the remote. Moments later, he complained, "Sir, is there nothing else to watch? This drama is utterly tedious, either filled with trivialities or family squabbles." Liu Qichang, having just prepared a bowl of instant noodles, replied, "This is prime time. What else would be aired? By the way, if you enjoy football, you can switch to the international channel to catch a 20-hour replay of the English League." Liu Jianming rolled his eyes. The 1980s English League had little to do with actual football, as the focus was more on the brawls among football hooligans. Nevertheless, he decided to change the channel. However, out of Liu Qichang's sight, a holographic projection appeared in Liu Jianming's pupils, revealing the magician near the Japanese restaurant owned by the Chongqing Society. The restaurant had already displayed a sign indicating it was closed for the day. Inside, the establishment was filled to capacity, with hundreds of individuals armed and awaiting the arrival of the midnight hour. Meanwhile, all hidden corners outside were occupied by police on high alert, prepared for Liu Jianming's associates to clash with the Chongqing Society led by Ding Xiaoxia. They were equally wary of Ding Xiaoxia's men bursting forth to confront Liu Jianming. The conflict had escalated beyond mere gang rivalry. It had transformed into a blood feud, promising a merciless outcome. Inside the restaurant, Ding Xiaoxia finished the last of his cigarettes, extinguishing it beneath his heel. Raising his head, his eyes were bloodshot, consumed by rage. Not only did Liu Jianming intend to fight him to the last man, but he too would confront Liu Jianming until only one remained. One of his underlings inquired, "Boss, it's already midnight, and there has been no sign of activity. Do you think Liu Jianming might not show up tonight?" Ding Xiaoxia shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Liu Jianming is a man of his word." Suddenly, one of his underlings collapsed to the ground. The others scattered in alarm. Ding Xiaoxia stood up, supported by someone as he approached. "What happened?" The others shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ding Xiaoxia began to question further, his men began to fall one by one like a line of dominoes. Chapter 98. Eradication of Evil. Ding Xiaoxia looked up to find that his subordinates were collapsing one after another, akin to a chain reaction. What is happening? What is going on? Ding Xiaoxia gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. It was as if some invisible specter was lurking about, harvesting one life after another. Moments later, within the entire Kowloon Japanese restaurant, only Ding Xiaoxia remained. He was at a loss for what had transpired, his initial anger morphing into fear, then confusion. No, this cannot be. Why? Why is this happening? Could it be that Liu Jianming is truly a demon? What on earth is happening? Ding Xiaoxia attempted to dash toward the door, but halfway there, his head grew heavy, and he fainted, observing everything unfold through the holographic projection. Liu Jianming wore a strange smile and stood up, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." A police officer rose simultaneously. "I'll accompany you." Liu Jianming waved his hand dismissively. "No need. If I truly wish to leave, do you think you five could detain me? Sitting here to watch the match. I will return in no more than 2 minutes." The officer glanced at the seated Liu Qichong, who gestured for Liu Jianming to proceed on his own. Liu Jianming was right. If he wished to leave, whether through forceful means or by summoning lawyers, none could impede him. Liu Jianming's current demeanor suggested a willingness to cooperate with them. Why not seize the opportunity? Upon entering the restroom, Liu Jianming opened a stall door and found himself within the confines of a hospital. However, he was now clad in a nurse's uniform, wearing a mask, tying up his hair, and donning high heels, presenting a striking contrast to his previously robust physique. This was the unique skill of the detective, the Thousand Faces. Liu Jianming observed within the hospital and discovered that at the entrance of Ding Yixia's hospital room, there were 3 plainclothes officers discreetly guarding, with 2 more inside. He pondered, are they wary of my intent to assassinate Ding Yixia? The level of caution is indeed considerable. Yet, this posed no challenge for Liu Jianming. Holding a tray, he entered the hospital room. The 2 plainclothes officers conducted a cursory search of Liu Jianming, finding nothing amiss on his person. From Ding Yixia, Liu Jianming had learned the art of the deadly poisoner, which encompassed not only the preparation of poisons, but also some foundational knowledge of clinical medicine. Thus, after performing a brief examination on Ding Yixia, Liu Jianming concluded that the likelihood of Ding Yixia regaining consciousness was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, Liu Jianming possessed a singular creed, to eradicate evil without exception. He was not like Ding Xia, who sought vengeance only to the extent of personal satisfaction. Liu Jianming's resolve was far more resolute. He silently vowed, "If you truly intend to disrupt my plans, we shall settle this in the realm of the underworld. But should you kidnap Ah Fong, our paths shall only cross again in the next life." From his pocket, Liu Jianming retrieved 2 vials of pre-prepared poison, drawing it into a syringe and methodically injecting it into Ding Yixia's body. Given the slow-acting nature of the toxin, Liu Jianming estimated that Ding Yixia would not succumb until at least the following morning. Thus, the monitoring device beside Ding Yixia registered no anomalies. Observing Ding Yixia's tranquil expression, beneath which lurked a demonic roar, utilizing the master of poison skills acquired from Ding Yixia to bring about Ding Yixia's demise serves as a form of mockery. After successfully executing the assassination, Liu Jianming exited the hospital room, vanishing into the shadowy corridor, returning to the police station. Through the holographic projection, he witnessed a succession of fallen loyal minions of the Chongqing Society and inquired of the magician, "Have these individuals been dealt with?" The magician confidently replied, 12 55-kilogram gas canisters filled with liquefied gas. It would be nearly impossible for them to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Liu Jianming's lips curled into a smirk. Let me witness the grand spectacle that is about to unfold. The gas released from 12 55-kilogram canisters inundated the 3-story Japanese restaurant. This was no mere eatery. It was akin to a colossal bomb. A spark could send everything in sight soaring into the heavens. Throughout Kowloon, all awaited a bloody confrontation. Yet, the night remained eerily tranquil. At 5 in the morning, the horizon was painted a majestic purple by the rising sun below the sea level. The officers stationed near the Japanese restaurant felt an overwhelming fatigue, with Huang Zhiqing relying heavily on strong coffee to sustain him. Huang Zhiqing inquired over the communicator, "How goes it at Xiaochang Street? Have Liu Jianming's men assembled?" An officer responded through the communicator, "No, Liu Jianming's minions left the scene at 2 in the morning and returned to their apartment to rest." Huang Zhiqing was taken aback. They all returned to the apartment to sleep? Do Liu Jianming's men live together? The officer nodded. Liu Jianming purchased an entire apartment building adjacent to Xiaochang Street, distributing units to his subordinates. Furthermore, he provided them with vehicles, all acquired by him. Liu Jianming declared that anyone who ascended to a mid-level position would receive housing, carves, and that the company would cover child support until they turned 18. These distributed assets would be inherited by their offspring upon the member's demise. Huang Zhiqing twitched his lips, incredulous at the notion of such a meritocratic system. He finally understood why Liu Jianming's subordinates were so fiercely loyal. While other gangs merely painted grand illusions, Liu Jianming's promises were tangible. Only Liu Jianming's faction could assert, "Look, our mid-level apartments are right here. As long as you follow me, we shall share both fortune and adversity." For those accustomed to living in slums, witnessing such opulence must have rendered rival gang members mere moving liabilities: houses, cars, and women. Moreover, Huang Ziqing noted a hint of intrigue in the voice of his subordinate officer. Could it be that he was contemplating switching allegiances to Liu Jianming? Yet upon further reflection, Huang Ziqing found himself equally tempted. Was this welfare system not somewhat outrageous? After all, Liu Jianming was the gang leader. Realization dawned upon him. Huang Ziqing hung up the phone, adjusted his attire, and disembarked from his vehicle, pondering that the gangs of Hong Kong were destined to be outmaneuvered by Liu Jianming. After stepping out of the car, Huang Ziqing gazed at the still-closed doors of the Japanese restaurant and instructed several officers, "Go up and knock on the door. Tell Ding Xiaoxia that they performed excellently last night, and that we hope they continue in this manner." The officers dashed to the entrance of the restaurant and knocked, but received no reply. Huang Ziqing sensed something amiss and approached the door. "What is going on?" An officer replied, "No one is responding to our knocks." Huang Ziqing frowned. "That's impossible. We saw hundreds enter yesterday. How could there be no response now?" One officer nearby cautioned, "Could something have happened to Huang, sir?" Huang Ziqing's face betrayed a flicker of panic, yet he maintained a stoic facade, insisting, "We are all here. What could possibly go wrong? Knock again. And if there is no response, we shall use a chainsaw to break down the door." After issuing this command, Huang Ziqing returned to his vehicle, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. No, Liu Jianming could not possibly be so compliant as to come to the police station. He must have orchestrated something behind the scenes. Hastily, Huang Ziqing dialed Liu Qichang. As soon as the call connected, he urgently inquired, "Ah Chang, is Liu Jianming still at the police station?" Liu Qichang glanced at Liu Jianming, who lay asleep on the office cot. He is currently in a deep slumber. Just then, boom. Before Liu Qichang could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a crimson mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Chapter 99. Is it not the duty of a man to protect his wife? The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated through the air. Fiery flames surged upward, consuming everything in their path. The three-story wooden and brick structure of the Japanese restaurant was torn apart like paper. Countless remains were hurled into the air, only to plummet back down. Severed limbs rained down like a torrential storm, enveloping the surroundings. The immense shockwave shattered the glass of nearby buildings, while car alarms blared incessantly. Huang Ziqing barely had time to hang up the phone before he leaped from his vehicle, shouting, "What happened? What is going on?" Some officers, their eardrums ruptured by the blast, lay on the ground clutching their ears in agony. Others were overwhelmed by the heat wave, sprawled on the ground, and screaming in terror. A police officer who narrowly escaped the recent explosion shouted, "Just moments ago." Anan and Dashin claimed they couldn't force the door open and went back to fetch a flame cutter to slice it, but as they approached, a tremendous explosion occurred. Huang Ziqing lifted his gaze towards the epicenter of the blast, which was none other than the Zonking Society's Japanese restaurant, now engulfed in a raging inferno. Surrounding the restaurant, countless severed limbs and debris lay scattered across the ground. Such a harrowing sight was unprecedented, even for Huang Ziqing. Hundreds of dismembered bodies lay before him. A truly horrifying tableau. In the next instant, Huang Ziqing clenched his fists. Liu Jianming. He must be behind this. Only he could orchestrate such chaos. I wondered why this man had been so compliant at the police station yesterday. It turns out he had meticulously planned everything. Huang Ziqing flung open the car door and shouted to the officers trailing behind him, "Immediately call for an ambulance. I must return to the station at once." With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards the police station. Upon arrival, Huang Ziqing charged into the precinct like a wild boar, shoving anyone who dared to block his path aside. With a crash, he burst into the O Department office. The force was so great that the glass door shattered against the wall, sending shards scattering across the floor. Huang Ziqing glared at Liu Jianming, who was awake and adjusting his suit, his fury reaching a boiling point. He approached Liu Jianming, his eyes bulging, fists clenched, and teeth gritted, ready to confront him in a life-or-death struggle. Liu Jianming, however, appeared completely relaxed. "Chenggu, you're back. So, tell me, my men did nothing wrong, did they?" Realizing Huang Ziqing's return, Liu Jianming already anticipated the unfolding events. Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth. "Did nothing? What exactly did you do?" Liu Jianming adjusted his tie and replied with a light chuckle, "I merely did what any man would do for his wife. Protect her. Did I err in my actions?" Huang Ziqing's finger trembled as he pointed at Liu Jianming, unable to articulate a response. "You." Liu Jianming patted Huang Ziqing on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "The things you officers fail to handle, I am merely assisting you with. Take good care of your key witness. Otherwise, next time, It could be anyone's guess where the explosion will occur. Hong Kong has a population of 4 million, and you can't protect everyone one-on-one. Of course, you could keep a close watch on our people one-on-one. I have no objections. I simply wonder how long you can keep your eyes on this chaotic Hong Kong. I have all the time in the world to play along with you in the O department. Huang Ziqing trembled with rage at Liu Jianming's audacity. Aren't you afraid of being wanted for this? This explosion resulted in hundreds of deaths. Liu Jianming smirked and shook his head. If I kill one person, the police will pursue me. If I take out a dozen, I'll be labeled a terrorist. But with hundreds dead, even the governor can only attribute it to a gas explosion or some natural disaster. The toll is too heavy. Neither the governor nor the police commissioner can shoulder the blame. Liu Jianming fixed his gaze on Huang Ziqing. Some things, unless weighed, carry no measure. Once they are, they become uncontainable. Remember, the truth only reveals itself when necessary. Liu Jianming stepped past Huang Ziqing, positioning himself behind him. Officer Huang, allow me to impart one last lesson. When you make a ruckus significant enough, someone will inevitably come to clean up your mess and explain everything to everyone. The theories governing all matters in this world are interconnected. One cannot topple what is great. With that, Liu Jianming yawned nonchalantly and sauntered away from Huang Ziqing. Just then, an officer rushed in, panic etched on his face. Officer Huang, it's bad. The hospital just called. Ding Yixia has just stopped breathing. What? Huang Ziqing gasped. Turning to Liu Jianming's retreating figure, he shouted, Liu Jianming, you truly are ruthless. You have wiped out the entire Ding family. Liu Jianming replied indifferently, no. Huang Ziqing pressed. You still won't admit it. Liu Jianming stepped over the glass shards on the floor. Isn't Ding Xia still alive? Isn't it my duty to eliminate all evil? As you instructed, Officer Huang? Huang Ziqing stood agape, his expression unchanging until Liu Jianming's figure vanished from the precinct. He was utterly shaken by Liu Jianming's madness. What kind of outlaw is this? From Liu Jianming's words, it was clear that killing the Ding family's 4 crabs was merely the beginning. Even Ding Xia himself would not be spared. Lu Qichang, standing nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. Ah Chang, what? What's happening? I just heard something about an explosion on the phone. Huang Ziqing had no time to respond to Lu Qichang's queries. He turned to the officers still in the office and bellowed, from now on. At least 2 teams must be deployed to ensure Zhu Wanfang's safety. If any members of other gangs attempt to approach her, you are authorized to open fire. Do you understand? Huang Ziqing slammed his hand on the table. Damn it. That bastard Ding Xiaoxia had no business provoking a lunatic like Liu Jianming. Given Liu Jianming's propensity for madness, Huang Ziqing firmly believed that if anything were to happen to Zhu Wanfang again, Liu Jianming could very well orchestrate the largest terror attack in Hong Kong's history. This man regarded human lives as mere trifles. He was the embodiment of a true outlaw. Liu Jianming was indeed a genuine outlaw, one who would not hesitate to wipe out entire families. Furthermore, Huang Ziqing found himself utterly powerless against him. Were Liu Jianming to dabble even slightly in vice, gambling, or illicit activities, Huang Ziqing could easily keep him under surveillance. Yet, with Liu Jianming's income derived solely from legitimate means, Huang Ziqing had no recourse to track him. How could one monitor the fluctuations of stocks in Tokyo? Chapter 100, merely a simple gas explosion. Although Liu Jianming had asserted yesterday that he would exchange lives with the Zonking Society, following his summons to the police station and the heavy surveillance on the Japanese restaurant, all gang members believed that the conflict between Liu Jianming and the Zonking Society had been temporarily frozen. I doubt anything will happen now. The police are on the scene. Liu Jianming wouldn't dare confront the authorities head-on, unless he lost his mind. Indeed, the police have their elite flying tigers, no matter how strong Liu Jianming is. He cannot confront them directly, especially since they are armed to the teeth, unless he wishes to incite war in Hong Kong. This was reasonable. Just yesterday, Ding family's 3rd son, Ding Wangxia, was murdered outside a law firm. Ding Xiaoxia and Ding Lixia were caught in a bomb blast in the alley behind the Japanese restaurant. Liu Jianming and the Zonking Society had escalated their gang disputes into a blood feud. If the police failed to intervene, it would surely culminate in disaster. I heard the root cause was that Ding Xiaoxia had kidnapped Liu Jianming's woman. Was Ding Xiaoxia insane? The grave hadn't even begun to sprout grass yet. Did he really want to put on that performance again? Was it a ploy to test Liu Jianming's limits? Was it not a shared fault on both sides? Liu Jianming and Liang Kun had first invaded the Zonking Society's territory, which led to Ding Xiaoxia's retaliatory kidnapping. At that moment, a lackey burst in, breaking news. There has been a severe explosion at Ding Xiaoxia's Japanese restaurant. Instantly, alarm bells rang in the minds of the prominent figures who had been seated indoors. To dare to assault Ding Xiaoxia's Japanese restaurant despite the police's prohibition is nothing short of audacious and unreasonable. Although the specifics of the explosion remain unclear, the audacity to detonate the establishment under the watchful gaze of law enforcement unequivocally marks Liu Jianming as a true outlaw. His assertion of exchanging life for life holds a grim truth. In the end, it may come down to you descending into hell while I languish in prison. Let us see who fears whom. In a fleeting moment, the entire underworld is engulfed in anxiety. Among the leaders, there is one who dares to show no fear of death. Would they send their underlings to fight? Would they instruct their men to take the fall? If one possesses such courage, let them confront their adversaries head-on. Initially believing both parties were at fault, the leaders quickly recanted. Ahem, well put. Calamity should not befall one's wife and children. Ding Xiaoxia's abduction of Liu Jianming's woman was excessive. Thus, the beating he received was deserved. Upon concluding, the leader promptly turned to those behind him and commanded, find out who Liu Jianming's woman is and steer clear of her henceforth. Liu Jianming, as a figure of power, is not to be feared. However, a madman of his caliber is indeed terrifying. It was not just this leader. Almost all the prominent figures in Hong Kong simultaneously issued directives to their men to maintain distance from Liu Jianming's woman. To confront someone who brazenly defies police orders and launches an assault is to court death. What benefit lies in opposing such an outlaw? Everyone in this realm seeks profit, not peril. Within less than an hour following the explosion at the Kowloon Japanese restaurant, the entire Hong Kong was set ablaze with chaos. It was not the severity of the blast that caused such turmoil, but rather the three-story structure that was obliterated. The death toll reached a staggering 500 to 600 individuals, leaving limbs and bodies scattered across the vicinity. Such a catastrophic loss of life instigated widespread panic, and various rumors began to circulate. The police swiftly cordoned off the area surrounding the restaurant, permitting only emergency vehicles to pass. Journalists, ever eager for first-hand accounts, converged once more, each employing their own methods to gather information. In the headquarters, Chief Inspector Hua wore an expression of fury. Can anyone elucidate the precise events that transpired? Not a single officer dared to utter a word. The ramifications of this explosion were too grave for anyone to speak up. Chief Inspector Hua turned to the fire investigation team. Has your initial report been completed? What precisely caused the explosion? An officer from the investigation team rose. Based on the explosion's circumstances, the autopsy results of the deceased, and the report from the West Kowloon police station, we believe the explosion was caused by a gas leak. Upon hearing this conclusion, a collective sigh of relief swept through the conference room. A carbon monoxide explosion bore no implications for law enforcement. It was deemed an accident. Chief Inspector Hua was momentarily taken aback, having initially suspected a terrorist attack, only to discover it was merely a gas leak that led to the explosion. He pressed further. Elaborate on that. The investigation officer opened his folder. Based on our examination of the deceased, the majority perished from carbon monoxide poisoning due to asphyxiation. Furthermore, our inquiries revealed that, yesterday afternoon, the restaurant staff ordered 12 large gas canisters from a supplier. These canisters were delivered to the restaurant later that same day. Our investigation shows that the gas canisters were connected by a manifold. However, due to the complete destruction of the canisters and the manifold in the explosion, we suspect that a malfunction occurred in the manifold last night, leading to a gas leak that resulted in fatalities. According to the West Kowloon police station's report, when they attempted to breach the door this morning using a cutting device due to a lack of response, the explosion occurred. We have reason to believe that the restaurant was already filled with carbon monoxide, and upon contact with a spark, a violent explosion ensued. This encapsulates the findings of the Kowloon Japanese restaurant explosion investigation. We can conclusively affirm that it was indeed an accidental explosion. As for the reason behind the tragic loss of over 100 lives, our investigation revealed a half-destroyed Buddha statue in the vicinity, which we suspect may be related to some form of sinister ritual. Hong Kong's beliefs are intricate, encompassing influences from around the globe, making it difficult to discern their true nature. Chief Inspector Hua slammed the table. Immediately communicate this information to all journalists as swiftly as possible. Additionally, send this investigation report to the Commissioner of Police and the Governor. There is no need to pursue further inquiries. This incident will be treated as a gas explosion, and all personnel must maintain a unified narrative in the media, understood? The officers promptly rose, affirming, yes, sir. The truth behind the Japanese restaurant explosion was well understood by the expatriates. Yet, in the face of a true outlaw like Liu Jianming, they resorted to their customary appeasement tactics. Liu Jianming faced no repercussions or punishment. His actions were laden with an extreme threat. I possess the means to escalate matters. Yet I choose not to do so, allowing everyone a chance to retreat gracefully. However, should you refuse me respect, I shall reciprocate in kind. Thus, a new guidance counselor arrived at Zhongnan Secondary School today. The girl possessed a delicate visage, her expression cool and composed, her short hair standing upright. Upon taking the podium, her gaze fell upon Zhu Wanfang. Hello, my name is Long Jiao. Chapter 101. The Crow Hires a Hitman. A violent explosion concluded with a gas detonation. While the media portrayed it as a sensational event, the populace remained largely indifferent. For the ordinary citizen, merely surviving in this world was an arduous endeavor. The news of explosions and casualties bore no relevance to them. The streets were tranquil, yet whispers of Zhu Wanfang's plight echoed throughout the underworld. Through this explosion, Liu Jianming drew a line for all. Violence is permissible, negotiations are viable, but to touch my woman is to invite destruction. Having been previously intimidated by Liu Jianming, Zhou George now viewed Zhu Wanfang with trepidation. After the explosion involving the Zhongqing society, his fear only intensified. Presently, when a teacher reprimanded Zhu Wanfang, Zhou George would readily step in to defend her. Punishments from teachers were one thing, but incurring Liu Jianming's wrath could lead to dire consequences. Zhou George was astute enough to weigh the gravity of each situation. The police's investigation into Liu Jianming had not even commenced before it was effectively concluded. After all, he had spent a night in the station without any evidence linking him to the destruction of the Kowloon Japanese restaurant. Moreover, substantial evidence indicated that the explosion at the restaurant was indeed a gas explosion. Had it not been for the cutting device breaching the restaurant's door, it would have merely been a case of mass carbon monoxide poisoning. There was no basis to hold Liu Jianming accountable in terms of evidence. Simultaneously, higher authorities prohibited any personnel within the police station from expressing dissent regarding this explosion case. All inquiries into the incident were strictly to be framed as a gas explosion. Huang Zhiqing knew well that Liu Jianming had orchestrated something sinister behind the scenes. However, knowing the truth does little to alter the situation. The foreigners, in their relentless pursuit of profit, have proclaimed Hong Kong to be the safest city in the world. The horrific explosion that claimed the lives of hundreds must be dismissed as mere coincidence. Indeed, it must be labeled an accident. Alarmingly, the upper echelons of the police department have strictly forbidden any in-depth investigation into this incident and have sealed the related files. Huang Zhiqing, clenching his fists, slammed them onto the table. Liu Jianming, you have triumphed. Upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, Liang Kun felt a chilling sweat trickle down his brow. Ding Xiaoxia, along with hundreds of members of the Zhongqing society, perished in the blast. Ding Yixia was poisoned to death in the hospital. Ding Wangxia was stabbed to death at the entrance of a law firm. Ding Lixia is now missing, likely another victim of Liu Jianming's machinations. With the demise of the Ding family, the Zhongqing society has been utterly obliterated. Liang Kun wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "Thank heavens that Liu Jianming managed to rescue his woman. Had she appeared in my territory, I would surely be hanging on the wall by now." Liu Jianming is truly a madman. As the Zhongqing society fell into ruin, Liu Jianming naturally continued his westward expansion. His influence has steadily stretched, now reaching the vicinity of Woda Lao Dao. Though this path is not entirely unchallenged, with Liang Kun's forces and other rogue elements complicating matters, Liu Jianming's domain has extended from Tsc Wanshan all the way to Mongkok, establishing him as a notorious power in the region. Upon learning of the explosion at Ding Xiaoxia's sushi restaurant, Crow, infuriated, kicked over the coffee table before him. Useless. Ding Xiaoxia is utterly worthless. I cannot fathom how such a fool could survive in Hong Kong for so long. Deadbeat. Partnering with Ding Xiaoxia was my gravest mistake. How could he let such a catastrophic event unfold over something as trivial as a woman? Initially, Liu Jianming's territory was confined to the streets near Tsc Wanshan, several blocks away from Mongkok. Now, he has breached the gates of Mongkok, gaining the right to partake in its development. Liu Jianming's emergence has become the most significant variable in Crow's turbulent plans. Originally, Crow intended to utilize the Zhongqing society to counter Liu Jianming's western encroachment, fearing the infiltration of the Triads' influence. Now, however, the opposite has occurred, as Liu Jianming has seamlessly absorbed the Zhongqing society's foothold in Kowloon. The Zhongqing society's stronghold in Wanchai crumbled in an instant, fracturing into dozens of smaller gangs. With hands on his hips, Crow seethed with rage. Damn Liu Jianming. Just wait and see how I will deal with him. A subordinate whispered, "Boss, we could hire a hitman. In this world, as long as one can pay, there are plenty of professional killers available. Perhaps we should contract a hitman organization to deal with Liu Jianming." After pondering for a moment, Crow replied, "Good idea. We can enlist a professional assassin to eliminate Liu Jianming. Hong Kong is a profoundly chaotic city, devoid of any semblance of safety. Much like the cyberpunk cities depicted in most stories, gangs and assassins are ubiquitous." Crow's subordinates swiftly located a leader of an assassin organization. The head of the assassin group, accompanied by several henchmen clad in black suits and ties, approached Crow. Observing this assembly of killers, Crow felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He despised the sight of these impeccably dressed individuals. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned back against the couch, declaring, "I need you to eliminate Liu Jianming." The assassin leader, unfazed by the request, retrieved a notepad and pen from his chest pocket. jotting down a series of numbers before tearing the page out. Deposit 200,000 into this account. Upon successful completion, you will pay an additional 300,000. Crow's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? How much do you want? The assassin leader replied calmly. Whether you pay or not is your business. I want to act without seeing a bank receipt. With that, he stood to leave. Crow shot a glance at his nearby henchman, who immediately understood and rushed toward the assassin leader. You worthless scum. How dare you speak to our boss like that? You're asking for death. Bang. The assassin leader swiftly drew his weapon, shooting the henchman in the head without a second glance. You should teach your men what respect means. Otherwise, they'll find themselves dead in the streets. With that, the assassin leader holstered his gun and exited without looking back, staring at the body of his fallen subordinate. Crow bit his lip, speechless. As the door closed behind the assassin leader, Crow kicked over the coffee table in frustration. That bastard. He demands 500,000 to kill Liu Jianming. How dare he? Another henchman inquired. Boss, are we going to send the money or not? Crow, in a fit of anger, pressed the subordinate's head against the armrest of the couch. Is that even a question? Send the money. Immediately gather the funds. Transfer the money at once. I want Liu Jianming dead tonight. At the basketball court hotel, in Liu Jianming's office, Gao Qiu laid a dossier before him. Boss. Here is the information regarding the Mong Coke development. Liu Jianming accepted the document. Qiu, please summarize the situation for me. Chapter 102. The 13th sister is called Cui Xiaoxiao. Gao Qiu opened a thick folder in her hands. At this point, Gao Qiu had fully mastered the role of an excellent group assistant, shedding any vestige of her former demeanor. Sitting in the chair to Liu Jianming's left, she reported, the foreigners have decided to establish a commercial street at the southeastern corner of Prince Edward Road and Laundry Street. This location is served by a subway line. So if we construct several buildings here, it is bound to thrive in the future. However, according to our investigation, the power dynamics on Laundry Street are highly chaotic. In addition to 4 major triads, there are also local factions like the Huafa and the local pig heads, and the 13th sister is active in this area as well. Moreover, the subway company has proposed terms. They are willing to contribute some funding, but they want 30% of the revenue from the entire building. The development of the commercial street will require 4 phases, comprising 3,000 residential units and several large commercial buildings, including a 22-story commercial tower. Excluding the subway company's investment, we estimate needing around 600 million Hong Kong dollars. 600 million Hong Kong dollars? Liu Jianming scratched his head, realizing the required funds were exceedingly high. Not only was his own capital insufficient, but even combined with Liang Kun's funds, it would likely fall short. Gambling was not an option anymore, especially with Gao Jin still bedridden. Liu Jianming daydreamed, wishing someone would come and offer him a sum of money. After much contemplation, he concluded that borrowing some funds and subsequently taking out a bank loan would be the most prudent course of action. He picked up the phone and called Liang Kun to discuss the financial matters, contemplating that he could always offer Liang Kun a larger share of the profits in return. Conducting business with Liang Kun was purely a matter of money, devoid of sentiment. Hello? Kun Gu? Where are you chasing women again? The sounds of clattering dice echoed from Liang Kun's end of the line, suggesting he was engaged in a game of mahjong. Upon recognizing Liu Jianming's voice, Liang Kun perked up. Yes, Minggu, I heard about your exploits yesterday. You sent hundreds from the Zhongqing Society to their demise. This must be the most catastrophic casualty toll in gang disputes since the inception of Triads in Hong Kong. But do you know what the television is saying? Liu Jianming shook his head. I have no idea. Ever since I stepped out yesterday, I've been preoccupied with resolving the lingering issues of the Zhongqing Society. The Zhongqing Society is finished, and so are the 4 crabs of the Ding family. I have been diligently attending to matters here in Kowloon. Where would I find the time to watch television? What I mean by attending to affairs in Kowloon is essentially the annexation of the Zhongqing Society's influence in this area. Due to the gas explosion, all of the Zhongqing Society's henchmen here in Kowloon have been sent to their demise. As a result, the foundation of the Zhongqing Society has been vacated. And yesterday, several scattered gangs clashed at the periphery of the Zhongqing Society's territory. As for the central area, everyone knows it belongs to Liu Jianming. The surrounding ruffians keep their distance, wary of being dealt with so severely that they wouldn't recognize their own mothers. Indeed, the Crow initially sought to seize the territory east of Prince Edward Road, but as a cunning strategist, upon observing Liu Jianming's intact power, he ordered his men to halt their actions. Liu Jianming easily took over the territory of the Zhongqing Society. Liang Kun waved his finger. You know, I almost forgot about this until you mentioned it. Do you know what your current nickname in the underworld is? Liu Jianming shook his head. No, I don't. He had never assigned himself a nickname. Those familiar with him called him Aming, Mingzi, or Mingge. Those less acquainted simply referred to him by his full name. Liu Jianming. It was his first experience of having a nickname bestowed upon him by others. However, Given his journey into the world of Hong Kong cinema, he was certain it wouldn't be anything flattering. Liang Kun threw his head back and laughed. The Demon Lord. Those ruffians are calling you the Demon Lord. Liu Jianming retorted. Demon Lord? Why is that? Liang Kun, surprised, responded, you're asking why. Let's recount your achievements. You have continuously defeated the 4 tigers on the court, earning fame throughout Xiangjiang. You single-handedly attended a meeting to rescue your girlfriend, and on the rooftop, you killed with style. In the chaos on the court, you faced 100 foes, eliminating 56 and then walking away. Moreover, just yesterday, under the watchful eyes of the police, you dispatched the 4 crabs of the Ding family and all the henchmen of the Chongqing society. If you are not the Demon Lord, then who is? There are many nicknames in the underworld, yet few are derived from literary references. Most are based on personal traits, while some utilize their English names. Liu Jianming's nickname, however, is inspired by a verse describing Wu Song in Water Margin, likening him to a celestial demon descending upon the earth, truly a deity of the mortal realm. Liu Jianming redirected the conversation, Brother Kun. The reason I called you is to inquire about your thoughts on the development of the commercial land at the southeast corner of Prince Edward Road and Laundry Street. Would you like to join me? Liang Kun showed no interest in penetrating Mong Kok. By the way, Minggu, if you genuinely wish to make your way into Mong Kok, I must caution you. The area is quite chaotic at present. There is no single leader, merely a collection of local ruffians. There's the Flower Buddha from the United Alliance, the local pighead, and Ah Pao from the East Star. Liu Jianming countered. What about your 13 sisters of Honghing? 13 sisters? Liang Kun paused, as if recalling who it was. You can't mean that daughter of Cui Shuida, Cui Xiaoxiao. Can you? Liu Jianming stroked his chin, initially believing that the timeline in the world of Hong Kong films was disordered. Now, Chen Jiaju and Zhou Xingxing were partners, while Piao Shu and De Shu were in a complicated hierarchy. To his surprise, the timelines of interconnected films were indeed coherent. In the movie Hung Hing's 13 Sisters, when Boss B accepted Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, 13 Sisters' father, Cui Shuida, was already under Liang Kun's command. Liu Jianming analyzed Cui Shuida in detail. It seemed he was quite adept at playing cards and had a knack for pleasing the boss. Liu Jianming contemplated that with a slight makeover, Cui Shuida could serve as an excellent companion. After all, Cui Shuida was perceptive, articulate, skilled in flattery, and possessed rich life experiences, qualities that were indeed rare. After a brief moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, he said, Brother Kun, how about having Cui Shuida follow me in the future? Transferring from Hung Hing to my side? Liang Kun immediately agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem, but you ought to prepare a red envelope for the transfer fee. Liu Jianming assented. Since Brother Kun has brought it up, how much do you want? Liang Kun pondered for a moment. How about 100,000 as a token? Liu Jianming nonchalantly replied. No problem. That 100,000 is all a favor to you, Brother Kun. Liang Kun set down his phone and shouted into the distance. Cui Shuida, go to the Chi Yun Mountain basketball court tomorrow to report to the Demon Lord. Liu Jianming was taken aback internally, then cursed, damn. Has my nickname spread so quickly?